Multiple female characters, absolutely no sucking up, only accepting diverse types. You'll regret not reading. Over 25, and a complete failure. Finally, on Lin Ce's 25th birthday, the many children, many blessings system arrived. Just talk about life, talk about ideals, and you can receive rewards. Each additional child brings a surprise reward. From then on, Lin Ce said goodbye to being single and began his meteoric rise. Chapter 1. The Beautiful Neighbor Wife. On his 25th birthday, Lin Ce bought a cake and made a wish in his rented room. A quarter of my life is already over. Great God, please change my mediocre life. Before he finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed, "The host's sincere wish detected. The many children, many blessings system is binding." 10:50. With a beep, many strange and bizarre interfaces suddenly appeared in Lin Ce's mind. Before he could react, the mechanical voice sounded again. Newbie task. Communicate once within 6 hours to receive a newbie gift pack. Friendly reminder. The higher your overall score, the better the rewards you'll receive. Holy crap. Did I finally move the heavens? Before Lin Ce could even process this, a knock came at the door. Opening the door, he saw it was his neighbor, the married woman Su Yun, affectionately known as Sister Su. However, today Sister Su had a blue panel above her head that IT clearly displayed her detailed information. Name, Su Yun. Age, 37. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 98 kilograms. Appearance, 96. Overall score, 8.8. Maximum 10, 8.8 points. A fat sheep delivered right to his doorstep? He knew Su Yun all too well. The beautiful sister next door was practically the prettiest girl in the neighborhood. Besides her beauty, she was also kind-hearted, gentle, and considerate. A perfect wife and mother. He had lived in this neighborhood for 3 years, and in those 3 years, he had received countless acts of kindness from her. Therefore, he couldn't even remember how many times he had affectionately called her name at night. Now that he had just acquired the system, the aunt he had secretly admired for so long had come knocking on his door. Wasn't this a blatant hint? Just as Lin Ce was overjoyed, Su Yun outside the door looked puzzled. "Little Lin, what's wrong?" Wiping away his drool, Lin Ce immediately replied. "Nothing, Sister Su. Is there something you need?" Su Yun didn't think much of it, and said with a smile, "Isn't today your birthday? I specially made you a bowl of longevity noodles." As she spoke, Lin Ce's gaze quickly fell on Su Yun's hands. There, she held a steaming bowl of longevity noodles. It was impossible not to be moved. Since graduating, he had been drifting in Y City. Apart from Su Yun, he had never felt warmth. His initial determination to make Su Yun his first experimental subject began to waver. In an instant, that insignificant struggle was completely devoured by greed. "Thank you, Sister Su. Oh, it'll only take a few minutes. Just take it, and give the bowl back when you're done." Sister Su, I bought a cake. Would you like to come in and keep me company? Is that appropriate?" "Why not? Sister Su, come in quickly." The scene shifts, and Su Yun is sitting at the makeshift dining table. Because he was alone, Lin Ce had found a very small room to save money. Besides a bed, a wardrobe, a computer desk, and a gaming chair, there was only one other thing. Although the room was small, it was clean and odorless. A little while later, with Su Yun as his witness, Lin Ce made a wish again. But when Su Yun tasted the cake, Lin Ce cried. "Little Lin, what's wrong?" Su Yun asked with concern. I just feel like I've lived such a failed life." Lin Ce's voice was choked with emotion, and his body trembled slightly, as if he were struggling to control himself. Seeing this, Su Yun, sitting beside him, quickly tried to comfort him. "Lin, you're still young. You have a long life ahead of you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." However, Lin Ce didn't feel relieved by Su Yun's comforting words. Instead, his emotions became even more agitated. But I'm already 25. These words exploded in the room like a thunderclap, leaving Su Yun speechless with shock. A faint blush instantly appeared on her face. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Ce to say such a thing. Lin Ce, seemingly unaware of how abrupt his words were, stared intently at Su Yun, his eyes filled with pleading and longing. Just then, as if making a decision, Lin Ce suddenly grabbed Su Yun's hands, pleading emotionally. "Sister Su, please help me." Su Yun was startled by Lin Ce's sudden action. Instinctively, she tried to break free from his grasp, but Lin Ce's strength was too great. She couldn't escape at all. No, I'm already married." Su Yun's voice was panicked. She refused Lin Ce while desperately trying to free herself from his grasp. However, Lin Ce wouldn't give up. He continued to plead. "Just once, Sister Su. I beg you. Don't worry. I promise I won't tell Uncle Xiao." Su Yun knew what Lin Ce meant, of course, but she was, after all, a married woman with 2 children. How could she do such a thing? No, go find another woman. I'm already married, and I have 2 children. Su Yun's voice trembled with tears, her eyes welling up as if they might fall at any moment. Sister Su, can you really bear to see me go to jail? I can't, you let me go. Seeing Su Yun's emotions growing increasingly agitated, Lin Ce had no choice but to resort to his trump card. 100,000. This 100,000 is all yours. As he spoke, a bank card was placed in front of Su Yun. It was all of Lin Ce's savings accumulated over the years. He dared to do this because he knew Su Yun was desperate for money. He had overheard Su Yun and her man arguing about money more than once. He believed no one could resist the temptation of money, even the beautiful and kind-hearted Su Yun. Sure enough, Su Yun's struggles weakened considerably the moment she saw the bank card. But in an instant, she struggled again. I don't want it. Let me go. Helpless, Lin Ce could only lower his demands again. Sister Su, I won't go all the way, as long as you can help me. This 100,000 is all yours. Hearing this, Su Yun was clearly tempted. Really? Really? I swear on my honor. But this is 2.2. Su Yun said shyly. Sister Su, please, have mercy. Su Yun looked conflicted. She originally came to deliver longevity noodles to Lin Ce, but she never expected to get into this mess. If she weren't married, it wouldn't be a problem. But she's married and has 2 children. But looking at Lin Ce's pitiful appearance, she really didn't know how to refuse. Chapter 2. A picture of a young girl the following morning. As the warm sunlight cascaded over his eyelids, the slumbering Lin Ce finally opened his eyes. Gazing at the ceiling, which he never tired of, his brown eyes reflected a familiar sense of bewilderment. At that moment, a long-awaited notification resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's task. Task completion rating, SS. You have received an SS-level beginner's gift pack. Lin Ce's eyes sparkled with excitement. And disregarding the beautiful woman sleeping peacefully beside him, he dashed into the bathroom. System, open the gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received the following items. 10 million dragon coins, a luxury apartment worth 30 million, 1 strengthening pill, significantly enhances physical strength, and 1 beauty pill, greatly improves appearance. Wow, 10 million. Lin Ce nearly shouted in exhilaration. After toiling for 3 to 4 years, he had managed to save only a few 100,000 through diligent frugality. Yet now, after merely sleeping, he had amassed a staggering 10 million. No wonder so many people enjoy cheating. This feeling is truly exhilarating. And a lavish apartment worth 30 million, something he would have never dared to dream about before. System, claim the rewards. With that command, his phone vibrated beside him. Upon opening it, he found a bank transfer notification. He counted several times. It was precisely 10 million. Next, his gaze fell upon the 2 pills in his hand. If he was going to cheat, he might as well do it thoroughly. Without hesitation, he popped both pills into his mouth. A warm sensation enveloped him, and he could distinctly feel changes occurring within his body. When he stood before the mirror, he was no longer the average-looking man he once was. At 25, he had been an unremarkable, socially awkward individual. But now, the reflection staring back at him was that of a strikingly handsome man, standing at 180 centimeters with an impeccable physique. Such a transformation, would it raise suspicions? Who cares? In this day and age, women can undergo plastic surgery. So why can't men? While admiring his reflection, Lin Ce noticed a golden panel hovering above his head, displaying the following information. Name, Lin Ce. Age, 25. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 150 pounds. Appearance, 97. Overall score, 9. An overall score of merely 9 points was surprisingly low. Yet it sufficed. After all, in the grand scheme of life, money reigns supreme over beauty. After freshening up in the bathroom, he stepped outside. However, upon exiting, he encountered Su Yun, frantically dressing. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted. Ah, is that really you, Lin? Despite Lin Ce's numerous explanations, Su Yun still seemed half convinced. He bore no ill will. After all, his transformation was indeed remarkable. Sister Su, I know this is hard to believe, but I am truly Lin Ce, without a doubt. As he spoke, he suddenly became playful. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to Aunt Su. He leaned closer, his warm hand reaching out. But before he could make contact, Su Yun bolted away. I have something to do. I must go? Lin Ce did not stop her. Though he was tempted by Su Yun's beauty, he understood the principle of not coveting what others cherished. Moreover, with his newfound advantages, he knew he didn't need to expend so much energy over one woman. With wealth at his disposal, countless young and beautiful women awaited him. However, before he indulged in new pleasures, he needed to settle unfinished business from his past. The scene shifted as he arrived at a breakfast shop across from his apartment complex, a place he frequented daily. Boss, 3 bowls of soy milk, 3 fried dough sticks, and 3 baskets of soup dumplings. The owner was taken aback by such a large order. Are you really going to eat all this by yourself? Yes, indeed. That's too much. You won't finish it. Don't worry, just bring it. The great modern philosopher Lin Ce once stated, when you have money, buy 2 bowls of soy milk, drink one, and pour out the other. Now that he had finally made something of himself, it was time for some indulgent spending. As for the issue of waste, that was none of his concern. After satisfying his appetite, he hailed a ride to the company where he had toiled for 3 long years. Upon his arrival, he had been full of vigor. But after experiencing the harsh realities of the workplace, he had wished to escape every single day. Unfortunately, survival necessitated enduring humiliation and hardship. Now, he was finally ready to bid farewell. To emphasize his intentions, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late, eager to see how the old woman would berate him. Sure enough, as he approached the office area, he spotted a burly older woman standing like a mountain in front of his workstation, shouting angrily, "Look at this. Is this how you come to work? It's already past 10, and you're still not here. All you do is play on your phone. And you're useless at everything else." Her voice was deafening, as if threatening to tear the office roof off. Meanwhile, the veteran employees nearby seemed unfazed, continuing to type away at their keyboards, utterly ignoring the old woman's tirade, while Lin Ce stood in a daze. A melodious and cheerful voice suddenly called out from behind him. Lin Ce snapped back to reality. He turned to see a young girl in a flowing white dress approaching him briskly. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as a porcelain doll, with long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her large, clear eyes sparkled like water, and when she smiled, it was as if spring flowers were blooming. "Is that really you, Lin Ce?" she exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. "How is it that you don't recognize me after just one day?" Lin Ce replied with a smile. This girl was Lu Ruhua, his only friend at the company, and her name suited her perfectly. She seemed as if she had stepped out from a painting. At that moment, she seemed to recall something and pulled him toward the stairwell without explanation. Once they had escaped the office area, she let out a sigh of relief. "That was terrifying. I almost got caught by that old tiger. But you've done nothing wrong, so why fear?" "I'm not afraid, but what about you? Knowing that the old tiger loves to pick fights with you, why did you arrive so late? Don't you want to keep your job?" "You're right. I really don't want to work here anymore." What? Chapter 3. Vengeance against the malicious supervisor Tao Xiaodao. Copyright infringement removed. What did you say? You want to resign? In the office, the portly supervisor Hu Rong stared at Lin Ce, disbelief etched on her face. She had been planning to humiliate Lin Ce for his tardiness as a means of venting her frustrations. Little did she expect him to transform into the perfect gentleman she had only seen on screens. The stark contrast left her momentarily flustered. However, before she could regain her composure, Lin Ce tossed a resignation letter at her. It read clearly, "Resignation application." Previously, Hu Rong would have signed it without a second thought, as her subordinates' incompetence reflected poorly on her as a supervisor. But this was different. Such a handsome young man. Even if he did nothing, she didn't want to let him go. If only she could keep him for herself. But Lin Ce was oblivious to Hu Rong's thoughts. He coldly stated, "Indeed. I wish to resign." With that, he turned to leave. As he prepared to walk away, the quick-witted Hu Rong immediately blocked his path. "No, you cannot leave. Supervisor Hua. What do you mean by that?" Lin Ce furrowed his brow. "Well, Xiao Ce, it was inappropriate for Sister Hua to reprimand you in front of so many people earlier. But you must also understand that Sister Hua is merely a worker too. After all, her intentions are for your own good, if you perform better." As she spoke, Hua Rong's plump hand rested on Lin Ce's shoulder. Initially, Lin Ce was perplexed by this sudden change in the tigress. But now he understood the reason behind it. It seemed she had taken a liking to his newly acquired physique. If only Hua Rong possessed some charm, it might have been acceptable, but he could not stomach such a hefty woman. "Supervisor Hua, you jest. As a supervisor, managing subordinates is part of your duty. How could I blame you?" Lin Ce replied. "So, you're not resigning then?" Hua Rong exclaimed joyfully. "No, I intend to resign," Lin Ce declared. "Why? I have already apologized to you," she protested. "If you're dissatisfied with your current position, I can arrange for you to take on a less demanding role." Before she could finish, Lin Ce coldly interrupted her. "My decision is final. Supervisor Hua, no need to persuade me further." Seeing that her usual tactics were ineffective, Hua Rong decided to employ her trump card. "A raise. You've complained about your low salary before. I can help you apply for a raise. How about a 3-level increase?" A 3-level increase. In the past, Lin Ce would have instantly agreed without a second thought, but now, such a trivial increase held no allure for him. Noticing his silence, Hua Rong mistakenly assumed he was wavering and pressed her body against him, her hands wandering. "Xiao Ce, I admit it was wrong of me earlier, but I assure you, as long as you stay with me, I will make sure you thrive in the company. You wish to support me? Lin Ce quipped unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Huarong paused in surprise. Regaining her composure, she playfully hit Lin Ce. How rude. Why say it so bluntly? So, what do you plan to pay me monthly? He inquired. Pay? What payment? Huarong was taken aback. If you wish to support me, surely there must be a fee? Lin Ce, look, I will apply for a raise for you. And soon you will receive several thousand more each month. But that would be the company's money. At this point, Huarong was beginning to feel anger rise within her. But she restrained it and smiled. How much do you think I should pay you? Lin Ce remained silent, leisurely extending his palm. 500? Supervisor Hua. Even that wouldn't suffice for a night out. 5,000. That is far too much. Huarong's expression changed slightly. Yet, just then, Lin Ce shook his head again. No, I demand 50,000. What? 50,000? Are you robbing me? Huarong exclaimed. If Supervisor Hua finds that too much, then forget it. Wait, Lin Ce. Let's discuss this rationally. I'm not a wealthy person. 50,000 a month is simply excessive. Considering my past care for you, could you give me a discount? Care? You humiliated me publicly every day and call that care? You old hag, today I shall ensure your downfall. 30,000, that is my final offer. Hearing this sum, Huarong felt a pang in her heart. Yet, gazing at Lin Ce's perfect physique, his firm chest, and striking features, she thought that by supporting him, she could avoid searching for male models herself. Finally, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. All right, 30,000 it is. Then let us proceed with the payment. Lin Ce took out his phone, presenting the QR code to Huarong. Lin Ce, it's not payday yet. Shall we wait a few more days? When Lin Ce noticed Huarong's reluctance to pay, he turned to leave. In a panic, Huarong had no choice but to comply. I'll pay. I'll pay. Moments later, Lin Ce received the first month's support fee from Huarong. Once the payment was made, she no longer concealed her intentions. Licking her lips, she prepared to make her move on Lin Ce. However, at that moment, Lin Ce pulled out his phone and played a recording. The recording captured their earlier conversation in its entirety. Instantly, the smile vanished from Huarong's face. Lin Ce smirked, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Supervisor Hua, if I were to submit this recording to the company, what kind of repercussions do you think you would face? You set me up. Huarong trembled with rage. At this point, if she failed to comprehend the situation, she would truly be a fool. You are the supervisor. How could I dare to set you up? If looks could kill, Lin Ce would have been slain 100 times over by Huarong's glare. Speak. What do you want? Faced with the threat to her livelihood, Huarong had to adopt a serious demeanor. Lin Ce, turning cold, replied, I want you to kneel and beg me. What did you say? Kneel. I'll give you 30 seconds to consider. If you refuse, I will send the recording to the employee group immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than the once formidable tigress found herself kneeling before Lin Ce. However, he remained unsatisfied and continued to demand, slap yourself. Lin Ce, don't go too far. Huarong gritted her teeth. You have only 10 seconds. Fine, you're ruthless. With that, she raised her hand and struck her own chubby cheek with force. Haven't you eaten? Hit harder. Smack, smack, smack. Soon, the office was filled with the resounding sound of slaps. After countless strikes, Lin Ce finally put a stop to her self-inflicted punishment. Huarong's already plump face was visibly swollen, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, making her appear utterly disheveled. As Lin Ce prepared to leave, he felt a sense of satisfaction from having taught the tigress a lesson. All right, I've submitted my resignation. Just sign here, and I won't be returning. With that, he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he paused and called back without looking. Oh, by the way, Supervisor Hua, I suggest you use a bit more perfume in the future, as the odor on you is quite overwhelming. One might mistake you for a pig on the loose. With those words, Lin Ce departed, leaving Huarong alone on the floor, seething with the fury of a wounded wolf. You little wretch. How dare you humiliate me like this? I, Huarong, swear that I will make you pay 100-fold for this. The portrayal of the leadership in this narrative may not sit well with everyone, but it serves as a setup for the subsequent plot development. To be honest, I too hope to craft scenes that exude unyielding confidence and dominance. However, upon reflection of real-world dynamics, I recognize that such depictions may not be entirely fitting. After all, in reality, we seldom encounter individuals who are solely focused on showcasing their supremacy. Some readers may feel dissatisfied with this narrative direction, believing it to be unappealing. Nonetheless, I hope readers can grant the author another chance to continue reading. Trust me, when you reach chapter 50, you will be amazed by what follows. Fast-paced storytelling, no dilly-dallying. Thank you for your support. Chapter 4. The beautiful saleswoman, is resignation truly necessary? Lin Ce observed the genuinely reluctant girl before him, and a sense of mischief stirred within him. What? You don't want me to leave? Lu Ruhua shot Lin Ce an exasperated glance. What do you think? You're the only acquaintance I have in the company. If you leave, I'll have no one to chat with. In that case, why not resign together? Lin Ce suggested nonchalantly. That idea sounds appealing, but it's not feasible. Why not? I've only just secured my position. If I resign, I'll be left to fend for myself. Lu Ruhua replied, visibly annoyed. I'll support you. Lin Ce blurted out. What did you just say? Lu Ruhua stared at him in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. However, Lin Ce, seated across from her, remained unfazed. His gaze, whether intentional or not, lingered above Lu Ruhua's head, where a blue panel clearly displayed her fundamental information. Name, Lu Ruhua. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Attractiveness, 98. Overall score, 95. This rating did not overly astonish Lin Ce. If one were to speak of stunning women, Lu Ruhua undoubtedly held that title. Previously, he felt a twinge of inferiority due to their disparity, but now he had undergone a transformation, and the chasm between them seemed to have vanished. After a considerable silence, Lu Ruhua finally broke the stillness. You wouldn't be so altered that you've lost your mind, would you? She gazed at Lin Ce, incredulous. Lin Ce shook his head. I speak sincerely. This declaration struck Lu Ruhua like a thunderclap, causing her body to tremble slightly, even making her coffee cup quiver, nearly spilling its contents. I can't talk with you anymore. I must return to work. Her voice quivered as she spoke. In an instant, she turned and fled like a startled rabbit. However, in that fleeting moment, Lin Ce keenly noticed the blush that flitted across her face. Who would have thought she looked quite adorable when shy? A little over half an hour later, after completing his resignation, Lin Ce arrived at a 4S dealership in Y City. In times of financial struggle, he had envied those who possessed both cars and homes. Now that he had wealth, a house was secured, and a car was certainly in order. Upon entering the dealership, a well-dressed saleswoman approached him. Good day, sir. I am salesperson Lu. Her crisp voice instantly captured Lin Ce's attention. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a strikingly beautiful woman. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 28. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Attractiveness, 94. Overall score, 87. Encountering a beauty while purchasing a vehicle was indeed delightful. Soon, Lin Ce followed the charming salesperson Lu Yang as she guided him through the dealership, enthusiastically introducing various models and styles. Approximately 20 minutes later, they stood before a large SUV. Lu Yang's melodious voice resonated in Lin Ce's ears once more. Mr. Lin, this is the latest G63 40T V8 calibration, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 4.5 seconds. Such technical jargon was foreign to Lin Ce. Yet he knew he was enamored with the vehicle. Before Lu Yang could finish her presentation, he interjected, how much does this car cost? This model is the latest, priced at 5 million. Had this been in the past, Lin Ce would have hesitated, but now, he simply felt a pang of regret. After a brief silence, he looked back at Lu Yang. Can I take it home today? Yes, Mr. Lin. All right then, I will take this car. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Lu Yang's voice trembled, a clear indication of her excitement. Absolutely. Will you be financing or paying in full? Please follow me. Half an hour later, Lin Ce finally held the coveted contract in his hands, and Lu Yang was equally thrilled to have secured her sales agreement. Staring at the document, Lu Yang's heart raced. After all, this was a luxury car order worth 5 million. With her current commission rate of 8, she stood to earn a staggering 400,000. Such a sum was astronomical for Lu Yang, who previously worked an entire year without earning as much. Yet now, she had effortlessly earned this amount in less than an hour, leaving her exhilarated. Without hesitation, Lu Yang expressed her gratitude to Lin Ce. Thank you for trusting our dealership. Mr. Lin, I assure you I will provide excellent service. Lin Ce smiled, his lips curving into a subtle grin. Lu Yang paused, momentarily taken aback by his expression. Then, Lin Ce leisurely remarked, having purchased a car from manager Lu, would it be too much to ask for a lunch invitation? Returning to reality, Lu Yang quickly replied, of course, it's not too much at all. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Seemingly pleased with Lu Yang's response, Lin Ce inquired with a playful tone, anything I desire? Yes, anything. Lu Yang responded without hesitation. With her affirmation, Lin Ce's smile broadened as he teasingly extended his words. Then I wish to eat. The scene shifted, and Lin Ce drove his new vehicle to the only 6-star hotel in Y City, the Cloud Hotel. Manager Lu, this won't be too extravagant, will it? Lin Ce regarded Lu Yang, who had changed into an elegant long dress, with a smile that hinted at amusement. "This is the least I can do for you, Mr. Lin, considering the significant order you've placed," Lu Yang replied with a warm smile. "Then I shan't be polite. Please, Mr. Lin." Soon, the two were led into a luxurious private room by the waiter. "Mr. Lin, please take a look at the menu and see what you would like to order," Lu Yang kindly offered. Lin Ce did not take the menu. Instead, he looked up and said, "Manager Lu, calling me Mr. Lin feels too distant. Given our similar ages, you may simply call me Lin Ce. Is that appropriate?" Lu Yang hesitated, aware of the 5 million transaction. "Why would it be inappropriate? I value genuine connections. Or do you not consider me a friend?" "And no, I do not." "Then it is settled. As you are a few years my senior, I shall call you Sister Yang, and you may call me Su D or Lin Ce. All right then. Sister Yang, you drink, don't you?" "Yes, but I still have work this afternoon." "Then take a leave. The paperwork for the car is not yet completed, and I will need your assistance later." "Very well, I will take a leave." Chapter 5. The Clan in Peril, Preserving the Legacy. There is no problem that cannot be resolved over a glass of wine. If one glass is insufficient, then let us add a few more. After a few glasses of red wine, a faint blush graced Lu Yang's cheeks. Her already captivating beauty now emanated an alluring charm. The warm-toned lights enveloped her, giving her the appearance of being draped in golden gossamer, both sensual and enchanting. Lin Ce, seated across from her, found himself irresistibly drawn to her. His eyes remained fixed on Lu Yang, and he felt a wave of unfamiliar emotions wash over him. Having recently shed his virginity, he found it challenging to resist the allure of such a stunning woman. Noticing Lin Ce's gaze, a hint of shyness crept into Lu Yang's expression, her blush deepening. Yet, Lin Ce remained oblivious to his own indiscretion, his attention unwavering. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Ce suddenly posed a question. "Sister Yang, with your beauty, you must have a boyfriend, right?" Lu Yang, caught off guard by the question, paused momentarily before nodding and softly responding, Upon hearing her reply, Lin Ce felt a pang of disappointment and casually remarked, "What a shame." Though his voice was barely audible, Lu Yang's keen ears picked it up. Women are inherently sensitive beings, prone to speculation, especially those accustomed to reading others' hearts. Lu Yang immediately began to ponder the meaning behind Lin Ce's words. What did he mean by "what a pity"? Could it be that he had feelings for her? As she contemplated this possibility, she couldn't help but feel it might be true. The last time she saw that look in his eyes was when her boyfriend was pursuing her. However, she ultimately dismissed the notion. After all, Lin Ce was exceedingly handsome and wealthy, with no reason to waste his energy on a woman of her age. Just as Lu Yang was lost in thought, Lin Ce asked, "Sister Yang, may I inquire what your boyfriend does for a living?" Though slightly perplexed, Lu Yang obediently replied, albeit with a hint of shyness, he is currently unemployed." Although this was a perfectly normal answer, Lin Ce's eyes lit up. "So, Sister Yang, your boyfriend is a layabout?" "Yes, that's correct." Lu Yang forced a smile. "I had thought someone as exceptional as you would be dating a high-ranking executive from a major corporation, but it seems I was mistaken. However, this also indicates that you truly love your boyfriend. Otherwise, you wouldn't be working to support him." While saying this, Lin Ce closely observed Lu Yang's reaction. As expected, her expression dimmed significantly upon hearing his words. After a brief silence, Lin Ce continued, "Sister Yang, have you considered changing your lifestyle?" "Change my lifestyle?" Lu Yang questioned, bewildered. Lin Ce nodded. "Indeed, Sister Yang, you are the most outstanding, ambitious, and capable woman I have ever met. A woman of your caliber deserves to be cherished, not to waste her youth on someone so unmotivated." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang finally grasped Lin Ce's intentions. With a boyfriend who was so indifferent and lazy, how could she not desire to break up with him? Yet, she was already 28, approaching her 30s. Who would want her afterwards? Moreover, her family was pressing her to get married. At that moment, Lin Ce added, "Sister Yang, I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" "What suggestion?" "Break up with him and be with me." "What?" Lu Yang exclaimed, taken aback. She had anticipated the first part, but never expected the latter. "Are you joking?" "No, Sister Yang, I am serious. You are a good woman and should not waste your youth on that kind of useless man. But I am already 28. Age is but a number. After all, a woman 3 years older should be able to find a golden opportunity." Despite Lin Ce's sincerity, Lu Yang still declined this temptation. "No, I cannot be with you." "Is it because of your boyfriend?" Lin Ce frowned. Lu Yang bit her lip, admitting, partly, "Yes, but more so because of you." "Because of me?" Lin Ce asked, puzzled. Lu Yang nodded, explaining, "You are so wealthy and handsome. You must be from a prominent family. While I am just an ordinary person, how could I possibly be worthy of you?" If that is the case, I believe you should be with me. Lin Ce smiled in response. Why? Because I am. Lu Yang gasped. You are truly from an illustrious family? Covering her mouth in disbelief. She stared at Lin Ce. He nodded with a smile. Indeed, my father is the head of the Lin clan. Your identity is what you make of it, he continued. But I saw on your identity information that you are. Lu Yang couldn't help but question. Facing her skepticism, Lin Ce remained unfazed. That was merely a ruse to protect ourselves from prying eyes. A ruse? Why? Our Lin family is one of the oldest clans in the Dragon Kingdom, having developed over thousands of years, with the duty of safeguarding the realm. As you know, the Dragon Kingdom is vast and resource-rich, attracting many external threats throughout history. As the guardians of the nation, we have inevitably made countless enemies over the millennia. During his explanation, Lin Ce carefully watched Lu Yang's reaction, relieved that she displayed no unusual response. After a brief pause, he continued, after the Dragon Kingdom stabilized, our clan chose to retreat from the world to prevent enemy attacks and recover. If you have retreated, why are you here now? Lu Yang inquired. Lin Ce sighed. Although our family has been a prominent clan for millennia, our numbers have drastically dwindled due to constant battles. Today, we have fewer than 1,000 members. At your clan's peak, how many people were there? According to ancestral records, there were over 1 million at our zenith, with Lin family members spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Yang gasped in astonishment. After a moment of shock, she asked, what is your purpose for coming out this time? Our clan is declining, and as the head son, I must step forward. Chapter 6. Lu Yang breaks up. The luxury car drew attention, inevitably attracting onlookers, especially in the older, less affluent districts. It had barely been parked for a few minutes when no fewer than 10 people had taken pictures, with countless others lingering nearby. However, its owner, Lin Ce, remained remarkably composed. He turned to the beautiful woman in the passenger seat, speaking in a gentle tone, Sister Yang, please consider what we discussed earlier. Contact me once you have made your decision. And do not feel pressured. Even if we do not become lovers, we can still be friends. As she gazed at this handsome, gentle, and considerate man, Lu Yang felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. Thank you. No, I should be thanking you, Sister Yang. I feel fortunate to have encountered you in this vast sea of humanity. Shortly after, Lin Ce drove away, while Lu Yang stood on the roadside, watching the car disappear from view before turning to walk into the old district. She had lived in this area for 7 years. After graduating from university, she and her current boyfriend had moved here solely because of the affordable rent. Time had changed everything. The people here were constantly changing. Some moved in due to high rents, while others managed to escape their impoverished circumstances through hard work. She had witnessed too much and had become disillusioned. Like the increasingly difficult path she walked, she longed to stand out, yet only bore the scars of disappointment. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally arrived at her front door. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she pushed the door open. As usual, the narrow living room was empty, littered with trash strewn across the floor and takeout boxes waiting to be cleaned off the coffee table. Silently, she changed into her slippers and knelt down to tidy up. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the living room was transformed. After finishing her chores, Lu Yang went to a small room in the back. This space had originally been used for storage, but since she found her boyfriend's gaming noise too bothersome, she had him move there. If the living room was empty, he would surely be found there. As expected, when she opened the door, she found her boyfriend, Zhang Yang, engrossed in his game, oblivious to Lu Yang's return. Lu Yang had long since grown accustomed to this behavior. In the past, she would have simply turned and left, but today, she resolved not to indulge him any longer. Approaching the power outlet, she hesitated not a moment before decisively unplugging it. In an instant, the screen went dark. Lu Yang, what are you doing? The resounding voice erupted in the room like thunder, laden with unabashed anger and astonishment. Lu Yang was startled by the sudden roar, her body trembling slightly. She lifted her gaze, incredulously staring at the man before her. You think I'm crazy? Lu Yang's voice quivered, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. I toil daily, exhausted like a dog, while you merely stay home playing games. Her words erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Once unleashed, they could not be contained. As her sense of injustice grew, so did her agitation. Her hands, seemingly devoid of control, seized Zhang Yang's keyboard and struck it violently against the computer. The sharp sound of shattering filled the air as the keyboard collided with the screen. Yet, Lu Yang's fury showed no signs of abating. Driven by an overwhelming force, she continued to wield the keyboard, each strike resonating with anger and despair. Before long, Zhang Yang, akin to an enraged beast, lunged forward, forcefully pushing Lu Yang to the ground. The impact was heavy, producing a dull thud as her head struck the floor, sending a wave of pain coursing through her, nearly knocking her unconscious. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang did not relent. Towering over her, he chastised her relentlessly. "You've lost your mind." Lu Yang, curled up in pain, took a moment to gather herself before managing to sit up. Gazing at the man before her, who increasingly disappointed her, she could no longer suppress her inner fury. With a fierce cry, she bellowed, "Yes, I have gone mad. If I weren't insane, why would I waste so many years of my youth on a worthless person like you?" Her words struck Zhang Yang like a hammer, causing him to tremble visibly. His complexion turned pale as he stood frozen, staring at the tear-streaked, emotionally shattered woman before him, filled with regret and guilt. Yet, when he attempted to help her up and apologize, she forcefully pushed him away. "Get away from me." In that moment, Lu Yang could no longer contain the grievances that had accumulated over the years. She burst into tears. Zhang Yang stood silently beside her, consumed by guilt. Time passed slowly until her sobs began to subside. "Zhang Yang, let us break up." The weak, hoarse voice escaped Lu Yang's lips. What did you say?" Zhang Yang's lips trembled. They had quarreled countless times, even more fiercely than today, yet they had never once broached the subject of breaking up. To hear it now was utterly unexpected. A wave of panic surged within him. "I said, let us break up," Lu Yang reiterated. In an instant, Zhang Yang's handsome face drained of color, turning an ashen hue. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Why? Do you no longer love me?" "Indeed, I no longer love you." Lu Yang's voice was icy, causing Zhang Yang to shudder. "No, impossible. I refuse to believe it. You once loved me so deeply. I cannot accept that you would." Before he could finish, Lu Yang interrupted him mercilessly. "You said it yourself. That was in the past." Without waiting for Zhang Yang to respond, Lu Yang turned and walked into the room. Coming to his senses, Zhang Yang immediately pursued her, but was met with the cold barrier of the door. Yang, open the door. I don't want to break up. I truly understand my mistakes now. I will change. You wanted me to work, right? I'll start delivering takeout tomorrow. I'll support you from now on. Please, open the door." Yet no matter how Zhang Yang pleaded, the door that once would never close on him remained firmly shut. Meanwhile, after leaving the old district, Lin Ce drove towards Li Ce, a luxurious community reserved for the elite. Upon exiting his vehicle, a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting dress approached him. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your lifestyle manager. You may call me Hong Na." Chapter 7. Manager Hong Na. Within the opulently decorated flat, two figures entwined passionately on the sofa, the air thick with an intimate ambience. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly separated. Upon closer inspection, the uncontrollable man was none other than our Lin Ce, and the captivating beauty beneath him was indeed his lifestyle manager, Hong Na. To understand how they ended up in such a situation, one must rewind a half an hour prior. After escorting Lu Yang home, Lin Ce eagerly made his way to Li Ce, ready to explore his new residence. In Y City, many upscale communities provide residents with lifestyle managers for their convenience, so he had made the necessary arrangements in advance. Expecting a mundane manager, he was utterly captivated upon meeting Hong Na. With her alluring curves, enchanting eyes, smooth skin, and enticing red lips, she was the most sensual woman Lin Ce had ever encountered. Though not as ethereal as Lu Yang, her allure was undeniable. In addition to her stunning appearance, her voice was melodious, imbued with a captivating timbre that could enthrall anyone. Initially lamenting the absence of Lu Yang, Lin Ce soon realized he had been presented with an even more enticing opportunity. As Hong Na guided him through the property, he began to subtly probe her interests. It quickly became apparent that Hong Na was a materialistic woman. Realizing this, he candidly expressed his desire for her to bear his children. Suddenly confronted with such a proposition, Hong Na was taken aback. At just 26 years old, she was still in the prime of her youth and had not yet had her fill of life. However, upon hearing the conditions Lin Ce offered, her breath quickened. Having learned from his experiences with Su Yun and Lu Yang, Lin Ce was no longer the timid man he once was. He understood the significance of taking initiative. Without waiting for her affirmation, he leaned in and kissed her. Though she initially resisted, she ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth. As the moment approached, Lin Ce embraced the beautiful woman and carried her toward the bedroom. Hong Na understood what was to come, yet she found herself unable to refuse, for this man had offered her far too much. Once the door closed, the music began to play. When Lin Ce finally emerged from the room, 2 hours had passed. Having just concluded an intense session, he craved hydration to replenish his energy. He strode to the living room, opened a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down eagerly. The crystalline water flowed like a refreshing stream, bringing a cool sensation to his throat. In his haste, some water dribbled down his chin, cascading onto his muscular form. Under the sun's rays, the droplets resembled golden dewdrops, embellishing his skin and transforming him into a radiant sculpture. At that moment, a pair of delicate white hands wrapped around his waist from behind, accompanied by a soft, playful voice that reached his ears. "I want a drink too." Lin Ce didn't turn around, yet he recognized it was Hong Na's voice. He casually handed her a bottle of mineral water. However, Hong Na did not take the mineral water. Instead, she continued to act coyly, saying, "I'm so weak. Why don't you feed me?" As she spoke, her tiny hands danced across Lin Ce's body like two playful serpents, seemingly teasing him. The fire within Lin Ce, momentarily doused by the icy water, was instantly rekindled. "All right, I will feed you." As the sun set, tranquility returned. "Was everything you said earlier true?" Hong Na fixed her gaze intently on the man before her. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" Lin Ce replied with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of jest. "You've already taken me to bed, and I haven't seen anything yet. It's only natural for me to be a bit concerned. Wasn't it you who slept with me? In this murky world, finding a pure woman is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Matters of the heart are utterly useless. Wealth is the true path." Hearing Lin Ce's candid words, Hong Na felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Just then, her phone, which lay nearby, vibrated. Upon checking, she was startled to find a bank notification. After counting the zeros, she was left dumbfounded. Trembling, she looked at Lin Ce and stammered, "Did you perhaps add an extra zero?" Lin Ce smiled and asked, "Do you feel you're not worth it?" "No, that's not it. This is just too much." What she received was not 10,000 or 20,000, nor even 100,000 or 200,000, but a staggering 1 million. 1 million. She toiled as a housekeeper, earning merely 20,000 a month. How could this man so casually bestow upon her such an amount? It was astonishing. Yet, Lin Ce remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ever. Although the million made him wince a little, he firmly believed that effort and reward were directly proportional. "I told you, if you become my woman, I will ensure you live a life of luxury. Should you bear me a child, I will reward you with an even greater gift." "A greater gift? What is it?" Hong Na asked, her curiosity piqued. "I cannot disclose it now, but I assure you, it will surpass what you have received today." "Really? Really?" Hong Na's breath quickened. After years of labor, this was the first time she encountered such a lavish man. "If you don't believe me, you could try getting pregnant first." "All right, I will bear your child." For no other reason than the 1 million she had just received. She found it impossible to refuse Lin Ce. "But you must understand, I cannot offer you happiness, and I despise betrayal. If you regret this now, it's not too late." The notion of happiness seemed futile. Money was far more tangible. Lin Ce was momentarily speechless, but it was understandable. After all, Hong Na was a woman driven by materialistic desires. "In that case, I shall proceed." "Huh, you still want to?" Chapter 8. Bringing Lu Yong home. That thrilling battle ultimately concluded with Hong Na's dismal defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Ce, the attacker, appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. This vitality was all thanks to the powerful muscle-enhancing pill. Presently, Lin Ce felt like a robust bull, brimming with inexhaustible energy. It is said that only a bull can be worn out, not the land it tills, and he was eager to challenge this notion. However, before that, he needed to collect his rewards. System, it is time for the rewards to be distributed. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily communication task. Task rating, S. You have received the following rewards: 5 million dragon coins and a 5x cashback card. Applicable only to women the host has communicated with, valid for 3 hours, and cannot be reused for cashback. Only 5 million. After deducting the 1 million given to Hong Na, he netted 4 million, while it seemed significantly less than before. This was merely the result of a night's rest. Moreover, he had other rewards yet to be unveiled. A 5x cashback, with his current wealth at 9 million. Multiplying that by 5 would yield a staggering 45 million. However, this reward was limited to women he had interacted with, which posed a certain constraint. He had only conversed with 2 so far, Hong Na and Su Yun. Hong Na would undoubtedly be eager to spend, while Su Yun, despite being eligible, had a family and would never accompany him for extravagant outings. The thought of Su Yun evoked a tinge of regret within him. As the first woman in his life, Su Yun held a unique significance. He resolved to seek an opportunity with her soon. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Ce donned his attire and departed. Hong Na was deep in slumber, and he did not wish to disturb her. Thus, he ventured out in search of sustenance. Shortly after exiting the community, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Lu Yong. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ce arrived at an unfamiliar intersection. The area was sparsely populated. almost devoid of any human presence. Yet, in this desolate place, a bold woman stood alone beside the streetlight, dragging 2 suitcases. It was none other than the beautiful saleswoman, Lu Yang. Perhaps recognizing Lin Ce's car, she excitedly waved her hand from across the road. Sister Yang, why did you come to such a secluded place all by yourself? I thought you lived in the old town. As Lin Ce approached, he adopted a serious expression. The excitement on Lu Yang's face instantly faded, and she began to stammer. My boyfriend has been chasing after me, so I got off halfway and ended up here. Why is your boyfriend chasing you? Because he doesn't want me to leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Ce finally grasped the situation. So, you have broken up with him? Lu Yang remained silent, but the expression of grievance on her face spoke volumes. The two stood in silence, the cold wind howling around them. Minutes ticked by before Lin Ce finally broke the silence. In that case, why not follow me from now on? Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing a mix of emotions. After a brief hesitation, she replied softly, You really don't mind that I was with him for 8 years? Lin Ce smiled gently, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Do you mind that I want you to help continue the Lin family line? Lu Yang's expression shifted slightly, but quickly regained composure. Taking a deep breath, she replied earnestly, If you don't mind me, then I don't either. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Ce's eyes. If you don't mind, then I certainly want tea. Lu Yang felt a warm sensation wash over her, gratitude filling her gaze as she softly said, Thank you, Lin Ce. Lin Ce waved his hand, smiling as he replied, It is I who should be thanking you. In truth, I owe my gratitude to your boyfriend, rather, your ex-boyfriend. If it weren't for him, how would I have had the chance to meet someone as perfect as you? Could you refrain from mentioning him in front of me? I don't want to hear his name. Then how about we go for a meal? You can celebrate me getting a new car at noon, and now it's my turn to celebrate your rebirth. Anything I can eat? An hour later, Lin Ce brought Lu Yang back to Li Ce. However, upon arriving at the doorstep, Lu Yang suddenly hesitated and began to withdraw. She grasped Lin Ce's arm and said, Maybe I should find a hotel to stay for a while. Lin Ce glanced at the door, smiling as he shook his head. Don't worry. She is very open-minded and won't say anything. But Lu Yang was about to voice her concerns when Lin Ce closed the distance, silencing her. Lu Yang was initially taken aback, but soon responded with enthusiasm. After a long moment, their lips parted. Now you are mine as well. Aren't you afraid? If I say I'm afraid, will you come at me again? Lu Yang teased with a hint of melancholy. Lin Ce smiled slightly. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Yang shot him a glare, playfully scolding him. You wish. Hurry up and open the door. I'm starving. Before long, Lu Yang stepped into the luxurious flat worth 30 million. Upon entering, she was utterly astonished by the scene before her, her mouth agape in disbelief. Her bright eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, radiating an enchanting glow. Is this really your house? Lu Yang stammered, her voice filled with shock. Lin Ce's lips curled into a confident smile. The Lin clan boasts a history of thousands of years. Acquiring a spacious flat is a mere trifle. If it weren't for the concern of drawing too much attention, I would have bought the entire building. Lu Yang, taken aback, found herself momentarily speechless, only able to let out a sigh of amazement. Please tidy up, and I'll go call her, Lin Ce said, striding toward one of the rooms. Once Lin Ce left, Lu Yang regained her composure and began surveying the opulent living room. The decor was minimalist yet grand, with furniture from top-tier brands, each piece exuding an air of nobility. Compared to her previous dilapidated abode, this place felt like paradise. After a few minutes, the temporary members of the household finally gathered around the dining table. All right, everyone. Let's introduce ourselves, Lin Ce smiled, breaking the ice. As soon as he finished speaking, the affable Hong Na eagerly extended her hand, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Hong Na. Pleased to meet you. Although Lu Yang appeared a bit shy, she warmed up considerably upon sensing Hong Na's enthusiasm. Hello, I'm Lu Yang. You seem a bit older than me, so I'll call you Sister Yang. You can just call me Nana. Then I won't be polite. Nana, she replied. Both women worked in the service industry, so their social skills were quite refined. Within a few exchanges, they became fast friends. As night fell and the moonlight bathed the room, two silhouettes intertwined on the bed, their breaths rising and falling in a rhythmic dance. After a considerable time, they slowly parted. In the dim light, the man gazed tenderly at the blossoming rose before him. Are you truly ready? The woman, her eyes glimmering with desire, bit her red lip and murmured, You've undressed me completely, and now you ask if I'm ready? Isn't it a bit late for that? If that's the case, then here I come, Sister Yang. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Hong Na, eavesdropping, felt her cheeks flush at the tantalizing sounds. This guy has incredible stamina. After all those encounters with me, he can still keep going. It seems his family is truly in a critical situation. Otherwise, this young master wouldn't be so relentless. At this rate, I should soon have a circle of sisters. She dismissed the thought that she would be indifferent, for it was utterly impossible. Whether a heartbreaker or a pure-hearted maiden, who wouldn't desire a perfect partner to indulge in a sweet romance? Especially considering that Hong Na was far from a heartbreaker. How could she not care? However, her fleeting disappointment was soon replaced by visions of a bright future. Why not reach out to Xiao Tao? After all, his aim is to carry on the family line, and instead of bringing in others, it would be better for me to seek someone myself. Resolutely, Hong Na abandoned her eavesdropping and picked up her phone to contact her best friend. Hey Tao Tao, what are you up to? If you're free, come over to play tomorrow. Sure, I'll send you the address shortly. Oh, and remember to dress beautifully. Bring your battle gear. Don't ask, you'll find out when you come. Are you sure? I'm afraid you want to let me leave once I arrive. All right then, see you tomorrow. Bye. After hanging up, she glanced toward the adjacent room, where enticing sounds still emanated, grumbling slightly. You insufferable man. You only have me. Who else would you find to entertain you? Having vented a little, she lay on her bed, browsing online for treasures. With a windfall of 1 million, a shopping spree was in order. On the other side, the encounter continued. Although Lu Yong lacked the alluring figure and finesse of Hong Na, she was by no means inferior. In fact, she often surpassed her. Sensing this, Lin Ce felt an inexplicable surge of desire and approached Lu Yong without waiting for her to catch her breath. Half an hour later, Lin Ce reclined against the headboard, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, while Lu Yong lay exhausted, fast asleep. Just then, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host, on completing the communication task. Task rating, S. You have received the following rewards: 7 million dragon coins. The pregnancy probability interface has been unlocked. You can now check the pregnancy probability of your target. The higher the probability, the greater the chance of conception. An S rating. System, how is this rating determined? The task rating is based on the host's level of excitement. So that's it. No wonder the rating is high. Others may not realize how excited he was, but he was fully aware. This second reward is intriguing. The ability to check the pregnancy probability of a target is tailor-made for him. Musing this over, he glanced at the slumbering Lu Yong and discovered a new entry on her blue interface. Pregnancy probability, 90, with a 100 chance of conception within 7 days. Wow. A 100 chance of conception within 7 days. System, is this data accurate? Rest assured, host, all system data is entirely authentic and reliable, with no discrepancies. Excellent. Initially, he had worried about finding someone who couldn't bear him children, but that concern no longer existed. He decided to check Hong Na's pregnancy probability. Moments later, he arrived at Hong Na's room. Hong Na was still engrossed in her shopping, completely unaware of his presence. Lin Ce chose not to disturb her and stood still, examining her interface. Name, Hong Na. Age, 26. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 93 kilograms. Appearance, 96. Pregnancy probability, 60, with a 70 chance of conception within 7 days. Comprehensive score, 89/60. Why is it so low? It made sense. It was improbable that both women would perfectly match his highly fertile constitution. Nonetheless, it was fine. If the probability was lacking, he could make up for it with frequency. Is she truly your best friend? Lin Ce exclaimed incredulously, gazing at Hong Na. Absolutely, she is my true best friend. Hong Na smirked. But I recall she is a social media influencer. How could a lifestyle manager like you be her friend? Lin Ce queried, puzzled. I previously worked in sales, and she was one of my clients. We became best friends over time. Sales. What did you sell? A secret, I won't tell you. Hong Na winked playfully. The next moment, she nestled like a lazy kitten in Lin Ce's embrace. Purring, you introduced me to such a beautiful woman. Don't you think you should express your gratitude? Tell me, what do you want, my little greedy cat? I just saw a bag I liked. Didn't I just transfer you 1 million? But I want you to buy it for me. All right, I'll take you shopping tomorrow. Yay. Darling, I love you. Is it me you love, or my money? Of course I love both. I don't believe that unless you let me verify it. I Haven T. Chapter 10, Su Yun pregnant. The following morning, the sun shone brightly as a gentle breeze flowed. Lu Yong, lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the new and unfamiliar ceiling above. She felt no trace of panic. Rather, she was filled with a yearning and anticipation for a beautiful future. After lying on the bed for a while, she dragged her somewhat weary body into the washroom. When she emerged, she was adorned in a lovely outfit and had meticulously applied her makeup. During her relationship with Zhang Yang, her days were consumed with work, and her nights were spent tidying up her home, a relentless cycle from dawn till dusk. She could hardly recall the last time she had taken such care in her appearance. Now, she was resolute in her desire to leave that former life behind. She aspired to live freely and joyfully, much like her friends and classmates showcased on social media. As Lin Ce had said, she was determined to bid farewell to her past and embark on a new chapter. However, upon entering the living room, she was dismayed to find no sign of him. Only a barefoot beauty languidly reclined on the sofa. She had intended to show him her exquisite lace dress, but just as she was sinking into disappointment, a bright voice rang out beside her. "Wow, Sister Yang, you look stunning today." Meanwhile, Lin Ce had arrived early at his old residence in the Malanchon community. Looking around at the tidy little nest he had inhabited for 3 years, he felt a pang of nostalgia. After a brief moment, he gathered a few belongings and stepped out with his suitcase. As fate would have it, upon reaching Su Yun's door, it swung open with a creak. Before him stood Su Yun, the very person who had helped him in such a crucial moment. Yet, she appeared somewhat haggard, as if she had not slept in days. Upon seeing Lin Ce, a flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, her gaze fell on the suitcase in his hand. "Are you going on a trip?" she stammered, breaking the awkward silence that enveloped them. "No, I'm moving away," Lin Ce replied, shaking his head. His tone was calm, concealing the tumult of thoughts swirling within. Yet, the depth of his eyes revealed a complex array of emotions. "What? You're moving away?" Su Yun's expression changed dramatically. Having avoided him the previous day out of fear of an awkward encounter, she was shocked to confront him so suddenly this morning. What surprised her even more was the revelation that he intended to leave. After a brief moment of astonishment, she bit her lip and asked, "Is it because of me?" Lin Ce smiled and shook his head. "Not entirely. I've lived here for 3 years, and it's time for a change of scenery." The remainder of his words faded from her ears, as her mind fixated on the implication of "not entirely." It suggested that her presence was indeed a factor in his decision to leave. She should have felt relief. Lin Ce moving away would allow her to return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of loss washed over her, accompanied by a sudden urge to retain him. At that moment, Lin Ce recalled something and continued, "Oh, by the way, Sister Su, you left your card behind yesterday." He produced the bank card he had just discovered in his room. Staring at the card, valued at 100,000, Su Yun hesitated to respond. Her sparkling eyes seemed to convey an unspoken sentiment. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "No, you keep it. I don't need it anymore." Lin Ce did not press her further. "Very well then, Sister Su. If all is well, I shall take my leave." He bowed deeply to her before grasping his suitcase and preparing to exit. However, just a few steps away, he heard Su Yun's nervous, trembling voice behind him. I made lean meat porridge. Would you like to have some before you go?" Lin Ce halted, a smile breaking across his face. "Sure." In a swift transition, he found himself once again in Su Yun's home as a guest. This was not his first visit. He had come over a few times before. He had hoped to avoid imposing, but the neighbor's hospitality was overwhelming. He had expected that after their intimate encounter, Su Yun would shy away from him, yet. "Oh, right, check the pregnancy probability." He immediately redirected his gaze toward the busy figure in the kitchen. Name, Su Yun. Age, 37. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 98 pounds. Attractiveness, 96. Pregnancy probability, 100. Target currently in conception. Overall score, 88. What? Currently in conception. Is that what I think it means? Host, to report, Su Yun is already pregnant. It will only take a few days to nurture a new life. My goodness. It truly happened. Initially, he had thought Lu Yang would be the first to conceive. Who would have guessed that it would be Su Yun? If that were the case, he could not just walk away without a second thought. In the kitchen, Su Yun was busy preparing lean meat porridge. Having cooked it for decades, she was familiar with every step. Even with her eyes closed, she could make it perfectly. Yet, today, she seemed distracted, a faint sorrow etched across her brow. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands enveloped her from behind, catching her completely off guard. In the solitude of the house, she needed no glance back to identify the owner of those hands. "What are you doing? Let go of me," she stammered, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Yet, Lin Ce's strength was overwhelming. No matter how hard she fought, she could not budge him. As her anxiety escalated, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Just as she was on the brink of despair, a low, pleading voice murmured in her ear. "I'm moving away. Please let me hold you one last time." That voice, laden with profound sadness, evoked a wave of compassion within her. Her body froze as if time had stopped, halting all attempts to escape. Sensing her stillness, Lin Ce instinctively tightened his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Thus, They stood quietly before the stove, enveloped in silence, with only the steam rising from the pot to break the stillness. After an indeterminate time, Lin Ce finally disrupted the rare and intimate tranquility. Su-Yun, I like you. What did you say? Su-Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite cheeks colored with astonishment. Whether you believe it or not, I truly like you. The scene shifted to reveal Su-Yun alone in the kitchen. After a long while, she regained her composure. Her gaze fell upon the bank card resting on the stove, her heart swirling with complex emotions. This scoundrel. Chapter 11. The first encounter with Tao Xiaotao. What did you say? You want everything. Inside a luxury goods store. The beautiful store manager stared wide-eyed, stammering at the man before her. Beside her, Hong Na and Lu Yong wore equally bewildered expressions. However, Lin Ce offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly. Please wrap up everything we just looked at. As the store manager snapped back to reality, her face lit up with joy. All right, please wait a moment. She then called her staff to begin packing. In no time, several bags piled up before Hong Na and Lu Yong. Observing the silent duo, Lin Ce could not help but inquire, what's wrong? Don't you want any? No, it's just that you bought too much. Hong Na chuckled, incredulous. Although she was materialistic and had a penchant for luxury brands, she understood the principle of earning through rightful means. However, Lin Ce's sudden purchase of so many items left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As for Lu Yong, who stood beside her, it was even more pronounced. Having scarcely used any luxury items before, her mind went blank at the sight of numerous designer bags laid before her. In stark contrast, Lin Ce remained composed. I have mentioned before that being my woman will ensure a life of wealth and prosperity. This is merely the beginning. So, shall we accept these? He teased. I've already paid. Are you going to wait for me to give them to another woman? No sooner had he spoken than Hong Na, protective of her possessions, sprang into action. What a lovely thought. These are all mine. In the blink of an eye, her hands and arms were laden with an array of bags. Yet many remained untouched on the floor. Seeing this, Hong Na immediately nudged Lu Yong. Sister Yong, why aren't you taking any? If you don't, this guy will just give them to another woman. Lu Yong, though tempted, appeared shy. As Lu Yong hesitated, a melodious voice suddenly resonated within the store. What is going on here? Are you plundering the shop? Turning towards the sound, they saw an exquisite young girl enter, clad in a pink princess dress, resembling a porcelain doll. At that moment, another excited scream erupted. Soon after, Hong Na dashed towards the elegantly featured girl, bags in tow. Tao, look. These are all gifts from my husband, the latest styles. When did you get a husband? The girl frowned. I forgot to introduce you. Come with me, Tao. Before long, Hong Na brought the girl before Lin Ce. Tao, let me introduce you to my husband, Lin Ce, an incredibly wealthy and formidable tycoon. Lin Ce smiled warmly, extending his hand politely. Hello, I've heard much about you. However, the beautiful girl seemed uninterested in acknowledging him. Tugging Hong Na towards a corner instead, Lin Ce was unfazed. His gaze shifted to the profile of this internet sensation. Name, Tao Xiaotao. Age, 22. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Beauty rating, 97. Pregnancy probability, 75, 78 within 7 days. Overall score, 91, though her pregnancy probability was slightly lower. Her beauty was undeniably striking, especially those two captivating features. Truly, she was the ultimate temptation for any devoted admirer. While Lin Ce pondered how to win over Tao Xiaotao, a delicate hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Turning, he discovered Lu Yong biting her lip, still hesitant. What's the matter? He inquired. I only need one bag. Please return the rest. Lu Yong murmured softly. Lin Ce glanced at the bags scattered on the floor, shaking his head with a smile. I do not take back gifts once given. But these are too expensive, Lu Yong protested, biting her lip. Lu Yong, now that you are with me, you must cast aside old notions and worries. All you need to do is live happily as a woman. Can I really? She asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Of course. I expect you to carry on my lineage. I understand, thank you. Several minutes later, Lin Ce departed the store with the two women and the recently arrived Tao Xiaotao. However, after conversing with Hong Na, Tao Xiaotao began to act strangely. Her gaze fixed on Lin Ce, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and conflict. Soon, the four arrived at a designer clothing store. If they were to bid farewell to the past, a complete transformation was in order. The first step was, of course, their attire. Upon entering the store, Hong Na eagerly selected several beautiful outfits and disappeared into the fitting room. Following her earlier candid exchange with Lin Ce, Lu Yong shed her shyness, choosing a few outfits and heading into the fitting room as well. This left Lin Ce and Tao Xiaotao alone together. Aren't you going to try anything on? Lin Ce broke the silence. Tao Xiao shot him a glare. They are your women, using your card. Why should I try on clothes with them? Fair point. But I believe you should give it a try. Perhaps I would be willing to cover the cost for you. Absolutely not. I refuse to accept charity. Tao Xiao retorted. Lin Ce was taken aback by her firm refusal, having assumed she would be as materialistic as Hong Na. Yet, it seemed he had misjudged her. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, believing that she wouldn't remain indifferent forever. Thus, the two lingered outside while Hong Na and Lu Yong excitedly selected their favorite outfits. With each piece they tried on, Lin Ce instructed the staff to package them up. Gradually, the number of shopping bags piled up. Meanwhile, the initially composed Tao Xiao began to show signs of struggle against the overwhelming situation. At that moment, Lin Ce approached her with a long dress that suited her perfectly. However, before he could speak, Tao Xiao rejected him outright. Why are you doing this? I've already told you I don't want your charity. Unfazed, Lin Ce smiled. This is not charity. It is a gift between friends. Seeing that Tao Xiao remained unmoved, Lin Ce decided to employ his trump card. We still have many more stores to visit and numerous items to purchase. Do you intend to simply watch? Before he could finish, he felt the weight in his hand vanish. Looking down, he saw that Tao Xiao had already taken the long dress and entered the fitting room, along with a few additional pieces. So what if she was an internet sensation? Who could resist the allure of wealth? Just when Lin Ce was feeling smug about his small victory, a timid hand tugged at his shirt. Turning around, he found a shy salesgirl from the store. Sir, can I be your woman? She asked, biting her lip nervously. But I already have a girlfriend, or rather, two, and soon perhaps three, he replied. I don't mind. I'm easy to please. Chapter 12, Tao Xiao's shock. Hey, how much were those clothes? Hand me the bill, and I'll transfer the money. Just outside the clothing store, Tao Xiao called out to Lin Ce, who was walking ahead. There's no need. Consider it a gift from me. I don't need your gifts. I have my own money. Tao Xiao declared confidently, puffing out her chest. After all, she boasted hundreds of thousands of followers and belonged to a high-income bracket. Why would she take advantage of someone else, especially Lin Ce? So, you insist on paying for yourself? Lin Ce asked, narrowing his eyes with a smirk. Absolutely. Now, give me the bill. All right, then transfer me 1 million. Tell me, great internet celebrity Tao, will you pay directly, or? Before he could finish, a sharp scream interrupted him. What? 1 million? Are you robbing me? You insisted on paying for yourself. I'm only paying for my own items. I didn't ask you to cover the entire bill. As Tao Xiao appeared ready to explode, her good friend Hong Na quickly stepped in to calm her down. Xiao, he's just joking. Don't take it seriously. I believe he's doing this on purpose. How could that be? How about this? Consider it a gift from me, and that should suffice. After much persuasion from Hong Na, Tao Xiao relented, though her gaze towards Lin Ce was laced with lingering resentment. With that minor incident behind them, Lin Ce continued to lead the three women through every store, adhering to one principle: only the expensive, not necessarily the right. He had a mere 3 hours at his disposal, during which he needed to expend all the money he possessed. Unfortunately, 16 million was an overwhelming sum. Even with his extravagant spending on various items for the three women, he had scarcely managed to part with less than 10 million. With less than an hour remaining until the deadline, he swiftly devised a plan to deplete his balance. The scene shifted, and the four of them arrived at a nearby 4S dealership. Darling, what are we doing here? Hong Na cooed. If she had harbored any doubts about Lin Ce before, they had now completely evaporated. Her sole objective was to dutifully embrace her role as Lin Ce's woman and bear his heirs. What else could it be? Of course. I'm here to buy you all cars. Tao interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Previously, she had insisted on paying for her own purchases, and as they continued shopping, Lin Ce had not offered to cover any of her selections, leaving her to swipe her own card. Although she was affluent, the luxury brands they were perusing had significantly depleted her balance. Naturally, she could not blame anyone but herself for the items she wished to buy. However, she had taken a quiet grudge against Lin Ce for the situation. Since we're buying, let us go all the way. If we bought once, we should continue to buy? Upon hearing about the cars, Hong Na's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she had no idea how much Lin Ce had spent that day, she could surmise it was a staggering amount. Having already spent so much, purchasing a car seemed plausible. With eager anticipation, she turned to Lin Ce and asked, Darling, are you really going to buy us cars? On the other side, Lu Yong remained silent, yet her expectant gaze spoke volumes. What else would I bring you to a 4S dealership for? Lin Ce confirmed. Indeed, this is my final strategy to exhaust my funds. While I could indulge in luxury goods, that would create clutter. A car is both an extravagant item and a status symbol, perfect for two lovely ladies. Ah, you're too wonderful, darling. I adore you, Hong Na exclaimed, showering Lin Ce with affection at the dealership entrance. However, her joy was short-lived as Cao Cao splashed cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't celebrate too soon. Have you forgotten you failed your driving test 8 times? At this, Hong Na pouted discontentedly. I'm sorry, darling. I don't have a driver's license, so I might not be able to buy a car. Lin Ce frowned, not anticipating such a setback at a critical moment. He then turned to Lu Yang, asking, what about you, Yang Jie? You don't lack a driver's license, do you? No, I have a license, Lu Yang quickly responded, prompting Lin Ce to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Lu Yang worked at the 4S dealership. It seemed implausible that she wouldn't have a license. All right then, let us head inside. Half an hour later, the four emerged from the dealership, now bearing car purchase contracts. Contrary to their earlier entry, both Lu Yang and Hong Na had signed for their vehicles. Indeed, Lin Ce had purchased cars for both women. Even though Hong Na lacked a license, Hong Na had chosen a foreign sports car, priced around 4 million, while Lu Yang opted for a practical business vehicle, costing slightly less at 2 million. Regrettably, there were no cars in stock, so both women would have to wait a while to collect their vehicles. Witnessing the two sign their names left Cao Cao utterly astounded. Luxury items such as clothing, handbags, and cosmetics were merely tools to win a woman's favor. Should she ever be cast aside, those items might very well need to be returned. But a car was different. It represented a tangible asset. Once signed, it belonged to them, and its significance was entirely different. She could accept the car purchase, recognizing that vehicles vary in quality. However, she was taken aback that this man had casually spent 6 million. It was beyond extravagant. Now she understood why Hong Na insisted she donned her battle attire for the occasion. Nonetheless, Cao Cao was not a woman easily dazzled by wealth. Now that the cars are bought, I'll be heading back. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Aren't you joining us for dinner? Hong Na inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Cao Cao shook her head. Perhaps next time. She could not linger any longer. Staying would only lead her to question her very existence in the presence of this man. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. It was best to take her leave. After bidding farewell to Hong Na and Lu Yang, Cao Cao departed, leaving a friendly gesture towards Lin Ce as she exited. Once Cao Cao had left, Lin Ce turned to Hong Na in confusion. Didn't you say she would be easy to win over? I see no sign of that. Hong Na appeared equally puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Cao Cao once told me her greatest wish was to marry a wealthy man. That's why she became an influencer, to put herself out there. Could it be that she minds you already have 2 girlfriends? Lu Yang interjected suddenly. That's a possibility, Lin Ce mused. He had initially thought they might add a new member to their family today. But it seemed they would need to seek another opportunity. Did we not increase our numbers? Did we? You can't honestly believe we didn't notice you flirting with those beautiful waitresses, can you? Flirting? When did that happen? I was unaware. As expected. Men are often oblivious, indulging in their current affairs while casting glances at other prospects. I'm merely concerned with continuing the family line. Chapter 13. Actively seeking support. The atmosphere in the suite was filled with fragmented sounds. Have you truly made your decision? Yes. I don't care about your marital status or whether you have a girlfriend. As long as you provide me with some funds each month, I shall happily be your woman on the side. And what about your boyfriend? I will sever ties with him completely. Very well, we'll proceed as discussed. I will find you an apartment and provide you with 50,000 a month. 50,000. Is that too little? No, I meant that as far too much. Receiving 50,000 comes with conditions. What conditions? You must bear a child for me. A child? Indeed, I require a child. But we are merely an hour past. System, dispense the rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Task rating. A. You have received a reward of 1 million dragon coins. Only 1 million dragon coins. However, it was understandable, given the low aggregate rating of this interaction partner. The woman in bed was none other than the waitress who had sought an arrangement earlier that morning. Her name was quite melodious, Wang Ying. At 24 years old, standing 165 centimeters tall and weighing 85 kilograms, she possessed a beauty rating of only 83, yielding an overall score of 71. Compared to Lu Yang and Hong Na, she fell significantly short. However, her probability of conception was notably high, with a comprehensive probability of 89 and a staggering 98 chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Her statistics were comparable to Lu Yang's. Thus, he decisively chose to bring her under his wing. After all, such arrangements were commonplace. Wealthy individuals often maintained numerous mistresses. What was wrong with emulating them? Unfazed by the absence of funds, Lin Ce shifted his focus back to his bank account balance. 684, 395, 111. You read that correctly. It was an 8-digit figure. As for the source of such wealth, it was undoubtedly the result of a five-fold spending rebate. If he spent all 16 million he had, his net worth would have surged to over 80 million. Yet, he was already quite content with the outcome. 2 days ago, he was merely a small fry in the company, laboring under the weight of his duties while occasionally becoming the target of his superiors' ridicule. Yet, in less than 48 hours, he had orchestrated a remarkable turnaround in his life, accomplishing feats that countless men only dream of. It felt utterly surreal. Memories of his previous workplace flooded his mind, particularly the unforgettable figure that had captured his heart. If Su Yun was the first woman in his life, then Lu Ruhua was the first woman he truly adored. Alas, one was bound by family ties, and the other was so perfect that even now, he felt he could not win her over. At that moment, a soft murmur broke the silence. It was Wang Ying, who had just awakened from her slumber. "Why are you sitting there all alone?" she inquired. For a fleeting moment, Lin Ce mistakenly envisioned Wang Ying as Lu Ruhua. They shared the same physique, the same eyes, and even the identical mannerisms when yawning. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lin Ce approached her. "Is there something on my face?" Wang Ying asked, puzzled. "No, you look perfect just as you are," he replied, leaving her even more bewildered. Before she could ponder further, his lips pressed against hers, and soon they both fell into a haze of passion. An hour later, as they exited the hotel, Lin Ce spoke first. "You should head back and tidy up. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow." Having regained his clarity, he no longer felt the same impulsive desire towards Wang Ying. "Then I shall take my leave," she said, turning back multiple times as she walked away, lingering in his gaze until she vanished from sight. Pulling out his phone, Lin Ce dialed a number. "Hello, Hongna, do you know any real estate agents?" More than half an hour later, he arrived at a mid-range residential complex named Harem. As he stepped out of his car, a striking female sales representative approached him. Introducing herself. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am sales representative Xiao Wang." He glanced at her features. Her beauty surpassed that of Wang Ying, boasting an impressive score of 8. Yet, the probability of her becoming pregnant was a mere 30. Although there was a chance, pursuing her would require a significant investment of time and energy, leading Lin Ce to decisively decline. After a brief exchange, he followed Xiao Wang into the complex. The building had recently been launched, and the number of residents was still low, which appealed to Lin Ce's desire for privacy, despite his indifference to public opinion. Soon, they arrived at a model apartment. It was neither too large nor too small, boasting a generous 80 square meters. The layout included a separate bedroom, living room, kitchen, and even a small study. The interior was tastefully decorated, with complete appliances. Lin Ce nodded in approval and asked Xiao Wang, "Are all the other units configured the same way?" "Yes, Mr. Lin." She replied promptly. "And what is the price for such a unit?" He inquired further. "This is a premium studio apartment. If you are truly interested, I can offer it to you for 5 million. 5 million for a studio?" Lin Ce furrowed his brow. He had anticipated a high price, but not one this steep. If it could accommodate multiple residents, it might be justified, but for a single studio, it seemed excessive. Sensing his hesitation, Xiao Wang quickly added, "If you find purchasing the entire unit unfeasible, we also offer annual rentals." "Oh, it can be rented?" "Yes, Mr. Lin. The monthly rent is 20,000. This price seemed reasonable. Renting here also grants you the same services as the property owner. It's quite a deal. What do you think?" "All right, let us proceed with the rental. Then let us move to a different location to sign the contract." As they transitioned to the elevator, it halted on the 12th floor. Just then, a rebellious girl clad in short shorts and a jacket, with golden hair cascading down, entered. Upon seeing her, Lin Ce's interest piqued. Not only because of her striking beauty, but also due to her high probability of pregnancy. What luck! He had stumbled upon a promising opportunity while merely viewing properties. "Why are you staring? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" the girl challenged after catching him gazing at her for what felt like an eternity. "Indeed, I've never encountered someone as beautiful as you," Lin Ce replied nonchalantly, undeterred. His candid compliment left both Xiao Wang and the golden-haired girl momentarily speechless. However, the girl quickly regained her composure, adopting a mocking expression. "You're handsome, but your pickup lines are painfully cliché." "I'm merely speaking the truth," Lin Ce chuckled, his gaze unwavering. With a glance at her profile, he noted, "Name, Bairuo age, 19 height, 163 centimeters weight, 79 kilograms, a note on weight. Many claim she is too thin, but the author knows individuals of such slenderness, and it's no exaggeration. Beauty score, 97 pregnancy probability, 95. And a 100 chance within 7 days. Overall score, 95. Such a likelihood of pregnancy, aside from the already expecting Su Yun, was the highest Lin Ce had encountered. Moreover, Her beauty and overall score were remarkably high. He was determined not to let this chance slip away. Could I have your WeChat? He asked directly. Give you my WeChat. On what grounds? Just because you're handsome? Bai Ruo replied with a hint of disdain. Is that not enough? His straightforward, self-assured remark rendered both women in the elevator momentarily speechless. When the elevator reached the ground floor, Bai Ruo finally spoke. I might, but I'm not interested in you. Don't waste your efforts, old man. She then flashed him a middle finger before strutting out of the elevator. As her figure disappeared from view, Lin Ce mused, fascinating. We shall meet again, Bai Ruo. The scene shifted, and Lin Ce found himself back at Li Shiyuan. No sooner had he entered than a lovely silhouette rushed towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was Hong Na. Darling, where have you been? Why are you only just returning? I told you I was going to view some properties. Her eyes visibly brightened at this revelation. So, did you really go to buy us a house? Not exactly. The house isn't for you. What? Not for us. Disappointment washed over her features. Lin Ce, unfazed, scanned the empty living room and asked, Where's Lu Yang? She went out to buy groceries. Why is she out shopping for groceries? Lu Yang said you bought so many things today that she wanted to personally cook a grand meal to thank you. And what about you? I don't cook, so I stayed behind. I asked if you're not going to thank me. I've spent no less than 8 million on you today. Of course, I'm grateful. That's why I rushed over as soon as you returned. Darling, when do you think I'll become pregnant? Are you anxious? Lin Ce inquired with curiosity. Not really. I'm just curious about the reward you mentioned. Speaking of rewards, Lin Ce was equally intrigued. However, he had only completed daily tasks, with none of the core storyline tasks accomplished yet. He was uncertain of the rewards awaiting him. One thing was for certain. They would undoubtedly surpass the rewards for daily tasks by a significant margin. Since you are curious, why not muster some determination and conceive a child soon? Then you shall find out. I too wish to conceive. Yet pregnancy is not something that can be achieved at will. Hong Na's voice carried a hint of melancholy. After a brief moment of discontent, Hong Na suddenly added, Darling, I mean just if, I cannot bear you an heir, would you abandon me? Do you think I would? I believe you wouldn't, husband. Why? Because I am Hong Na. As she spoke, the rejuvenated Hong Na once again nestled close, her hands gliding like serpents. You little enchantress. Indeed, I am the mischievous spirit that delights my master. By the time they exited the room, darkness had enveloped the sky, yet Lu Yang was still bustling about in the kitchen. Perhaps sensing something, Lu Yang cheerfully turned to the two who had just emerged. The dishes will be ready shortly. Please take a seat. Before long, the three gathered around the dining table. How is it? Is it delicious? Lu Yang gazed at the man before her with eager anticipation, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mix of nervousness and excitement. With food still in her mouth, Hong Na hurriedly nodded and mumbled, Delicious. Incredibly delicious. Even better than what the chefs at restaurants prepare. At that moment, the previously silent Lin Ce put down his chopsticks, curiously regarding Lu Yang. Aren't you a car salesperson? How come your cooking is so exquisite? Clearly, he too was astonished by Lu Yang's culinary skills. He had initially thought Lu Yang was merely an ordinary car salesperson, unaware of her remarkable culinary prowess. Lu Yang smiled gently, revealing her adorable dimples. I was born in the countryside, and my family was not well off. So I learned to prepare simple meals from a young age. Even though I am quite busy now, I always make time to cook dishes I enjoy. With time, my culinary skills naturally improved. Wow, to have such talent without formal training. It seems, Sister Yang, you possess an extraordinary gift for cooking, Hong Na exclaimed. Lin Ce nodded in agreement. Indeed, she has a remarkable talent. Lu Yang blushed slightly, humbly replying, I just dabble whenever I have some spare time. To reach such a level merely by dabbling speaks volumes of your innate talent, Sister Yang, Hong Na reiterated. All right, enough praise. Let's eat before the food cools down. Rest assured, I shall devour every morsel. Slow down, no one is competing with you. After dinner, the two sisters sat on the sofa, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Lin Ce reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a live stream. Upon closer inspection, the beautiful girl in the live stream was none other than the internet celebrity, Tao Xiaotao, whom Lin Ce had just met that day. In the stream, Tao Xiaotao donned a striking red gown, resembling a bride ready for her wedding. The viewers in the chat were fervently calling out, wife. Of course, aside from wife, there were also numerous outrageous comments, such as one user with the username 9527 suddenly calling her mom in front of thousands of viewers. Another user, Jbeo, openly flooded the chat with, Darling, I finally found you. To this, Lin Ce merely scoffed and sent a carnival gift. Wow. Thank you, Brother Sima Ben Tong, for the carnival gift. Sending hearts your way. Chapter 15. Is live streaming a money-making scheme? Wow. Thank you, Brother Sima Ben Tong, for yet another carnival gift. Brother, please. No more gifts, it's too extravagant. As she watched the continuous stream of special effects on the screen, Tao Xiaotao could hardly contain her smile. Having spent a considerable amount earlier with Lin Ce, she hoped to earn some money by starting her broadcast early today. To her surprise, shortly after beginning, a fool began spamming the chat. In just a few minutes, she had received no less than 20 carnival gifts. Each carnival gift was worth 3,000. And after the platform's cut, she would net 1,500. A sum of 1,500 multiplied by 10 yields 15,000. Although this amount fell short of her earlier expenses, it was already equivalent to several days' worth of earnings from her live streams. And this was merely the beginning. Just as Tao Xiaotao feigned concern for her generous viewers' spending habits, the chat erupted in excitement. Agent 007, has our Xiaotao finally found a big brother? 9527, Brother Sima Bin Tong, do you need a younger brother? With 10 years of experience, I assure you, I'm trustworthy. Not a fan of cilantro, Brother Sima Bin Tong, check your private messages. Besides these fawning comments, the most vocal demands in the chat were for AP. This was a popular activity among many streamers, as P allowed viewers to accumulate points by gifting. There had been instances where a wealthy viewer spent millions on a particular streamer. After deducting the platform's share, taxes, and so forth, the streamer would still receive a substantial sum. Compared to traditional begging during streams, P was undoubtedly the most lucrative venture. Observing that the chat had already gained momentum, Tao Xiaotao did not rush to capitalize on it. Her primary target was still the newly arrived brother Sima Bin Tong. She needed to cater to him well. Brother Sima Bin Tong, what would you like to see me do today? I'll follow your lead. No sooner had she spoken than a golden comment floated across the screen, an exclusive feature for VIPs. Sima Bin Tong, just arrived in Y City, let us exchange WeChat. Simple and straightforward. Tao Xiaotao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her playful demeanor. I don't easily add people on WeChat. The underlying message was clear, brother. You need to contribute more if you want to add me. Thus, the chatroom of just 3,000 viewers erupted once again with carnival gifts worth 3,000 dragon coins flooding in. Before long, the stream had surged into the top 3 on the Y City popularity leaderboard, with the viewer count skyrocketing to 10,000. Tao Xiaotao, experiencing such unprecedented heat, felt her breath quicken. She had lost count of how many carnival gifts she had received, 50? Or perhaps 100. Dear viewers, I need to take a call. Please enjoy some music while I step away. I'll be back shortly. With that, Tao Xiaotao exited the live stream at lightning speed. The viewers who had been following her from the beginning erupted in despair. Why City's Wu Yanzu now? Tao, did you not promise to love only me in this lifetime? How could you add someone else? Giant Sculpture King, I'm so envious. Why am I so poor? Jbeo, darling, how could you betray me? Clearly, they understood that her sudden departure was for a specific purpose. Witnessing this, Lin Ce couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, in the next moment, he received a private message from none other than the internet celebrity Tao Xiaotao herself. Tao Xiaotao, brother, here is my WeChat, please add me. Before long, Lin Ce had successfully added Tao Xiaotao on WeChat. Earlier that day, he had asked her for her WeChat multiple times, but she had adamantly refused. Little did he know that a change in identity would yield such results. Indeed, no one can resist the allure of wealth. Once they were connected on WeChat, Lin Ce got straight to the point. I'm in Y City. How about we go out for a meal? Tao Xiaotao, brother, I still have to stream. Lin Ce, take a day off. The gifts I sent you today should suffice for your earnings. Tao Xiaotao, but I still have streaming hours to fulfill for my guild. I've already taken one day off. Lin Ce, Tao Xiaotao, let's do it this way. Brother, help me win 2 rounds of P. Once I upload the data, the guild should grant my leave request as an exception. Lin Ce, alright, you can start. Tao Xiaotao, thank you. Big brother, sending love. Returning to the live broadcast, Tao Xiaotao immediately feigned concern. Apologies, everyone, my father just called to inform me that my mother has been hospitalized, so I may need to end the stream early today. However, I promised everyone that I would play P, so I will finish 2 rounds before signing off. The unaware audience was deeply moved. Blue Ocean, the host is so wonderful. Even with a sick mother, she still leads us into battle. Rest assured, even if it costs me everything, I will support you in winning P today. Sharpening knives. For our mother, let's charge forth. Under the enthusiastic support of the crowd, Tao Xiaotao commenced her first P match. Her opponent was a cute girl named Meng Wanzi, boasting 1 million followers and a staggering audience of 20,000. Yet, Tao Xiaotao had fewer than 6,000 viewers. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, for she had her brother. Sister, shall we play P? Tao Xiaotao greeted warmly. When out in the world, one must wear an expressive demeanor and showcase their assets. Otherwise, How could one attract passersby? Typically, Meng Wanzi refrained from engaging with competitors of lower ranks, as she couldn't earn anything if her opponent had no points. However, upon witnessing the astonishing gift values from the top rank, her perspective shifted instantly. With a charming smile, her bright voice echoed, "Sure, sister, how shall we play? Whoever loses must send the other 10 carnivals." The penalty startled Meng Wanzi. "Sister, your intention to earn money is quite evident. To play or not to play?" 10 carnivals was no small sum. Although she had 20,000 viewers, the number on the opposite side had surged to 150,000. Where had her audience gone? Upon closer inspection, she realized that 5,000 had been lured away by that enchanting figure. What initially appeared to be an uneven match had now become a fierce competition. Just as she hesitated, a golden barrage of messages appeared on the screen. "Oriental is defeated. Fight. Give it your all." With Oriental's encouragement, Meng Wanzi decided to take up the challenge. "Brother Oriental, you must help me with votes, or else I won't pay you any attention." With every brother, who could possibly resist? Even before P had commenced, the mysterious figure known as Oriental was already flooding the chat with gifts, causing Meng Wanzi to giggle. Yet the barrage of comments below was unanimous. "Big brother, are you out of your mind?" Meanwhile, Tao Xiaotao employed various tactics to garner more support in the upcoming P. "Everyone, my mother is ill, and I haven't even visited her yet. You wouldn't let me lose P, would you?" Chapter 16. Oh no, I've encountered a true big brother. After much anticipation, the moment arrived. Once both sides were prepared, the long-awaited clash between Tao Xiaotao and Meng Wanzi officially commenced. Tao Xiaotao, everyone, you may begin casting your votes. Tao Xiaotao, wow. Thank you, Big Brother 9527, for the 520 little hearts. Love you. Tao Xiaotao. Thank you, Big Brother 1314, for the 10 large beers. Sending love. Tao Xiaotao. Thank you for the big rocket, Big Brother. Moi? With Tao Xiaotao's ample emotional appeal, every viewer contributed their strength. In no time, her score skyrocketed to an astonishing 10,086, truly illustrating the power of collective effort. Seeing the formidable force from the opposite side, Meng Wanzi quickly rallied her supporters. "Meng Wanzi, everyone with votes, please cast them. We absolutely cannot lose. If we do, Meng Meng won't have money to eat. Brothers, surely you don't want Meng Meng to go hungry." The response was a resounding, "We don't want that." Mountain pressing down. Second company commander, fire at will. Gray mood. "Meng Meng, I'm giving you all my accumulated dough coins from the past month. Go for it." Deep affection never goes unrewarded. Those with money, please support financially. Those without, share the live stream to help Meng Meng. With a flurry of enthusiastic supporters, Meng Wanzi swiftly surpassed Tao Xiaotao in points. Just then, the double points period commenced. Within 1 minute, gifts would yield double the points, marking the fastest time for broadcasters to accumulate scores during P. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Xiaotao immediately called upon her brothers. "Brothers, it's time to take action. We're in double points mode. Let's crush the opponent's health bar." No sooner had she spoken than LV59 Little White Dragon began showering the live stream with effects. Tao Xiaotao. Thank you, Dragon Brother, for the big rocket. Tao Xiaotao. Thank you, Dragon Brother, for the Ferris wheel. In mere seconds, her score surged ahead. However, Meng Wanzi merely scoffed. For her big brother had yet to take action. She pouted and instantly adopted a pitiful expression. The next moment, a series of 10 carnivals illuminated the screen. The health bar that had just been gaining ground was instantly reversed. Seeing this, Tao Xiaotao resorted to her second soul skill, pouting. "Dragon Brother, my health bar is about to disappear. Can you bear to see me in tears?" The answer was, of course, a resounding no. 9527. Second company commander, fire at will. Little White Dragon unleashed 10 consecutive carnivals, pushing back the opposition. Meng Wanzi was taken aback. She thought her opponent had run out of steam. But unexpectedly, Meng Wanzi, "Brother Oriental, they're bullying me. Oriental is defeated. Wait and see how I obliterate their health bar." Following the flurry of messages, a series of dragon effects began to dominate the screen, signifying the identity and status within Douyin. Dragon's Roar. One dragon was worth 10,000 dragon coins. 10 dragons charged forth, leaving no survivors. What had once been an evenly matched contest suddenly turned into a one-sided affair, just as Oriental had predicted. The opponent's health bar was indeed vanquished. Witnessing this scene, Tao Xiaotao's expression paled. She realized the opposing force was formidable, far more than she had anticipated. Before she could call for help from Little White Dragon, the latter had already sent a message pleading for mercy. "Little White Dragon, Tao Tao, I've done my best. Let us call it a day. Their big brother is too strong. Let it go? How could that be? She was a money-making streamer. Grabbing her phone, she began to sweet-talk the mysterious benefactor. Big brother, the data for this P is nearly complete. But you must help me win this match so I can join you for a meal. You will help me, won't you? The big brother remained silent, merely showering gifts. User galloping forward, Dragon's Roar. User galloping forward, Dragon's Roar 2. User galloping forward, code 007. The real big brother has arrived. 9527. Next up is the one and only handsome Lee Sherhouse real big brother, galloping forward. Y era. Wow, how many Dragon's Roars is that? 20? 30? Not fond of cilantro. Daddy, check your private messages, please. With galloping forward's sudden entry, the previously one-sided situation was once again reversed. Meng Wanzi's lips trembled as her health bar became invisible. This time, it was hers. No, I can't just give up. Even if I lose, I must secure more points. Applying some eye drops, she choked back tears. Brother Oriental, what? What do we do now? The audience in the live stream was abuzz with chatter. Green Hair Turtle, Oriental is defeated, hurry up. Three's Company, Big Brother, act now. Obliterate the opponent. They are too arrogant. Yet, as the principal party involved, Oriental was feeling overwhelmed. Previously, when he unleashed 10 dragons, the opponent would often concede. He never expected to encounter such a tough opponent this time. This just won't do. The cabbage has been nurtured for so long. It cannot be abandoned halfway. Shortly thereafter, the user Dongfang Jiubai began to flood the screen with messages. User Dongfang Jiubai gifted the roar of the dragon. User Dongfang Jiubai gifted the roar of the dragon too. Strangely, no matter how many gifts he sent, the health bar showed no change. It turned out that the opponent was also continuously sending gifts. With the double points time now over, his only path to victory lay in relentless gifting. Thus, the P points in the live stream surged wildly. Soon, only 30 seconds remained. Yet the health bar still remained unchanged. Dongfang Jiubai felt utterly defeated. He had sent over 50 dragons. That amounted to over 500,000. With that money, he could have indulged in any number of internet celebrities. He could no longer be a fool. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to advance. Consequently, a message appeared in the chat. Dongfang Jiubai, Meng, my limit has been reached. I can only assist you this far. You should concede. I have already sent you 50 roars of the dragon and a variety of other gifts. In this live stream, Meng Wanzi would pocket 300,000. Her smile was almost crooked, and she naturally did not blame her benefactor. No need, Dongfang Gij, you have already done your best. Winning or losing is a common occurrence. Do not take it to heart. Aside from the dejected Dongfang Jiubai, the other viewers lamented. They were all seasoned veterans who had followed Meng Wanzi into battle. In the past, they had been invincible, yet today they faced a dismal defeat. In stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of Meng Wanzi's live stream, Tao Xiaotao's stream was a cacophony of excitement. At its peak, there were merely 10,000 viewers. However, after sending hundreds of roars of the dragon, the online viewership skyrocketed to over 100,000. The Heat even placed it among the top 10 on the national leaderboard, codenamed 007. Such a spectacle is truly magnificent. All thanks to one person. 9527. Once a big brother, always a big brother. Chapter 17. Hotel meeting with Tao Xiaotao. Thank you to the lovely Meng Wanzi for the 10 carnivals. In the live stream, Tao Xiaotao's smile was almost distorted with joy. Meng Wanzi was a major internet celebrity with millions of fans, renowned in the peace circle with rare defeats. How could Tao Xiaotao not be thrilled that such a person had lost to her? Looking at Meng Wanzi, she appeared somewhat displeased, but in reality, she was not overly upset. After all, she had not incurred any loss in this P. Is winning or losing important? Generally, yes. But it pales in comparison to monetary gains. With this thought, she curiously clicked on the user profile of the user named Galloping Horse. Just as she was about to investigate further, she received a friend request from someone with the same name. Since the P had concluded, I shall take my leave now. See you next time, Sister Xiaotao, and goodbye, Sister Wanzi. After bidding farewell to Meng Wanzi, Tao Xiaotao excitedly turned to the tens of thousands in the live stream. This was the pinnacle of her life. She must take a photo to commemorate this moment. Just as she pulled out her phone, a message popped up. Galloping Horse, Big Brother Blue Courtyard Hotel, I'll be waiting for you. In the past, she would have ignored such messages. But now, she could not afford to disregard it. Tao Xiaotao. All right, I will come right away. After collecting her emotions, she returned to the screen. Thank you all for your tremendous support, especially to my big brother's Galloping Horse and Long Go. I wish my big brother auspicious days and joyful fortunes. Abundant years and months, increased wealth and longevity, thriving offspring, and a legacy of honor and prosperity each year. May you have wealth and influence, and a promising future. Everyone, please give both big brothers a follow. Originally, Long Xiaolong felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since he had faltered at a crucial moment. Unexpectedly, Tao Xiaotao still acknowledged him. It was worth his frequent visits to the live stream. Tao Xiaotao, no nonsense, I'm not foolish. You are a big brother, and I must help promote you. Alright everyone, today's live stream ends here. New followers, please consider following the host. Same time tomorrow, don't miss it. With that, the screen of the live stream went dark. You're leaving already? I just started to get fired up. 9,527 exclaimed. Hey, don't go. I haven't sworn brotherhood with my big brother galloping horse yet. Big brother, are you still there? Your loyal little brother is calling for you. Meanwhile, Lin Ce was also putting away his phone, preparing to leave. Where are you going at this late hour? Hong Na asked, puzzled. Lin Ce smiled mysteriously. To gallop. Gallop? What does that mean? The scene shifted as Lin Ce arrived at the 5-star hotel, Blue Courtyard Hotel, in Y City. However, just as he stepped into the hotel, a crisp and familiar voice called out from behind. Hey, you there. Stop. That voice seemed to possess a magical power, compelling Lin Ce to halt. He slowly turned around and saw a figure standing not far away. It was none other than Tao Xiaotao. At this moment, Tao Xiaotao was dressed in a vibrant red outfit, resembling a blooming red rose. However, unlike her bridal-like attire in the live stream, she now wore a sexy red dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Coupled with her exquisite makeup, she appeared both enchanting and captivating. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Lin Ce asked, a hint of confusion crossing his face, his tone calm and gentle, seemingly unfazed by Tao Xiaotao's sudden appearance. Tao Xiaotao marched up angrily. The sound of her high heels echoed on the floor, mirroring her inner fury. What do you think? In the dead of night, instead of staying home with your wife, you come to a hotel. Facing Tao Xiaotao's inquiry, Lin Ce remained unusually composed. He smiled slightly and replied leisurely. I'm here to meet a client. Clearly dissatisfied with this answer, Tao Xiaotao scoffed. Meeting a client? Is your storytelling ability that poor? Do you think anyone would believe that? Lin Ce was not angered by her words. He maintained his smile and countered. And what about the big internet celebrity? Shouldn't you be live streaming at this hour? What brings you here? I'm here to meet a friend. Tao Xiaotao confidently puffed out her chest, showing no signs of guilt. What kind of friend? A male friend? Or a female friend? Lin Ce pressed further. What does that have to do with you? We're friends. I'm just concerned about you. Who needs your concern? Mind your own business. With a fierce glare directed at Lin Ce, Tao Xiaotao shoved past him and entered the hotel. Lin Ce not only remained unperturbed, but also wore a knowing smile. I'm curious to see how you'll argue your case later. With that, he followed her in. Before long, they found themselves in the same corridor. Tao Xiaotao, leading the way, abruptly stopped, glaring back at Lin Ce with fury. How long are you planning to follow me? Follow you? I'm not following you. Lin Ce replied, feigning confusion. If only she were capable of overpowering Lin Ce, Tao Xiaotao would have loved to give him a good beating. However, she could only suppress her anger for the moment. Taking a deep breath, she composed her expression and said earnestly, Lin Ce, listen carefully. Nana has told me everything about you. I'm here today to give you an answer. I, Tao Xiaotao, absolutely refuse to become your breeding tool. So stop following me. Alright, I understand. Knowing is one thing, but why don't you leave? Are you sure you want me to go? Absolutely. Get out of my sight. Well then, don't regret it. Upon finishing her words, Lin Ce turned and departed from the scene. Regret be damned. I am on my way to meet a significant figure. And if you jeopardize my prospects, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. It was only after Lin Ce had completely vanished from sight that Tao Xiaotao turned to continue her journey. This hotel is astonishingly vast. At last, she found it. Room 808. After considerable effort, Tao Xiaotao finally arrived at the designated private room. Taking a moment to steady her nerves, she knocked on the door. Surprisingly, there was no response. Hesitant to intrude, she opted to wait at the entrance. However, after 10 minutes of silence, her patience waned, and she pushed the door open. Excuse me. I knocked, but no one answered. Upon entering the room, she was taken aback to find it utterly empty. What is happening? Am I being stood up? She immediately sent 3 question marks to her brother, Sima Bentong. Yet, the only reply was a scene notification without any further response. What does this mean? Have you summoned me here only to leave me in the lurch? Just as Tao Xiaotao was feeling bewildered, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Apologies for my tardiness. Instinctively, Tao Xiaotao looked up, and upon seeing the newcomer, she was utterly flabbergasted. You. Chapter 18. Tao Xiaotao's past. What are you doing here? Inside the private room, Tao Xiaotao glared at the newcomer with a stormy expression, unfazed by her accusation. Lin Ce casually settled onto the sofa, leisurely replying, "This is my reserved room. What do you think I am here for, Tao the internet celebrity?" Tao Xiaotao, her voice rising in pitch, exclaimed, "You reserved this room? Impossible." Yet midway through her protest, a realization struck her, and her previously composed face turned frantic. "Lin Ce, Sama Benteng, is it truly you?" Lin Ce smiled. "Ah, Tao the internet celebrity has finally connected the dots. Ah, I shall kill you for toying with me." With that, the flamboyant Tao Xiaotao, who shone in her live streams, lunged toward Lin Ce. After undergoing physical enhancement, Lin Ce's strength had dramatically increased. He could easily dispatch a bull with a single punch. How could a mere Tao Xiaotao challenge him? Unsurprisingly, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ce restrained her on the sofa. Yet, even in captivity, Tao Xiaotao remained defiant. "Let me go at once. Otherwise, I shall call the police." "Call the police? Are you certain? We are here on a date. Do you think your career would survive a police intervention? Who is here on a date with you?" "I came to dine with you, big brother." Tao Xiaotao stammered. This might fool others, but can you truly deceive yourself? As Lin Ce spoke, one of his hands began to caress her. The moment their skin made contact, Tao Xiaotao visibly trembled. Her angry facade melted into panic. What? What do you intend to do?" As Lin Ce's long fingers gently brushed across her nearly flawless face, he spoke in a soft, suggestive tone, "Xiaotao, you know I have feelings for you. Be my woman, and I shall grant you a life of luxury." "No, I refuse. I will not bear your child, you scoundrel. Release me at once." With that, Tao Xiaotao began to struggle fiercely. However, Lin Ce's strength was overwhelming. She could not escape his grasp. As Lin Ce's actions grew more audacious, his hands roamed her body like serpents. Just as he was about to break through her defenses, Tao Xiaotao, pinned beneath him, began to cry. Lin Ce, who had planned to seduce her that night, found himself at a loss. "Oh, please don't cry. I haven't done anything yet. I was merely joking. I promised to stop." Despite his attempts to console her, there was no sign of improvement from Tao Xiaotao. The entire private room was engulfed by her heart-wrenching sobs. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, her cries gradually subsided. Surprisingly, despite her substantial following, Tao Xiaotao cried like a child, impossible to soothe. "It's none of your business." She glared at Lin Ce. "I do not wish to interfere, but I have spent a fortune in your live stream, and now you refuse to acknowledge me? You must provide me with an explanation. That was your own expenditure. What does it have to do with me? The previous matters may not concern you, but during the date, you were the one who sought me out. I have the chat records to prove it. You cannot evade responsibility." Tao Xiaotao bit her lip. "I shall return it." "Very well, transfer the funds then. After all, it's a small fortune." "What? A fortune? You couldn't have spent that much." With nearly 100 instances of Dragon's Roar, each costing 10,000, doesn't that amount to 1 million? Lin Ce feigned innocence. But the platform takes a cut. I only receive about 500,000. That does not concern me. I have spent that much, and you must reimburse me in full. Besides, you are not at a loss. I have brought you substantial popularity. Must you be so heartless?" Tao Xiaotao frowned. "I could be less heartless, provided you agree to be my woman," Lin Ce said with a mischievous grin as he leaned closer. However, before he could close the distance, Tao Xiaotao pushed him away. "Not a chance. Even if I become a beggar on the internet, I will never be your breeding tool." Lin Ce frowned, surprised at her vehement resistance to being with him. "Can you tell me why?" he suddenly inquired. "Why should I tell you? You are not anyone to me." As she spoke, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed her eyes, quickly masked but not unnoticed by Lin Ce. "If you reveal the true reason, I will waive the 1 million repayment." At his words, Tao Xiaotao's eyes brightened. Really? A gentleman's promise. Although she was tempted, this matter touched upon her past, and she was reluctant to unearth old wounds. After a struggle, she ultimately decided to confess, for 1 million is no small sum. It turned out that during her university years, she had been in a relationship. That person treated her well, and under the encouragement of friends, she ended up with him. They shared experiences typical of college couples, attending classes, dining, dating, traveling, and more. His attentive care made her fall deeply for him. However, on their 100-day anniversary, an unexpected incident occurred. An inexplicable woman burst into their private room and, without warning, doused her with a nearby drink. Initially, she thought the woman was insane, but later discovered that the woman was, in fact, her boyfriend's legitimate partner. Her boyfriend had been in a long-distance relationship but succumbed to the temptations of college life. Turning to her, in her confusion, she had unwittingly become the other woman. Although the incident did not escalate significantly, and her friends did not blame her, she still fell into despair. For many days, she isolated herself in her dorm. Eventually, she chose to drop out and leave that city. After spending some time in her hometown, she moved to the distant city Y, where she met Hong Na while searching for accommodation. She admired Hong Na's optimistic spirit, and gradually, they became friends. Influenced by Hong Na, she came to understand the principle of prioritizing wealth. Thus, she began live streaming. Initially, her goal was to find a wealthy partner and become a rich wife. However, to her surprise, viewers seemed to favor her style, and within a month, she unexpectedly gained fame. As the live streaming industry flourished, her initial aspirations transformed accordingly. Presently, her primary goal was to earn more money and utilize those funds for her personal pursuits. Regarding men, she deemed them all to be unworthy. Upon uncovering the truth, Lin Ce felt a deep sympathy for Tao Xiaotao. She appeared carefree and untroubled, yet unbeknownst to many, she harbored a hidden past. It seemed her reluctance to engage with him stemmed largely from her history as a mistress. If I were to assure you that the concerns you harbor will not manifest with me, would you consider being my partner? Lin Ce implored. I've laid my intentions bare. Yet you remain unconvinced. I wish to relinquish this pursuit, but your beauty is simply irresistible. And let us not forget, I am the top-tier supporter. Here, a cautionary note. While some may perceive this as excessive flattery, it serves as a necessary narrative device. It cannot be as straightforward as a mindless romance. Furthermore, she is a social media influencer with her own pride. It is essential to note that the early interactions with Tao Xiaotao may appear somewhat sycophantic. But this is a crucial phase in the protagonist's evolving mindset. For those still reading, rest assured, the protagonist will undergo a transformation, and such flattery will cease. Conversations will revolve around financial matters, devoid of emotional entanglements. Chapter 19. Teasing Tao Xiaotao. Must I be the sole object of your affection? With your wealth? Surely you can find any woman to your liking. Inside the private room, Tao Xiaotao regarded Lin Ce with a complex expression. She had not anticipated that after revealing her past, this man would still pursue her relentlessly. Finding beauty is simple, yet discovering one as enchanting and compatible as you is indeed a rarity. Lin Ce asserted, inching closer to her. Xiaotao, I genuinely admire you. The masculine aura enveloping her made Tao Xiaotao blush fiercely, her words faltering. And no, you promised you wouldn't coerce me. How about we date for a trial period? Once you feel it is right, we can formalize our relationship, Lin Ce proposed suddenly. A trial relationship? Tao Xiaotao frowned. Yes. Your primary concern seems to be the fear of being deceived again by a man. Thus, let us embark on this trial. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao appeared somewhat swayed. And what of other matters? What matters? Lin Ce queried, puzzled. You know, those intimate matters between men and women, she stammered, her cheeks aflame. Oh, those. Xiaotao, I cherish you for who you are, not for your physicality. Rest assured, without your consent, I would never cross that line. But you're already touching me. Lin Ce glanced down to find his hand had, unbeknownst to him, found its way to her thigh. My apologies, it was unintentional. But I must say, youthful beauty is indeed delightful. Are you implying I'm old? Tao Xiaotao retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. How about it? You want tea refuse, will you? Lin Ce smiled, relishing the moment. Tao Xiaotao bit her lip, appearing torn. 1 week. Just 1 week as a couple. You desire me that much? Lin Ce grinned, knowing well that every man would wish for a beauty like her. Tao Xiaotao was taken aback, having forgotten how long it had been since she had heard such charming words. However, having endured heartache once, she was not easily swayed. Fine. I'll grant you this opportunity. But let me clarify, I am not agreeing to be your girlfriend. I am merely a contract girlfriend for 7 days. After which we shall part ways. Can I kiss you now? Kiss me? Absolutely not. Why not? Am I not your boyfriend? Well, yes. But we've only just established this relationship, and you promised not to rush things. Tao Xiaotao's voice dwindled, her head bowing further, as if to conceal her crimson cheeks. You're not a novice in matters of kissing, are you? Lin Ce ventured, his tone teasing. How do you know? Tao Xiaotao exclaimed, startled. But once the words escaped her lips, she realized her error and quickly denied it. No. Who said I've never kissed? When I was with that scoundrel, we kissed every day? I don't believe you. No, I swear it's true. He would not leave me alone. Not believing. Lin Ce countered defiantly, dismissing her protests. Frustrated, Tao Xiaotao felt her temper flare. Then believe what you wish. I'm leaving. She shot him a glare and turned to leave. Yet, just as she took a couple of steps, a warm hand grasped her wrist. What are you trying to do? As she turned, his lips met hers, and Tao Xiaotao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not expected him to act so boldly. Regaining her senses, she struggled. But Lin Ce easily restrained her, returning her to her original position. The atmosphere in the room grew charged with tension. Time passed, and Lin Ce finally released her. At that moment, Tao Xiaotao's face resembled a ripe apple, especially her rosy lips, glistening enticingly. Yet, what captured the most attention was her fiery gaze, as if she wished to devour Lin Ce whole. Unfazed, Lin Ce remarked with a smirk, "Now I believe you've indeed kissed someone before. You rogue. Just wait. If I don't kick you to the curb in a week, I shan't bear the surname Tao." With a week still ahead, Lin Ce cautioned, "Do not speak too boldly. I, Tao Xiaodao, stand resolute in my decisions." "Oh, is that so? Then why do you not resist further? Mind your own business. Leave me be." With the leading lady departed, Lin Ce felt no need to linger, yet he was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he entered the elevator. Soon arriving at the door of a luxurious suite, he knocked, and before long, a cute little girl dressed in a pink princess dress appeared. "Brother Su, you're back." Meanwhile, back in the car, Tao Xiaotao simmered with anger. After 100 days with that scoundrel, she hadn't even been kissed once. Yet, with Lin Ce, she had met him only twice, and he had taken her first kiss. To make matters worse, he was aware of her vulnerabilities. This cannot stand. I must show him a thing or two. "Hello, Nana, it's me. There is something pertinent regarding Lin Ce that I think you should know." Chapter 20. The adorable little one Li Shimo. "How have you contemplated the matter I previously mentioned?" Lin Ce inquired, casually styling the girl's hair as he spoke. The young girl lifted her head slowly, her large, autumn-like eyes glimmering with curiosity and skepticism. "Brother Su, are you truly the heir of a hidden aristocratic family?" Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark's song, captivating in its sweetness. Lin Ce, gazing at her innocent visage, couldn't help but smile. "What is this? Do you doubt me, Ming Ming?" She hastily shook her head. "No, I believe in you, Brother Su." Nevertheless, a flicker of unease lingered in her heart as she bit her lip and continued, I'm just a bit afraid." "What troubles you, Ming Ming?" Lin Ce pressed gently. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, I fear that you might abandon me." "Abandon you? Why would you think that?" Lin Ce's brow furrowed. Taken aback by her concern, she looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. "Did Brother Su not mention that you sought out Ming Ming solely to ensure the continuation of your clan's lineage? Ming Ming is indeed willing to bear children for you. But with your esteemed status, what if I give birth to a child and you abandon me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ce finally understood. It turned out that this young girl lacked a sense of security. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, and thus he embraced the girl tightly, whispering words of reassurance. "Although I, Lin Ce, am not a paragon of virtue, I would never abandon my wife and children. Moreover, how could I bear to forsake someone as adorable as you, Ming Ming? Really? Brother Su truly would not abandon me?" The girl looked up, half in disbelief. Lin Ce smiled and nodded. "Of course. Ming Ming, you are the benefactor of our Lin family for continuing our lineage. Even if I wish to part ways with you, my father and the elders of the Lin family would never consent." "That's wonderful. Brother Su is the best." The girl joyfully leaped into Lin Ce's embrace. Youthful innocence made her easily swayed. However, Lin Ce spoke no falsehoods. While he was indeed taking advantage of the girl, he would never stoop to the level of abandoning a family. As long as the women he sought remained by his side, he would bestow upon them a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. "Ming Ming, do you feel reassured now?" "Yes, I do." "Then let us find another place to converse." "Another place? Where?" Due to unavoidable circumstances, a million words are omitted. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lin Ce comfortably leaned against the headboard of the bed. Although he suspected that success would come easily, he had not anticipated it would be this effortless. Even more surprising was the revelation that she, too, was a novice. This girl was none other than the popular young streamer, Meng Wanzi, known to her fans as Li Shiming. The reason Lin Ce pursued Li Shiming was entirely because he believed that streamers might be easier to win over. After all, those female streamers frequently called out to big brothers and foster fathers online, making them more susceptible than in real life. With a spirit of experimentation, he invited Li Shiming out, and to his astonishment, she accepted without hesitation. Of course, when an influential figure offers to spend $1 million in one night, how could I refuse? After being dismissed by Tao Xiaodao, he took the opportunity to meet Li Shiming. However, he chose a suite rather than a private room. Uncertain of her overall rating and probability of pregnancy, he intended not to waste time. If she met his expectations, he would swiftly pursue his desires. If not, he planned to part ways after a single night. One should not blame Lin Ce for being so callous. The pace of society is relentless, and he had to cultivate a memory like that of a fish to navigate life more perfectly. Fortunately, Li Shiming was not a scammer. In person, she was just as charming and sweet as she appeared online. Her overall rating was an impressive 89, with a pregnancy probability exceeding 75. While not exceedingly high, it was certainly respectable. Thus, he cut straight to the point and expressed his intentions. Unexpectedly, the young girl was easily swayed by his tale. Yet, he knew it was not solely his words that held sway. His handsome appearance played a vital role as well. The sparkle in her eyes when she gazed at him was unmistakably evident. Consequently, he effortlessly used the pretense of a massage to win over Li Ce. What man can remain indifferent in the presence of beauty? Master, why have the rewards not yet been distributed? Congratulations, host, for completing the communication task. Task rating, S. Rewards, 7 million dragon coins and ownership of an entire floor in Tianhai building. Another S rating. It seems the value of Su Yun's SS rating is indeed on the rise. A mere 7 million is nothing to scoff at. However, the second reward is remarkable. Ownership of an entire floor in Tianhai building. Tianhai building is the tallest office building in Y City, boasting an impressive 108 stories. It could truly be considered a landmark of Y City. The monthly rent for a floor in such a building starts at no less than 1 million. Yet now, he possessed the ownership of an entire floor in Tianhai building. Remarkable indeed. Clearly, his decision to pursue the young girl was wise. Just as Lin Ce was reveling in his triumph, a voice filled with curiosity suddenly broke through his thoughts. Brother Ce, what are you laughing about? It was none other than the overwhelmed Li Ce, who had just awakened. Lin Ce smiled and quickly drew her into his embrace. I just informed my family about our situation, and upon learning that I have such a lovely wife, they rewarded me with an entire floor. An entire floor. Is that true? Of course. How could Brother Ce deceive such a lovely girl like you? Which building? Tianhai building. What? Tianhai building. Now you understand the magnitude of my family's power, don't you? Brother Ce, you truly would not abandon me, right? Of course not. I am your first man. You are so wonderful, Brother Ce. Chapter 21. Li Shiming's suggestion. Brother Ce, Tao Xiaodao, is also among those you selected, isn't she? After a tender moment, Li Ce suddenly remarked. How do you know? Lin Ce feigned surprise. Li Ce shot him a playful glare. You spent 1 million in her livestream today. How could I not know? Is my little Ming feeling jealous? Lin Ce teased with a mischievous smile. What do you think? You embarrassed me in front of so many people. Li Ce pouted unhappily. Lin Ce chuckled softly, pinching Li Ce's adorable cheek. I believe you should be pleased. Pleased? Why? Because if it weren't for Tao, we would have never met. You deceived me. You promised it would only be the little girl. Her expression was one of mock disappointment. Her eyes filled with playful melancholy. It's just that Ming is too adorable. I couldn't help myself. I don't believe you. Would you like me to prove it? How would you do that? By doing it again, of course. No. Brother Ce, I have a brilliant idea. After catching her breath, Li Ce spoke again. What brilliant idea? Lin Ce asked curiously. Since Brother Ce wishes to continue the family lineage, I think you should establish a guild. A guild? Like the ones you stream with? Li Ce nodded enthusiastically yes. Many young and beautiful girls today do not wish to work and want to become internet celebrities. Brother Ce, you could leverage their desire for fame, invite them to join the guild, and then win them over one by one. Li Ce's suggestion sparked a light in Lin Ce's mind. While he possessed a system that allowed him to choose freely, this approach would undoubtedly save time and effort. Compared to seeking out women individually, creating a guild and having them come to him for selection seemed far more effortless. Indeed, behind every successful man, there lies a woman quietly contributing. However, he still found it hard to believe such words could come from the seemingly innocent Li Ce. Brother Ce, why do you keep staring at me? Li Ce blinked her large eyes in confusion. If I recall correctly, you are also a streamer with 1 million followers. Yet you would lead your juniors astray? Li Ce's cheeks flushed as she stammered. I am not leading them astray. I'm helping them, all right? Brother Ce, you are so wealthy. If they follow you, it would be their good fortune. And what about you? Lin Ce suddenly inquired. Me? What about me? Li Ce responded, puzzled. If we proceed as you suggest, I would only accumulate more women in the future. Are you truly unbothered by that? How could I possibly not mind? However, I understand that you, Brother Ce, are doing this for the family, so Ming does not wish to put you in a difficult position. As long as you hold Ming in your heart, she will be utterly content. Gazing into the deeply affectionate eyes of Xiao Luo, Lin Ce felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. Ming, once I establish the guild, how about you become the first lady? Really? As long as I am alive, you shall forever be the first lady. That is wonderful, Brother Ce, I adore you. The following morning, Lin Ce opened his eyes to find 2 large, captivating eyes staring unwaveringly at him. The owner of those eyes could only be Li Ce. Why are you staring at me? Of course, it's because Brother Ce is so handsome. Li Ce replied with an innocent expression. And how handsome do you think I am? Lin Ce inquired once more. Li Shihong propped her chin in contemplation and finally said, "You are far more good-looking than those internet celebrities I know. Some male stars can't compare to you. Is it really that exaggerated?" "It's no exaggeration. Brother Su is truly incredibly handsome. If you were to become an internet celebrity, you would undoubtedly captivate countless young and beautiful girls," Li Shihong asserted earnestly. "All right then. Once the guild is established, I shall create an internet persona for myself to have some fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shihong immediately rejected the idea. "No, Brother Su cannot become an internet celebrity. Didn't you say I was suitable?" "You are indeed suitable, but that is not the point." "Why?" Lin Ce was puzzled. "Because you belong to me and my sisters. Your face is for our eyes only, no one else." Lin Ce suddenly understood. "Oh, so, Ming Ming, you wish to monopolize me? Who can blame me for how enticing Brother Su's face is? What if I do something even more alluring?" "Ah, Brother Su, what do you intend to do?" "Ming Ming, as the first lady of the guild, the face of our future endeavors, you must master multiple skills. Therefore, I have decided to conduct specialized training for you every day." An hour later, Lin Ce asked again, "Are you really not coming back with me?" Li Shihong pouted sadly. "In this state, how can I meet others? They are not just others, they are your good sisters. That doesn't matter. I am an internet celebrity, and I must maintain my image." Seeing Li Shihong's firm stance, Lin Ce did not insist further. "Very well, take care on your way back." "Okay, bye-bye, Brother Su." With a wave of her small hand, Li Shihong hopped into her mini car. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, she rolled down the window and called out to Lin Ce, "By the way, Brother Su, don't forget our agreement. You must help me seek revenge tonight." Lin Ce chuckled. "Rest assured, tonight I will ensure you make a name for yourself in the P world. That is more like it." Shortly after, Li Shihong drove away from the Blue Court Hotel, and Lin Ce also left shortly thereafter, driving off in his flashy G-Class. Over half an hour later, he arrived at an unimpressive motel. Outside the motel, a particularly exquisite beauty was waiting by the roadside with a suitcase in tow. This was none other than Wang Ying, who had taken the initiative to seek him out. Upon seeing Lin Ce, Wang Ying excitedly waved her hand. Approaching her, Lin Ce couldn't help but curiously ask, "Didn't we agree that I would pick you up from your home? Why are you here?" Wang Ying bit her red lips and stammered. "The house was rented by him, and since I broke up with him, I moved out." "Ah, so your previous relationship was merely a cash cow. Brother, don't blame me. I truly did not intend to ruin your relationship. But worry not, I will ensure that this scoundrel faces the consequences." "Ex-boyfriend, may I inquire how you intend to punish her?" Lin Ce, "At the very least, she should be made to bear 5 or 6 children, don't you think? Is that not harsh enough?" Chapter 22. A reunion with Bairuo. "We've arrived. You can get out now." Lin Ce's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Ying, like someone awakening from a dream, came to her senses. "Huh, we're here?" Lin Ce nodded, pointing toward the direction outside the car window. "Yes, that is the place." Following his gaze, Wang Ying saw a building not far away, prominently displaying the peculiar name harem. She widened her eyes, internally questioning, why would there be a community with such a strange name? "Stop daydreaming. Hurry and get out of the car." "Oh, okay." Soon, filled with anticipation, she followed Lin Ce into the community named harem. As they stood waiting for the elevator, a graceful figure suddenly caught their attention. It was a golden-haired young girl whose appearance was like a radiant landscape, instantly captivating both of them. She donned a bright yellow sweatshirt, paired with ultra-short shorts that showcased her pristine thighs. On her feet were sandals adorned with rabbit ears, and a lollipop in her mouth added to her cute and playful demeanor. Moreover, her beauty was breathtaking. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were exquisitely crafted, especially her large eyes, deep and inviting like a lake, threatening to ensnare anyone who gazed too long. Not only that, but she also exuded a vibrant youthful energy, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Even Wang Ying, a fellow woman, found herself irresistibly drawn to the almost flawless visage of the girl. While Wang Ying marveled at the girl's perfect beauty, Lin Ce had already greeted her. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Bairuo looked up, blinking innocently. "Uncle, do I know you?" Lin Ce chuckled. "I thought you were ignoring me." "Uncle, what are you talking about? Do we know each other?" Bairuo maintained a bewildered expression, just as Lin Ce was about to respond. The long-awaited elevator arrived on the first floor. Bairuo popped the lollipop into her mouth and confidently strutted into the elevator. She kindly reminded Lin Ce, "Uncle, are you coming? If not, I'll close the door." "Of course." Thus, Lin Ce once again shared an elevator ride with Bairuo, this time accompanied by Wang Ying. They rode in silence until the elevator reached the 12th floor, at which point Bairuo turned to Lin Ce. "Uncle, you didn't forget to press the floor button, did you?" Lin Ce smirked, displaying a subtle smile. Do you think my memory is that poor? With that, Lin Ce stepped around by Ruo and exited the elevator, followed closely by Wang Ying. Watching their retreating figures, Bai Ruo murmured to herself, I'm curious to see what you're up to. The scene shifted as Lin Ce led Wang Ying to the door of room 1202, directly across from room 1201, where Bai Ruo was standing. Just then, the door to 1202 swung open with a crisp sound. Bai Ruo's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. He really became my neighbor. Subsequently, Lin Ce walked into the room with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to Bai Ruo's astonished gaze. However, just as Wang Ying was about to follow him inside, Bai Ruo's voice suddenly called out from behind. Wait. Wang Ying turned, slightly surprised, and asked, Is something the matter? Bai Ruo hurriedly approached Wang Ying, scrutinizing her from head to toe before asking, You are his girlfriend, right? Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Although her relationship with Lin Ce was one of a benefactor and a beneficiary, it was not entirely inaccurate to label it as a romantic relationship. In the next moment, Bai Ruo leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Sister, as fellow women, I kindly remind you that your boyfriend is not a reliable person. It would be best for you to break up with him quickly, otherwise, you will regret it. Wang Ying was taken aback by Bai Ruo's sudden words. Her face filled with confusion. Why? She asked. Bai Ruo glanced around the room, ensuring that Lin Ce wasn't eavesdropping before continuing. That man was lewdly staring at me in the elevator yesterday and even tried to get my WeChat. What? Wang Ying exclaimed, visibly shocked by the revelation. However, she quickly regained her composure. Observing Wang Ying's swift return to normalcy, Bai Ruo was astonished but pressed on. Moreover, he was accompanied by another woman yesterday. I suspect he is playing both sides, so sister, do not be deceived by his appearance. Before she could finish, Wang Ying interrupted. Why are you telling me this? I despise scoundrels, especially those who, relying on their looks, casually toy with women's emotions. Young Bai Ruo declared impassionedly, her fists waving as if protesting against something. Wang Ying couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable girl. Thank you. I am Wang Ying. What is your name? Bai Ruo smiled slightly. I am Bai Ruo. You can call me Ruo. Bai Ruo, such a lovely name. We shall be neighbors from now on. I look forward to your guidance, Ruo. Wait, sister. Are you not planning to break up with that scoundrel? Bai Ruo asked, astonished. Wang Ying shook her head with a smile. Why not? The girl queried, perplexed. Consider me an incurable woman. Incurable? What does that mean? Bai Ruo was even more confused. But Wang Ying had no intention of explaining, leaving behind a cryptic remark before turning to enter her home. You will understand in time. Bai Ruo stood there dazed. After an indeterminate time, she finally regained her senses. What on earth? I don't understand a word. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Ce had pulled Wang Ying into his embrace. His long fingers wandered across her face as he spoke in an ambiguous tone. What did she just say to you? Wang Ying blushed and stammered. She said you were playing both sides and that I should break up with you. Oh, do you want to break up with me? Wang Ying shook her head vigorously. No. Lin Ce smiled. You have done so well. How should I reward you? Please, spare me, Lin Xiao. Chapter 23. Wang Ying's loyalty. These are all for me. Wang Ying stared in astonishment at the man before her. What's wrong? Do you think it's too little? Lin Ce teased. Wang Ying waved her hands. No, Lin Xiao, you have given too much. Didn't we agree on 50,000 a month? Before she could finish, Lin Ce interrupted. Monthly payments are too troublesome. Annual payments are much more convenient. But even if it's annual, Lin Xiao, you have given far too much. I should return some to you. As she spoke, Wang Ying prepared to hand it back. But in the next moment, Lin Ce stopped her. No need. The extra is specifically for you. You can use that money to buy delicious food, enjoy fun activities. As long as you are happy, spend it however you wish. I will not interfere. Are you not afraid I will run away with this 1 million? Wang Ying looked up, her expression complex. Indeed, she had not received 50,000 or even 600,000, but a full 1 million. How many garments would she have to sell in her previous clothing store to earn such a commission? Yet this man had directly given her a staggering 1 million. How could her heart not race with excitement? Lin Ce shook his head with a smile. While 1 million is a considerable sum, it is not enough to ensure a lifetime free of worries. I believe you would not make a self-destructive choice. Though his words were pragmatic, Wang Ying felt a profound sense of trust from him, something she had never experienced before. Taking a deep breath, as if making a resolute decision, she earnestly declared, Lin Xiao, rest assured, Inger will not let you down and will soon bear offspring for you. An admirable student indeed. The two had entered at 9 in the morning, yet by the time they exited, it was already noon. Coincidentally, they encountered their neighbor Bai Ruo, who was also preparing to go out. Wang Ying, glowing with joy, immediately caught her attention. As women, how could Bai Ruo be oblivious to what that man had done for Wang Ying? But before she could greet Wang Ying, Lin Ce took her hand and led her away without sparing Bai Ruo even a glance. In contrast, Wang Ying kept casting apologetic glances back at her. The stark contrast left Bai Ruo momentarily stunned. What is happening? Are they pretending not to know me? Once she regained her senses, the two figures had vanished. What is that scoundrel up to now? He must be playing hard to get. Scoundrels adore this tactic. However, this was a trick she had employed before. It wouldn't work on her. This man was indeed quite disappointing. While Bai Ruo pondered Lin Ce's schemes, he had already taken Wang Ying to the bottom of their apartment building. Lin Xiao, did you not have an eye for that girl? Why did you not greet her just now? Wang Ying could not help but ask curiously. Have you ever heard of the tactic playing hard to get? Wang Ying contemplated for a moment before responding. But I believe Lin Xiao's tactic won't work on her. Oh, why do you say that? Lin Ce inquired, intrigued. Bai Ruo is already wary of you. She will surely guess that you are doing this on purpose. Lin Ce nodded in agreement, realizing how absurd his plan seemed after Wang Ying's insight. What do you think I should do then? Lin Xiao, if you trust me, why not leave this matter to me? Wang Ying suddenly proposed. Leave it to you? Lin Ce was somewhat taken aback. Wang Ying nodded. Yes, women understand women best. I can definitely help Lin Xiao win over Bai Ruo. How confident are you? Lin Ce seemed somewhat tempted. I won't boast, but at least 80. Very well. Then I shall let you try. If you can truly persuade her, I will reward you handsomely. Then I thank Lin Xiao in advance. Did I not say not to call me Lin Xiao when it's just the two of us? Do you wish to be disciplined? I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, master. Given your sincere apology, I shall forgive you this time. But next time there will be no mercy. Yes, master. The scene shifted as they arrived at a restaurant named Juxian Lu. After several hours of tiring discussions, they needed to replenish their energy. Master, please look at the menu and order whatever you wish. This meal is on me. Wang Ying said generously. Oh, you're treating? Really? Wang Ying smiled and nodded. Everything I have now is thanks to you, master. It is only right to treat you to a meal. Moreover, you have been overworked because of me. Her voice trailed off, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. In that case, I shall not hold back. Shortly after placing their order, the waitress began serving the dishes. During the meal, Lin Ce's gaze wandered to the female servers in the restaurant. As a competent heir of a prominent family, he had to constantly consider the future of his clan. Unfortunately, most of the female servers were of mediocre appearance, while a few were quite attractive. Their likelihood of bearing children was regrettably low, rendering them unworthy of consideration. At that moment, Wang Ying, sitting opposite him, suddenly spoke up. Lin Xiao, did you find anyone appealing? If there is someone you fancy, Ying could help you acquire their contact information. She comes from a sales background and excels in communication. Lin Ce glanced once more at the female attendants before shaking his head, deciding against it. Is there no one that catches your eye? Wang Ying asked, surprised. I suppose not, Lin Ce replied, leaving Wang Ying even more puzzled. To her, several of the attendants were equally as lovely as she was. Yet Lin Ce seemed uninterested in any of them. It was indeed rather strange. Perhaps he had some particular standards for choosing? Just as Wang Ying pondered this, an enchanting figure caught Lin Ce's attention. A stunning woman in a flowing red gown appeared, looking to be around 30, with shoulder-length hair, delicate skin, an exquisite face, a sweet voice, and a captivating figure. She radiated irresistible charm. Such beauty easily scored at least a 95 in looks. Lin Ce instinctively felt that the probability of her being pregnant was certainly high. As expected, upon viewing the woman's profile, his heart soared. Name, Tanya. Age, 31. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 100 pounds. Beauty score, 96. Pregnancy probability, 95. With a 100 chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall score, 93. Aside from Bai Ruo, here was another exceptional beauty. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. This woman was one he must possess. Chapter 24. The beautiful proprietress, Tanya. Lin Xiao. Are you smitten with the proprietress? Wang Ying's comment instantly captured Lin Ce's attention. How do you know she is the owner of this establishment? He inquired. It's in her dress. Wang Ying explained with a smile. The dress? Lin Ce asked, puzzled. Wang Ying elaborated. The gown she wears is the latest design from a prestigious brand, priced at several tens of thousands, something an ordinary person cannot afford. Lin Ce nodded in understanding. Then Wang Ying continued. Actually, there is another way to deduce her identity. Do tell. Lin Ce expressed curiosity. Have you noticed how the attendants behave around her? The attendants? Lin Ce shot a glance at the young women he had previously assessed. Indeed, every time she walks by, those attendants display utmost respect, Wang Ying noted. something Lin Ce had not observed. His attention had been solely captivated by Tang Ye's beauty. Even so, that alone doesn't confirm she is the proprietress, Lin Ce countered. True, but I have additional evidence. What evidence? Lin Ce asked, intrigued. Just watch, Lin Xiao. Following Wang Ying's pointed direction, Lin Ce realized the truth. Not far away at the counter, two women in distinct uniforms were being chastised by the woman in red. He recognized them. One was the manager of Zhu Xianlu, and the other was the head chef. These two high-ranking individuals were currently behaving like errant children beside the woman in red. What do you think her role is? Retracting his gaze, Lin Ce admired Wang Ying. You should not be confined to sales. Your talents are wasted. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Xiao. I merely enjoy observing. Do not be modest. Your observational skills are indeed a virtue. Thank you, Lin Xiao, she replied, modest yet grateful. Calm, observant, and obedient. Initially, Lin Ce had been unsure of how to position Wang Ying, but now he had a reasonable idea. However, before he could convey this good news to her, Wang Ying interrupted, Lin Xiao, do you need Inger's assistance? Can you help me win her over? Lin Ce's eyes narrowed. Wang Ying shook her head. I cannot make her fall for you, but I can help her develop a favorable impression. Please elaborate. Here is the plan, Lin Xiao. First, we do this, then that. And finally, we conclude with this. Isn't there surveillance here? Are you certain this will work? Trust me, she will not suspect a thing. After giving Lin Ce a reassuring glance, Wang Ying clutched her stomach and began to wail. Ah? My stomach, it hurts so badly. With Wang Ying officially in character, Lin Ce quickly joined in the act. Inger, what's wrong? Are you all right? Their loud exclamations soon attracted the attention of other patrons in the restaurant. It is human nature to be curious about commotion. Before long, they were surrounded by onlookers. Wang Ying truly had a talent for acting. Her face pale and her body trembling. Lin Ce, although convincing, did not quite match her performance. Could it be food poisoning? Someone in the crowd suddenly suggested. The previously calm restaurant erupted in chaos. Those in the food industry dread nothing more than a customer suffering ill effects from their dishes. Fortunately, in a timely manner, Tang Ye arrived on the scene. Excuse me, sir, may I take a look? Her melodious voice enveloped Lin Ce in a refreshing warmth, prompting him to instinctively release Wang Ying's hand. Tang Ye began her examination. Miss, can you hear me? Can you tell me where it hurts? Her professionalism mirrored that of a physician, while Wang Ying, feigning illness, naturally did not cooperate. Ultimately, to avoid further questioning, Wang Ying pretended to faint. Left with no choice, Tang Ye called for an ambulance. In a whirlwind, Lin Ce followed the unconscious Wang Ying into the ambulance, while Tang Ye remained behind to manage the situation. Apologies for the interruption, everyone. The young lady may have accidentally ingested something that caused food poisoning. Please rest assured. Zhu Xianlu takes full responsibility and will ensure her care. Additionally, all meals today will be complimentary, and we will offer triple compensation for any inconvenience caused. We hope for your understanding. The diners, having experienced no real harm, were only startled. Faced with Tang Ye's sincere and responsible demeanor, they had no reason to voice further complaints. After briefing the manager, Tang Ye drove swiftly to the hospital. Meanwhile, upon arrival, Wang Ying was rushed into the emergency room. The doctors quickly sprang into action. Yet, just as they were about to proceed, Wang Ying suddenly regained consciousness. Seeing her sheepish smile, the doctor immediately understood they had been duped. The scene shifted, revealing Wang Ying sitting on the hospital bed, while Lin Ce stood beside her, utterly astonished. Is there something on my face? Wang Ying asked, puzzled. Lin Ce shook his head. I am merely curious. How did you persuade the doctor to join in on the act? Honestly, it was simple. I crafted a tragic yet beautiful story, she explained. A story? Yes, the doctor happened to be a woman. So I appealed to her emotions and logic with my tale. And then, it worked just like that. Lin Ce was left speechless. It wasn't that he disbelieved her, rather, the absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing the beautiful proprietress, Tang Ye. Miss Wang, are you all right? Wang Ying smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. It was merely severe menstrual cramps. Ah, so it was cramps. Tang Ye visibly relaxed. My apologies, proprietress. I must have caused quite a stir by fainting in your establishment, Wang Ying expressed contritely. Tang Ye waved it off, as long as you are unharmed. That is what matters. That cannot be, proprietress. You run a business. This incident must impact you significantly. Young man, hurry and add the proprietress on WeChat to cover all losses incurred. Upon hearing the term bro, Lin Ce was momentarily bewildered. How could he, as the master, be addressed in such a casual manner? Fortunately, he swiftly grasped Wang Ying's intention and promptly retrieved his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. I will transfer the compensation to you, and should there be any further losses for the store, you can always reach out to me. No, absolutely not. You had an incident in our establishment. How can we allow you to compensate? Tanya vehemently refused. However, against the odds, she reluctantly added Lin Ce on WeChat. A triumphant smile spread across Lin Ce's face. Now that we are connected on WeChat, there's no escaping. Madam Boss, my sister is fine now. She just needs a little rest before I take her home. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to leave. You can always contact me regarding the store. All right, I shall not disturb you any further. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tanya exited the hospital room. While Wang Ying let out a sigh of relief. I was terrified. I almost slipped up. Slipped up? I thought you performed splendidly, Yingjie. And master, what I just did was merely an act. I know, you were exceptional, which is why I intend to reward you handsomely. Master, you wouldn't mean to do that here, would you? What do you think, Yingjie? Meanwhile, Tanya, having left the hospital room, felt that something was amiss. It was clearly food poisoning. How did it turn into menstrual pain? Moreover, she should be the one receiving compensation, yet she had received it instead, growing increasingly uneasy. She found herself outside a doctor's office. She knocked on the door, and a clear voice echoed back. If Wang Ying were present, she would surely recognize that the voice belonged to the very surgeon she had just deceived. Xiaoya, what brings you here? Chapter 25. Tanya and Mei So. Wang Ying was truly feigning illness? The office was silent, with only Tanya's voice resonating awkwardly in the air. After a moment, a melodious laugh suddenly rang out, seemingly in response to Tanya. Is it really just an act? Or is she genuinely pretending to be ill? The laughter was clear and delightful, yet tinged with a hint of disdain, stirring curiosity about the speaker. Following the sound, her gaze traversed the room. Finally resting on a woman seated at a desk. Clad in a white coat, she radiated an aura of purity akin to falling snowflakes, yet exuded an undeniable charm. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses adorned her face, and the eyes behind the lenses sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, luminous and profound, as if they could unveil the secrets of the universe. Those eyes seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and gentleness, captivating all who beheld them. Her beauty was not merely skin-deep. It emanated from an inner grace and allure. Even Tanya, a beauty in her own right, found herself momentarily entranced by the sight of her. Mei, why do you think she would act this way? Tanya asked, regaining her composure. The woman named Mei smiled slightly, casually responding, surely. There must be a motive behind such behavior. And what do you believe her motive to be? Tanya's curiosity was piqued, urging her to press further. The intentions of one with ulterior motives typically fall into two categories, the first being financial gain. Yet she didn't extort money from you. In fact, she proactively offered to cover all losses, clearly indicating that financial gain is not her aim. So what could the second motive be? Tanya inquired. If it's not financial, it must be of a more intimate nature. What? Intimate? Tanya's mouth dropped open, her face displaying utter astonishment, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. Xiaoya, do you mean she is that kind of person? Tanya seemed to grasp Mei-er's implication, though uncertainty lingered in her voice. That kind? Which kind? Mei-er feigned ignorance, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. Tanya's face flushed crimson as she indignantly retorted. You know exactly what I mean. However, before she could finish her sentence, Mei-er burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! I thought you were completely oblivious in this regard. Who would have guessed you were so knowledgeable? Mei-er's laughter filled the room, resonating with a vivacious energy. If you keep laughing, I won't talk to you anymore. Tanya's cheeks deepened in color as she scolded. Oh, is little you shy now? Mei-er continued to tease, reveling in Tanya's flustered state. Who is shy? Tanya's voice wavered, lacking confidence as she stammered. If you're not shy, then why is your face so red? Mei-er pressed on relentlessly. I'm not blushing. Tanya touched her cheek, trying to mask her embarrassment. Mei-er chuckled softly, then suddenly leaned closer and whispered in an alluring tone. What do you say, Xiaoya? Would you like to give it a try? Try what? Tanya looked utterly perplexed, failing to comprehend Mei-er's insinuation. Why, the intimate affairs between women, of course. What? Between women? How can that be? If men can, why can't women? Tanya's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that such words came from her dear friend. Witnessing Tanya's reaction, Mei-er could no longer contain her laughter, her mirth echoing throughout the room. Ha! I was just teasing you. Your expression is absolutely priceless. Realizing she had been played, Tanya shot Mei-er a glaring eye roll. If you pull that kind of joke again, I'll never speak to you. Don't be upset. I thought you were simply too lonely living alone. So I sought to bring you some amusement. Even if it's for fun, such jokes are inappropriate. Tanya retorted, still annoyed. Although I may have gone too far. I wasn't joking at all. What do you mean? Tanya asked, perplexed. What I mean is that my suggestion regarding an intimate nature was utterly sincere. However, the one with such intentions is not Wang Ying. If it's not Wang Ying, then who is it? As the words hung in the air, Tanya finally connected the dots, her exquisite face flushing with realization. Are you saying it's Lin Ce? Tanya's voice involuntarily rose an octave. Mayer observed Tanya's reaction, a knowing smile gracing her lips. So it turns out the one with designs on my sister is Lin Ce. A hint of shyness flickered across Tanya's face as she bashfully explained, but I'm already 31. He looks to be around 25. Why would he ever take an interest in me? Mayer dismissed her concern. What is wrong with being 31? Women at this age possess the most allure. Especially with your captivating figure. Even I find myself tempted to steal a kiss. As she spoke, Mayer's hands playfully reached toward Tanya. Yet before she could make contact, Tanya swiftly swatted her away and reproached her playfully. You're being ridiculous again. Unfazed, Mayer continued to persuade. Whether I'm being ridiculous or not, you'll find out if you invite him out for a chat. Tanya hesitated. You want me to ask him out? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Didn't you say he was quite handsome? You two would make a lovely pair. Tanya's cheeks flushed even deeper at the suggestion. What? Perhaps it's best to refrain, given the significant age difference. Upon witnessing this, Mayer feigned seriousness and remarked, are you truly considering remaining single for a lifetime? I believe there is nothing inherently wrong with being single. Indeed, there is nothing adverse about it. Except that one must perpetually dine alone, bathe alone, sleep alone, and ultimately face a solitary existence. Xiaoya, heed my counsel and meet Lin Ce. Well, shall I go then? A teachable child indeed. Teach you? You would only stray down a misguided path. Isn't this for your own future? And what about you? Aren't you single as well? I am different. I am a doctor, destined to heal the world. Where is there time for romance? I hardly believe you. Chapter 26. Yume Media darling, where have you been? Why have you taken so long to return? I thought you no longer wanted me. After his exhausting excursion to the hospital, Lin Ce returned to Lisher Tsiyuan, weary. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, Hong Na flitted into his arms like a jubilant little bird, playfully pouting. Lin Ce smiled gently, lifting Hong Na's delicate chin, and teasingly remarked, having spent so much on you, would it not be a significant loss to abandon you now? Hearing this, Hong Na gazed at him with her big, watery eyes and softly inquired, so what does my husband plan to do with me now? Lin Ce's lips curled into a mischievous smile. What do you think I should do with you? Hong Na's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, whispering, with no one at home to disturb us, I believe we can retreat indoors to discuss matters in detail, don't you think? I find your suggestion quite agreeable. With that, Lin Ce scooped up Hong Na and swept into the bedroom like a gust of wind. Soon enough, the bed was adorned with two entwined figures. With no one around, they became increasingly audacious. Once tranquility returned, they nestled closely together at the head of the bed. Husband, did you meet Xiao Tao last night? In response to Hong Na's query, Lin Ce maintained a stoic expression, as if he had anticipated her question. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, did she tell you? Hong Na nodded gently, affirming, yes. Lin Ce's lips curled into a subtle smile. What do you intend to do? Will you seek vengeance for her? Hong Na quickly shook her head, playfully protesting, I would never. Lin Ce raised an eyebrow, intrigued, oh, why not? Is she not your close friend? Hong Na giggled and leaned closer to him, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. She is indeed my close friend, but you are my man. How could I betray you for my friend? Lin Ce felt a warm surge within him. He smiled. So, you are choosing me over her, are you? Hong Na nodded without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Of course, you are my husband. At her words, Lin Ce's smile brightened, laced with a hint of teasing. Suddenly so agreeable. Are you hoping for me to buy you something? Hong Na pouted playfully. Darling, you think too ill of me. While I do have a fondness for money, I still possess a conscience. Besides, you bought me so many beautiful bags and jewelry yesterday, even a luxury car. What reason would I have to be greedy? So you are being sincere? Otherwise, why would I introduce Xiao Tao to you? Hong Na pouted, her tone hinting at mild dissatisfaction. So, I have indeed misjudged you. Of course, my heart has been thoroughly wounded by you. Oh, is that so? Shall I check? No, I am not ready yet. Time slipped away, and darkness enveloped the sky as night quietly fell. Just then, the door, previously shut, creaked open, revealing two figures emerging. You're back. Lin Ce's gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly fell upon Lu Yong seated on the sofa. Hearing Lin Ce's voice, Lu Yong seemed to snap back to reality, standing up somewhat absent-mindedly and stammering, yes, I'm back. Upon closer inspection, One could discern a faint blush spreading across Liu Yang's neck and ears, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Observing this, Hong Na felt puzzled. She blinked her large, watery eyes innocently and asked, "Sister Yang, why is your face so red?" Liu Yang, startled by Hong Na's question, hastily explained, "Perhaps it's just the fatigue from returning. You both sit for a moment. I'll go prepare dinner." With that, Liu Yang turned to leave the living room in a hurried manner, resembling a startled rabbit. However, just as she took a couple of steps, Lin Ce's voice rang out behind her. "Let us not cook tonight. Let us dine out instead." Dine out. The scene shifted, and the three found themselves in an upscale restaurant illuminated by the night. Isn't it rather extravagant to dine in such a place for a simple meal? Liu Yang thought, cringing at the lofty prices. The cost of the dishes they had just ordered exceeded her entire monthly salary. "Oh, Sister Yang, don't fret. My husband isn't short on funds, and besides, isn't today a special occasion?" Hong Na quickly reassured her. "A special occasion? What kind of special day is it?" Liu Yang inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Hong Na's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and she softly replied, "You'll have to ask our husband." With a playful wink directed at Liu Yang, she gestured toward Lin Ce, who sat at the opposite end of the table, holding a glass of red wine. The glass seemed to come alive in his hands, spinning gracefully, the wine swirling within, forming an elegant arc bathed in the light. It appeared vibrant and enchanting, like a ruby emanating an alluring glow. In the past, Lin Ce had found it puzzling when wealthy individuals toyed with their wine glasses while dining. However, now that he too had acquired wealth, he began to grasp their mindset. Perhaps this was not merely a trivial act, but rather a pursuit and enjoyment of quality in life. After a moment of playing with the wine glass, Lin Ce slowly set it down and raised his gaze to meet Liu Yang's. "Nana mentioned you returned to the forest store today?" Liu Yang paused, responding softly, "Yes. I went to handle my resignation. Perfect timing. I was just considering starting a company. You should come work for me." Lin Ce proposed. "Huh, start a company?" Liu Yang's expression reflected her astonishment. At this moment, Hong Na could no longer contain her excitement and leaned in to divulge, "Sister Yang, my husband plans to establish a guild and sign internet influencers like Xiao Tao. Is what Nana said true? Will you become a founding member of our Yume Media?" I would love to." Chapter 27. An encounter with an ex. "Oh my. Darling, am I dreaming? This entire floor truly belongs to us." In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of Tianhai Building, Hong Na excitedly covered her mouth with her hand, as if trying to suppress her overwhelming joy. Yet, her body trembled, unable to contain the elation bubbling within her. Beside them, Liu Yang, though not as exuberant as Hong Na, had her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. She gazed intently at Lin Ce, seemingly seeking confirmation of the truth behind his expression. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. In this vast expanse, only their breaths and heartbeats could be heard. Finally, Lin Ce shattered the silence with a calm, yet resolute voice. "Indeed, this entire floor belongs to us." Those words struck like a bolt of lightning across the night sky, igniting a fervor within Hong Na's heart. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she screamed and leapt into Lin Ce's arms. "Ah!" Her cry reverberated through the room, as if to burst through the ceiling. In an instant, Hong Na transformed into a joyful bird, diving straight into Lin Ce's embrace. "Honey, you're incredible. I adore you," she exclaimed, clinging tightly to Lin Ce and showering his cheeks with kisses, eager to convey her affection. Yet Lin Ce remained composed, even teasingly asking, "Are you sure you love me and not my money?" Taken aback by his inquiry, Hong Na paused momentarily, but she quickly recovered, pouting playfully as she retorted, "It's not just about the money. I love everything about you." A smile crept onto Lin Ce's lips as he gently stroked Hong Na's hair, responding tenderly, "Is that so? Then I must conduct a thorough examination." Thus, he began to act playfully. Yang Jie is still here. As the three of them boarded the elevator to leave, night had already deepened. Shortly after, the elevator arrived at the ground floor. They stepped out in succession. Just as Liu Yang exited, an exuberant and excited voice suddenly echoed, "Yang Yang." The familiar voice made Liu Yang shudder. When she looked up, a familiar face appeared before her. Zhang Yang. Indeed, it was Liu Yang's former boyfriend, Zhang Yang, with whom she had spent 8 years. Now a shadow of his former self. Compared to just days ago, he appeared significantly changed. His skin was noticeably darker, and he looked weary, especially with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Zhang Yang in such a state stirred a mix of emotions in Liu Yang. After all, they had shared many years together. Yet, in an instant, she cast aside all negative feelings. The truth was, her relationship with Zhang Yang had ended. "Is there something you need?" she said coldly. Zhang Yang was visibly taken aback. He had hoped their reunion would mend old wounds and reignite their relationship, but instead, he found himself at a loss. No, I can't give up, he implored, his voice trembling with desperation. Yang, I was wrong before, I've changed. Can we get back together? Lu Yang's expression remained eerily calm, betraying no emotion. She simply observed Zhang Yang as if his words were irrelevant to her. Zhang Yang, sensing her indifference, grew increasingly anxious. Yang, look, this is my employee ID. I've started working at a delivery service as a full-time writer. You can stay home and enjoy while I earn money for us. He held out his ID, showcasing his new job. Lu Yang's gaze lingered on the ID momentarily before shifting away, remaining silent. Then, Zhang Yang recalled something and continued. Oh, and about the games. I sold all my gaming accounts for over 90,000. Plus, with the money I've saved over the years, I have over 100,000 now. As he spoke, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket, trembling as he offered it to Lu Yang. You've always wanted a stable home, right? So let us get married. I know this money might not be enough, but rest assured, I am working hard to provide you with a big house and a happy life. His voice grew more fervent, his hands shaking with anxiety. Finally, he almost begged, Yang, will you marry me? Witnessing Zhang Yang's earnest plea, Lu Yang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Once upon a time, this was the very scene she had yearned for. She had always hoped Zhang Yang would awaken to their future and take action, yet he had been like a pile of mud, impossible to mold. Now that she had moved on, he finally seemed to change. As a friend, she felt happiness for him, but as a former lover, she knew they could never return to the way things were. Taking a deep breath, she slowly replied, I'm sorry, Zhang Yang, but we are over. Why? I've changed, he exclaimed, desperation creeping into his tone. Do you not trust me? Lu Yang shook her head. No, I believe in you. Then why won't you accept my proposal? Didn't you love me the most? Zhang Yang cried out in anguish. Lu Yang bit her red lip, caught in indecision. If she laid bare her feelings, it would undoubtedly shatter him, perhaps sending him into despair again. Yet if she didn't confront him, he would persist in pursuing her, which would surely provoke Lin Ce. Just as she hesitated, a man stepped forward to help her make a choice. Because she is my woman. The familiar voice startled Lu Yang. Turning around, she found that it was Lin Ce standing behind her. You should understand that sometimes one must sever ties. Faced with Lin Ce's inquiry, Lu Yang felt a mixture of guilt and unease wash over her. I hope this is the first and last time. With that, Lin Ce moved past Lu Yang to confront Zhang Yang. Who are you? Zhang Yang glared at Lin Ce with suspicion. Didn't you hear? I said she is my woman. Chapter 28. Lu Yang's final choice. Yang. You must be lying to me. If you love me so much, how could you break up with me for someone else? Zhang Yang stared at Lu Yang in disbelief, his heart flooded with pain. I understand now. He must be an actor you hired to provoke me, right? Zhang Yang's eyes widened, fixating on Lu Yang. However, she stood silently, her expression impassive, offering no response. Observing Zhang Yang, who resembled a clown trying to rationalize his situation, Lin Ce felt a complex swirl of emotions. If only it were possible, he would wish to be the good guy. Yet the harsh truth was inescapable. It's truly pathetic. No wonder she left you, Lin Ce remarked with palpable sarcasm. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang erupted like a lit powder keg, shouting at Lin Ce, shut up, Yang, and I did not break up. Zhang Yang's furious roar reverberated in the air, causing Lin Ce's ears to ring. Watching Zhang Yang's contorted face, twisted with rage, a wave of disgust surged within Lin Ce. After casting a venomous glare at Lin Ce, Zhang Yang turned his attention back to Lu Yang. Yang, everything he just said is untrue. Yet before he could finish, Lu Yang mercilessly interrupted him. Taking a deep breath, as if finally resolved, she declared aloud, no. What he said is true. I am indeed his woman now. As she spoke, Lu Yang clasped Lin Ce's hand, their fingers interlocked as if to signify something profound. In an instant, the color drained from Zhang Yang's once handsome face, leaving him pale. His body trembled slightly. No, this cannot be. You love me. How could you be with someone else? I refuse to believe it. That was in the past. I no longer love you. Lu Yang's cold voice resonated firmly. After uttering those words, she took Lin Ce's hand and turned to leave. However, just as they turned, a loud crash resonated behind them, followed by Zhang Yang's desperate pleas. No, Yang, I truly realize my mistakes. For the sake of our many years together, please come back. I simply cannot live without you, Yang. Yet, regardless of his fervent entreaties, the woman he believed would be by his side for a lifetime did not look back. As the scene shifted, the trio exited the building and embarked on their journey home. In the absence of outsiders, Lu Yang could no longer restrain the tumultuous emotions within her and began to weep uncontrollably. In that moment, the entire vehicle was enveloped by her heart-wrenching cries. After an indeterminate period, her sobs gradually subsided. It was then that the silent Lin Ce finally spoke. If you regret your decision, I can offer you another choice. No matter what you decide, I will not hold it against you. Hearing these words, Lu Yang, who had just managed to stifle her tears, and Hong Na, who was comforting her, were momentarily taken aback. However, Lu Yang quickly made her decision. She wiped her tears and, with a resolute gaze, stated, "No. My relationship with him is over." "Really? You wouldn't be clinging to me for my money like she did, would you?" Lin Ce's words were met with Hong Na's disapproval. "Darling, didn't you say not to bring that up?" Lin Ce smiled silently, then glanced at Lu Yang in the rearview mirror, seemingly awaiting something. After a considerable pause, Lu Yang finally spoke again. "If I said I was like Nana, staying for your money, would you cast me out?" "Yang Jia, why are you sounding just like my husband? You two are so annoying. I'm ignoring you." With that, an irritated Hong Na leaned away, leaving the battleground to the two of them. Time passed slowly. It was uncertain how long it lasted. Perhaps a minute, maybe 2, or even 5. The previously silent man finally stirred. A faint smile graced his lips, and soon his melodious voice echoed within the vehicle. "If I send you away, who will help me bear children?" "Thank you." The journey continued in silence, filled only with warmth. Before long, the trio returned to Li Ce. As soon as they entered, Hong Na swiftly concocted an excuse to escape. "Oh, I just remembered that Xiao Tao needs me for something. I must head back to my room. You two take your time chatting." Before her words had fully registered, she vanished like the wind, leaving Lu Yang and Lin Ce alone in the spacious living room, where the atmosphere became somewhat intimate. Lu Yang's face flushed instantly. She shyly rubbed her small hands together, lowering her gaze, appearing at a loss. Lin Ce's lips curled into a slight smile. "Since she's gone to her room, shall we retire to ours as well?" "Huh. Now," Lu Yang exclaimed, looking up in astonishment. "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Lin Ce regarded her with a teasing smile, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes. No, Lu Yang's face grew even redder as she stammered, becoming increasingly flustered. "Are you hoping for me to embrace you?" Suddenly, Lin Ce advanced a step closer to Lu Yang. "No, that's not necessary." Lu Yang retreated hastily, akin to a startled rabbit, her heart pounding as if it would leap from her chest. Yet, Lin Ce persisted, pressing closer until Lu Yang's back was against the wall, leaving her with no escape. "What do you truly desire?" His breath brushed against Lu Yang's ear, his voice soft yet captivating. Lu Yang's mind blanked in that moment. She was utterly unsure of how to navigate this situation. Just then, Lin Ce gently lifted her chin, compelling her gaze to meet his. "I will ask you once more. Are you genuinely willing to stay by my side?" His eyes were deep and fervent, as if he sought to pierce through to her innermost thoughts. Lu Yang's heartbeat quickened, and her lips trembled slightly. Finally, summoning her courage, she replied, "Of course." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yang suddenly raised her head and eagerly pressed her lips against Lin Ce's. This kiss was different from the previous ones. Lu Yang was no longer a passive recipient, but an active pursuer. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Ce's neck. In that moment, time seemed to come to a halt, and the world around them faded, leaving only the two of them. Chapter 29. Exploring Li Shimo's home. The joy derived from emotional resonance is incomparable to that brought about by money or other means. Lin Ce understood this profoundly. The thought that Lu Yang would soon be his filled him with immense happiness. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Moreover, he harbored a strong premonition that Lu Yang would conceive this time. Her overall probability of pregnancy stood at 90, with a 100 likelihood within 7 days. This was the highest probability among the women he had encountered so far. Today marked the 3rd day since Lu Yang and he had begun their relationship. If all went as expected, today would be the day of conception. However, he would not know for a few days. Once Lu Yang became pregnant, he would be blessed with 2 children. The thought of this inevitably led his mind to Su Yun, the woman who had claimed his first. During the recent move, he had deliberately displayed a hint of affection. Though Su Yun's response had been satisfactory, women are often capricious, especially considering her existing family. Therefore, he was uncertain of the outcome. Perhaps he should visit her again sometime. Nevertheless, before doing so, he needed to ensure that his second child could be safely brought into the world. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Why are they bothering me at this hour?" "You should answer. It might be urgent." "No need. I'll deal with it tomorrow. I'm in the middle of something." "Just answer it. I want to run away." Unable to resist the charm of a woman's coaxing, Lin Ce ultimately acquiesced. However, upon seeing the caller ID, long-buried memories resurfaced. "Oh no, I forgot the important matter." "What important matter?" Lu Yong inquired curiously. I'll explain later. After calming his emotions, Lin Ce answered the call. Hello, Meng Meng. Indeed, it was none other than Li Shimo, the enchanting woman he had danced with the previous night. Brother Su, didn't you promise to help me seek revenge today? Why haven't you replied to a single message? You're not planning to abandon me after having your fun, are you? Lin Ce felt a surge of anxiety at her pitiful tone. He had enjoyed himself too much today and had inadvertently forgotten their agreement. Fortunately, he hadn't let his desires cloud his judgment. Otherwise, this delightful girl would have been heartbroken tonight. He couldn't afford to lose such a charming little girl. She was his precious gem, and he would never simply take advantage and walk away. Of course not. Lin Ce reassured her, while also instructing Lu Yong to help him get dressed. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Do you know how many I sent? Li Shimo continued to lament. I've been busy and simply didn't have the time. That's true. How could Brother Su deceive our adorable and kind Meng Meng? If you don't believe me, how about I come over to see you right now? After much effort, Lin Ce finally managed to end the call. Are you going to see her now? Lu Yong looked at Lin Ce knowingly, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Lin Ce nodded slightly. Having lived alone for a long time, she inevitably became somewhat sensitive. I must go and comfort her. Lu Yong listened and, though somewhat reluctant, understood and nodded in agreement. All right then. Upon observing this, Lin Ce let out a gentle sigh. She stepped forward to Lu Yong, reached out, and affectionately ruffled her lovely head, softly saying, Be good. You should sleep first, no need to wait for me. In response to Lin Ce's tender gesture, Lu Yong seemed dazed, sitting there in a stupor. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Ce had already vanished from the room. She slowly lifted her hand to touch the spot where Lin Ce had just caressed her, as if she could still feel his warmth and gentleness. So this is what it feels like to be loved? Meanwhile, after leaving Li Shi Chu Yuan, Lin Ce hurried to the neighborhood where Li Shi Meng resided. Swan Mansion, a mid to high-end community. Although it did not possess the lavishness of Lin Ce's Li Shi Chu Yuan, it was still a place that ordinary people could hardly afford in their lifetime. Not long after stepping out of the car, a petite figure rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her face. It was none other than Li Shi Meng. Brother Su, you finally came. Meng Meng thought you didn't want me anymore, boo-hoo. Although it was nighttime, there were still many pedestrians outside the community, and under such scrutiny, Lin Ce couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. After what felt like an eternity, Li Shi Meng finally calmed down. My clothes are soaked now, are you satisfied? She pouted, slightly resentful. I was just busy. Besides, I'm not like you, who can stay in front of the screen for 24 hours. Lin Ce replied. All right, take me to see where you live. Why do you want to go to my place? Li Shi Meng blinked innocently. Perhaps due to having just cried, her eyes sparkled like stars in the sky, dazzling and bright. However, Lin Ce had no appreciation for this charm. Forcing a smile, he said, Of course. I want to check if you've completed the homework I assigned you yesterday. No way. My mom said I shouldn't let men into my room casually. But I'm not just any man. It seems like you are. Then let us go, Brother Su. Before long, Lin Ce followed Li Shi Meng back to her home. Brother Su, wait here for a moment. I'll go find you some clothes. With that, Li Shi Meng dashed into her room on her short legs. Lin Ce began to inspect the house. Naturally, it couldn't compare to his spacious flat, but it was far superior to Wang Ying's single apartment. After a brief survey, he arrived at a sparkling room on the left. It was Li Shi Meng's own streaming room, adorned with soft lighting, plush toys, and numerous glittering items. Additionally, there was a large transparent wardrobe filled with various outfits, including Tang suits, hanfu, and various cosplay costumes. In the deepest part, there seemed to be even bolder attire. However, before he could explore further, Li Shi Meng returned with clothes in hand, blocking his view. Brother Su, how can you rummage through someone else's wardrobe while they're not here? I wasn't rummaging. I was studying. Chapter 30, Tao Xiaotao and Meng Wanzi's link up? Brother Su, I'm going in. You must not peek, or Meng Meng will be angry. I swear by my integrity that I will not peek. Hearing this, Li Shi Meng felt reassured and entered the changing room with a mysterious outfit in hand. As for why the person changing clothes suddenly shifted from Lin Ce to Li Shi Meng, that story began several minutes earlier. At that time, Lin Ce had curiously entered Li Shi Meng's streaming room. There, he discovered her collection of various outfits. Just as Li Shi Meng appeared in time to stop his exploration, he couldn't let such a rare opportunity slip away. After some coaxing, Li Shi Meng had finally agreed to wear that outfit just once for him. The thought of witnessing a scene that had existed only in his imagination sent Lin Ce's blood surging with excitement. After pacing back and forth countless times, the door to the room finally opened slowly. For reasons beyond control, the details here cannot be elaborated. Please imagine the appearance of the cat-eared girl yourself. Breathless and with a rush of blood to his head, Lin Ce stood there as if in a daze. Meanwhile, Li Shiming shyly lowered her head, remaining silent. The outfit she wore was something she had impulsively bought long ago, but had never worn until now. The reason was simple, it was too revealing. She was known for her cuteness as a lowly streamer and didn't want others to think she was a borderline streamer. However, today, under Lin Ce's earnest request, she had crossed that boundary. At that moment, she felt nothing but shyness. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. After what felt like an eternity, the dazed man finally moved. He stepped forward, reaching Li Shiming, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and in a tender and flirtatious tone, said, "Ming Ming, you are truly beautiful." "Really, truly?" Li Shiming raised her head in delight. "Of course. You are the most beautiful and adorable girl I have ever seen," Lin Ce continued softly. "I don't believe it. If I were that good, Brother Su, why have you not contacted me for so long? Then will Brother Su make it up to Ming Ming?" "I don't want any makeup." Li Shiming pouted. "If you don't want any makeup, then I'll leave first." "Hey, I was just joking." Lin Ce chuckled lightly and stepped forward to embrace the shy girl in his arms. Feeling something was amiss, Li Shiming began to tremble as she spoke. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Of course, I am making it up to my Ming Ming." Meanwhile, in the home of fellow internet celebrity Tao Xiaodao, she sat in front of her computer, conducting her daily money-making livestream. Thanks to Lin Ce's extravagant spending the day before, she had garnered a significant influx of viewers, peaking at over 150,000 online. Although the excitement had waned today, her stream still attracted thousands of viewers shortly after starting, most of whom were eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious figure known as Sima Bintang. Tao Xiaodao was well aware of this, so she kept the audience engaged while secretly reaching out to Lin Ce. Her intention was clear. She wanted Lin Ce to create that account again and make a grand entrance in her livestream, allowing her to attract a massive wave of traffic while also benefiting from his presence. It was a win-win situation. You might wonder why she was so confident. It was because Lin Ce needed her. If he didn't charm her, he wouldn't get what he wanted. Wait, no. Even if he charmed her, he still wouldn't get what he wanted. She was a pure young lady. How could she consort with that kind of man? However, the reality was that she had sent Lin Ce a flurry of messages, yet he had not responded to a single one. She seriously suspected he was doing it on purpose. After all, there are such plots where male leads use the tactic of feigned indifference to win over female leads. In the past, she would have ignored such games entirely. But today, with so many people in the livestream, that was money on the line. She couldn't afford to be at odds with money. Thinking this, she picked up her phone to leave, but just as she stood up, a message arrived. Streamer Ming Wanzi has sent you AP invitation. Accept or decline. Ming Wanzi, the girl who almost got beaten up yesterday. Could it be a revenge plot? What should I do? Should I accept or decline? The spectacle of the two individuals yesterday has been widely circulated by many slice makers and has already made it to trending topics. Should they engage in another encounter? It is certain to attract a multitude of onlookers, generating a significant amount of traffic. Yet, her victory yesterday was largely due to the assistance of that guy. If she were to confront her directly, her chances of winning would be nearly non-existent. What should I do? In a moment of inner turmoil, Tao Xiaodao ultimately chose to accept the challenge. Besides the irresistible allure of that colossal traffic, a more pressing reason was her unwillingness to bow down to that individual. Tao Xiaodao would rather die standing than beg him. Moreover, with nearly 20,000 viewers in her livestream, there might well be a new benefactor among them. After all, it's just a contest. She can fight. As expected, when Li Shiming appeared on the screen, the thousands waiting in the livestream erupted with excitement. Leading the charge was her loyal follower, known by the username 9527. However, today he had changed his name. 9527, bro, galloping steed finally here. Prepare the fireworks to welcome my big brother. Alongside him, many familiar faces emerged. 007, 3rd Battalion Commander, prepare to fire. Not eating cilantro. Is my husband coming again? JJ explode. Brothers, follow me into battle. Yet, despite the clamor in the live stream, Tao Xiaodao was oblivious. Her gaze was solely fixed on Li Shiming. Perhaps it was her heightened sensitivity, but today Li Shiming appeared particularly beautiful, exuding a unique charm that only a mature woman possesses. Could it be that she had been awakened to a new reality? This thought, once entertained, was impossible to dismiss. Yesterday, both had garnered a significant number of votes. She had 1 million, while Li Shiming must have had at least 500,000. Although a considerable portion would be deducted, that figure was still remarkable. It was not uncommon for streamers to be blinded by wealth, as was the case with her when that guy took her first kiss. While Li Shiming may not have been as beautiful as she was undeniably adorable, and the men who adored her would certainly outnumber those who admired Tao Xiaodao. As Tao Xiaodao continued her musings, Li Shiming clearly articulated her intent. Sister Xiaodao, shall we engage in a contest? I'm well prepared today. Of course, sister. How would you like to play? Tao Xiaodao understood that Meng Wanzi was not to be underestimated. She was acutely aware of the possibility of her own defeat, especially if that guy didn't intervene. But she lacked the courage to refuse, whether due to the overwhelming traffic or other unspeakable reasons. As the initiator of the contest, Li Shiming had a simple aim: to redeem herself. After all, she was a well-regarded figure in the realm of contests, and her reputation was at stake. With a slight smile revealing a delicate dimple, her sweet voice echoed between the two live streams. As before, the loser will donate 10 carnival gifts. So she was indeed here for revenge, Tao Xiaodao mused with a sigh. Very well, I concede. After all, she was certain to profit from this wave of traffic. All right, 10 carnival gifts it is. Little did she know, she would soon pay a heavy price for this decision. Since Sister Xiaodao has no objections, let us mute our mics and begin gathering votes. With the microphone silenced, Tao Xiaodao resorted to her signature skill of charming her audience to garner votes. All right, everyone. The contest begins. If you have votes, please support me. Thank you to the generous brother from the north for sending a rocket. Thank you to the esteemed brother for sending the Douyin #1. Thank you to the great brother from Xianquan for the Ferris wheel. Just as Tao Xiaodao had anticipated, many affluent supporters emerged among the 20,000 viewers. Although they couldn't compare to Lin Ce, she was receiving quite a few special effects. However, when she casually glanced at the contest's progress bar, she was utterly bewildered. No, where's my progress bar? Didn't I have 65 for 132 points? Why is there only a single line now? Yet, when she redirected her gaze to Li Shiming's side, she was left speechless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A staggering 8-digit score. Wait, sister, are you cheating? This wasn't even during the double points period. Aside from Tao Xiaodao, the viewers in her live stream were equally astonished. 007. I can't believe it, they must be cheating. Blue Ocean, they really came prepared. 9527, bro. Galloping steed, big brother, come save the day. Sister S progress bar is about to be obliterated. However, only a few voiced their concerns, as most had rushed into Li Shiming's live stream. What had once been a crowd of 20,000 in Tao Xiaodao's stream dwindled to merely 5,000 in the blink of an eye. It was a stark return to reality. Yu Jianxian. Damn, the opposition is too fierce. I'm out of here, streamer. Big thumb. Streamer, I'm off to gather intelligence. As she observed the dwindling numbers of her live stream, Tao Xiaodao felt nothing but sorrow. She understood that Li Shiming had come well prepared, but she could hardly fathom the ferocity of her opponent's supporters, who offered no respite. In such a dire situation, her chances of victory were nearly non-existent unless she called upon Lin Ce. The last time he intervened, she had lost her first kiss. This time, should she request his help again, she could only expect him to take even more from her. While she hesitated, a mesmerizing full-screen effect caught her attention. She initially thought it was Lin Ce coming to her aid. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was her elder brother, Longli Xiaobelong, sending a Dragon S Roar gift. Level 59 Longli Xiaobelong sent a gift, Dragon S Roar. Level 59 Longli Xiaobelong sent a gift, Dragon S Roar. Before long, Tao Xiaodao received 10 Dragon S Roar gifts from Longli Xiaobelong, causing her points to surge. Though it paled in comparison to her opponent's terrifying 8-digit score, at least her progress bar was no longer just a single line. Furthermore, the live stream's popularity surged thanks to those 10 gifts. Indeed, in times of crisis, her loyal elder brother was still the one she could count on. Just as Tao Xiaodao prepared to express her gratitude, a golden floating screen flashed across her view. Upon closer inspection, it was a message from her now 60-level elder brother, Longli Xiaobelong. The content read, Xiaodao, the opposition is too formidable. Dragon Brother can only assist you this far. For reasons unknown, upon reading her elder brother's message, Tao Xiaodao felt an overwhelming wave of bittersweet emotion. Alongside the sorrow was a deep sense of gratitude. After all, it was evident that her chances of turning the tide were slim. Yet even so, her elder brother had sent her 100,000 points. How could she not be touched? Amidst her emotions, her gaze fell upon the returning viewers in her stream. Big thumb. Streamer, you should surrender. The top player on the other side is from a guild and has sent a whopping 1,500,007. What the heck? They're playing dirty by bringing in a guild member. A guild. Tao Xiaodao's heart sank. Typically, a guild would only send gifts in 2 scenarios. Either a major streamer was competing in an annual event or significant contest requiring support, or a guild had taken notice of an individual streamer, or the streamer had decided to join a guild. Yet, she distinctly remembered that Meng Wanzi, like her, had not joined any guilds. This left only one possibility. A guild had taken an interest in Li Ce, or she had decided to join a particular guild. What kind of agreement could have been reached for the guild to support Li Ce in her livestream? Regardless of the reason, it is evident that the guild behind Li Ce is quite formidable. After all, that is a staggering sum of 1.5 million. Even if all the money Li Ce received were returned, the guild would still incur a loss of at least 750,000. That is no trifling amount. She must discover the true identity of this guild, which is capable of extravagantly spending such a fortune without even signing a contract. Before long, Tao Xiaotao entered Li Shiming's livestream using a secondary account. However, before she could investigate the mysterious guild, she was utterly taken aback. Just yesterday, Lin Ce had splurged 1 million in his livestream, peaking within the top 10 nationally. Yet, Li Ce had astonishingly surged into the top 3. The barrage of comments in the livestream flowed like a river. A rough estimate suggested that the online audience numbered at least 200,000. As a fellow woman and AP streamer, Tao Xiaotao naturally felt a pang of jealousy. A bunch of old lechers enamored with Lolis. After a moment of disdain, she finally clicked on the leaderboard. What met her eyes was an outrageous contribution list. She had thought that her achievements yesterday were the pinnacle of her life, only to find herself cast into the abyss today. Truly, there is always someone better beyond the horizon. Yume Media? Is this guild even on Douyin? And why is their icon a duck? Staring at the top of the leaderboard, Tao Xiaotao fell into deep contemplation. Yet, no matter how hard she thought, she could not recall anything related to it. Filled with curiosity, she clicked on the avatar. She expected to see videos about recruiting streamers or some contact information. To her surprise, there was nothing but the glaring words "real name verified." Besides that, the rapidly increasing follower count was quite conspicuous. How could I let a new guild overshadow me like this? This is truly intolerable. Chapter 32, Jealousy Unleashed. Thank you, Sister Xiaotao, for the 10 jialianhua. The voice, though melodious, sounded grating to Tao Xiaotao's ears. Just yesterday, she had expressed her gratitude towards Li Ce, and today, it was her turn to be in the spotlight. How true the saying is, mountains and rivers meet again. It was infuriating that she had to force a smile. Otherwise, if someone were to record her, they would surely say she was all smiles in victory and weeping in defeat. Since P ended, I shall take my leave now. With a forced smile, Tao Xiaotao prepared to exit. However, Li Ce intercepted her at a crucial moment. Wait, Sister Xiaotao. What's wrong? An ominous premonition washed over Tao Xiaotao. I just wanted to ask, isn't that brother who galloped in yesterday absent today? I recall he was quite formidable. Ordinary provocations could be brushed aside with a smile. But when it came to Lin Ce, she could not contain herself. Her anger flared like burning willow fluff, spreading rapidly. What was even more exasperating was that she still had to force a smile and explain nonchalantly, he has something to attend to today. What a pity, Li Ce lamented. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by pity? You're not the one who has lost money. Discounting the 1.5 million spent by the guild, the gifts from others to Li Ce were also a considerable sum. Not to mention, there were still tens of thousands involved. Initially, she had a favorable impression of this seemingly harmless and adorable little loli, but with this turn of events, her feelings had soured. Just as Tao Xiaotao was secretly disparaging someone, Li Ce unexpectedly proposed. How about this, Sister Xiaotao? Let us schedule another P battle? Another P battle? Tao Xiaotao exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a proposition. Scheduling a P battle allows both parties to prepare their respective teams in advance. A common practice among P streamers, especially those with past conflicts. Such confrontations not only generate substantial traffic, but also present an excellent opportunity for financial gain. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't tempted. After all, today she did not consider herself a loser. Although she had lost, her follower count had surged by nearly 10,000, and gifts in the live stream had poured in abundantly. The only thing she had lost was face. In the grand scheme of things, what is face compared to money? Besides, winning and losing are all part of the game. Alright, I accept the P challenge. After some contemplation, Tao Xiaotao decisively agreed to the challenge. From any perspective, she had no reason to decline. Seeing Tao Xiaotao take the bait, Li Ce revealed a triumphant smile. In that case, it's settled. Tomorrow night at 10, let us not miss it. Let us not miss it. After ending the livestream connection, Tao Xiaotao finally glanced at the barrage of comments. What she saw were waves of regretful voices. Shout-out, you're being foolish. She has a guild. How can you compete with her? Of course, besides the regret, there were also many loyal fans who continued to support Tao Xiaotao. For instance, user 007 commented, "Looks like it's time for me to reveal my heir's status." 9527, sister-in-law, don't worry. Tomorrow's battle. I'll definitely rally the whole village to cheer for you. 9527, sister-in-law, may I ask, will my brother be there tomorrow? Though most comments were made in jest, Tao Xiaotao felt a swell of gratitude within her heart. Thank you all for today, especially Brother Long. Mea humph. I am not jealous at all. Ming Ming, what is up? Your jealous expression is truly adorable. I am not jealous. But what if I just happen to like the jealous Ming Ming? Then you should go find the jealous Ming Ming. Anyway, I am not jealous. So where do you think I should look for her? It's none of your business where I go. Oh, is that so? Ah, you're back again, boo-hoo. Chapter 33, Breakup? I never expected you would invite me to such a place. Beneath the moonlight, Lin Ce toyed with the wine glass in his hand, smiling as he gazed at the captivating woman across from him. Not long ago, he had been enraptured with Li Ce, but just as their passionate moment unfolded, an untimely phone call interrupted them. The caller was none other than the strikingly glamorous Tao Xiaotao, who sat before him now. In response to Lin Ce's teasing remarks, Tao Xiaotao's simmering anger flared even more. Her voice dripped with irritation as she demanded, "What on earth were you doing today? Why didn't you return a single message? Oh, just became my girlfriend and already exercising your rights?" Lin Ce continued to jest. Unbeknownst to him, his words provoked Tao Xiaotao further. Before he could react, she erupted, "Answer me." Lin Ce furrowed his brows, taken aback by Tao Xiaotao's intense reaction. After a brief moment of distraction, he set down his glass and began to explain, "Actually, I didn't do much. Just arranged accommodation for one of my women and took her out for a meal." Thus, Lin Ce recounted his day's activities to Tao Xiaotao with stark honesty. Yet his tone was noticeably colder than before, tinged with an air of unfamiliarity. Tao Xiaotao sensed this shift, but didn't ponder it deeply. At that moment, her sole thought was to assert dominance over this man, to make him realize that she was fundamentally different from those women he could easily acquire. She needed to take charge of their relationship, rather than merely cater to him like a pet. Then I went to another woman's place, where I spent a wonderful time. Just as we were preparing for a repeat, you called, and then I ended up here. Do you think I've detailed it enough? Lin Ce smiled as he spoke. Tao Xiaotao was taken aback by the level of detail he provided. He even described their intimate moments and positions. All she could feel was embarrassment. Her exquisite face flushed like it had been dusted with a rosy hue. While she was lost in her embarrassment, Lin Ce suddenly stood up. "Since Ms. Tao has no further questions, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality." Tao Xiaotao's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I just believe Ms. Tao is right. A forcibly obtained fruit may quench thirst, but it ultimately lacks sweetness. Since you disdain the Lin family, I shall not trouble you further. Let us part ways amicably." Tao Xiaotao trembled, her lips quivering. "Why you want to break up with me?" Lin Ce shook his head. "Miss Tao, you jest. We were never truly together, so how can there be talk of a breakup? But we agreed to be 7-day lovers." Tao Xiaotao insisted. Lin Ce replied, "That was merely for 7 days. Whether we are truly lovers, you should know better than I." At this, Tao Xiaotao's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling. Yet Lin Ce remained unfazed. He wished to win Tao Xiaotao's heart, but he was no fool. "If you are unwilling, then I shall take my leave." He had wealth. What kind of woman couldn't he find? It would be foolish to hang on to a single tree. "Farewell, Miss Tao." With that, Lin Ce departed, leaving Tao Xiaotao alone in her melancholy. How could it end like this? No, this must be his ploy of feigned indifference. He surely intended to manipulate me, staging this performance before me. Indeed, that must be it. Having cleared her mind, she returned to her previously defiant demeanor. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. Lin Ce had genuinely resolved not to waste any more time on her. On the other side, after leaving, Lin Ce arrived at a community known as the harem. Initially, he intended to return to Li Ce. After all, he had yet to satiate his craving for the adorable girl. However, after several unanswered calls to the little girl, it seemed she had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Returning to Li Ce's place was too far, so in the dead of night, he opted to visit Wang Ying instead. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. It was already midnight, and yet he encountered someone. In this community, aside from Bai Ruo, who lived next door to Wang Ying, there was no one else. However, at that moment, she was not alone. A young man with bleached hair stood beside her. Though handsome, he was still somewhat overshadowed by Lin Ce. Moreover, the tattoos on his exposed arms signified his rebellious nature. After a brief glance, Lin Ce averted his gaze and expressionlessly stepped into the community. Just as he walked a few paces, an urgent patter of footsteps approached from behind. Suddenly, a soft hand, like lightning, clutched his right arm. He looked down to find the owner of the hand was none other than Bairuo. Before he could utter a word, Bairuo anxiously exclaimed, "Don't stop, don't look back, just hurry." Though filled with confusion, Lin Ce obeyed her instructions without hesitation, moving swiftly into the community like a robot. Behind them, the young man with bleached hair continued to shout, "Ruo, I will definitely come back." The scene shifted as they entered the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, emitting a faint click, Bairuo finally sighed in relief. At that moment, Lin Ce, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Was that comfortable?" His voice held a hint of teasing. Bairuo was taken aback, then as if realizing something, she quickly released her grip. "I didn't mean to." Yet Lin Ce seemed unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. "In fact, I don't mind at all. If you wish, you may hold on like this forever." Bairuo's face flushed crimson, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Lin Ce. "You don't mind, but I do." With that, she pouted adorably, her demeanor utterly charming. Lin Ce couldn't help but chuckle. However, he quickly composed himself, as if recalling something. "By the way, who was that young man just now? Why were you hiding from him?" "None of your business." Bairuo clearly did not wish to elaborate. Lin Ce was not surprised. He had not deluded himself into thinking that merely assisting Bairuo would bring them closer. "I know without you saying. He is your boyfriend, isn't? How do you know?" Chapter 34. A night of indulgence. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with the sweet sounds of birds chirping, a scene of tranquility and harmony. Yet, it wasn't long before a piercing scream shattered the rare peace. Turning towards the sound, a scantily clad blonde girl tightly wrapped herself in a blanket. Not far from her, a naked man was painfully awakening from his slumber. What an uproar in the early morning. "Can't anyone get some sleep around here?" Just as the words escaped his lips, a pillow struck his face, igniting his fury. "Have you lost your mind, daring to hit me? Wait, how did you get here?" But as he spoke, he realized that the woman yelling was not Wang Ying, but Bairuo. With gritted teeth, Bairuo retorted, "This is my home. Why do you think I would be here?" "Your home?" Lin Ce began to survey the room. Although it was a typical single apartment, he noticed some peculiarities, such as the eclectic toys scattered about and the numerous bottles carelessly littered on the floor. Suddenly, it dawned on him. "Oh no, why am I naked?" The scene quickly turned bizarre. Bairuo clutched the only blanket tightly, while Lin Ce used the sole pillow to shield himself. They maintained a standoff, but the murderous intent in Bairuo's beautiful eyes was unmistakable. "Tell me, what did you do to me?" Lin Ce glanced at the furious Bairuo and shook his head in resignation. "I believe the current situation speaks for itself." Bairuo glared at Lin Ce, her voice dripping with venom. "So you admit you violated me?" "Indeed, I confess," Lin Ce blurted out. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the gravity of his statement. "What? You think I violated you?" Ignoring him, Bairuo seized her phone, preparing to call the police. Sensing the impending disaster, Lin Ce swiftly snatched the phone away before she could dial. Upon seeing the undialed call for help, he sighed in relief. "What are you doing? Give me back my phone." Bairuo's voice was filled with rage and terror, her body trembling from agitation. Lin Ce took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "I will return it, but you cannot call the police." "On what grounds?" Her emotions escalated further, her eyes wide as she shouted at Lin Ce. "You violated me, so why can't I report it?" "Why?" "Simply because the phone is in my possession." "Scoundrel! I'll fight you." With that, Bairuo lunged at him, still wrapped in the blanket. Due to her large size, she actually toppled Lin Ce. However, when she attempted to grab the phone, she discovered Lin Ce's arms were remarkably agile. No matter how she attacked, she could not reclaim her device. Ultimately, in despair, she sat on the bed and began to cry. Seeing this, Lin Ce furrowed his brow even tighter. He could not bear to see a woman cry, especially a beautiful one. "Why are you crying? Please don't cry." He attempted to console her, but it had no effect, and her sobs only grew louder. With no other option, he resorted to his last tactic. "Stop crying, and I will give you your phone back." "Really? Is that true?" Bairuo's voice trembled. Seemingly in disbelief, Lin Ce regarded her, feeling a mix of helplessness. "I will return it, but you cannot report me." His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, Bairuo appeared enraged, shouting once more, "On what grounds? You violated me, took my innocence. Why can't I report it?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a torrent, quickly soaking the sheets beneath her. Lin Ce was taken aback by her reaction, but when he heard her mention innocence, his heart tightened. "Wait, what did you just say? Was it your first time?" he asked urgently, desperate for clarification. Bai Ruo merely glanced at him before lowering her head and continuing to weep. Her cries echoed in the room, so sorrowful and heart-wrenching. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Ce erupted. He stood up abruptly and roared at Bai Ruo, "Enough! Stop crying." His voice resonated like thunder, causing the room to tremble slightly. Bai Ruo was startled into silence, her sobs abruptly ceasing, and her body instinctively shivered. Yet, her expression appeared even more pitiful, her lips quivering as she gazed at Lin Ce, as if deeply wronged. Seeing that Bai Ruo had finally calmed down, Lin Ce took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I ask you, what did you mean by first time? Are you still a virgin?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ruo first nodded, then shook her head. This strange behavior left Lin so utterly confused. "What do you mean? Clarify." Faced with Lin Ce's reprimand, Bai Ruo visibly trembled but managed to control her panic as she stammered. "I used to be, but now I'm not. Used to be, but not anymore." Lin Ce seemed not to comprehend, but when he followed her gaze to his own nakedness, realization dawned on him. "So before today, you were still a virgin?" Bai Ruo bit her red lips, reluctantly nodding. Lin Ce smiled faintly. If that were the case, then there was no need for her to report him. Bai Ruo blinked in astonishment. "It seems you truly know nothing." Lin Ce chuckled. Bai Ruo appeared even more bewildered. "Well then, let me enlighten you. So, we really didn't do anything?" Standing at the foot of the bed, Bai Ruo spoke with excitement. To be honest, seeing Bai Ruo in such a state irked Lin Ce. After all, he was a high-status man, yet this rebellious girl was disdainful of him. How audacious. "If I had truly violated you, do you think there would be no evidence on the sheets? Moreover, it's your body. Don't you feel anything?" "Exactly. I just felt a bit dizzy and nauseous, but no pain at all." "So, does that mean we really didn't do anything? How wonderful. Truly wonderful." An excited Bai Ruo screamed, embracing Lin Ce joyfully. Though he relished the feeling of being embraced by a beautiful woman, he had to remind her, the blanket has fallen. "You are exposed." "Ah, you, close your eyes." Chapter 35. The bashful Bai Ruo. About what happened earlier, I misunderstood you, and I apologize." Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Bai Ruo recalled the events of the previous night. Her ex-boyfriend had been pestering her, and by chance, Lin Ce had passed by. In a moment of desperation, she had used him as a shield. Perhaps due to her foul mood, she had confusedly brought Lin Ce home. Thus, they ended up sharing a bed under the same blanket. Fortunately, both had been intoxicated, and nothing occurred. For Bai Ruo, this was the best outcome. However, for Lin Ce, he was filled with regret. He had genuinely been interested in Bai Ruo. Who would have thought this girl had such an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol that she had managed to get him drunk? Nevertheless, he did not intend to let this rare opportunity slip away. Simply apologizing seemed insincere, considering he had almost been wrongfully accused. Bai Ruo, biting her cherry-red lips, playfully said, "So what do you want?" Lin Ce's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "How about a kiss?" Bai Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard the most outrageous suggestion. "What did you just say?" Upon witnessing the scene, the man did not retreat but instead laughed with greater delight. Arching an eyebrow as he continued, "It must be quite a bargain. After all, I am rather handsome." Bai Ruo shot him a fierce glare and retorted angrily, "A bargain for whom? I have no intention of kissing you." Lin Ce seemed to have anticipated her response, unfazed as he replied, "Hey, you are the one who needs to compensate me." Bai Ruo's face flushed with anger as she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "I did say I would compensate you, but not in this manner." The man crossed his arms, wearing a look of feigned innocence. "No way. I will only accept compensation in this form. If you disagree, I shall have no choice but to reveal what I have seen." Bai Ruo's heart tightened at his words, and she quickly inquired, "What did you see?" The smirk on Lin Ce's lips grew more mischievous. "Oh, it's nothing much, just that I saw someone with a cute butterfly tattoo on their chest." As soon as he finished speaking, a shriek echoed through the living room once more. "Ah, you lecher! I will kill you." In her rage, Bai Ruo lunged at Lin Ce. On the bed, she had been no match for him. Now, on her feet, how could she possibly contend with him? In a swift motion, Lin Ce pinned her against the wall in an exceedingly intimate manner. Bai Ruo's cheeks flushed crimson, having never been so close to a man, and her words trembled as she stuttered, What do you want to do? In a situation with just the two of us, what do you think I intend to do?" As he spoke, Lin Ce's hand reached toward Bai Ruo's flawless cheek, as delicate as cream. The moment their skin made contact, she shivered uncontrollably, followed by an unprecedented sense of panic. "Don't mess around, or I will call the police. Go ahead and report me. After today, everyone will know about the butterfly tattoo." Lin Ce replied nonchalantly, "You are threatening me." Bai Ruo's expression darkened. "I merely seek to claim my due. he said, a teasing smile on his face. Or perhaps you are not only inexperienced, but also still possess your first kiss. Bai Ruo's visible fluster indicated that Lin Ce had struck a nerve. Even her speech began to falter. How could that be? I have had 6 boyfriends. However, before she could finish her sentence, his lips pressed against hers. Bai Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief as she quickly checked herself, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming she had not been violated by that rogue. At that moment, her phone beside her vibrated suddenly. Picking it up, she discovered an unfamiliar text message. The content read, "I have bought breakfast for you. It is at the door." Staring at the unknown number, Bai Ruo fell into contemplation. Eventually, she dragged her weary body to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she indeed found the breakfast mentioned in the message: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Of course, the most conspicuous item was the bowl of hangover soup. Now, she had no doubt as to who had sent the message. You lecher, at least you have a bit of conscience. After shaking her fist at the room opposite her, Bai Ruo finally closed the door. Naturally, the breakfast disappeared along with her. Meanwhile, in room 1201, Lin Ce lay on the bed, enjoying the aftermath of a night of revelry. Wang Ying blinked her curious eyes and suddenly blurted out, "Ruo, shi wun ti." Upon hearing Wang Ying's question, Lin Ce did not even lift his eyelids, casually responding, "What do you think? With your abilities, I assume you have already succeeded? Why does it sound like you are a bit unhappy?" Wang Ying's heart raced at Lin Ce's inquiry. Biting her lip, she stammered, "Master, I. Just say what you need to. I detest coy women." After hesitating, Wang Ying finally summoned her courage to say, I just feel so useless." Upon these words escaping her lips, Wang Ying lowered her head. However, to her surprise, Lin Ce, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly turned to her with a look of astonishment. "What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Wang Ying replied slowly, "It's just that Master has provided me with such wonderful conditions, yet I cannot alleviate your troubles." Upon hearing this, Lin Ce finally grasped Wang Ying's sentiment. Looking at the forlorn woman before him, a wave of compassion welled up within him. "So, you believe yourself to be of no use, is that so?" Lin Ce asked gently. Wang Ying nodded silently, tears welling in her eyes but held back from spilling over. Lin Ce took a deep breath. "If you feel that way, I must tell you that you are overthinking it." Just as Wang Ying was about to say something, Lin Ce interrupted her, speaking in a commanding tone. "The reason I accepted you is not to have you solve my problems, but to carry on my lineage. Unless you tell me you are infertile, do not ever utter words of being useless in my presence." "Master," Wang Ying gazed at Lin Ce with tear-filled eyes. She herself did not understand why she felt this way. Unable to control her urge to cry, he reached out, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Besides, you helped me obtain the boss's WeChat yesterday, didn't you? That signifies you are not merely a decorative piece." "Yes, thank you, Master. I understand now." Chapter 36. An invitation from Tanya. "I have something I wish to discuss with you, Master. As I said, just speak plainly. If you hesitate again, do not blame me for being impolite. I am sorry, I realize my mistake." "All right, go ahead." Wang Ying bit her red lip and said, "Actually, it's about my younger sister." "You have a sister?" Lin Ce's eyes widened in surprise. Wang Ying nodded. "She is studying at university in Y City." "What year is she?" Lin Ce inquired curiously. "She is in her 2nd year." Lin Ce's eyes brightened. 2nd year. Such a vibrant age. The key is purity. He suppressed his excitement and continued, "So, my sister knows about my move, and she has been insisting on coming to stay here for a couple of days." As she spoke, Wang Ying was carefully observing Lin Ce's expression, fearful of provoking him. Yet even after she finished speaking, Lin Ce's expression remained unchanged. Wang Ying mistakenly assumed he was displeased, quickly backtracking, "If Master does not want her to come, then I can." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ce interrupted her. "No, I do want her to come." Wang Ying's face lit up with joy. "So, Master, you agree?" Lin Ce nodded with a smile. "Although you were brought in to carry on the Lin family line, in a certain sense, you are also part of the Lin family. How could I prevent you from meeting your kin?" Wang Ying's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. "Master, it is truly a blessing for me to have met you. Since you feel it is a blessing, your body must strive to bear children for our Lin family sooner rather than later." As the sun reached its zenith, the two of them stepped out together. This time, they did not encounter Bai Ruo. Just as they were deliberating on where to dine, an unfamiliar call suddenly rang. As soon as the call connected, a melodious and enchanting female voice greeted them. Lin Ce recognized this voice. It belonged to the proprietress of the restaurant they had meticulously planned yesterday, Jushin Liu. "What is it, Master?" Wang Ying looked at Lin Ce, who suddenly wore a strange smile. "It seems our lunch plans are secured." With a shift in scene, the pair once again stood outside the restaurant named Jushin Liu. The commotion they had caused yesterday was significant enough to warrant the arrival of an ambulance. Today, the Juxian Lu remains bustling with patrons, seemingly unaffected by any external circumstances. The two instigators of the situation are somewhat astonished. Just as their astonishment lingers, a melodious voice resonates beside them. I thought I would have to wait a while longer. I didn't expect you both to arrive so swiftly. Following the sound, they behold the enchanting beauty of Tanya, gracefully approaching them. Once again, Tanya is dressed in a striking manner, with exquisite makeup and a slender silhouette accentuated by a seductive pink gown, making her appear both charming and elegant. Lin Ce offers a faint smile, teasingly remarking, "If you are not eager to dine, doesn't that suggest a flaw in your thinking? Wouldn't you agree, Boss Tang?" Whether it is due to Lin Ce's insinuation or another reason entirely, a delicate blush graces Tanya's stunning cheeks, resembling a peach blossom poised to bloom, vibrant and captivating. "Since both of you are here, please come in." Soon, they follow Tanya into a private room that is seldom open to the public. "Please, take a seat for a moment. I will just check on the kitchen," Tanya says, departing and leaving behind her alluring silhouette. At this moment, Wang Ying can no longer contain her curiosity. "Master, is she here to settle accounts with us? If that were the case, do you think she would have brought us here?" Lin Ce replies with a hint of profundity. Wang Ying seems to grasp the underlying meaning, her exquisite cheeks flushing instantly, her voice tinged with excitement. "Master, could it be that? That is merely my conjecture. Just wait and see." After a brief 5-minute interlude in the private room, Tanya finally returns, accompanied by an array of dishes. "Boss Tang, for a simple meal. Have you prepared too many dishes?" Wang Ying exclaims in astonishment. The private room they occupy is spacious enough to accommodate 20 diners. Yet the enormous table is brimming with food, which is indeed a bit overwhelming. In response, Tanya smiles and explains, "I was unsure of your preferences, so I had the kitchen prepare a little of everything." "Wow," Wang Ying gasps. "Even at a grand feast back home, I have never encountered such a lavish spread." In contrast to Wang Ying's astonishment, Lin Ce remains remarkably composed, his gaze fixed upon Tanya since her entrance, unwavering. "Please, dig in quickly. You hardly sampled our dishes yesterday, so today is the day to savor them." "In that case, we shall not hold back," they respond, picking up their chopsticks and beginning to taste the food. Meanwhile, at Li Shiyuan, the first guest arrives. "Xiao Tao, why didn't you announce your arrival? You surprised me," Hong Na says with a teasing tone. The unexpected visitor is none other than the internet celebrity Tao Xiao Tao, who boasts hundreds of thousands of followers. "I just wanted to clear my mind and happened to pass by, so I thought I would stop in." "Clearing your mind? Have you encountered something troubling?" Hong Na inquires with concern. "Not at all. I've just been stuck at home live streaming, feeling a bit restless, so I needed some fresh air." "I see. Have you eaten yet?" Hong Na continues. "Not yet." Tao Xiao Tao shakes her head. "That is splendid. Yang Jia just prepared a meal. Stay and eat with us." Hong Na invites warmly. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" "Oh, you're my close friend. There's no trouble at all. Moreover, Yang Jia is not a stranger to you. In that case, I shall not be polite. If you are polite, I will turn against you." "How is the food? Is it to your liking?" Lin Ce inquires, setting down his chopsticks and allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. Boss Tang's cuisine is undoubtedly exquisite. Tanya, momentarily surprised, quickly regains her composure and continues to smile. "So, Mr. Lin, which is more delicious, the mapo tofu or the stir-fried lettuce?" Lin Ce examines the two dishes before him and slowly responds. "The tofu in this mapo dish may be a tad overcooked, yet it melts in the mouth. Rich in flavor, and the robust sauce leaves a lingering taste. However, it would have been perfect if served piping hot." Tanya, taken aback, did not expect Lin Ce, despite his youth, to possess such discerning culinary insight. She praises him. "I never imagined that you would have such an appreciation for cuisine at your age." Lin Ce quickly shakes his head. "I am merely a glutton." Tanya chuckles softly. After a brief pause, she inquires, "And what about the stir-fried lettuce? What are your thoughts?" Without hesitation, he responds, "This dish is flawless, both in color and texture, perfectly executed." "Oh, in what way?" Tanya asks, intrigued. "Firstly, the lettuce is exceptionally tender, and secondly, the chef's skill is commendable, expertly controlling the heat. The stir-fried lettuce is not bitter at all. Instead, it carries a hint of sweetness, making it crisp and delightful to eat." "So, does that mean you prefer the stir-fried lettuce over the mapo tofu?" Tanya questions again. Observant eyes would note a flicker of disappointment in her beautiful gaze. "Indeed, I have a fondness for the stir-fried lettuce, though I prefer softer textures over harder ones." In an instant, Tanya, who had appeared slightly disheartened, is animated by Lin Ce's words, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You truly mean it. Lin Ce nods with a smile. I never deceive, especially not beautiful women. At this, Tanya's cheeks flush deeper. Just as the atmosphere between them begins to grow increasingly intimate, an untimely voice interrupts the moment. Turning to see Wang Ying accidentally knocking over her wine glass. The vibrant red liquid quickly saturates her dress. Miss Wang, are you all right? Tanya inquires with concern. I'm fine, just a little wet, she replies. Let me take you to get a change of clothes. I happen to have a few sets at the shop. As Tanya prepares to stand, Wang Ying interjects, no. It's all right, my place is not far. I can change there. But are you sure it's fine to go out like this? It's nothing. You all continue eating. I'll be back shortly. After casting Lin Ce a meaningful glance, Wang Ying departs. The spacious private room is left with only the two of them. Tanya, who had previously been composed, suddenly feels an inexplicable nervousness, her voice stuttering. Mr. Lin, do you think we have enough food? If not, I can ask the kitchen to prepare more. Boss Tang, you jest. You have laid out a feast fit for an emperor. Do I dare to claim otherwise? Throughout their conversation, Lin Ce's gaze remains fixed on Tanya, his desire evident in his eyes. Sensing his intense scrutiny, Tanya's hands tremble. Ultimately, after enduring Lin Ce's gaze for 52 seconds, she can no longer bear it. Mr. Lin, please eat. I need to visit the restroom. With that, Tanya rises, preparing to leave. As she passed by Lin Ce, a warm hand suddenly grasped her delicate arm. Tanya looked at Lin Ce in astonishment. Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? Lin Ce slowly rose, his voice laced with playful mockery. Boss Tang, could it be that you are avoiding me? Tanya hesitated slightly. Stammering, how could that be? I merely wished to visit the restroom. However, as soon as her words fell, Lin Ce closed the distance between them. Then why does Boss Tang dare not meet my gaze? I. Tanya stammered. At that moment, Lin Ce leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Boss Tang, you are aware that yesterday's incident was merely an act, are you not? Tanya's pupils constricted sharply, her speech faltering. How could you possibly know? Oh, how indeed could I know? Lin Ce's eyes narrowed as his other hand stealthily explored. Initially, he had not considered this angle. But Tanya's sudden invitation for dinner was simply too peculiar. If it were merely about the restaurant's compensation, it would suffice. Yet, the meal was nearly finished. And Tanya had not mentioned it at all. Instead, she had been unusually inquisitive about him, inquiring about his name, age, occupation, hometown, and friends, almost as if it were a blind date. Of course, the pivotal detail was the shyness reflected in her eyes. A trait only a woman of her kind could exhibit, coupled with her unusual behavior today. Lin Ce was convinced that Tanya was indeed aware that they were merely playing roles yesterday. Moreover, she seemed to recognize his intentions towards her, which was why she asked so many intimate questions. At this moment, Tanya finally seemed to grasp the situation, staring at Lin Ce in shock. You planned this all along when I left, didn't you? Lin Ce smiled slightly. Otherwise, how would I have the chance to be alone with Boss Tang? Why are you doing this? And what about yesterday? Tanya questioned, trembling. Does Boss Tang not know? As he spoke, Lin Ce's hands began to wander. Tanya initially intended to resist, but it felt as though she had been ensnared in a spell, unable to move except for her mouth. You are truly after me. Indeed, I am here for you, Boss Tang. You possess an unparalleled beauty, and from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated, which is why I resorted to such desperate measures. Although she had already surmised much, hearing Lin Ce confess his feelings still left Tanya in shock. But I am 5 years older than you. Do you truly not mind? A woman 3 years older than her partner is a treasure. I'm more than willing to embrace it. But I've been married before. Tanya blurted out again. Everyone has a past they wish to forget. I, Lin Ce, do not concern myself with your history. Really? You truly do not mind? Whether I mind or not is inconsequential. What matters is whether you are willing to grant me the opportunity to care for you. I don't know. Since you are uncertain, allow me to assist you in making a choice. No, please, no. Chapter 38. Solitude outside. The sun shone brightly, while inside the room, darkness enveloped the two individuals engaged in whispered conversation on the bed. Perhaps we should reconsider. I feel our progression is too swift. Young people ought to indulge in joy while they can, lest they regret it when old. But I am no longer young. No, you are youthful and beautiful. Among all the women I know, you are the most exquisite. Really? Of course. I never deceive women. But I am still very afraid. Fear not. I shall be gentle. You truly will not abandon me, will you? I, Lin Ce, swear I will never forsake you. Unlike other women, Tanya is not materialistic. She is already quite affluent. Take, for instance, the luxurious mansion they currently occupy, which is worth at least half of a modest goal. With such wealth and beauty, how could Lin Ce capture her heart? The answer lies in Tanya's profound loneliness. She married a wealthy businessman in City Y before graduating from university, becoming a rich wife. Although she gained wealth, she severed ties with her previous social circle. The people she met thereafter were primarily driven by ulterior motives. Thus, her marital life was devoid of happiness. With her husband frequently away on business trips, her only companions were servants and cold electronic devices. Gradually, her demeanor grew frigid, both in and out of the bedroom. Over time, her husband lost interest in her and took a mistress. Eventually, they divorced, and she received half of his wealth, embarking on a life of solitude. Most of her days were spent experimenting with recipes at home, leading her to establish the Juxian Lu restaurant after her divorce. While not particularly profitable and occasionally incurring losses, it provided her mundane life with some enjoyment. Yet, this was merely a fleeting distraction. Each night, as she lay alone in bed, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped her. During her singlehood, her friends incessantly attempted to find her a partner, but none caught her eye, as they were either drawn to her beauty or her wealth, until she encountered Lin Ce, a man with equally obvious intentions. Unlike those who merely desired her body, Lin Ce's attraction was interwoven with genuine affection. This affection stemmed from an authentic emotional connection. Most importantly, she felt warmth in Lin Ce's presence, a warmth only a lover can provide. Regardless of what the future holds, she is willing to devote herself entirely to Lin Ce in this moment. As he aptly stated, they are still young, and if they do not indulge now, they will grow old. Moreover, she truly ought to let herself be liberated. Otherwise, she might forget the very essence of living. As for Lin Ce, he possessed no telepathic abilities and, therefore, could not fathom Tang Ye's true thoughts. Yet, he was certain that this woman, who captivated him so, belonged to him at this very moment. After a while, Lin Ce reclined against the headboard, a look of contentment upon his face. In his embrace, Tang Ye resembled a gentle kitten, shyly nestled against him. They shared a comfortable silence, relishing this rare moment of warmth. However, beautiful moments are often fleeting. Soon, a ringtone shattered the tranquility. It was Lin Ce's phone, a call from an unfamiliar number. Yet, as soon as he answered, he knew who it was. Yes, proceed as per the blueprint. All right, thank you for your efforts. Once the call ended, Tang Ye lifted her head, eyes wide with concern. You aren't leaving, are you? Seeing her adorable expression, Lin Ce couldn't resist teasing her. What? Do you not wish for me to depart? Tang Ye pouted sadly. What do you think? We have only just established our relationship. If you leave now, it would be too heartless. Since you deem it heartless, I shall remain. Really? Tang Ye exclaimed joyfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. With such a lovely wife before me, how could I bear to leave? Lin Ce leaned in closer. I haven't had a moment's rest. Time slipped away, and eventually, they parted. You were too forceful. Tang Ye playfully hit Lin Ce. I didn't wish to. Who told you to be so beautiful? Such sweet talk must have charmed many women. Not many, just a handful, 6 in total, including you, Lin Ce casually remarked. Tang Ye froze at his words. At that moment, Lin Ce suddenly changed his tone. I was just teasing you. You didn't actually believe that, did you? I was utterly startled. I thought you were speaking the truth. After some playful banter in bed, Tang Ye finally stepped out of the room, glancing around the disheveled space. Lin Ce couldn't help but sigh. However, he quickly composed himself. System, issue rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily communication task. Task rating, SS. Rewards, 10 million dragon coins. The favorability interface is now accessible. You can check the target's favorability towards the host. The higher the favorability, the greater the loyalty. Oh, how splendid. An SS rating. No wonder she is such a stunning beauty with an overall score of 93. A delightful profit of 10 million, not too shabby. Yet, this favorability interface is rather intriguing. While he often managed to win over women with money, there were always exceptional circumstances. Take Su Yun, for instance. Money alone would not entice her to forsake everything. Similarly, Tang Ye, being wealthy in her own right, was merely a stroke of luck for him, as he encountered such a lonely woman. Otherwise, he might have been in a rather different predicament at this moment. Now that he could monitor favorability, things were different. He could check their favorability at any time and select various strategies based on their levels of affection. Moreover, a crucial aspect was that the higher the favorability, the greater the loyalty. What one fears most is not poverty or hunger, but betrayal from those around them. Even someone like him, who has a leg up, would feel the same. With favorability at his disposal, he could continuously monitor each woman. While he desired numerous blessings, he did not wish to collect just anyone. Previously, he sought high attractiveness, superior overall scores, and a pregnancy probability of no less than 60. Now, he had to add one more criterion: Favorability must not fall below 60. That was his bottom line. Chapter 39. A best friend catches us? Once liberated, Tanya's spirit visibly improved. Not only was her skin more radiant, but she also appeared much more youthful and vibrant. Especially her slightly flushed cheeks, reminiscent of a bashful maiden, were both adorable and enchanting. Upon entering the kitchen, she engaged in her forte, cooking. Her deft knife skills and precise control of heat were not something one could achieve without years of experience in the kitchen. Before long, the spacious living room was filled with an alluring aroma. Perhaps drawn by the scent, a robust man in a bathrobe strolled over. Meanwhile, Tanya continued to joyfully prepare the meal, utterly oblivious to his approach. It was only when warm hands and a broad, powerful arm enveloped her that she finally reacted. Turning around, she playfully chided him. "I'm chopping vegetables. What if I accidentally cut my finger because you startled me?" The man smirked, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? Then I must make it up to you." In a swift transition, they found themselves seated at the dining table. Tanya gazed eagerly at Lin Ce, asking, "So, how is it? Is it delicious?" Lin Ce calmly set down his chopsticks and remarked, "This is perhaps the best dish I've ever had outside of a restaurant. Even some chefs in restaurants cannot compare to your skills." His words were not mere flattery. They stemmed from genuine admiration. The last person to receive such praise was Lu Yang. Both were excellent cooks, but if he had to choose, he would undoubtedly select Tanya. Her culinary creations truly catered to his palate. Upon hearing Lin Ce's high praise, Tanya's smile brightened further. Seizing the moment, she pushed a plate of mapo tofu towards him. "You should try this next. It just came off the stove and should suit your taste even better than the previous dish." Lin Ce did not immediately reach for the spoon. Instead, he began to tease her. "It seems there's a reason for your culinary prowess, Boss Tang. I provided feedback in the morning, and you've already made improvements by the afternoon." Tanya's face flushed. She certainly understood the implication behind Lin Ce's words. Pouting, she playfully scolded, "All right. Just eat quickly, otherwise you'll complain that it's cold and tastes bad." Yet, Lin Ce persisted in his teasing. "Boss Tang, do you want me to eat this tofu so badly that you've perhaps added something to it? Like a substance that induces deep slumber?" Tanya's face turned an even deeper shade of red, but she was not one to let others tease her without retort. "If you don't want to eat, then I'll eat it myself." In a huff, she scooped some tofu into her mouth. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred, not the tofu being too hot, but rather Lin Ce leaning in at that moment. Tanya, who had always adhered to propriety, found herself in a rather compromising situation. Her neck and ears flushed with embarrassment. The crucial point was that when she attempted to push Lin Ce away, she found it utterly futile. He was like a human fortress, holding her firmly in place. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Ce finally pulled away. "I do enjoy dishes just off the stove, but I prefer them after they've exited the pot and entered my mouth." Tanya looked up at him with a wounded gaze. "You scoundrel." Lin Ce grinned. "Do you like scoundrels?" "Not at all. The very last thing I want is a scoundrel with a mouth full of tricks." "Oh, is that so? Then I must put that to the test." With that, Lin Ce began his playful antics. Yet, it seemed the heavens had other plans. Just as they were frolicking, a crisp doorbell rang throughout the room. The once bashful Tang suddenly snapped to attention, shoving Lin Ce to the ground. Lin Ce looked at her in bewilderment. "What's wrong?" Tanya, her expression frantic, exclaimed, "Mayor is here." "What do we do?" "Mayor is here." "Mayor? Who is that?" Lin Ce was utterly confused. "She's my best friend, and she's probably here to check on you. You need to go upstairs and hide. If she's here to inquire about me, I don't need to hide. I can speak to her face to face." As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Conversely, the fragrant also band together. If Tanya is this beautiful, her friend must be no less so. If he could woo both, it would be an incredible gain. However, Tanya thought otherwise. She had merely promised Mayor a meeting with Lin Ce, but never expected things to escalate to this point. If she found out they had rolled in the sheets, she would undoubtedly tease her for a lifetime. "No, you need to hide quickly." Ultimately, under Tanya's intense insistence, Lin Ce retreated upstairs. After disposing of all evidence related to Lin Ce, Tanya hurriedly approached the front door. After calming her anxious heart, she finally opened the door. Standing before her was none other than her dearest friend, Xiao Mei, with a face full of suspicion. "What have you been sneaking around doing at home? Why did it take you so long to open the door?" I was cooking. It'll be ready soon, so I was delayed for a moment." "Are you sure you were cooking? Because from the looks of it, it seems like you were hiding a man." Xiao Mei squinted her eyes. This suspicion was not unfounded. Tanya's current appearance was indeed highly questionable. Her slightly flushed skin and flustered gaze were certainly telling. Of course, the most conspicuous was her alluring sleepwear. While wearing pajamas at home is perfectly normal, it was only a little past 5 in the afternoon, and the sun had yet to set. Moreover, Tanya was not typically the kind of woman to dress so casually. All things considered, Xiaomei could only draw one conclusion. Tanya was hiding a man at home. At that moment, Tanya felt a wave of panic wash over her. She was aware of her friend's astuteness, yet she never anticipated Xiaomei's exceptional cleverness. However, for the sake of her future, she resolved to maintain her stubbornness today. Mayor, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be hiding a man at home? Is that so? Then step aside. I shall inspect for myself. You may inspect. But if you find nothing today, you must apologize. No problem. Don't just apologize. I would even bow to you. Then come in. At this juncture, Tanya could only hope that Lin Ce had managed to conceal himself adequately. Yet, she overestimated Lin Ce's ability to hide. Chapter 40. The seductive Xiaomei. Is this what you call not hiding a man? On the sofa, Xiaomei, with her legs crossed, gazed at Tanya with a knowing smile. If a hole were to appear before Tanya at that moment, she would undoubtedly dive into it without hesitation. Indeed, the man she desperately sought to conceal, Lin Ce, had ultimately been discovered by Xiaomei on the rooftop. If his hiding had been poor, it would have been one thing, but the rooftop was hardly a place where an ordinary person would stumble upon him. Yet, Xiaomei had managed to find him. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have never consented to Xiaomei searching the house. Otherwise, she would not be here, subjected to such humiliation from Xiaomei. In stark contrast to Tanya's profound embarrassment, Lin Ce stood calmly, exuding an air of composure. Not only that, but there was also a subtle thrill reflected in his deep-set eyes. The reason was simple. The woman before him, Xiaomei, was indeed a stunning beauty, rivaling Tanya in every aspect, and perhaps even surpassing her in certain ways. With willow-shaped brows, peach blossom eyes, and cherry-red lips, her flawless, delicate skin, coupled with a devilishly alluring figure, radiated an aura of sensuality at every moment. Among the women he had encountered, only Hong Na could be compared to her. However, if one were to argue who was the more captivating of the two, there was no doubt that it was the enchanting Xiaomei before him. Her beauty and physique were unparalleled. Next, he turned his gaze to Xiaomei's parental information, which promptly appeared. Name, Xiaomei. Age, 33. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 96 pounds. Beauty rating, 96. Affection level, 30. Pregnancy probability, 87. With a 90 chance of conception within the next 7 days. Overall score, 94. What? 33 years old. Is that even real? She can't possibly be the Tianshan child. He could hardly believe that Xiaomei was 30. At most, she appeared to be 27 or 28. Who would have thought she was even older than Tanya? Truly, she had mastered the art of maintaining her youth. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Ce began to peruse Xiaomei's other statistics. A beauty rating of 96 seemed rather low for such an exquisite woman. Surely she deserved at least a 97. Yet, it could be attributed to her appearance without makeup. Soon, his attention was drawn to the affection level section. This was the first time he had checked such a metric. He initially expected a negative value. Yet to his surprise, Xiaomei's affection level exceeded his expectations. As for the subsequent probabilities regarding pregnancy and the overall rating, they didn't particularly concern Lin Ce. Although the pregnancy probability was not exceedingly high, it was still significant. Moreover, even if her probability were 0, he would not overlook someone as stunning as Xiaomei. The question remained, how to approach her. Her attire suggested she was not short of money. Should he exploit a weakness like he did with Tanya? But what was her vulnerability? Just as Lin Ce pondered his strategy, Xiaomei, seated on the sofa, turned her attention toward him. Little brother, you've taken advantage of my dear sister. Do you not intend to say something? Her voice was crisp, as melodious as Tanya's, even possessing a quality that made his ears feel enchanted. Indeed, beautiful women seemed to congregate together. After a moment of infatuation, he took a deep breath and replied slowly. Hello, Sister Mei, I am Lin Ce, and I only met Sister Tanya yesterday. Xiaomei's eyes lit up at his words. You're the one who caused my dear Yura to rush to the hospital yesterday. You know me? Lin Ce asked, somewhat surprised. Xiaomei glanced at the still silent Tanya before turning back to Lin Ce with a smile. Do you know who the doctor was that rushed in to save your sickly partner yesterday? Lin Ce was momentarily taken aback. Could it be Sister Mei? What do you think? Upon realization, Lin Ce recalled his earlier curiosity about how Tanya had known their situation. Initially, he thought she was exceptionally astute, but it now seemed that Xiaomei had been guiding her from behind the scenes. He also had a hunch that Tanya's invitation to dinner was likely orchestrated by Xiaomei, possibly to have him, a rather handsome young man, assist Tanya in her troubles. At that moment, Xiaomei suddenly asked, Little brother, I must ask, You've already taken my sister Yer, right? Tanya, who had been silent until now, immediately interjected, no. I merely invited him to dinner. Nothing happened between us. I didn't ask you. Why are you so agitated? Could it be that you feel guilty? Xiaomei teased. I am not. Just as Tanya prepared to counter, a warm hand grasped hers, followed by Lin Ce's resolute declaration, yes. I have done everything with Sister Ye. Tanya gazed at Lin Ce in disbelief. Had he lost his mind to actually admit that? In contrast to Tanya's shock, Xiaomei appeared remarkably composed, as if she had anticipated this outcome. With a slight smirk, she inquired, since you've admitted it, what are your intentions now, little brother? Although Lin Ce enjoyed playful titles, being called little brother felt rather uncomfortable. Who's little? Let us see if you can take me on one-on-one. After a brief moment of banter, he solemnly replied, I will take responsibility for Sister Ye. Take responsibility? Men are all the same. They treat women as their possessions after a single night. However, before Xiaomei could finish her sarcastic remark, Lin Ce interrupted her without hesitation. No, I am not like those others. Xiaomei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then how do you plan to take responsibility for your? Don't say I didn't warn you. My sister has a fortune exceeding 100 million. I don't have 100 million in cash, but I own a building. You own a building? What kind of building? A toy building? The Tianhai building. I own a portion of it. What? The Tianhai building. Xiaomei's voice grew sharp, revealing her astonishment. Tanya, standing beside Lin Ce, was equally dumbfounded. She had thought she was merely dating a somewhat wealthy, handsome man, only to discover he owned a building. Indeed, I possess ownership of a floor in the Tianhai building. Lin Ce stated emphatically. Who exactly are you? Xiaomei could no longer maintain her composure. After all, we were speaking of the Tianhai building. While he only owned a floor, it was still an astonishing asset. I can reveal my identity to you, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone else. Huh. Both women felt a surge of curiosity. All right, I promise to keep it a secret. I am a member of the Lin clan. Chapter 41. Heartbroken Tangyo. I don't care if you are the clan's young master. I only have one question. Do you have any other women besides Yer? Suddenly, a thunderous voice, filled with suppressed rage, emanated from the living room. Following the sound, they saw Xiaomei still seated on the sofa, her expression serious. However, the perfect visage before her was now marred by an icy pallor, her hands clenched tightly together. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were battling an internal struggle. In front of her, Tang Ye's complexion was even more ghastly, devoid of color, her lips quivering. Her reddened eyes were filled with a pitiable sorrow. All of this was the doing of Lin Ce. Had he not unveiled her identity, these two would not have been stirred into such agitation. Taking a deep breath, he spoke deliberately. Indeed, I have other women, and not just one. At these words, Tang Ye appeared to lose all support, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, in a timely manner, Lin Ce caught her before she could hit the floor. Yet, before he could assess Tang Ye's condition, the enraged Xiaomei forcefully pushed him away. Get away from me. Don't touch my ear. The scene shifted as Tang Ye, overwhelmed with grief, clung to Xiaomei and wept bitterly. As for Lin Ce, he had long been expelled from the house. If you were to ask him if he regretted it, his answer would be a resounding no. Even if given another chance, he would still divulge everything. If they wanted money, he could provide it. If they sought warmth, he could offer that too. Even companionship was within his reach. Yet, if they desired love, that was utterly impossible. In the future, he would undoubtedly have a multitude of wives and concubines. If each one demanded love, he would be overwhelmed. Having done what he needed to do and said what he needed to say, the choice now lay with Tang Ye. As for Xiaomei, she stood no chance until Tang Ye settled her own affairs. With a soft sigh, Lin Ce started the car, preparing to leave. Just then, his phone vibrated beside him. Upon opening it, he realized it was a call from Hong Na. Hello, what's the matter? I was just about to head back. Where did she go? All right. I understand. I'll return right away. After hanging up, Lin Ce glanced back at the opulent villa before driving away. However, scarcely had he departed when two figures appeared at the villa's upper window. Had Lin Ce been present, he would have recognized them as Xiaomei, who had just expelled him, and the beautiful Tang Ye, whose eyes were now filled with tears. See, this is what men are like. The moment they face a little setback, they flee faster than anyone. Originally, Tang Ye had managed to maintain some semblance of composure, but upon hearing Xiaomei's words, her sobs grew louder. He's just a scoundrel. Why cry over him? I'll introduce you to someone better another day. Don't say that. It's all your fault. If you hadn't urged me to meet him, how could this have happened? I did suggest you meet him, but I certainly didn't tell you to jump into bed with him on the first encounter. Regardless, I don't care. It's your fault. You ruined my virtue. And you owe me. Owe you? How could I possibly pay you for your virtue? Who wants your virtue? Meanwhile, after leaving Tang Ye, Lin Ce hurried back to Li Shiyuan. However, before returning to the community, he stopped at a pharmacy outside the complex. After purchasing some unspecified items, he finally returned home. As soon as he entered, a chorus of excited shrieks filled the air. Upon stepping into the living room, he was utterly astonished by the chaotic scene before him. Two familiar figures seemed to have lost their minds, dancing wildly in the living room. One was the unexpected guest, Tao Xiao, and the other was Lu Yang, whom Lin Ce never imagined would be present. At that moment, Hong Na spotted Lin Ce and rushed over, as if he were her savior. "Hurry, you need to manage those two. They've gone completely mad." Her voice was laced with urgency. Lin Ce surveyed the room, noting the disarray of scattered items, and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Go open the door to the room." Hong Na understood immediately and hurried off. Lin Ce sighed deeply and slowly approached the two women who were still fervently dancing in the center of the living room. Although Lu Yang appeared somewhat dazed, she recognized Lin Ce at once. She playfully leaped into his arms, murmuring, "Husband, kiss me. Yang wants a kiss." Faced with Lu Yang, whose face was dirty and emanated an unpleasant odor, Lin Ce's expression was one of clear repulsion. Beside them, Tao Xiao seemed drawn to the scene. After tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, she too approached, echoing, "I want a kiss too." "All right, husband will give you both a kiss." The scene shifted, and the two women lay neatly on the bed. Meanwhile, Hong Na, feeling guilty, dared not lift her head. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of silence, Lin Ce spoke slowly, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Upon hearing this, Hong Na paused momentarily before stuttering, "I am sorry." Lin Ce turned to her, his expression darkening. "You were the one who encouraged them to drink." Tao Xiao could be forgiven. He could somewhat understand her feelings of abandonment. But what about Lu Yang, usually so quiet, now behaving in such an erratic manner? He found it hard to believe that no one had instigated this chaos. "I was thinking of you, husband," Hong Na stammered, biting her luscious red lip. Lin Ce's face darkened further. "Thinking of me? Then perhaps you could explain how that was in my best interest." Taking a deep breath, Hong Na continued, "Husband, didn't you say you wanted Xiao Tao to help you continue your lineage? I noticed she seemed a bit down today, so I thought I would get her drunk, allowing you to take advantage of the situation. This way, you could fulfill your desires without making Xiao Tao feel too awkward." Lin Ce's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Hong Na, momentarily rendered speechless. This was indeed a good girlfriend in the Dragon Kingdom. After a long pause, Lin Ce regained his composure and spoke in a low voice. "She's still your close friend. Aren't you afraid she will retaliate when she wakes up?" Hong Na quickly shook her head, certainty etched on her face. "Xiao Tao wouldn't do that. And besides, you're here, husband. I trust you'll protect me." Lin Ce felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was unsure whether to be grateful to Hong Na or chastise her for her unscrupulous methods. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled something, and his expression darkened once more. "And what about Lu Yang? You could excuse getting your friend drunk, but why did you also get her intoxicated?" "That was an accident. I didn't expect Sister Yang and Xiao Tao to hit it off so well and drink to excess. Ultimately, it was still your fault. Just look at the living room now. Does it even resemble a place where people reside?" "I'm sorry, husband, I was wrong." Chapter 42. Tao Xiaotao's dream. It is often said that a hangover is dreadful, and a daytime binge is no less taxing. Indeed, the first thing Tao Xiaotao did upon waking from her drunken stupor was to vomit. Thankfully, she was somewhat civilized and did not expel her stomach's contents directly onto the floor. Otherwise, Lin Ce's lavish 30 million villa would have been in vain. Having located the restroom, she dashed toward it, only to experience a torrent of regret once inside. When she finally emerged, she appeared significantly drained. It was then that she began to fully acknowledge her unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" As her gaze swept the room, it landed on the woman still soundly asleep on the bed. Just as she was about to slowly piece together the events of the previous night, a series of intermittent sounds reached her ears, resembling someone pleading for mercy, yet tinged with an undertone of excitement. Driven by curiosity, she followed the sounds to the door of a room, only to discover that the occupant within had been so caught up in the moment that they hadn't even closed the door. Through the moderately sized crack in the door, Tao Xiaodao beheld a scene that would forever be etched in her memory. Some may have never tasted pork, yet have seen pigs run. However, Tao Xiaodao had neither savored the flavor of pork nor witnessed such a sight. The vivid and animated tableau unfolded before her, rendering her mind a blank canvas. She forgot her purpose for being there, the reason for her inebriation, and even her own name, leaving only a dazed body standing in place. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the commotion within the room gradually subsided, and at last, Tao Xiaotao regained her senses. "Oh my, am I going mad?" Am I actually spying? In a flurry, she turned to leave, but in her haste, she inadvertently bumped into the corner of the wall. Hearing the noise, Lin Ce immediately called out, Who's out there? Realizing she had been noticed, Tao Xiaotao dared not linger and swiftly fled the scene of her indiscretion. By the time Lin Ce stepped out of the room, Tao Xiaotao had long vanished from sight. Yet, vigilant as he was, he proceeded to Lu Yang's room. Meanwhile, the fleeing Tao Xiaotao quickly returned to her bed, feigning a slumbering demeanor, thus escaping Lin Ce's scrutiny. It was only after Lin Ce closed the door that Tao Xiaotao opened her eyes, gasping for breath. That moment had undoubtedly been the most nerve-wracking of her life. Without exception, I nearly got caught. On the other side, Lin Ce, back in his room, felt increasingly unsettled. His hearing had transformed, making it nearly impossible for him to misinterpret sounds. Yet, he found himself empty-handed. Just then, Hong Na approached. Darling, what are you thinking about so intently? I was contemplating how to reprimand you for your extravagant ways. Extravagant? I was only considering your well-being, Hong Na purred playfully. Your well-being? I suspect it's more for your own sake. In the adjacent room, Tao Xiaodao had just begun to shake off her fright, but as she turned her head, that tormenting voice pierced her ears once again like a demon's whisper. Despite covering her ears with her hands, the sound seeped through like an insidious specter, flooding her senses. The noise grew louder, resembling a monstrous beast with clawed hands, intent on devouring her. As time passed, Tao Xiaodao's mind began to drift into a haze. Vague images materialized before her. These images intertwined and overlapped in her mind, inducing a wave of dizziness. In her semi-conscious state, she seemed to glimpse Lin Ce's figure. That man stood there, expressionless, like an indifferent statue. Then, one after another, figures began to emerge. First was the alluring Hong Na, swaying her hips seductively as she approached Lin Ce. Next came the poised Lu Yang, elegantly smiling as she drew near. Following them, a parade of unfamiliar women appeared, each exuding a unique charm, some enchanting, others innocent, and still others bold. Before long, Lin Ce found himself surrounded by this throng of women, with no escape in sight. Yet, Tao Xiaodao, who should have been but a step away from him, had somehow been swept several meters away by the surging crowd. As she watched the man's figure grow increasingly distant and blurred within the throng, her heart raced with urgency. Unable to contain herself any longer, she resolved to take action. With determination, she pushed through the women before her, slipping through the crowd like a nimble eel. However, the mass was too dense, and her progress was painfully slow. Each small advance required tremendous effort, jostling against those around her. Despite the odds, she refused to give up. She could not comprehend why she felt compelled to pursue him, especially when they had already parted ways. Yet, an inner voice urged her to return to that man's side. After a prolonged struggle, she finally found herself before him. By then, she was drenched in sweat, her face glistening as perspiration cascaded down her cheeks, soaking her clothes and the ground beneath her. Yet, she remained oblivious, her countenance radiating a blissful, radiant smile. In that instant, all fatigue was cast aside as she instinctively reached out her hand toward the man, just as her fingertips were about to brush against his lips. An unexpected turn of events transpired. The once firm ground beneath her seemed to vanish, transforming into a bottomless abyss. Caught off guard, she plummeted into the void, much like the fleeting women around her. In that moment of descent, her gaze met the man's, and in a fleeting haze, she caught a glimpse of an eerie smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then, she jolted awake, accompanied by a scream. Hearing the cry, Hong Na rushed into the room. Upon seeing the drenched and terrified Tao Xiaodao, Hong Na's expression shifted dramatically. Xiaodao, did you have a nightmare? Why do you look so pale? Tao Xiaodao, initially dazed, stared blankly at Hong Na before mechanically inquiring. Na, how long have I been asleep? What, 3 hours? The exclamation rang out like thunder, instantly capturing Lin Ce's attention from the sofa. However, he merely glanced toward the source of the commotion before redirecting his focus to the woman before him. To drink that much during the day is one thing, but to make a spectacle of yourself at home? I truly underestimated you. Following his gaze, one could see a mortified beauty standing silently before him. This was none other than Lu Yang, one half of the chaotic duo, who had just awakened. After being informed by Hong Na, she quickly became aware of her actions, resulting in the current scene. At that moment, facing Lin Ce's reprimand, she dared not lift her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I am sorry. It was my mistake. Have you lost your voice from all that drinking? Lin Ce's tone remained icy, laced with irritation. Lu Yang recognized her fault and understood the source of Lin Ce's anger. Yet, for reasons unknown, She felt a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes welling with tears, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Just then, Lin Ce issued another command, "Come here." Startled, Lu Yang hesitated briefly before obediently approaching him. When she stood close, Lin Ce suddenly grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "You drank so much and left the house in disarray. Not only do you fail to apologize, but you also dare to appear aggrieved?" Lu Yang remained silent, her eyes brimming with a mix of sorrow and vulnerability as they met Lin Ce's. "You've got to be kidding. I hope this is the first and last time. Should anything like this occur again, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, Lin Ce turned and departed, leaving Lu Yang standing in a daze. Her stupor was not due to his harsh words, but rather because of the box of medicine he had placed in her hand. The name was complex, yet the prominent words "hangover cure" stood out clearly. Feeling previously wronged, Lu Yang's expression brightened instantly upon seeing the box, her cheeks flushing with color. Meanwhile, as Lin Ce left the sofa, he turned just in time to encounter the hurriedly fleeing Tao Xiaodao. Upon seeing him, she froze in place, especially those peach blossom eyes, which had evidently grown more complex. Yet, in an instant, she composed her tangled emotions, circumvented Lin Ce, and hurriedly made her way towards the door. Lin Ce was left in a state of confusion. She drank my wine, slept in my bed, and left without a word. Isn't that rather impolite? However, the flustered Hong Na soon provided him with an explanation. It turned out that Tao Xiaotao had a meeting at 10 p.m., and it was already past 9. She needed to rush back. Lin Ce recalled the meeting, as it was indeed his suggestion. Nevertheless, manners had nothing to do with the meeting. Some people would not treat him well even without a meeting. Fortunately, he had pulled back just in time. Otherwise, bringing such a fiery spirit under his wing would surely lead to chaos at home. Today was a living example. Yet, Hong Na was oblivious to Lin Ce's thoughts and continued to speak on behalf of Tao Xiaotao. "Darling, Xiaotao didn't drive here today. Why don't you give her a ride? It would be a good opportunity to cultivate your relationship. I want to go. Why not? Don't you want to take Xiaotao down?" Meanwhile, a frantic Tao Xiaotao quickly arrived at the community entrance. However, due to its upscale nature, there were not many people around, making it challenging to hail a ride. Additionally, being nighttime made it even more difficult. As the agreed time approached, Tao Xiaotao's anxiety grew, unable to secure a ride. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, need a ride? I'm heading to Lanfu." Lanfu was where Tao Xiaotao lived. When she turned around, the man standing behind her was none other than Lin Ce. "Are you really going to Lanfu?" Tao Xiaotao questioned. "I am trying to be nice and offer you a ride, and you doubt me? If that is the case, you can just wait here." Lin Ce had been reluctant to come down, and with Tao Xiaotao's attitude, he turned to leave without hesitation. However, just a couple of steps away, a soft little hand urgently grasped him. "Don't go. I was wrong. Let me take your car." The scene shifted, and Tao Xiaotao found herself seated in the passenger seat of Lin Ce's car. Yet, the traffic was exceptionally heavy tonight. Gazing at the seemingly endless line of cars, her brows knitted in distress. "How long until we reach Lanfu?" she inquired. Lin Ce glanced at the navigation and replied nonchalantly, "At this rate, it'll take at least over an hour." "What? Over an hour?" Tao Xiaotao exclaimed. It was already 9:30, and if they were stuck for another hour, by the time she got home, it would be too late. "Why are you shouting? My ears are about to go deaf," Lin Ce remarked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Under normal circumstances, Tao Xiaotao would have exploded, but at that moment, she was in a vulnerable position and had to acquiesce. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to speak calmly. "Is there another route we can take? It's Friday, with students and office workers out. Every road is congested." Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao's face paled instantly. "What should I do? I have a live stream today." Yet, at that moment, Lin Ce began to speak sarcastically. "It's just a live stream. Missing one won't kill you." Perhaps her words truly angered Tao Xiaotao, as she no longer held back, retorting loudly, "To you, a wealthy person, it may just be a trivial live stream, but to me, it is my passion, my only hope for survival." Her voice rang out so loudly that Lin Ce was momentarily taken aback. When he regained his composure, he noticed that her eyes were already brimming with tears. For reasons unknown, seeing Tao Xiaotao in such a state stirred an odd feeling within him. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he relented. "If I help you with the live stream, will you stop worrying about going back?" "What do you mean? Just answer me with a yes or no." "I don't want to talk to you. You have no idea how important this live stream is to me." "Are you sure you want to talk to me?" "If you miss the live stream and break your promise, don't blame me." "Break my promise? How would you know?" Chapter 44. Did he kiss me? What have you done? In the passenger seat, Tao Xiaotao stared in shock at the man before her. Not long ago, she had been anxiously frustrated at being trapped on the overpass, unable to return home, almost to the point of tears. Yet this man managed to resolve all her issues with a single phone call. How outrageous. However, in response to Tao Xiaotao's astonishment, Lin Ce merely cast her a sidelong glance and said in a flat tone, "Didn't she already tell you that the grand meeting tonight has been cancelled?" Initially, Tao Xiaotao was baffled, but suddenly, it was as if a light had been switched on in her mind, and her thoughts became clear. Stammering, she pointed at her phone. You and Meng Wanzi have that kind of relationship. Why do you look so shocked?" Lin Ce asked earnestly. Though his deep eyes sparkled with mischief, Tao Xiaotao's expression turned grim. Of course, she's Meng Wanzi, a web celebrity with 1 million fans. How could I not be shocked? For some reason, she felt an emptiness inside, as if she had lost something incredibly significant. Moreover, the strange dream she had at Lin Ce's house resurfaced in her mind. Unlike in the dream, this time, the feeling of losing everything was even more intense. Her breathing quickened, and beads of sweat began to dot her forehead. Noticing her distress, Lin Ce furrowed his brow. "What's wrong? Are you sweating? Isn't the air conditioning on?" Soon, he realized something was amiss as Tao Xiaotao's body began to tremble. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked, concerned for her well-being. It wasn't he that he had softened, but he was worried that if she collapsed in his car, it would damage his luxury vehicle worth millions. As he pondered this, he reached out to check on her condition, but before he could touch her, her hands shot out like lightning and grasped him. Lin Ce was startled, and upon closer inspection, he saw that Tao Xiaotao's eyes were slightly red, tears welling up. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Is your breakup with me related to Meng Wanzi?" Lin Ce was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that she would suddenly pose such a question. Regaining his composure, he responded dismissively, "Breakup? Meng Wanzi? You're overthinking it." Clearly, Tao Xiaotao found his words unconvincing as she raised her voice an octave higher. Questioning, "Then why did you break up with me?" Lin Ce's brows furrowed in annoyance. He was clearly becoming impatient. Yet, with her grip so tight, he couldn't break free and had to continue the conversation. "Because I realized that aside from the necessary conditions, there are many aspects about you that I cannot accept. Such as your temperament." "My temperament?" "Indeed. While I am willing to sacrifice everything for my lineage, that doesn't mean I will kneel and beg without any dignity. There are countless women in the world. I don't need to waste my time on someone with a fiery temper who is also disobedient. Just because I have a bad temper, you choose to break up with me and then turn to the obedient Meng Wanzi?" As she spoke, Tao Xiaotao's voice choked up, and even her beautifully shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, she fought to hold back the tears from falling. Yet, in the presence of such a pitiful beauty, the man in the driver's seat displayed not an ounce of compassion. Indeed, his voice remained icy, devoid of any emotion. As the saying goes, if one does not act decisively, one will be caught in chaos. To survive in this tumultuous society, he must be ruthless and unyielding. It is imperative that women submit to him. He must never bow his head. Upon hearing Lin Ce's words, Tao Xiaotao's sorrow deepened, and tears gushed forth like a flood breaking through a dam. "I recognize that I have a temper and can be a bit petulant at times, but I merely wish to protect myself. As a man, can't you set aside a little of your pride and comfort me?" However, Lin Ce remained unmoved, responding coldly, "Sorry. I have no habit of comforting others." Tao Xiaotao's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. She had not anticipated such a resolute stance from Lin Ce. Initially, she thought he was merely playing hard to get, but reflecting on her earlier thoughts now seemed utterly laughable. "No, I refuse to break up. You were the one who pursued me first, and you cannot simply cast me aside." Before she could finish her sentence, Tao Xiaotao, as if suddenly losing her senses, lunged at Lin Ce with wild abandon. Due to her petite and delicate frame, she surprisingly managed to pin the unsuspecting Lin Ce beneath her. Caught off guard by Tao Xiaotao's actions, an unmistakable look of disgust crossed Lin Ce's face. "What are you doing? Get off me." Yet, Tao Xiaotao paid no heed to his admonitions, maintaining her pitiful demeanor as she leaned closer to Lin Ce, continuing to sob, "Just this once, if you lower your head. I promise I will never defy you again, all right?" Her voice was soft and trembling, akin to a flower swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of compassion. Lin Ce gazed at Tao Xiaotao, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes and the humble plea reflected therein. Once as steadfast as a mountain, he now felt the stirrings of doubt within. However, in that moment of hesitation, Tao Xiaotao suddenly seemed to lose her last shred of rationality. Unable to contain her emotions as she fervently kissed Lin Ce. This kiss struck like lightning, catching Lin Ce entirely off guard. His eyes widened, and his body froze in place, utterly forgetting how to respond. By the time he regained his senses, it was already too late. Tao Xiaotao's fervor engulfed him like an inferno, leaving him with no means of escape. The scene shifted, and the two found themselves by the roadside, confronted by a traffic officer who was reproaching them. Even if your emotions are overwhelming, you cannot let loose on the overpass. Do you have any idea how many vehicles are backed up behind you? If you cause a chain collision, can you bear the responsibility? In front of the officer, the two appeared as guilty children, not daring to lift their heads. However, seeing it was their first offense, the officer decided not to impose any further punishment after a stern warning. As the officer departed, Tao Xiaotao let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought we were going to spend the night in a cell. I would prefer you to spend the night in a cell. Lin Ce gritted his teeth. You are so heartless. It's not just my fault. Yet it's my license that's being revoked. Well, will they compensate you? Chapter 45. Obedient Tao Xiaotao Ding Ding. With a series of crisp knocks, the door slowly opened, revealing Tao Xiaotao's little abode in Blue Mansion without reservation to Lin Ce's gaze. As a mid-range residential complex, Blue Mansion attracted numerous influencers due to its picturesque environment and comprehensive facilities, resulting in soaring property prices, even surpassing some upscale neighborhoods. Had the system not rewarded Lin Ce with a spacious apartment, he would undoubtedly have chosen Blue Mansion as his first property. However, upon entering Tao Xiaotao's home, he found it was not as spacious as he had imagined. Roughly estimated, it was around 120 square meters. Compared to his expansive apartment, it seemed rather modest. Even when compared to Li Shiming's cozy dwelling, it paled in comparison. The only one it could rival was Wang Ying's 80 square meter studio. How about it? Isn't it nice? I bought this with my own savings, Tao Xiaotao said proudly, resembling a student eagerly awaiting praise from a teacher. Lin Ce smirked slightly, responding with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. It is indeed nice, but what does that have to do with me? As he spoke, he began to approach Tao Xiaotao deliberately, each step exuding calmness and determination. Tao Xiaotao seemed to anticipate Lin Ce's approach, her cheeks suddenly flushing a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, endearing to behold. Not only that, but her speech also faltered, losing the eloquence she normally possessed. Oh, of course it matters. This is my house, and it will be yours in the future. Oh, I also bought a massage bathtub, super comfortable. Let me show you. Just as she finished speaking, Tao Xiaotao turned to leave. Yet, after only 2 steps, she suddenly felt a strong hand grip her tightly. Startled, she let out a gasp, losing her balance and falling backward. Just as she thought she would hit the ground, she unexpectedly landed in a warm and sturdy embrace. Upon focusing, she realized it was Lin Ce. What do you want? Tao Xiaotao's voice trembled, her heart racing uncontrollably. You caused me to have my license revoked. What do you think I want? Lin Ce's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an irresistible charm. As he spoke, his long fingers reached towards Tao Xiaotao's porcelain-like smooth cheek. When his fingertips brushed against her skin, she shivered as if struck by electricity. However, this time, Tao Xiaotao did not struggle as before. Instead, her face flushed, and shyly she stammered, I still haven't. It's all right. I'm not a novice. I can teach you. But I'm afraid it will hurt. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Are you sure? Nana said it hurts a lot. She was lying to you. Really? Of course, I never deceive women. But you clearly deceived me. As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped them until a piercing scream shattered the stillness. You murderous husband. Following the sound, Lin Ce was seen, his face contorted with anger as he clutched his arm, which trembled slightly from rage. A clear bite mark, resembling a mark left by a wild beast, was visible on the part of his arm that his large hand could not cover. Not far from Lin Ce sat the instigator, Tao Xiaotao. In stark contrast to Lin Ce's fury, she bore no trace of remorse. Instead, she pouted in grievance. Serves you right. Who told you to deceive me? Originally furious, Lin Ce's anger began to dissipate upon seeing Tao Xiaotao's pitiful expression. He sighed helplessly, softening his tone. You were so scared. I had no choice but to resort to such tactics. Yet, before he could finish, his tone took on a teasing quality. Besides, it's only a little pain for a moment, and afterward, aren't you quite happy? Lin Ce's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a mischievous grin. Tao Xiaotao seemed to recall something, and her exquisite cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Even her voice had turned hesitant and stammering. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall ignore you, Tao Xiaotao said playfully, turning her head away shyly and refusing to glance at Lin Ce again. However, Lin Ce was not one to easily let Tao Xiaotao slip away. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he leaned closer to her, lowering his voice to a mere whisper, as if they were the only two in existence. So, tell me, who is more impressive, me or your ex-boyfriend? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Didn't he even manage to steal your first kiss? Lin Ce's words dripped with unabashed mockery, evoking a desire to chuckle. Yet, Tao Xiaotao found no humor in it. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She scarcely had the courage to meet Lin Ce's gaze. Unfazed, Lin Ce continued his playful interrogation like an inquisitive child. You don't mean to suggest he was incapable, do you? But that can't be right. I recall he had a girlfriend. What was going on between you two? I thought you had been dating for quite some time. Why did nothing happen between you? Allowing me to reap such unexpected rewards? Faced with Lin Ce's relentless questioning, Tao Xiaotao felt her face grow increasingly warm, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she erupted. Could you please stop asking? It's driving me crazy. Yet, Lin Ce's next words struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly flustered. So you're irritated now? That implies everything you said to me in the car was a lie. His tone was neither too high nor too low, yet it bore an undeniable teasing edge. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao's face turned pale. No, that's not true. I was serious. Her voice trembled as she hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. So, you genuinely want to be my woman, rather than me coercing you? Lin Ce's lips curled into a teasing smile as he regarded her. Tao Xiaotao recognized his intentions. Previously, she would have never yielded, but now, she could no longer afford to be willful. Otherwise, she would indeed find herself tumbling into an abyss from which she could never return to this man. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely declared, yes. I genuinely wish to be your woman, and I am willing to bear your children and continue your lineage. What about family status? I distinctly remember someone saying they would obediently follow my lead in the future. I will be obedient. I promise I won't throw tantrums like before. But what if I don't believe you? Lin Ce's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with her response. I'm speaking from the heart. Will you please trust me? I've given myself to you, and if you reject me, I won't be able to go on. Tao Xiaotao could no longer suppress her inner panic. Tears of fear streaming down her face, her body trembling slightly. If you had said this sooner, you wouldn't have wasted so much of my time. Chapter 46, A Divine Experience. As the saying goes, a cigarette after an event surpasses the experience of a deity. However, Lin Ce did not smoke, so he could only indulge in the highly praised massage bathtub that Tao Xiaotao had prepared. Immersing himself in the warm and cozy water, he felt all his fatigue dissipate in that moment. Behind him, Tao Xiaotao began to massage his head from all angles. Her fingers were gentle yet firm, providing his mind with a profound sense of relaxation. Additionally, she occasionally brought fruits or snacks to his lips, allowing him to indulge in delightful flavors while enjoying physical comfort. At that moment, Tao Xiaotao bore no resemblance to the aloof persona she displayed on screen. Instead, she appeared humble and cautious, her movements delicate and practiced, akin to a living maid. Were it not for Lin Ce having just crossed a significant threshold with her, he might have suspected she had undergone training at an establishment before becoming a streamer. Recalling such establishments, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. There were indeed countless beautiful women online, enough to dazzle the senses. Yet in terms of real-life encounters, the greatest abundance of beauty was undoubtedly found in bars, nightclubs, and high-end venues. Bars and nightclubs were too noisy for his liking. In contrast, the more private atmosphere of establishments provided a much more appealing experience. The key was that the women in such places were meticulously selected for their beauty. Finding someone there would be far quicker than any public audition. Apart from those establishments, there were also maid cafes and companion services that attracted attention through suggestive means. He remembered how, just before graduating from college, he had indulged in a maid cafe experience with a few roommates. The atmosphere was intoxicating, surrounded by beautiful women. It was not an exaggeration to call it a paradise for men. Had circumstances allowed, he would have surrendered his virginity there long ago. However, even so, he could not forget the scenes from that day. Young, beautiful girls, enticing and enticing. Just as he was drifting in thought, Tao Xiaotao suddenly spoke in a sweet, teasing voice. Master, what are you thinking about? The unexpected question caught Lin Ce off guard, and he hastily replied, nothing, just nothing. Yet his voice was noticeably awkward, tinged with a hint of guilt. Tao Xiaotao clearly did not believe his words and playfully chided, Master, you're lying. You're showing signs. Upon hearing this, Lin Ce quickly lowered his head and found something amiss in the water. How embarrassing. He attempted to explain, but Tao Xiaotao was not inclined to believe him. You can't even see me, so you must be thinking of someone else. However, before she could finish her sentence, an unexpected event unfolded. Lin Ce, having sat up at some point, swiftly grasped both of her arms with lightning speed. With a sudden pull, Tao Xiaotao twirled gracefully through the air like a delicate butterfly before landing securely in the bathtub. Master, what are you doing? Lin Ce's lips curled into a teasing smile. You didn't believe me, did you? Let me show you. But, this place. The true strong never shrink from their environment. The only adversary capable of defeating them is themselves. Time passed without measure, and finally, Lin Ce carried Tao Xiaotao out of the bathroom, placing her gently on the bed before checking his rewards. System, please dispense the rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Task rating, SS. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards, 10 million dragon coins. Charm Halo. Wearing the Charm Halo will significantly enhance the host's charm value and provide a boost in favorability towards different targets. An SS rating. This genuinely surprised Lin Ce, as he had not felt any significant difference from before. But never mind, rewards were rewards. A Charm Halo to enhance attractiveness. Did someone as handsome as him really need more charm? No questions asked, he definitely needed it. Moreover, this Charm Halo could increase favorability, making it a true artifact for wooing women. System, hurry and equip the Charm Halo. Replying to the host, the Charm Halo will be automatically applied upon acquisition. What? Why don't I feel anything? System, are you trying to deceive me? Please be cautious with your words, host. Any further disrespectful remarks towards this system will result in penalties. Lin Ce was left speechless. The system had quite the temper, similar to the woman sleeping beside him. Speaking of Tao Xiaotao, Lin Ce suddenly remembered something and promptly directed his gaze to her forehead. In the next moment, a blue panel appeared before him. Name, Tao Xiaotao. Age, 22. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Attractiveness, 97. Affection level, 88. Pregnancy probability, currently pregnant. Overall rating, 91. Affection level, 88. My goodness, could it be that this girl has truly fallen for me? Reflecting on her wild actions today, it's not entirely impossible. However, when Lin Ce's gaze fell upon the pregnancy probability section, he was left utterly stunned. What the heck? Currently pregnant. I've struck gold again. While he was unaware of Su Yun's pregnancy probability, he was acutely aware of Tao Xiaotao's situation. The overall pregnancy probability stood at 75, with a 78 probability of conception within 7 days. Among the women he had encountered thus far, it was not the lowest, but it was certainly close. This was one of the primary reasons why he had decisively given up on Tao Xiaotao before. Yet, who would have thought that Tao Xiaotao would deliver such a tremendous surprise? Others with a 90 pregnancy probability showed no signs, while the one with 75 surprisingly became pregnant. Truly insane. Perhaps due to the realization that Tao Xiaotao was on the brink of motherhood, Lin Ce's gaze towards her softened. While he still felt no love, there was at least a hint of gentleness in his demeanor. Just then, his phone, resting nearby, began to vibrate. It was Lin Ce's phone. Coincidentally, the caller was Su Yun, the other woman who was pregnant. Why would Aunt Su call at this hour? It was already 12:30 a.m. Though puzzled, he answered the call. Hello? Aunt Su, what brings you to call so late? Chapter 47. Su Yun's invitation late at night, outside the Oriental Grand Hotel. A stunningly beautiful woman was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot stove. Her steps were erratic, sometimes quick, sometimes slow. Throughout her prolonged pacing, her lips never ceased to murmur incomprehensible words. It can't be true. It mustn't be true. As time ticked by, a sleek black SUV finally came to a halt before her. The woman paused, her brow furrowed in suspicion as she regarded the suddenly appeared vehicle. However, upon recognizing the individual in the driver's seat, she froze as if struck by a spell. Her mouth gaped wide, and her eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the sight before her. Once the vehicle came to a stop, the passenger door swung open, and a figure hurriedly exited, rushing towards the beautiful woman. Sister Su, what on earth is going on? Why did you call me out here in the middle of the night? The newcomer's voice was laced with concern. This individual was none other than Lin Ce, who had just hastily arrived from the Blue Mansion. Standing before him was Su Yun, the captivating neighbor with whom he had shared a fleeting encounter. Upon seeing Lin Ce, Su Yun's eyes instantly welled with tears, and her body trembled involuntarily. She seemed to have a myriad of words to express to Lin Ce, but found herself at a loss for what to say. All she could manage was to force out a few stammered words. Lin. Witnessing Su Yun's unusual state, Lin Ce felt a wave of panic wash over him. If it were any other woman, he might not have cared at all, perhaps even feeling annoyed. But Su Yun was different. She was the first woman in Lin Ce's life. Moreover, Su Yun was currently carrying his child. No matter what, he could never be the heartless man. Sister Su, please don't cry. Lin Ce attempted various methods to console the distraught woman. Just then, it dawned on him, and he exclaimed in shock, Sister Su. Could it be related to Brother Xiao? Lin Ce was not a narcissistic person, He understood that Su-yun wouldn't have called him to the hotel, and he could be certain that her distress had nothing to do with him. If it wasn't him, it was evident who it was. Indeed, upon hearing that name, Su-yun visibly trembled. This only reinforced Lin Ce's conviction. It appeared to be related to that man. Given their current location at a hotel and Su-yun's evident sorrow, there was only one possibility. That man had cheated. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Logically, this was immoral. Yet, he found himself unable to control his emotions. After all, Su-yun was unlike any other woman. She was the woman he had yearned for, the one he would go to great lengths to possess. Previously, Su-yun had a family and reservations, so he had chosen to proceed cautiously. But now, an unprecedented opportunity had arisen. If he could seize this moment, Su-yun would no longer be another's wife, but his own. So he betrayed you, did he? Lin Ce's voice, though tinged with sadness, betrayed a hint of a smile. Yet, what responded to him was Su-yun's heart-wrenching sobs. Lin Ce sighed gently and reached out to embrace Su-yun, but as soon as he extended his hand, the devastated Su-yun collapsed into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Ce began to softly comfort her. Time passed, and eventually, Su-yun managed to calm herself down, though Lin Ce's clothes were thoroughly soaked. Gazing at the evidence of her emotional turmoil, Su-yun's face turned crimson. I am so sorry. It's just a piece of clothing. As long as you are okay, that's all that matters. Lin Ce reassured her dismissively. Thank you, Lin. Su-yun expressed her gratitude sincerely. Let us save the thanks for later. Aunt Su, please tell me what happened, Lin Ce urged. Su-yun nodded and began her recounting. It turned out that her husband, Xiao Tong, had returned around noon. Initially, everything seemed normal. They shared a reunion dinner and exchanged pleasantries about work, all in good spirits. However, in the evening, after receiving a phone call, Xiao Tong left without explanation. Su-yun thought nothing of it since his job often required him to leave at odd hours. Thus, she settled on the couch to watch television, only returning to her room when sleepiness struck. It was then that she received a text from an unknown number. The message read, Room 1518, Oriental Grand Hotel. At first, she dismissed it as junk mail, but just as she lay down, another message arrived. This time, it contained several images, pictures of a man and a woman. She didn't recognize the woman, but the man was unmistakably her husband, Xiao Tong. Overwhelmed by despair, sorrow, and a whirlwind of negative emotions, she clung to a flicker of hope. In this technological age, it might be a falsehood. In a flurry of anxiety, she rushed to the hotel. Yet, upon arriving, she found herself unable to muster the courage to enter, leading to her decision to call Lin Ce. Initially, she had been somewhat skeptical about the situation. However, for reasons unknown, upon seeing Lin Ce, she succumbed to her emotions and broke down, turning her uncertainties into a painful reality. After learning the entire story, Lin Ce felt a tumult of emotions. Su-yun was too emotional, and perhaps he himself had been a bit naive. They had yet to catch anyone in the act. Yet they had already placed the blame of infidelity. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, it would be quite the farce. Nevertheless, considering it from another perspective, his inclination to believe it was based on a subconscious desire. But why would Su-yun feel the same? Did she secretly wish for Xiao Tong to be unfaithful? That seemed implausible. Regardless of whether it is feasible, let us take a glance before making a decision. Goodness, a 70 in affinity. That seems rather significant, does it not? Could it be genuine? Lin Ce felt an urge to probe further, but decided against it after some contemplation. Sister Su, since I have already sent you the room number, let us go take a look. However, what if it is merely someone else's prank? Su-yun appeared to be wavering. But what if it is true? Are you planning to act as if you are oblivious and continue living with that person? Aye. Since you cannot decide, allow me to assist you. With that, Lin Ce took Su-yun's hand. Subsequently, under Lin Ce's firm guidance, Su-yun stepped into the hotel she had previously dared not enter. Before long, they arrived outside the room 1518 as indicated in the message. To facilitate the ambush, Lin Ce had even summoned a room service attendant to accompany them. Sister Su, are you prepared? Lin Ce turned to Su-yun, who was now devoid of any trace of sorrow, replaced instead by anxiety and uncertainty. Shaolin, perhaps we should reconsider. I am feeling a bit frightened. What are you afraid of? Afraid that the person inside is truly him? Or are you concerned that your family might shatter as a result? Su-yun bit her red lip, her expression torn. The room service attendant, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment. Initially thinking he was there to assist, he found himself in the midst of a scandal. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Su-yun, and he was utterly stunned. No way. Is the person inside out of their mind? You would forsake such a beautiful wife? If you do not want her, then please, let me have her. Angered, he thought to himself that today, Zhang San must teach this scoundrel a lesson for his beautiful sister. Noticing that Su Yun remained still, Lin Ce decisively signaled to Zhang San, who immediately nodded in understanding. Thus unfolded a classic scene. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Though separated by a door, Lin Ce recognized the voice immediately. It undoubtedly belonged to Xiaotong. Moreover, even if he had misheard, the trembling Su Yun would not be mistaken. I apologize, sir. It is room service. Room service? I did not call for room service. Am I speaking to Mr. Xiaotong? Indeed, that is me. Then it must be correct. Room service was called for 1518. Could you please open the door to confirm? Please hold on a moment. Sorry to keep you waiting. After much anticipation, the door cracked open, revealing a glimpse of the individual within. A clean-cut jawline, thin lips, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and unassuming eyebrows, complemented by silver-framed glasses. He appeared both refined and courteous. Zhang San, upon seeing Xiao Tang's true visage, was momentarily taken aback. As a hotel attendant, he had witnessed countless infidelities, yet he had never encountered someone so genteel in appearance. Did this validate the saying? The seemingly refined often conceal a base nature? With such a genteel appearance, how dare you betray? Just wait and see how I avenge my goddess. Lin Ce interjected. Who is your goddess? Me? Su Yun responded. Did you not say it was room service? What service do you provide? Xiaotong inquired, puzzled. He was on guard, having only opened the door halfway, unaware that his wife stood on the other side with a man. Zhang San smiled. Of course, I provide polite service. Polite service? When did such a bizarre service become available? Xiaotong was further astonished. This is not a hotel service, but rather my personal service, Zhang San continued. Without further ado, he unleashed his well-honed martial arts skills. With a swift kick, he struck the door, and as Xiaotong pondered whether this individual was attempting to extort him, Zhang San delivered a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Though aimed at the door, Xiaotong felt considerable impact, lying on the ground for several seconds before regaining his senses. However, as he raised his head, he was greeted with the sight of his wife and an unfamiliar man. In an instant, his complexion turned pale, and his body began to tremble. Wife. Regret was but a fleeting moment. In his panic, Xiaotong seemed to recall something. He disregarded the need for explanation and turned to flee. Yet, only a few steps away, a dark figure swiftly lunged at him. The enthusiastic citizen, Zhang San. Zhang San first knocked Xiaotong down with a kick, then swiftly executed a chokehold, firmly pinning the would-be escapee to the ground. I have been a martial arts champion for 3 consecutive years. How dare you attempt to flee before me, you fool? Witnessing Zhang San subdue Xiaotong with such ease, Lin Ce was left in astonishment. Brother, I merely asked you to help knock on a door. Why are you creating such a scene? Zhang San responded. As brothers, we understand each other. You need not say anything. I know what you mean. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you. No, that is not what I meant. Lin Ce protested. We are all men. You understand. While Lin Ce continued to engage in this nonsensical dialogue with Zhang San, the stoic Su Yun had already entered the room. However, as she passed by Xiaotong, he unexpectedly reached out and grasped her foot tightly, desperately pleading, Wife, please, do not go in. Yet, Su Yun seemed to disregard his words entirely, stepping forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Ce finally regained his composure. He cast a cold glance at Xiaotong before hastening to follow Su Yun. Xiaotong had booked a luxurious suite, costing thousands for the night. The living room was equipped with a sofa, refrigerator, and all the necessary amenities. After searching the living room without success, the two concurrently approached the sole bedroom door. Just as Su Yun was about to open it, Lin Ce suddenly reached out to stop her. Have you truly thought this through? If you open this door, there will be no turning back. Upon hearing this, Su Yun fell into contemplation. She first glanced at the man beside her, then turned to look at Xiaotong, who remained pinned to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and his lips quivered as if attempting to articulate something. Although Su Yun could not hear him, she could surmise the content of his silent plea. At that moment, Lin Ce's voice echoed once more in her ears. Perhaps we should reconsider. The child is already this old. If she were to discover this, it would surely cause her great distress. Su Yun, upon hearing this, turned her gaze back to the man who had once deceived her and even had the audacity to taunt her afterward. Do you truly not wish for me to enter? Would you prefer the truth or a falsehood? A falsehood. Then the falsehood is that I do not wish for you to enter. If you do not wish for me to enter, why do you obstruct me? Su Yun shot Lin Ce an exasperated look. I must at least put on a show. What if I were to be cast out as before? A realization seemed to dawn on her, and her previously pale cheeks flushed with a faint hue. Come out. I know you are here. After calming down, Su Yun suddenly spoke to the air. Lin Ce, standing nearby, was utterly perplexed. Did Su Yun actually know the woman with whom Xiaoteng had an affair? At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from the wardrobe. Lin Ce immediately realized that someone was hiding inside. Just as he was about to approach, Su Yun seized him and continued to address the air. While my emotions are still stable, come out quickly, otherwise, I cannot predict what I might do. Qian. The mention of Qian resolved Lin Ce's confusion. To his astonishment, Su Yun truly knew this person. Moreover, he had a premonition that Su Yun's relationship with this woman named Qian was likely significant. If that were the case, Su Yun had been betrayed by two of her closest relatives. Being betrayed by two loved ones on the same day was an unbearable thought for Lin Ce. He could hardly fathom the pain she must be enduring. Finally, under Su Yun's implied threat, the wardrobe stirred. As the door creaked open, Lin Ce's gaze fell upon a woman who appeared to be of similar age to Su Yun. She was wrapped in a bathrobe, her feet firmly gripping the floor, and her hands tightly clenched, her entire being exuding a sense of utter bewilderment. The moment Lin Ce laid eyes on her, memories began to surface in his mind. Although he was somewhat reclusive, he had inevitably encountered others outside. He had seen this woman several times before. While he did not know her name, he recognized her as one of Su Yun's few close friends. Beyond the friendship, they had been college classmates, roommates, and comrades in arms. With such a complex web of relationships, it was no wonder Su Yun had nearly fainted at the door. Out of curiosity, Lin Ce checked the woman's profile, but the results were unremarkable. He only remembered that her name was Ma Qian. Why do this to me? Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhang San continued to torment Xiaoteng. Weren't you going to call the police? Go ahead, Zhang San taunted, slapping Xiaoteng's head repeatedly. Once appearing refined, Xiaoteng had lost all semblance of composure after enduring Zhang San's relentless harassment. His hair was disheveled, and his face and neck were flushed. Even his glasses had fallen to the ground. Yet, despite his disheveled state, he glared fiercely at Zhang San, defiantly stating, "Don't push me. If you do, I might just fight back." Zhang San, however, remained dismissive. Fight back? You need to have the qualifications to challenge me. A waste like you? I could take on 8 of you. As he spoke, Zhang San flexed his well-developed muscles. The once defiant Xiaoteng crumbled under the pressure. Just then, he seemed to have an epiphany. 10,000. If you let me go, I will give you 10,000. 10,000 yen coins. Zhang San narrowed his eyes. No. 10,000 dragon coins, and I need an immediate transfer. Upon hearing this, Zhang San hesitated. Xiaoteng sighed in relief, grateful for his cleverness. However, his moment of joy was short-lived as Zhang San suddenly declared, "Sorry, I don't accept bribes." "Wait, big brother, this has nothing to do with you. Wouldn't it be better to take the 10,000 and leave?" "Not at all. Are you worried I'll come after you later?" "Rest assured. I promise I won't cause you any trouble after this, nor will I report you to the hotel." Despite Xiaoteng's earnest assurances, Zhang San showed no signs of relent. With no other choice, Xiaoteng raised his offer. 50,000. Just let me go, and I will give you 50,000. Zhang San appeared slightly tempted, but maintained his facade of righteousness. "I'm sorry, my upbringing forbids me from doing such things." 100,000. Xiaoteng nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. As soon as he finished, Zhang San's demeanor shifted dramatically. "My apologies, Boss Xiao, I was too rude earlier. I'll let you go now." Though Xiaoteng was displeased with Zhang San's mercenary demeanor, he had no other options left. Shortly after, Zhang San received the substantial payment from Xiaoteng. "Thank you, Boss Xiao, for your generous tip. Wishing you health, success in all your endeavors, and a long and prosperous life." All right, just leave." After dismissing Zhang San, Xiaoteng limped toward the bedroom door. Just as he prepared to eavesdrop on the happenings inside, the door unexpectedly swung open. The person who emerged was none other than Su Yun. However, at that moment, she bore no trace of sorrow, only an overwhelming coldness. Xiaoteng dared not hesitate. With a thud, he fell to his knees, pleading with tears in his eyes, "Wife. It was a moment of folly. I was bewitched by that woman. Please forgive me." His forehead struck the cold floor repeatedly. Yet, Su Yun's expression remained unchanged. Finally, after countless bows, Su Yun spoke, her voice chillingly devoid of warmth. "Enough. Do not make me look down upon you any further." Xiaoteng trembled slightly and raised his head in hope. "Wife, have you forgiven me? You are not worthy of forgiveness. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning." With that, Su Yun bypassed Xiaoteng and departed. Undeterred, Xiaoteng attempted to salvage the situation. Just as he prepared to lunge at Su Yun, another figure descended from above. Unable to contain himself, Xiaoteng erupted. "Why are you back again?" Indeed, it was Zhang San. "Wherever there is a need, there I shall be. Get lost." Xiaoteng cursed. "You can leave, but this time it will cost double. Are you robbing me? Did I not mention it before? As Su Yun's figure faded into the distance, Xiao Tong could only emit a mournful cry. No. Despite Xiao Teng's lamentations, Su Yun did not pause for a moment. Only after she exited the room and Lin Ce closed the door did she succumb to her grief, collapsing into Lin Ce's arms and weeping inconsolably. Do not cry. He is not worth it. He is not worth it, but are you? Did you not deceive me as well? Su Yun looked up with tear-filled eyes. No, I am not like him. How are you different? You are both deceivers. I am a deceiver, but I would never betray your feelings. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ce kissed her, shocking Su Yun. Meanwhile, after battling with Xiao Tong for what felt like an eternity, Zhang Xin finally exited the room, satisfied. However, when he sought out his two benefactors, he discovered they had vanished without a trace. Oh well, I helped out, and if fate allows, we shall meet again. Having earned a substantial sum today, he thought about treating himself to a beautiful girl at the maid cafe. Inside the room, the atmosphere was not as heavy as one might have anticipated. Rather, it exuded an air of conspiracy. Brother Tong, we performed so well. Surely, your divorce is now a foregone conclusion? Did you not see her earlier? Can we go collect our payment now? Let's wait until after the divorce. Otherwise, it will be considered marital property. That makes sense. By the way, Brother Tong, do you know the man besides Su Yun? He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place him. Could he be her lover? Are you suggesting she is also unfaithful? Chapter 50. Hidden intentions. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Ce felt a flicker of surprise. He was perplexed by Su Yun's evident panic. He repeated, I said I feel something is amiss. In a flurry, Su Yun waved her hand, exclaiming, No, not that line. Lin Ce's confusion deepened as he inquired, Then which line? The one before that. Enlightenment dawned on Lin Ce as he exclaimed, You mean darling. As the words left his lips, Su Yun's nearly flawless cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a radiant and enticing apple from a distance. With her face aglow, she stammered shyly, Who permitted you to call me darling? How shameless. Observing Su Yun's bashful yet adorable demeanor, Lin Ce could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, a mischievous smile dancing across his face. He then leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and irresistibly alluring as he whispered, We have already bared our souls to each other twice. May I not address you as darling, then? His words seemed to carry an enchanting charm, rendering Su Yun almost pliable, her gaze becoming slightly unfocused. When she finally regained her composure, she found herself reclining on the bed once more, with Lin Ce standing before her, eyes glinting like a hungry wolf. Nervously swallowing, Su Yun stammered, What? What do you intend to do? After a moment, she playfully struck Lin Ce, reproaching him for being untrustworthy. I see you are no better. Lin Ce, unfazed, grinned and retorted, Isn't it simply because darling is too beautiful? I don't believe you. Although she denied it, Su Yun felt a surge of joy within. Since marrying Xiao Tong and becoming a full-time housewife, she had long been bereft of such feelings. She had thought that her life would remain this way, only to discover that she had encountered the harsh realities that many women face. After a fleeting moment of melancholy, a thought suddenly struck her, and she lifted her head to ask, By the way, what did you mean when you said something was amiss? Lin Ce had almost forgotten this matter. It is like this. After hearing Lin Ce's speculation, Su Yun's expression grew grave. She pondered for a moment before speaking. So, you mean this little drama today was intentionally staged by Xiao Tong and Ma Qian for my sake? Lin Ce nodded. Only this possibility could perfectly explain why you received those two messages. But why would they do such a thing? Su Yun asked, bewildered. If I am not mistaken, their aim is to push you towards a divorce with Xiao Tong. Lin Ce stated with solemnity. If he wants a divorce, he could simply tell me directly. Why resort to such convoluted measures? Su Yun was even more puzzled. But what if he has a secret to hide? What do you mean? Lin Ce elaborated. A man wishing for a swift divorce, even employing underhanded tactics, typically has one of two motives, either financial gain or romantic pursuits. Financial gain. Romantic pursuits? Lin Ce nodded and continued his analysis. Xiao Tong possesses both looks and physique. Even nearing 40, finding a younger, beautiful woman would not pose much challenge. While Ma Qian is somewhat attractive, I doubt Xiao Tong would abandon his wife and child for her. Therefore, his desire to divorce you likely stems from financial motives. If it isn't for a woman, then is it for money? But we hardly have any. Su Yun's confusion deepened. Darling, as a housewife, you may not have much. But Xiao Tong, as a man in the world, is a different story. Although Su Yun had grown accustomed to Lin Ce referring to her as darling, each utterance still sent a flutter of shyness through her heart. Noticing the blush on her face, Lin Ce felt a wave of curiosity, but before he could ponder further, Su Yun interrupted. Are you implying that Xiao Tong is hiding money outside? You could interpret it that way. But his salary card is in my possession. Darling, have you ever heard of unexpected wealth? Meanwhile, in Xiao Teng's apartment, a passionate encounter had just concluded. Ma Qian snuggled against Xiao Teng, cooing, "Tenggu, you are amazing. Am I not capable of satisfying you?" Xiao Teng teased, lifting her chin provocatively. While Ma Qian may not possess Su Yun's beauty, the pleasure she offered was unparalleled. The reason was clear. Su Yun's demeanor was far too frigid compared to the fiery nature of Ma Qian. Lin Ce mused, clearly. You occupy a prime position, yet do not know how to utilize it. And you are quite petty. How rude. Ma Qian playfully pouted, striking Xiao Teng lightly. After a moment, she seemed to recall something and spoke. By the way, Tenggu, should we consider using that handsome young man? Xiao Teng frowned at her suggestion. Are you referring to the young lover Su Yun found? Given our current charade, you are likely to emerge empty-handed. Although your assets are minimal, the house is quite valuable. It would be a shame to give it all to Su Yun. Xiao Teng, being somewhat astute, quickly grasped her implication. You don't mean to leverage that man to make Su Yun and me compete for the house, do you? Ma Qian nodded unabashedly. Though it feels a bit unfair to Su Yun. After all, you worked hard to purchase that house. Absolutely not. She has been with me for so many years and has given me such a lovely daughter. I cannot treat her this way. You may show her mercy. But what about Su Yun? Hasn't she been flirting with a younger man while you've been away? Xiao Teng, who had initially been resolute, began to waver upon hearing this. Ma Qian seized the moment, her hands wandering. Tenggu, just listen to me. This is for our future. Besides, Su Yun has found someone younger. Do you fear for her survival? You make a valid point. To be merciful towards an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Since she has betrayed me, I need not leave her any escape routes. Now that is the Tenggu I adore. Chapter 51. Su Yun's turmoil the following morning. As warm sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, the beautiful woman in bed slowly opened her eyes. Bewilderment, surprise, and a sense of disarray enveloped her. Where am I? How did I end up here? In her confusion, she sensed something unusual in her surroundings. Turning her head slowly, her gaze fell upon a man peacefully asleep beside her. His features were striking, with long lashes quivering ever so slightly against his closed eyelids. Su Yun's heart raced as time seemed to freeze in that moment. Suddenly, a flood of memories, buried deep within her heart, surged forth. She recalled the events of yesterday, the chaotic yet passionate moments that now vividly replayed in her mind. What had once been a haze of confusion was now illuminated by an invisible force, enveloping her in a deep blush from head to toe. However, this shyness was fleeting. Her expression soon grew complex as she realized she too had strayed. Though she had previously strayed once, that incident was entirely different. It had occurred under duress. This time, however, she had willingly succumbed. While her husband Xiao Teng's infidelity was a contributing factor, it did not excuse her own indulgence. The thought filled Su Yun with guilt and remorse, not towards Xiao Teng, but towards her beloved daughter, whom she had high hopes for. Before her divorce, she had engaged in relations with younger men multiple times, leaving her uncertain about how to face her daughter in the future and how her daughter would perceive her once she learned the truth. The thought that her daughter might come to despise her, or even reject her, filled her with dread. Amidst her panic, a gentle and soothing voice suddenly echoed in her ear. What's wrong? You seem so flustered. Raising her gaze, she found the man, who should have been sound asleep, looking at her with a tender expression. Surprisingly, the initially panicked Su Yun felt an inexplicable calm wash over her. Even more astonishing was the sensation of her long-dormant heart, which seemed to reignite, beating wildly in response. It's nothing. Su Yun attempted to mask the turmoil within her, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Eventually, she could no longer endure Lin Ce's increasingly intense gaze, which stirred her emotions. She sat up, preparing to flee from the discomfort of the situation. However, just as she turned away, a warm, strong hand shot out like lightning, gripping her wrist firmly. Su Yun's heart raced, an ominous premonition flooding her mind. Her body trembled slightly, and her voice faltered. What do you want? Let go of me. As expected, no sooner had she spoken than the firm grip pulled her back to her original position. Almost immediately, a broad and solid chest pressed against her back like a wall. Simultaneously, a low, magnetic voice began to whisper in her ear. Of course, we need to have a good talk about life, my dear. This voice seemed to possess some enchantment, causing Su Yun's body to quiver involuntarily, her gaze growing increasingly dazed. However, deep within her, a flicker of rational thought struggled to resist. No, I can't, not with you. Yet, in the face of such undeniable power, any resistance felt futile and weak. An hour passed before they exited the room, and Su Yun found herself entangled once more, her emotions more complex than ever. There was indeed a peculiar allure about this man that rendered her unable to refuse him. No, I must not allow myself to sink deeper. For my own sake. And for Xi, I must push him away. Once everything has concluded, I will clarify matters with him and sever ties, never to cross paths again. But could she truly push him away? Could she genuinely refrain from any future interactions with him? Gazing at the man walking ahead, Su Yun felt lost once more. Just then, Lin Ce abruptly halted. She thought he might have sensed her distress and was about to impose his thoughts upon her again. Yet, to her astonishment, he uttered words she could not comprehend. It seems you need to rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau. In that moment of confusion, a voice that Su Yun would never forget reached her ears. You actually brought your lover here to catch him in the act, Su Yun. It appears I have greatly underestimated you. Turning her gaze, she saw Ma Qian approaching them, not alone but accompanied by a rather sullen Xiaotong. Ma Qian, what nonsense are you spouting? Since when do I have a lover? Su Yun retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ma Qian smirked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Oh, then who is this handsome young man beside you? Don't tell me you two slept in separate rooms last night. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat, and she feigned calmness. What does it have to do with you? Once the closest of friends, they now confronted each other in a hotel corridor. The irony of fate palpable. It has nothing to do with me, but it certainly concerns my dear Xiaotong, doesn't it, Tinga? As she spoke, Ma Qian skillfully looped her arm through Xiaoting's, brushing against him with her curves. Though she recognized Ma Qian's intentions, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Su Yun. At that moment, Xiaotong, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Come with me, I need to talk to you. Casting a cold glance at Lin Ce, Xiaotong turned to leave. Su Yun understood he was addressing her, and she took a deep breath, ready to follow. Yet, Lin Ce caught her arm. Don't go. Just moments ago, she had resolved to distance herself from him. But gazing into Lin Ce's worried eyes, her resolve wavered once again. Ultimately, she patted Lin Ce's hand gently, assuring him, don't worry, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. With that, Su Yun followed Xiaotong expressionlessly. However, as she passed Ma Qian, the latter could not suppress her urge to provoke Su Yun further. Yun, don't blame me for taking your man. Blame yourself for being so frigid. I've told you before, men prefer passion, yet you. Before she could finish, Su Yun interrupted her mercilessly. Shut up, you wretched woman. What did you just call me? Chapter 52. Ma Qian's temptation. Are you really having an affair with that boy? On the rooftop, Xiaotong's face was as dark as thunder. His gaze fixed on Su Yun as if attempting to see into her soul. Yet, in the face of his stern interrogation, Su Yun maintained an unusual composure. She straightened her posture, meeting his gaze unflinchingly, and replied with unyielding resolve. So what if I am? These four words struck Xiaotong like a dagger to the heart. He had not anticipated her candid admission. Initially prepared with a barrage of accusations, he found himself momentarily speechless, as if someone had gripped his throat. Images of Su Yun with that man flooded his mind, and his fury erupted like a volcano, impossible to contain. Have you lost your mind? You have a family. A child. How could you do this? Xiaotong's voice echoed across the rooftop, filled with boundless rage and disappointment. Yet, before he could finish, Su Yun's outburst interrupted him. And what about you? Don't you have a family, a wife, and children? Why are you cheating? Her voice rang out like thunder, her long-suppressed emotions finally exploding forth. This barrage of questions caught Xiaotong off guard, leaving him feeling as if he had been stripped bare. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of shame, he was equally astonished by Su Yun's reaction. She had always played the role of the gentle and obedient wife, dutifully caring for him and their child. Had he not witnessed this event, he might have forgotten that Su Yun, like him, could also be passionate. He stared blankly at her, noting the flush of her cheeks from anger and the fire in her eyes, and his own tumultuous emotions intensified. Meanwhile, in the hotel corridor, Ma Qian was still reeling from Su Yun's earlier insult. Wretched woman? How dare she call me that? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her pretty face twisting into a snarl, her body trembling with rage. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Ma Qian regained her composure in the blink of an eye. With a sway of her hips and a smile, she approached Lin Ce, who was not far away. Yesterday was so hurried. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself to the handsome young man. May I ask for your name? Lin Ce. Lin Ce? The name of your younger brother is truly delightful. As Ma Qian playfully remarked, she subtly draped her arm over Lin Ce's. He glanced at her arm, a faint smile playing on his lips. I too believe my name is quite charming. My brother is indeed humorous, Ma Qian giggled. Waiting here is rather tedious. Shall we venture to a more entertaining place, dear brother? As she spoke, Ma Qian discreetly licked her lips, the allure unmistakable. Lin Ce smiled gently. Absolutely. Then let us be off, dear brother. In an instant, they found themselves in a lavish suite. Lin Ce was no stranger to this room. It was the very place he had visited with Su Yun the previous night to catch her in the act. Sister Qian, what exactly are you doing? He feigned shyness, resembling a male model being flirted with by a wealthy woman. I am merely engaging in what all men desire. No, Sister Qian, I beg you spare me. I may release you, dear brother, but only after you answer a few questions for your sister. Certainly, as long as Sister Qian spares me. I will gladly answer your questions, Lin Ce lamented. Then tell me, has my dear brother truly had relations with Su Yun? Yes, we have indeed been intimate. Upon hearing this, Ma Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She suppressed her exhilaration and inquired again, how many times have you been together? Where did it first occur? And did you also? Lin Ce cooperated fully, honestly answering every query, no matter how private the content. Twice, the first time was at my home. And last night we were at the hotel. Lin Ce confirmed Su Yun's infidelity, and Ma Qian was positively elated. Su Yun, you shameless woman. How dare you insult me while you yourself are a hypocrite? Gazing at the shy young man before her, trembling slightly, Ma Qian suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. She leaned closer to Lin Ce, her voice laced with temptation. Brother, would you like to experience what it truly means to be a man? Qian, what do you mean by that? You know exactly what I mean, Ma Qian smirked. No, I cannot betray Sister Yun. Fear not, dear brother. I shall not reveal this to Su Yun. Let it remain our little secret. But meanwhile, on the rooftop, after a mental struggle, Xiaoting ultimately resolved to act as the heartless man he had become. The marriage is destined for dissolution. The car and our savings are yours, even the child, should you desire, but the house must remain mine. You, what did you just say? Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. At first, she felt a twinge of gratitude upon hearing the first part of his statement, believing Xiaoting to be a good father despite his infidelity. But upon hearing the latter half, she regarded him as nothing but a scoundrel. She had married Xiaotung at 19, retreating into the role of a full-time housewife within 2 years of their marriage. She had sacrificed her finest youth for this family, only to be met with Xiaotung's betrayal. What shocked her further was his audacity to demand the house. Without a husband, she could forge her own path. But without a home, where would she and her daughter reside? Xiaotung took a deep breath, reiterating, I said everything else, including our daughter, can be yours. But the house remains mine. On what grounds? You were the one who cheated, not me. Yet you ultimately strayed as well, should this reach the courts. You may not even secure custody of our daughter. Are you threatening me? I am merely stating the facts. You truly wish to be so callous? The house was purchased through my hard work. Am I not entitled to reclaim it? Xiaotong, I must have been blind to marry someone like you. Chapter 53. Who is toying with whom? You, how do you know? The cold, heartless Xiaotong of earlier now appeared utterly astonished and flustered. He had believed that by mentioning Lin Ce, he could manipulate Su Yun and reclaim his house. However, he never anticipated that the seemingly oblivious Su Yun was aware of his unexpected windfall. What he did not realize was that Su Yun had only been half convinced about this matter. After all, the chance of receiving unexpected wealth was quite slim. However, upon witnessing Xiaotong's shocked demeanor, she became certain that this was not mere rumor. With a cold huff, she remarked, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. In an instant, the color drained from Xiaotong's face, and he trembled uncontrollably. He had truly squandered a winning hand. If he had simply refrained from mentioning the house and proceeded to divorce Su Yun, they could have resolved matters amicably. Now what was he to do? If Su Yun refused to agree to the divorce or decided to file a lawsuit, he would lose everything. In his panic, Su Yun suddenly stated, rest assured. I have no intention of laying claim to your money. Really? Xiaoting lifted his head in disbelief. Seeing his greedy expression only deepened Su Yun's regret for ever marrying such a man. However, I have 2 conditions. What conditions? Xiaoting hastily inquired. He was left with no bargaining power and could only strive to protect that so-called unexpected fortune. First, the car is yours, and the savings are from your hard work. So those belong to you. However, the house and custody of our daughter must belong to me. Xiaoting had no objections to the house and custody stipulations. Yet he was taken aback that Su Yun not only rejected the car, but also the savings. You lack a driver's license. I can take the car. But you should keep the savings. You have no job and must care for the child. You cannot be without money. I do not need your charity. Su Yun refused to accept his offer. Xiaoting sighed deeply. This is not charity. It is merely my acknowledgement of the wrongs I have inflicted upon you and your daughter. I should have left with nothing. I told you. I do not want your charity. Su Yun's agitation became increasingly apparent. Xiaoting was startled. If that is your wish, then let it be. He wanted to make one final attempt to be a good husband and father, but if she refused his goodwill, what could he do? The second condition is that you must not appear before Xin from now on. Upon hearing this, Xiao Teng's face darkened with anger. Is that condition not excessive? I have erred, but does that warrant such punishment? Besides, I am Xin's biological father. How can you? But before he could finish, Suyin interrupted him. Or do you want Xin to know the sordid deeds of her parents? At those words, Xiao Teng's face turned ashen. He trembled uncontrollably. Suyin displayed no sign of compassion, leaving him with a final remark before turning to exit. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 o'clock. Just as she reached the door, Xiao Teng's somewhat perplexed voice called out from behind. Are you not curious about how much I won? Suyin paused momentarily, then without turning around, replied, not curious. With that, she stepped inside and vanished from Xiao Teng's sight. Gazing at the empty rooftop, Xiao Teng felt a twinge of regret for the first time. Meanwhile, in the hotel suite. So, dear brother, how does it feel? It feels marvelous, absolutely splendid. Would you like to engage in something even more delightful? Yes. I desire it greatly. Sister Qian, please grant me this. Seeing that Lin Ce was already ensnared, Ma Qian wasted no time in revealing her intentions. Dear brother, do not rush. As long as you agree to help your sister with a little task, I shall heed your every wish today. Really? Lin Ce's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm uncertain. I would have thought he had never encountered a woman before. Sister has helped her brother with such matters. Could it be that she could deceive him? Ma Qian pouted. Then, what does sister want me to do? I wish for my brother to assist me. Isn't that improper? Lin Ce appeared troubled. Are you truly willing to disappoint your sister? Ma Qian immediately assumed a pitiful expression. This made Lin Ce even more conflicted. But, with no alternative, Ma Qian had to resort to her ultimate weapon. If you help your sister with this small favor, she will make an exception and showcase her unique skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Ce's breath quickened. Sister, is that truly the case? Of course it is. If you assist your sister with this minor task, she will certainly fulfill any of your desires. As she spoke, Ma Qian's body slid against Lin Ce's like a serpent. However, just as she prepared to employ her charm once more to sway him, a merciless hand suddenly reached out, seizing her shoulder and halting her actions. Ma Qian looked up in astonishment, her gaze meeting Lin Ce's. To her surprise, there was not a trace of shyness on his face. Instead, it was replaced by an endless coldness and a barely perceptible disdain. But what if I find you repulsive? Lin Ce's voice was frigid. Ma Qian was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated this once timid Lin Ce would utter such words. Brother, what do you mean? Her voice trembled, and her complexion turned particularly unsightly. The allure and seduction she once possessed vanished, leaving only shock and disbelief. Lin Ce's lips curled into a cold smile as he reiterated, I said, I find you disgusting. Chapter 54. Humiliation of Ma Qian. Your earlier demeanor was all an act. Finally coming to her senses, Ma Qian's expression darkened significantly, her voice icy. What else would it be? Did you truly believe I could be seduced by a woman of your age? Lin Ce mocked. Ma Qian exploded in fury, her voice turning shrill, her body trembling slightly. What did you say? I'm an old woman. Isn't it true? They have begun to sag, Lin Ce insinuated, glancing pointedly at her assets. That is not sagging. It is a natural phenomenon caused by size. Ma Qian retorted sharply. Yet Lin Ce remained unfazed. So, you are still an old woman? Ma Qian trembled with rage. Compared to Lin Ce, she was indeed older. But she certainly did not deserve to be labeled as an old woman. Had she not been at a disadvantage, she would have relished the chance to tear Lin Ce apart. It was one thing to play the fool, but to dare insult her. However, she soon devised a counterattack. With a cold snort, she said mockingly, if I am an old woman, then your Suyun's sister must be even older. After pausing slightly, seemingly gauging Lin Ce's reaction, she was taken aback when no surprise or anger appeared on his face. Undeterred, Ma Qian continued in a sarcastic tone, you probably don't know, but your Suyun's sister is a whole year older than me. She emphasized the age difference, as if that single year could vindicate her youth compared to Suyun. Yet, in the face of Ma Qian's provocation, Lin Ce remained impassive, not even raising an eyebrow. So what? Seeing her words fall flat, Ma Qian's fury intensified. Raising her voice almost to a roar, she declared, so your Suyun's sister is the old woman. I am not. Her voice resonated loudly, echoing in the air. Yet, Lin Ce remained calm as still water, showing no signs of disturbance. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, his tone as tranquil as before. Indeed, Sister Yun is somewhat older, but coincidentally, I prefer women of her refined character. Ma Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his words. What nonsense is this? You see me as a sagging old woman, yet you consider her a woman of refinement? Even if favoritism existed, it should not be so blatant. She felt an immense sense of insult. In her astonishment, Lin Ce added, moreover, it is crucial to note that Sister Yun, unlike you, is not a worthless woman. Ma Qian felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, her body jolting. Her previously composed features twisted into a grimace, her voice quivering. What did you say? I said, you are worthless. Lin Ce repeated without mercy, each word piercing Ma Qian's heart like a dagger. Before his words had faded, Ma Qian's scream erupted once more in the spacious living room. This scream was filled with rage, as if it could shatter the roof and reach the heavens. She could tolerate being called old. After all, time is relentless. She could suppress her anger at being told she was sagging. It was merely a minor flaw in appearance. But to be labeled as worthless shattered her final defense. You dare call me worthless? I will fight you. Ma Qian's eyes turned crimson, and she lunged at Lin Ce like a mad beast. However, before she could reach him, he swiftly delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Ma Qian flew through the air like a kicked sack, crashing heavily to the ground. My stomach, it hurts. She curled up on the floor, clutching her abdomen, groaning in pain. Yet Lin Ce showed no signs of sympathy. After a considerable time, Ma Qian finally mustered the strength to rise, enduring the agony. You assaulted me. Just wait, I will call the police. She gasped, trembling as she reached for her phone to dial the authorities. At that moment, Lin Ce finally stirred. If I were you, I would refrain from such folly. His voice was cold and calm, yet held an undeniable authority. You assaulted me, and I cannot call the police on you. You attacked me first. If this must be pursued, I would only be deemed to have acted in self-defense. But you also verbally insulted me. Insulted? When did I insult you? Lin Ce queried. Puzzled, Ma Qian glared at him, gritting her teeth. You called me worthless. Lin Ce realized. Oh, is that what you mean? However, I do not regard that as an insult, for it is merely the truth. What? Ma Qian's face was one of incredulity. Though Sister Yun is a year older than you, she at least knows to seek a man who is young and strong. Yet you, being younger, chose a 40-year-old old man. Not only that, but you also attempted to seduce me in Sister Yun's absence. Any normal woman would never behave in such a manner. Yet your actions were all too practiced. Before I even requested it, you willingly knelt before me. Tell me, if you are not worthless, then who is? I am not worthless. Ma Qian trembled all over. If looks could kill, Lin Ce would have been brutally slain by Ma Qian countless times. You may think as you please, but I must remind you that some identities are destined to remain unchanged. That is all I have to say. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Ce turned and walked towards the door. However, just as he was about to step out, he suddenly halted. Without turning back, he declared, I almost forgot to mention, with someone like you. Even if you offered it to me, I would not accept. After uttering these words, Lin Ce exited the room. It was only when the door slammed shut that Ma Qian unleashed a frenzied scream. Shortly after leaving the suite, Lin Ce met Su Yun in the hotel lobby. How did it go? He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Lin Ce asked, his face etched with concern. Su Yun smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I didn't let him have his way. Shall we go for a meal then? Sure, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? I'll tell you later. All right. Chapter 55. An unexpected encounter. Is it too casual to just grab a bite here? Oh, but this is to celebrate your rebirth, right? Since we're here, let us just go in and take a look. Half-heartedly, Su Yun followed Lin Ce into a restaurant named Rose. The mere mention of roses evokes thoughts of romance and intimacy. Indeed, this restaurant, aptly named Rose, is renowned in Y City as a popular couples dining spot. True to its name, upon entering, one is greeted by an abundance of roses adorning the premises, bathed in warm, soft lighting. These roses appear extraordinarily vibrant and exude an enchanting fragrance, captivating even those like Su Yun, a housewife who typically holds no particular interest in flowers. However, the most striking feature of the restaurant is not the myriad of roses scattered throughout, but rather the grand bouquet enclosed in a specially crafted display case. Towering several meters high, this magnificent arrangement is composed of a staggering 999 roses, resembling a castle of blooms from afar. Beyond its stunning exterior, these roses possess a unique quality. They are crafted from special materials, making them eternally fresh. The collection of such an impressive number of roses symbolizes everlasting love, which is why this restaurant has become a romantic sanctuary for countless couples. Daily, couples flock here, eager to create beautiful memories in front of this colossal bouquet. At that moment, several couples surrounded the roses, making it difficult for Lin Ce and Su Yun to take a photo. However, Su Yun showed no inclination to compete for space. After a brief moment of remembrance, she followed the server to a window-side table. Why not go take a picture? Lin Ce inquired curiously upon sitting down. Su Yun glanced at the youthful couples before the bouquet and shook her head. I'm past that age. I want to join the fray. Age is merely a number. As long as one maintains a youthful spirit, one is forever 18. Besides, I don't think you're old at all. Looking at Lin Ce, who genuinely wished to comfort her, Su Yun felt a wave of emotion. Yet, that sentiment was fleeting. For today she intended to draw a line with Lin Ce. Shaolin, let us put an end to this. The moment those words escaped her lips, Lin Ce was left speechless. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. With a bittersweet smile, he remarked, I thought this meal was a celebration, but it seems it's a farewell feast. Su Yun remained silent, her delicate features betraying guilt and helplessness. After a brief silence, Lin Ce spoke with a complex expression. Is it because of your daughter? Su Yun nodded slightly. Yes. What if I told you that I don't mind you having a daughter and that I'm willing to take care of both of you? Su Yun looked up in astonishment. What did you say? Lin Ce smiled gently. I understand that after what happened with Xiao Tong, it's hard for you to trust another man, but I'm serious. I like you, and I want to be with you. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's heart raced uncontrollably, even more intensely than before. Yet, after a moment of exhilaration, she resolutely rejected Lin Ce. No, I cannot be with you. Why not? Lin Ce pressed. There's no reason. We simply cannot be together. Is there really no possibility at all? Su Yun bit her red lip, seemingly making a firm resolution. She replied, not even a little. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. After all, Su Yun was his first love, and he had genuinely fallen for her. Nevertheless, he was not one to be easily defeated. Su Yun's resistance stemmed entirely from her child. However, what if she were to learn that she was pregnant with Lin Ce's child? Calculating the timeline, it would be confirmed within a couple of days. He did not believe Su Yun would have the heart to terminate the pregnancy. At that point, wouldn't she relent to him? Having come to this realization, he regained his composure. If that's the case, let us enjoy this farewell meal, then go our separate ways. Witnessing Lin Ce's swift transition from incredulity to indifference left Su Yun feeling uneasy. Was this man merely toying with her all along? Did he truly not harbor any feelings for her? Were his earlier words just for show? Women's imaginations can indeed be terrifying. Had Lin Ce been attuned to Su Yun's feelings, he would have noticed a marked increase in her affections. However, Lin Ce had no time to observe, as someone familiar had also arrived at the restaurant. Lin Ce, Lu Hu. The man who excitedly collided with Lin Ce was none other than Lu Hu, his classmate and roommate from university. Moreover, they shared a deeper connection as they hailed from the same city, having both come to Y City for their studies. Upon seeing each other, they embraced warmly, filled with emotion. I thought I was seeing things. I can't believe it's really you. You've changed so much. Look who is talking. You've changed just as much. Amidst the heartfelt reunion, introductions were still necessary. Old Lin, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhang Fangfang. With that, Lu Hu pulled his companion forward to meet Lin Ce. Lin Ce greeted her politely before casting a discerning eye over the young woman named Zhang Fangfang. Although her name seemed rather plain and her appearance unremarkable, there was something about her that intrigued Lin Ce. His gaze fell upon her forehead, and a panel materialized before him. Name, Zhang Fangfang. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 89 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Affection level, 55. Pregnancy probability, guaranteed. Overall score, 82. To his astonishment, her guaranteed pregnancy probability caught him off guard. Does this mean if I were to sleep with her, she would become pregnant? Affirmative, host. Wow, this is incredible. But she is Lu Hu's girlfriend, isn't she? Can I really cross that line? Host, please follow your heart. Don't slander me. I harbor no ill intentions. Just as Lin Ce wrestled with his internal conflict, Su Yun stood up. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You all continue your conversation. Don't go yet. We haven't eaten. Su Yun shook her head. No, you all enjoy your meal. As soon as Su Yun departed, a mischievous grin spread across Lu Hu's face as he leaned closer. Lao Lin, it's quite surprising, isn't it? One cannot judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought you would manage to attract a married woman? Chapter 56. The scheming Zhang Fangfang upon reuniting. Brothers inevitably reminisce about old times. Shortly after Su Yun departed, Lu Hu brought Lin Ce to a nearby restaurant. Accompanying them was Lu Hu's girlfriend, the very Zhang Fangfang who had caught Lin Ce's eye. Feel free to chat. I need to step out for a phone call. Zhang Fangfang excused herself shortly after entering the private room. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ce began to inquire about her from Lu Hu. Old Lu, what's the deal with your girlfriend? I recall your previous girlfriend wasn't her, was it? The previous one is long gone. Fong Fong is a new catch, Lu Hu replied. Oblivious to Lin Ce's curiosity. Lin Ce's eyes lit up. So, you two have just started dating then? Yes, it's been less than a week, Lu Hu confirmed. Less than a week and you're treating her like this? Are you not afraid she might break up with you? Lin Ce feigned concern. Lu Hu dismissed the thought. What's there to fear? I'm just playing around. Once I'm bored, I'll break up with her. Though Lin Ce was aware of Lu Hu's notorious reputation as a playboy. Hearing such brazen remarks after all this time made him want to give Lu Hu a good thrashing. After a brief moment of disdain, Lin Ce pressed on. So, does that mean you've already succeeded? Not yet, Lu Hu blurted out. Not yet. Lin Ce was genuinely surprised. Lu Hu was known for his swift conquests. Back in college, he had set numerous records, whether it was scoring with a single drink or impressing a girl by gifting her a handbag. It was no exaggeration to say that any woman Lu Hu set his sights on would be thoroughly charmed within a day. Yet, here was Zhang Fongfong, still untouched after a week, leaving Lin Ce astounded. Lin Ce's reaction did not surprise Lu Hu. After all, they had shared a room for 4 years and knew each other well. With a sigh, Lu Hu remarked, Old Lin, you don't understand. Zhang Fongfong is different from the girls I've pursued before. In what way? Lin Ce inquired. Aren't they all after your money? Lu Hu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly denied it. This time, it's genuinely different. She hasn't asked for a single penny or any luxury items since we started dating. Are you sure? Lin Ce clearly doubted. If you don't believe me, I can show you the transaction records. With that, Lu Hu pulled out his phone. Upon examination, Lin Ce found no evidence of any financial exchanges. Moreover, the messages between Zhang Fongfong and Lu Hu exuded tenderness and affection. Could it be that I was overthinking? Lin Ce pondered, engulfed in self-doubt. At that moment, Lu Hu suddenly exclaimed, Old Lin, I have a feeling Fongfong is my true love. Is it just because she hasn't asked you for money? Is that sufficient? Lu Hu countered. Lin Ce was left speechless. But you said earlier that once you grew tired of her, you would break up. Men love to boast, Lu Hu replied with a hint of embarrassment. After all these years as classmates, you should know me by now. After a brief silence, Lin Ce finally asked, So, are you genuinely planning to pursue a serious relationship this time? Lu Hu nodded. Although that fast-paced dating was thrilling, it lost its novelty over time, leaving me feeling increasingly empty. Who would have thought our playboy Lu would one day seek stability? I suppose I should raise a toast to your future sister-in-law later. Absolutely. Wait, what sister-in-law? She's your sister-in-law. What's the difference? Of course there's a difference. She must be called sister-in-law. Fine, as you wish, I shall call her sister-in-law. That's more like it. By the way, Lao Lin, what happened to your face? Did you get cosmetic surgery during these years apart? Meanwhile, after leaving the private room, Zhang Fongfong found a secluded spot outside the restaurant and dialed a number. The conversation was quite mundane, yet the content was intriguing. Hello, Chiu, something unexpected happened. I was supposed to check in at that trendy restaurant, but I ran into his college roommate along the way. Now they are catching up in the private room. And I snuck out. Oh, and one more thing. Lu Hu's classmate seems particularly wealthy. I noticed his watch costs several $100,000, and he's dressed in designer brands. Most importantly, he's incredibly handsome. How handsome? Like a star from a television drama. Honestly, Lu Hu pales in comparison. Chiu, do you think I should shift my focus to that Lin Ce instead? What's wrong with that? After all, it's about finding a wealthy benefactor. Why not choose someone more appealing? All right, I'll test the waters with him. I sense he has an interest in me, having stolen glances my way multiple times. Sounds good. I'll report back later. I must return now, or they might start to suspect. After hanging up, Zhang Fongfong scanned her surroundings, confirming no one was eavesdropping. She composed herself and returned to the private room. By then, Lu Hu and Lin Ce had already started drinking. Upon her return, Lu Hu waved eagerly. Fongfong, come here. We've been waiting for you. Zhang Fongfong, slightly apologetic, replied, There was a family matter that delayed me. A family matter? What happened? It's not something serious with your parents, is it? Lu Hu asked, a hint of concern in his tone. Lin Ce, too, was taken aback. Initially skeptical of Lu Hu's claims, he now believed wholeheartedly that Lu Hu was genuinely trying to reform. What should we do now? Torn between his brother and an easily attainable reward, Lin Ce pondered whether to secretly enlist Lu Hu's help. Was it too ruthless to have Lu Hu support him in raising a child? Yet, after all, he was not exactly a saint. Just as Lin Ce was caught in his indecision, Zhang Fongfong made a bold move. She first calmed Lu Hu's agitated emotions and then approached Lin Ce with a glass in hand. So go. Is it all right for me to call you that? Lin Ce glanced at Lu Hu, who showed no objection, so he nodded. From now on, I shall address you as Sugo. Perhaps it was Lin Ce's vanity, but he felt a hint of flirtation in her words. Sugo. I've only been with Hugo for a short time. This is my first time meeting his friends. So I would like to toast to you. That is not appropriate. You're the sister-in-law. If you toast me, old Lu will surely get upset. Old Lin, don't slander me. Am I really that petty? Should I accept this toast or not? Of course. If your sister-in-law offers you a toast and you refuse, wouldn't that be disrespectful? You just said you wouldn't get upset. That's different. This toast must be accepted. Fine, I shall accept. Chapter 57. Winning over Zhang Fangfang. Old Lu, your sister-in-law can certainly hold her liquor, Lin Ce remarked with a sly smile. In just over half an hour, Zhang Fangfang had already toasted him no less than 10 times. While the wine's alcohol content was not exceedingly high, consuming nearly 10 glasses would surely lead to inebriation, especially for a university student. Though her capacity might be attributed to her physique, Lin Ce found it perplexing that Zhang Fangfang seemed to focus solely on him, while her boyfriend Lu who received none of this attention. Moreover, Zhang Fangfang's seating arrangement was puzzling to Lin Ce. Originally, Zhang Fangfang was seated beside Lu Hu, but at some point, she found herself beside Lin Ce instead. Even more absurd was Lu Hu's complete lack of concern regarding this arrangement. If her boyfriend was unfazed, what could Lin Ce possibly feel? Previously, he had believed Lu Hu had found a virtuous lady, but upon observing how close Zhang Fangfang leaned toward him, the truth became apparent. In response to Lin Ce's seemingly meaningful teasing, a somewhat inebriated Lu Hu struggled to lift his head, gazing hazily at Zhang Fangfang before muttering indistinctly, "My girlfriend, Lu Hu can't drink, can she?" Before he could finish his sentence, his body slumped like a marionette with cut strings, collapsing onto the table with a dull thud. Old Lu, Lin Ce feigned concern as he gently nudged Lu Hu. Receiving no response, he turned with satisfaction to Zhang Fangfang, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he softly suggested, "Sister-in-law, old Lu is already drunk. I think we should call it a night." Zhang Fangfang first cast a glance at Lu who sprawled on the table, then, adopting a tone typical of a coy young woman, she replied, "But I'm still hungry." As she spoke, she playfully winked at Lin Ce, her expressive eyes revealing intentions that were unmistakably clear. Lin Ce appeared to have anticipated Zhang Fangfang's reaction, with a slight upward curve of his lips forming a subtle smile. He leisurely responded, "In that case, shall we change locations?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fangfang pretended to be overwhelmed by alcohol, sweetly asserting, "I'm already tipsy. I can't walk very far." "Don't worry, I won't take you too far," he assured. The scene shifted to a drunken Lu Hu lying on a bed, mumbling incoherently, Fangfang, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, two figures were tightly embraced. After an indeterminate time, they slowly parted. "I genuinely thought old Lu had found a good woman. Who would have thought she was a ravenous wolf?" Lin suggested. Yet, Zhang Fangfang showed no signs of shyness or retreat in response to Lin Ce's candid jibes. Rather, she boldly retorted, "Aren't you the same? So, you're willing then?" She teased, arching an eyebrow. "That's fine, but I have a condition," she added. "Oh, what condition?" Lin Ce inquired with newfound interest. 10,000 a month. And on holidays or special occasions, you must buy me gifts, each valued at no less than 50,000, she declared. "You're making a lioness demand," Lin Ce exclaimed, astonished. However, Zhang Fangfang remained unfazed, casually asserting, "It may sound excessive, but you certainly won't be at a loss." "Oh, how so?" Lin Ce pressed for clarification. Zhang Fangfang smiled gently, counting off her points on her fingers. "First, I'm young. Youth is an asset, you understand. Second, I'm still in college and know many beautiful young students. If you tire of me, I wouldn't mind introducing you to them." At this juncture, Lin Ce couldn't help but question, "Aren't you afraid I might abandon you?" "Of course I am. That's why I asked for so much money. Even if we part ways, I can still support myself," she replied. Lin Ce smiled, unabashedly admiring Zhang Fangfang's shrewdness. It was, after all, his first encounter with a woman so resolutely ambitious and meticulously calculating. Even Wang Ying seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. After a brief pause, Lin Ce continued, "However, I assume your reasons extend beyond the 2 points mentioned, correct?" Zhang Fangfang's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she lowered her gaze, stammering, "There's a third point. That is, I'm still a virgin." "A virgin?" Lin Ce's lips curled into a teasing smile. "You seem so experienced, yet you're still a virgin?" Faced with Lin Ce's skepticism, Zhang Fangfang's complexion deepened in hue, her voice quavering as she replied, "If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself." At her words, a mischievous glint appeared in Lin Ce's eyes as he quipped, "Oh, then I must see for myself." He reached out, seemingly intent on testing Zhang Fangfang's claim. "What's wrong?" Lin Ce asked, puzzled by her sudden withdrawal. Zhang Fangfang's breath grew erratic as she stammered. You haven't agreed to my condition yet. Rest assured, I will fulfill your requests. Chapter 58. Su Yun's divorce after the stormy night. Zhang Fangfang suddenly remarked, well, now that we've settled that, can I have what is owed to me? Of course. But before that, I have a question I'm quite eager to ask you. Lin Ce said. What question? Zhang Fangfang inquired. Lin Ce gently grasped Zhang Fangfang's delicately formed chin, his tone laced with ambiguity as he asked, I'm curious why. Even before graduating from university, you've so quickly resorted to seeking out wealthy patrons? If Zhang Fangfang were already graduated, having faced the harsh realities of life, such thoughts might be understandable. Yet, for her to harbor such notions while still in her second year was genuinely unexpected. Zhang Fangfang bit her rosy lip, appearing hesitant. However, after a moment's struggle, she resolved to speak candidly. Because I envision the life I desire. The life you desire? Lin Ce inquired, puzzled. Zhang Fangfang nodded and began to share her story. She was a girl from a rural background, initially believing that gaining admission to university would free her from her humble origins. However, the cost of living in a big city was prohibitively high. Her family had sacrificed nearly everything to support her education. Though she could survive by frugally managing her expenses and occasionally working part-time, her circumstances changed drastically when her father, the family's primary breadwinner, collapsed while working in the fields. Despite prompt medical attention, the doctor informed her family that her father could no longer endure such strenuous labor. As a result, he could no longer work as he once did, leaving Zhang Fangfang without any financial support. With the semester's end approaching, she faced the prospect of dropping out due to an inability to pay tuition. Desperate not to miss the chance to escape her rural identity, she embarked on the path of seeking affluent partners at the suggestion of her close friend. You and Lu Hu's conversations were likely orchestrated by your friend behind the scenes, right? Lin Ce smirked, watching Zhang Fangfang with an amused expression as he pressed further. Zhang Fangfang nodded. Yes, I lack experience in these matters, so I sought her advice. Lin Ce's eyes gleamed with a barely perceptible smile. One last question. How can you be sure that I meet your requirements after just getting to know me? Zhang Fangfang's heart raced, and with a deep breath, she summoned her courage to respond. Because of my intuition. Intuition? Lin Ce's voice held a trace of skepticism, revealing his dissatisfaction with her answer. Zhang Fangfang's face flushed a deeper shade of red, her voice trembling slightly as she added, actually, aside from that, there's another reason. Oh, what reason? Lin Ce's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he eagerly awaited her answer. Zhang Fangfang lowered her head even further, her small hands instinctively clasping together. After a considerable pause, she finally whispered, it's because you are incredibly handsome. I've never seen a man as handsome as you. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Fangfang's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripened apple, her voice imbued with shyness, as if it could drip with timidity. The atmosphere had grown somewhat ambiguous. Lin Ce's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He then pulled the bashful Zhang Fangfang into his embrace and, with a teasing tone, remarked, so, it seems you are captivated by my looks? Zhang Fangfang's body quivered slightly. She remained silent, lowering her head like a startled fawn. Observing this, Lin Ce continued, if that's the case, you wouldn't mind if I come closer again, would you? Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yun had arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Having parted ways with Lin Ce, there, Xiao Tong was already waiting. Upon seeing Su Yun, he immediately approached her. As he drew near, he spoke, Yun'er, perhaps we should remain calm? Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh derisively. Calm? You were with my best friend behind my back. And now you tell me to be calm. This is my fault. I was completely out of my mind, and by the time I came to my senses, it was too late. Before Xiao Tong could finish, Su Yun coldly interrupted him. Enough. I don't want to hear about your nonsense. I have one question. Are you divorcing or not? Even if you don't consider yourself, you must think about Xiner. Shouting clearly was not ready to give up. But when you and she conspired against me, did you consider Xiner? Su Yun's words pierced Xiao Teng's heart like needles. I'm sorry, Yun'er. I didn't come here to listen to your idle chatter. After this, Su Yun walked expressionlessly into the Civil Affairs Bureau, leaving Xiao Tong standing dejectedly at the entrance for a while before he turned to follow her inside. When they emerged from the bureau, each held a small booklet. Yun'er, I've thought about it. You should keep the savings for yourself. Xiao Tong attempted to engage her again. Yet, all he received was Su Yun's indifferent back as she disappeared from his sight. Only then did he come to his senses. Did I really make a mistake? He sighed and left the place. Shortly after, he returned to his car. Upon his return, Ma Qian in the passenger seat snatched the booklet from his hands. Upon seeing the stamp, she immediately erupted into a childlike dance of joy. In stark contrast, Xiao Tong appeared as though his soul had been drained, becoming somewhat dazed. He sat silently in the driver's seat, staring blankly ahead, completely indifferent to Ma Qian's exuberance. It was only when Ma Qian began to shake him vigorously that he seemed to awaken from his reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go? Her voice was filled with urgency and excitement. Where to? Xiao Tong looked at her in confusion, as if still not recovered from his previous state. To claim our grand prize, Ma Qian exclaimed, as if the substantial reward was already within reach. Perhaps we should wait a bit. I've just divorced. And I haven't even moved my things yet. Xiao Tong frowned. We're about to be billionaires. Do you really care about those trivial belongings? Ma Qian waved her hand dismissively. But that is still, Xiao Tong was cut off by Ma Qian. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Ma Qian's gaze sharpened. As if trying to see through him. She betrayed me. How could I possibly regret it? I just feel reluctant about exing her, Xiao Tong quickly explained. It's just a child. After we get married, I can give you 2 or 3, Ma Qian said nonchalantly, as if having children were the simplest matter in the world. Xiao Tong was evidently taken aback by her words, unsure of how to respond. What do you mean, You aren't planning to not marry me, are you? Ma Qian's expression darkened. No. That's not what I meant. I just think 2 or 3 children might be too many. What is that? Rich families often have a whole bunch of kids. All right, I'll go along with your wishes. Now let us hurry and set off. I can't wait to embrace my riches. Chapter 59, Unexpected Encounter at Driving School. Did you add an extra 0? This astonished and trembling exclamation echoed like thunder in the air. Turning towards the voice, Zhang Fangfang sat at the edge of the bed, her body slightly trembling as if struck by a powerful force. She stared intently at her phone screen, the numbers displayed making it utterly unbelievable. In stark contrast to Zhang Fangfang's shock was Lin Ce, the instigator, who maintained an air of composure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seemingly having anticipated her reaction. Didn't you want a life of freedom? I'm using this 1 million to help you realize that dream. Zhang Fangfang's body jerked at his words, her gaze shifting from the phone to Lin Ce, her eyes a complex tapestry of surprise, confusion, and an indescribable emotion. Aren't you afraid I might take your money and run? Her voice was subdued, laced with uncertainty. Lin Ce's smile widened slightly. Run? Your school is still here. How could you escape? Zhang Fangfang furrowed her brow deeply. What if I just dropped out and left? Lin Ce gently shook his head, his eyes radiating confidence and certainty. You wouldn't do that. Why not? Zhang Fangfang's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to press further. Lin Ce's smile grew once more. He slowly reached out, lifting her chin. And with a teasing tone, he said, if you truly ran away, you might never encounter a man as handsome as me again. Zhang Fangfang's face flushed upon hearing those words. A faint blush instantly graced her delicate face. However, in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. You flatter me. Brother Ce, my modest drinking capacity cannot possibly compare to yours. It would be best for you two to spar amongst yourselves next time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries by the roadside, Lu Hu took Zhang Fangfang and departed. Lin Ce remained by the roadside, watching the two recede into the distance. Old Lu, it's not that my brother intends to encroach upon your territory. It's simply that the lady is far too eager. And you seem unable to grasp the situation. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ce turned to leave, with his driving license suspended. He had no choice but to travel on foot. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a nearby driving school, Hongda Driving School. Upon stating his intentions, he was swiftly escorted to the lounge. After a brief wait, a corpulent man with a jovial demeanor entered the room. So, are you planning to take your driving test with us? Lin Ce nodded in affirmation. I see. Allow me to introduce our packages. No need for introductions. Simply inform me of the quickest time to obtain the license. Lin Ce interjected. So you are eager to acquire it? The man's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed. May I inquire about your budget? Budget? Lin Ce was taken aback. You see, we offer both standard and expedited services for obtaining licenses. Oh, what do you mean by expedited? Lin Ce asked, curiosity piqued. He had previously heard of such methods online, but was uncertain how to pursue them. To his surprise, the driving school he randomly selected was indeed the infamous establishment he had heard whispers of. The corpulent man first secured the doors and windows before lowering his voice. You see, we have connections that facilitate quick licensing. And what is the fastest time to obtain it? Lin Ce inquired. 1 week. We can have your license ready in just 1 week, with no need for you to take the test. Can it be expedited further? It can. But the cost might be substantial. I fear it may be beyond your means. Money is not an issue. Just tell me the quickest time to obtain it. 2 days. Just 2 days. Very well. Let us proceed with that arrangement. Please assist me. The man beamed with delight. Then, please follow me to the office. We need to complete some procedures. Understood. Moments later, Lin Ce departed with the corpulent man. Yet, shortly after stepping outside, he collided with a flustered figure. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. Lin Ce initially intended to express his frustration, but upon seeing the person's face, his anger dissipated instantly. It's nothing. I'm unharmed. Thank you. Thank you. The individual hastily apologized multiple times before leaving in a flurry. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Ce inquired of the corpulent man, "Who was that?" "You mean Yao Xiao? She is our driving instructor." "She is an instructor?" "Indeed. The only female instructor at our school." "Manager, I would like to request a favor." Chapter 60. Sister Wang Qiuyu on the balcony. Wang Ying, engaged in a phone conversation, wore an expression of shyness and joy upon her exquisite features. "Yes, Qiuyu arrived this morning. Will you be coming over tonight? What would you like to eat? I can prepare something." Just as Wang Ying was engrossed in her conversation, a petite figure stealthily approached from behind. "Sister, who are you on the phone with?" The sudden voice startled Wang Ying. "Qiuyu, why are you so stealthy?" Wang Ying scolded playfully. "Clearly, it was you who got lost in conversation." The girl pouted. Wang Ying shot her a reproachful glance before resuming her call. "I apologize, Qiuyu just startled me." The girl cheekily stuck out her tongue before retreating to the sofa, where she began to relish some fruit. After a considerable time, Wang Ying finished her call and approached her sister. "I'm going out to buy groceries. Do you want to come with me?" "Buy groceries? Didn't we agree to eat out?" The girl's face immediately fell. "Let us go tomorrow. We'll eat at home tonight," Wang Ying suggested. "Why?" Wang Qiuyu mumbled, clearly reluctant. Then, as if struck by a realization, her eyes widened. "I know. Is it related to the person you were just talking to?" Wang Ying sighed internally, recognizing that she could no longer conceal her relationship with Lin Ce from her sister. Taking a deep breath, she decided to be truthful. "Qiuyu, he is my new boyfriend." Wang Qiuyu's reaction was far more intense than Wang Ying had anticipated. Her expression darkened, and her voice brimmed with dissatisfaction. "I suspected that's why you moved to such a nice place. Turns out you have a new boyfriend." Wang Ying, feeling somewhat guilty, bit her lip and softly asked, "Qiuyu, are you upset?" To her astonishment, Wang Qiuyu's demeanor took a complete turn. "Upset? Why would I be upset?" A sly smile crept onto her lips. "Huh." Wang Ying was taken aback. "I've long wished for you to break up with your previous boyfriend. He was unremarkable and lacked financial means. You living in that cramped rental was simply too much of a sacrifice. You truly feel that way?" Wang Ying struggled to believe it. Initially, she feared her sister would resent her for being fickle and seeking wealth. But it seemed Wang Qiuyu's thoughts were quite aligned with her own. It was evident that the sisters shared an innate understanding. "Of course, my sister is so beautiful. Being with such a man is a waste of resources." As she spoke, Wang Qiuyu wrapped her arms around Wang Ying. "Sister, is that new brother-in-law very wealthy? Otherwise, you wouldn't be living in such a nice place, right?" Wang Ying nodded absent-mindedly. "Yes, he is quite wealthy." "How wealthy? Does he have a mansion? What kind of car does he drive?" Wang Qiuyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Why do you want to know all this?" Wang Ying asked, puzzled. "Well, his girlfriend is my sister. As a younger sister, shouldn't I ensure he is good enough for you?" Wang Qiuyu replied earnestly. "Is that all you're concerned about?" Wang Ying felt something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint it. "Could it be that you think Qiuyu wants to snatch your boyfriend?" Wang Qiuyu feigned a look of sorrow. Wang Ying quickly waved her hands, repeatedly insisting, "That's not my intention at all." Seeing her sister's reaction, Wang Qiuyu couldn't help but smirk mischievously. "All right, sister. Don't be shy. Quickly tell me all about brother-in-law." "Oh, we should talk while we walk. We can't waste time shopping." With that, Wang Qiuyu seized the slightly dazed Wang Ying's hand and hurried out of the room. Just as they stepped outside, the door of room 1202 across the hall creaked open. Bai Ruo stood in the doorway, her gaze fixed intently on the pair of sisters laughing together. A look of bewilderment etched on her otherwise delicate features. Were they referring to that scoundrel coming over for dinner? As she murmured to herself, the girl seemed to recall something, her flawless visage flushing a light crimson. However, this blush was fleeting, quickly replaced by a look of reproach. "So what if he comes? It's none of my concern. I have nothing to do with that scoundrel. You better not disturb me, otherwise I won't let you off easily. Just wait and see." Habitually shaking her fist at the air, Bai Ruo then slammed the door shut with a bang. Meanwhile, within the moving taxi, Lin Ce seemed to sense something amiss, breaking into a series of sneezes. The driver, noticing this, chuckled and teased. "How many romantic entanglements have you stirred up outside, handsome? It seems you have quite a few women thinking of you." "Not too many, perhaps 7, 8, or even 10, Lin Ce replied casually. "How many? 7, 8, 10? The driver exclaimed in astonishment. Are you joking, handsome? Lin Ce smiled faintly. Do I look like someone who jokes? Goodness. A romantic sage. Teach me, will you? I've been single for 38 years. How can I find a girlfriend? The driver implored. Sir, this is a family secret, never to be disclosed. Come on, handsome. How about I pay tuition for your teachings? My only requirement is the ability to bear children. Lin Ce retorted, you should focus on driving. I am in a hurry. I am even more anxious. I've been waiting for 38 years. As the scene shifted, Lin Ce arrived outside the Zhu Xianlu. He could have arrived much earlier. But that enthusiastic driver insisted on being his mentor. Reluctantly, Lin Ce had to entertain him with a few tricks before being led here. The driver, being honorable, didn't take his money and instead handed him a business card, promising to be at his beck and call in the future. This could be considered a form of tuition. As for Lin Ce, he was not one to fuss over such trifles. What truly mattered to him was the owner of Zhu Xianlu, Tanya. Since their farewell yesterday, she had not reached out to him. Though he was not lacking in female company, a woman like Tanya, a captivating and sensual young matron, was indeed a rare gem. Moreover, Tanya had a close friend, Xiaomei. To relinquish this opportunity would be a grave misfortune. Just as he was about to ascend the steps, a familiar and icy voice suddenly pierced the air from behind. What are you doing back here? Turning around, Lin Ce found himself face to face with none other than Tanya, the owner of Zhu Xianlu. However, today, she appeared markedly different from the days prior, especially with her slightly puffy eyes, which seemed to tell a silent story. Are you all right? He inquired softly. What does it matter to you? Hurry and leave. We do not welcome you at Zhu Xianlu, Tanya exclaimed, her emotions visibly agitated. Do you truly despise me this much? Lin Ce furrowed his brows in complexity. Indeed, I feel nauseous at the sight of you, she replied, trembling with agitation. Although he had prepared himself mentally before arriving, he was taken aback by the severity of her demeanor. With a gentle sigh, he responded, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, but paused after a few steps. Without looking back, he declared, whether you believe it or not, I have never intended to conceal anything from you or to toy with your feelings. Everything I have done has been genuine and sincere. Before long, Lin Ce's figure faded from view, leaving Tanya standing alone, silently shedding tears. You scoundrel! I told you to leave, and you truly walk away? Meanwhile, after exiting Zhu Xianlu, Lin Ce made his way to the opposite building, the Hogong. Yet, upon reaching the door of room 1201, he found no response from within. Wasn't it agreed that we would have dinner at home? Why is no one here? Just as he pondered this, the door to room 1202 swung open. Stop knocking. Jia has gone out, a young girl said, appearing at the threshold. How do you know? Lin Ce asked, perplexed. I happened to see her. Is that a problem? Bairoro shot him a glare. Rather than feeling offended, Lin Ce couldn't help but smile knowingly. It was a coincidence before. Is it also a coincidence now? Of course, it's a coincidence. Do you think I was waiting here for you? Bairoro blurted out. As soon as the words left her lips, she realized her misstep. Just then, Lin Ce had moved beside her. So, you really were waiting for me? No, I wasn't. She stammered. Bairoro struggled, but her efforts were futile against Lin Ce's embrace. Ultimately, she succumbed to his hold as he carried her into the house. With the door shut, the hallway returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired. Inside room 1202, however, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. The fierce wolf met the delicate rabbit, and the outcome was bound to be tumultuous. They soon found themselves on the bed. At that moment, Bairoro finally regained her composure. Looking at Lin Ce, who was shedding his armor, she hurriedly exclaimed, No, this cannot happen. You already have a girlfriend. We cannot do this. And what of having a girlfriend? A real man can have multiple wives. Isn't that perfectly normal? Lin Ce replied nonchalantly. But I'm a novice. She protested, biting her lip. Weren't you the one who claimed otherwise? Lin Ce teased. Bairoro's cheeks flushed crimson. Regardless, it cannot happen. If you dare to force me, I will call the police on you. I truly will. If it cannot happen, why didn't you push me away sooner? Now, how can I show my face to anyone? You won't let me speak. How can I explain? Well, I don't care. It's all your fault. Seeing Lin Ce shamelessly shift the blame, Bairoro felt tears welling up. It's your fault, and now you're blaming me. Unable to bear the sight of a woman crying, Lin Ce took a step back. Jia is preparing a feast tonight. Would you like to join us for dinner? Lin Ce, showing a flicker of conscience, did not simply flee. However, Bairoro showed no sign of appreciation. She grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Who wants to eat with you? Get out. Fortunately, Lin Ce dodged just in time, or he would have been struck. In that case, I shall head over to the opposite side. If you change your mind, feel free to knock. Get lost. Bairoro shouted, prompting Lin Ce to make his escape from room 1202. Once the door was closed, Lin Ce exhaled a sigh of relief. This girl's temper is becoming increasingly fiery, but I find such wildness exhilarating. Reflecting on the steamy scene from earlier, Lin Ce could not suppress his excitement. Although his previous attempt at a drunken encounter in room 1202 had failed, he had nonetheless stolen by Ruo's first kiss. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed in the quiet hallway. Lin Ce? Snapping back to reality, he turned to find Wang Ying, who had just returned from grocery shopping. However, she was not alone. Beside her stood a young maiden whose features closely resembled Wang Ying's. Her eyebrows, eyes, and nose seemed to be molded from the same clay. Yet, she appeared considerably younger than Wang Ying. Her skin was fair and smooth, akin to jade, delicate and silky. Moreover, she exuded a unique scent, one that only a youthful girl in her prime could possess. It was refreshing and enchanting, reminiscent of the first rays of sunshine in the morning, captivating all who encountered it. Though Ruo in the room was also youthful and brimming with vitality, she exuded more of a rebellious and carefree spirit. In contrast, the young girl before him radiated a more vibrant youthfulness, akin to blossoms blooming in spring, emanating an alluring fragrance. While Lin Ce was still entranced by the girl's innocence, she approached him, blinking her curious eyes. You must be my sister's new boyfriend? Chapter 62. The water of life should not flow to outsider's sister. Is he really my brother-in-law? In the kitchen, Wang Qiyu stood on her tiptoes, cautiously peering through the narrow gap of the kitchen door at the man seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Her gaze was intense, as if she intended to capture every detail of the man through that slender opening. In front of the stove, Wang Ying was preparing to wash the vegetables in her hands. Upon hearing her sister's question, she immediately halted her actions, turned to face her sister, and replied with exasperation. You have already asked that question at least 10 times. Oh, it's just that I can't believe it. Wang Qiyu responded, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she swiftly averted her gaze from the door, fearful of being discovered by the man in the living room. Can't believe what? Wang Ying asked, her expression one of confusion. Of course, I can't believe my future brother-in-law is so handsome, Wang Qiyu exclaimed, propping her chin on her hands, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Sister, you must tell me how you met such a dashing brother-in-law. What did you say? Dashing. Wang Ying was taken aback. No, I misspoke. I meant my brother-in-law is such a handsome guy. Really? Wang Ying regarded her sister with skepticism, scrutinizing her expression as if searching for a hint of deception. I swear, Wang Qiyu declared, raising her right hand in a gesture of solemnity. If I utter a single falsehood, may I remain forever single and alone. Seeing her sister's earnest demeanor, Wang Ying finally relaxed. She had been worried that Wang Qiyu might have uncovered the true nature of her relationship with Lin Ce. Thankfully, the little girl was blissfully unaware. All right, why don't you take some fruit to your brother-in-law? And what about you and brother-in-law? I need to cook now, no time for that. We can talk later in the evening. Understood. Before long, Wang Qiyu entered the living room, carrying a fruit platter. Brother-in-law, have some fruit. Lin Ce glanced up at Wang Qiyu, thanked her, and returned to his conversation on the phone. All right, thank you. His indifferent demeanor left the prideful Wang Qiyu feeling somewhat disheartened. However, she quickly composed herself, sitting down beside Lin Ce and adopting a sweet tone. Brother-in-law, who are you chatting with? You seem so happy. A friend. What kind of friend? Not a girlfriend, I hope? How did you know? Lin Ce looked up in surprise. Huh, now it's my turn to be surprised. Wang Qiyu had merely tossed the question out casually, not expecting Lin Ce to respond. Just then, Lin Ce suddenly chuckled. I'm just teasing you. My girlfriend is your sister. How could I possibly have another girlfriend? Brother-in-law, you scared me. Wang Qiyu playfully punched Lin Ce with her small fist. After the jest, the two felt significantly closer. The young girl began to inquire further. Brother-in-law, what do you do for a living? I'm an unemployed drifter. Your family must be quite wealthy then? Yes, very wealthy. Then my sister will be a rich lady in the future. Of course. I really envy my sister for finding such a handsome and wealthy man in this vast sea of people. Wang Qiyu's words were laced with envy. Lin Ce smiled slightly. Qiyu, you're not bad either. You'll definitely find an even better man in the future. It's not that simple, Wang Qiyu sighed. In the next moment, as if struck by inspiration, she excitedly grasped Lin Ce's arm. How about this, brother-in-law? Why don't you introduce some of your friends to me? You want me to introduce you to a boyfriend? Lin Ce asked, taken aback. Wang Qiyu nodded vigorously. After all, the water of life should not flow to outsiders. This way, even if my sister and I both get married, we can still see each other often. However, most of my friends already have girlfriends. Lin Ce appeared somewhat troubled. Really? They all have girlfriends? The young girl's face instantly fell. Originally, she had hoped to find a way to leverage Lin Ce's connections to rise above her circumstances, transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix. Little did she expect that she was too late. Just then, Lin Ce suddenly added, "Most of my friends are indeed taken. But there's one who is likely to break up soon. If you're not in a hurry, I can introduce you to him after the breakup." "Really?" Wang Qiuyu's eyes brightened instantly. "You mentioned that the water of life should not flow to outsiders. How could I not help my own sister?" "Ah, brother-in-law. You're the best. I love you." The excited Wang Qiuyu exclaimed as she hugged Lin Ce joyfully. Wang Ying, busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but glance back at the commotion. Coincidentally, Lin Ce happened to be looking at her as well. Their eyes met, and she quickly discerned a hint of helplessness in his gaze. This girl, truly lacking in decorum. Meanwhile, in a tranquil couple's restaurant, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were enjoying a candlelit dinner. Steak, red wine, fresh flowers, and soft lighting created an ambience that was both romantic and warm. However, the woman at the table appeared noticeably uneasy. She bit her red lip, her hands clenched tightly together, and a bead of sweat could be seen forming on her forehead. In stark contrast to the flustered woman, the man across from her seemed relaxed and at ease, savoring his meal, sipping his wine, and occasionally pulling out his phone for a selfie. Finally, after enduring an unendurable silence, the woman could no longer bear it. She set down her knife and fork, uttered a single sentence, and headed towards the restroom. "I'm going to the restroom." Once in the restroom, Zhang Fangfang splashed her face with water several times, finally regaining her composure. Indeed, the carefree man outside was none other than Lu Hu, the very one Lin Ce had wronged. Zhang Fangfang had originally intended to break up with Lu Hu that evening, but the words caught in her throat, refusing to come out. She pulled out her phone and deftly dialed a number. To her surprise, the call, which would have usually been answered instantly, now rang without response. "Is Qiuyu in the shower? Why isn't she picking up? Should I call him?" In this critical moment, Zhang Fangfang thought of Lin Ce, the man who had taken her innocence. She desperately needed someone to give her strength, enabling her to say goodbye to Lu Hu. However, after struggling for what felt like an eternity, she ultimately could not press the call button. Forget it. If it's to be, then so be it. Regardless of her makeup, Zhang Fangfang stood up and returned to the dining table. Seeing Zhang Fangfang return so quickly, Lu Hu immediately prepared to invite her to take a photo together. However, he was caught off guard by Zhang Fangfang's next words, which plunged him into despair. "Lu Hu, let us break up." Chapter 63. Wang Qiuyu, Zhang Fangfang's best friend? "Fangfang, what did you just say?" Zhang Fangfang took a deep breath to steady herself before enunciating each word clearly. "Let us break up." Lu Hu, who had initially thought he was hearing things, visibly paled. Even his voice trembled slightly. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" "No, you did nothing wrong. It's my own issue." "Your issue? What's wrong? Are you sick?" Lu Hu immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Seeing the worried look on Lu Hu's face, Zhang Fangfang felt a pang of regret. Setting aside his flirtatious nature, Lu Hu was undoubtedly a competent boyfriend. Unfortunately, what she needed was not merely a competent boyfriend, but a man who could help her soar. "I'm not sick." "Then why bring up a breakup?" "We've only been together for a week." Lu Hu was confused. "Because we're not suited for each other." "Not suited?" Lu Hu looked even more perplexed. Zhang Fangfang understood that without a clear explanation, this man would never relent. Thus, she could only resort to the carefully prepared words she had formulated to deal with Lu Hu. "I come from a humble rural background. My family sacrificed everything for my education. And you? You grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth, living a life devoid of worries. Do you truly believe we are compatible? Is there a future for us?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Hu hurriedly expressed his feelings. "Fangfang, I do not care about your background. I can support your education. I can take care of you." However, before he could complete his thought, Zhang Fangfang coldly interrupted him. "But I do care. I mind how others perceive me. I care about being judged as someone who is with you for your money. I care." As she spoke, her agitation grew, her voice rising until she stood up in fervor. Lu Hu was taken aback. He had always believed that Zhang Fangfang was happy and content with him. Little did he know that she harbored so much resentment within her. He sat there, staring blankly at her, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Fangfang finally shattered the silence. "Let it be this way. Do not seek me out again." With that, she turned to leave. Yet, she had barely taken a few steps when the sound of shattering glass and a cry of distress reached her ears. Turning back, she realized that Lu Hu had stumbled while attempting to stop her, accidentally falling and breaking a glass in the process, the sharp shards slicing into his hand. Despite this, he humbly pleaded, "Fangfang, please don't leave me. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Fangfang felt a pang of sympathy for the wretched man. But it was merely a fleeting moment. I'm sorry. Soon, the once romantic room was left with only Lu Hu, lamenting on the floor. No, Fangfang. While Lu Hu mourned, Zhang Fangfang found herself alone in a nearby park. As she gazed at her trembling hands, a sigh escaped her lips. At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Picking it up, she saw it was a call from her dear friend. She composed herself before answering. Hello, Qiuyu. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Wang Qiuyu stood on her balcony, tightly gripping her phone, speaking softly to the person on the other end. Her expression was grave, as if discussing something of utmost importance. However, this mysterious atmosphere was short-lived. Suddenly, Wang Qiuyu let out a sharp scream. What? You broke up with him? Her voice was so loud that it startled Lin Ce, who was in the living room. Lin Ce looked up in astonishment, seeing Wang Qiuyu's face contorted with disbelief and anger. Realizing her outburst, she quickly shot an apologetic glance at Lin Ce before continuing her conversation. Such a significant matter. Why didn't you consult me before making this decision? Wang Qiuyu's tone carried a hint of reproach, almost tinged with disappointment. The person on the other end seemed to be explaining, yet Wang Qiuyu was evidently dissatisfied, pressing on with her questions. You called me. I was busy and didn't notice. Wait, that is not the point. Tell me honestly, did you break up with him because of that handsome guy from earlier? Upon hearing the answer, Wang Qiuyu's emotions intensified. What? You two have already slept together? Finally, she almost gritted her teeth as she exclaimed, I truly underestimated you. Zhang Fangfang. The voice on the other end seemed to say something else, and Wang Qiuyu gradually calmed down. Fine. If it's over, then it's over. Like you said, he is too fickle. If you had stayed with him, you would have faced untold heartache. Why thank me? It was your own choice. If that person treats you poorly in the future, don't regret it. All right then, I must go. My sister is calling me for dinner. I'll interrogate you later tonight. After hanging up, a weary Wang Qiuyu dragged herself to the sofa, collapsing onto it. What happened? Is everything all right? Lin Ce inquired. Yes. Something significant occurred. Tell me about it. Perhaps I can help. Wang Qiuyu opened her eyes to look at Lin Ce, letting out a sigh. My best friend just broke up with her boyfriend. Is that really a big deal? Lin Ce asked, perplexed. Breaking up isn't necessarily a major issue. But what if I told you she did it because of another man? What do you mean? My friend was supposed to go on a date with her boyfriend today. But on the way, he ran into an old college classmate, and they hit it off. It's fine to have a drink and chat with an old friend. But my friend ended up developing feelings for her boyfriend's classmate. Ultimately, they conspired to get her boyfriend drunk. And she foolishly gave her first time to another man right next door. As Wang Qiuyu recounted this increasingly familiar tale, a bold hypothesis quietly formed in Lin Ce's mind. Qiuyu, what is the name of that friend? Zhang Fangfang. Who? Zhang Fangfang. Chapter 64. The touching bond of two sisters. How is it? Is it delicious? At the dining table, Wang Ying eagerly blinked her eyes. Yes, it's delicious, incredibly so. Wang Qiuyu nodded vigorously, devouring her food without a hint of ladylike demeanor. Naturally, her older sister couldn't resist teasing her. I didn't ask you. Why are you responding? Although she feigned disdain, Wang Ying still took the initiative to grab a napkin and dab at the grease on Wang Qiuyu's mouth. Wang Qiuyu chuckled. My opinion reflects that of my brother-in-law, right, brother-in-law? As she spoke, both sisters turned their gaze toward the only male in the household, Lin Ce. He leisurely set down his chopsticks and replied, Qiuyu is correct. Your cooking is indeed excellent. Really? You're not conspiring with them to flatter me, are you? A disbelieving Wang Ying questioned again. Lin Ce smiled and shook his head. What benefit would we gain from deceiving you? Exactly, there is no benefit. The younger sister chimed in. Wang Ying shot a glare at Wang Qiuyu, who obediently lowered her head and continued eating. After momentarily stunning Wang Qiuyu, Wang Ying curiously asked, What were you and Qiuyu discussing on the sofa? As Wang Qiuyu was eating, her body stiffened at the question, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Her complexion visibly paled, and a sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. Quickly, she cast a pleading glance at Lin Ce, as if imploring him not to reveal anything. However, Lin Ce appeared oblivious to her silent plea, casually stating, It was nothing much. Qiuyu just wanted me to introduce her to a wealthy boyfriend. The moment his words fell, Wang Ying exploded. What? Her face turned ashen, eyes wide open, glaring at Wang Qiuyu like an enraged tiger ready to pounce. Wang Qiuyu, is this true? Her voice was deafening, the fury palpable. Wang Qiuyu, who had been holding her bowl, suddenly found it challenging to maintain her grip, her hands trembling slightly, her voice quivering. Sister, let me explain. No, hear me out. Wang Ying roared in exasperation. All right. You explain. I want to hear how you plan to justify yourself today. Her body trembled slightly with fury, clearly on the verge of explosion. Faced with such intense reactions, Lin Ce, the instigator, found himself somewhat taken aback. However, he refrained from intervening. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to probe into Wang Ying's attitude towards Wang Qiuyu's desire to associate with affluent individuals. Wang Qiuyu struggled to swallow and stammered, "The truth is, I did this for my sister." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's already sullen expression darkened further. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed angrily, "Are you implying that I urged you to seek out wealthy patrons?" Startled by her outburst, Wang Qiuyu waved her hands in a frantic explanation. I didn't mean that." "What do you mean then? Speak up." Wang Ying's voice escalated, causing the dishes on the table to tremble slightly. Wang Qiuyu, closest to her, was particularly shaken. Her eyes brimmed with tears, which she fought to hold back as she choked out, "Because you work so hard. You not only support my education, but also contribute to our household expenses. I don't want you to be so exhausted. That SYI." By the end of her sentence, Wang Qiuyu could no longer contain her tears. They cascaded down her delicate cheeks like a breached dam. The once furious Wang Ying, upon hearing her sister's heartfelt words, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, falling silent. She stared blankly at her weeping sister, her expression a complex mix of guilt, helplessness, and, above all, profound gratitude. Lin Ce, who had remained silent, also reevaluated his assumptions. He had thought Wang Qiuyu to be materialistic, only to discover that her motives were rooted in a deeper, unacknowledged reason. Furthermore, he had misjudged Wang Ying, initially believing her pursuit of him was purely financial. Yet, he learned that her need for money stemmed from a desire to support her family and provide for her sister's education. Had Wang Qiuyu not revealed this at the dinner table, he might have continued to misunderstand Wang Ying for much longer. Prejudices are like mountains in the heart. Previously, he had not grasped the meaning of this saying, but now it resonated with clarity. The two sisters, enveloped in guilt, quietly regarded the innocent and kind-hearted girl before them. After a considerable pause, Wang Ying finally steeled herself to break the suffocating atmosphere of sorrow. "All right, stop crying, Qiuyu. It's my fault. I misunderstood you," she said, her voice slightly hoarse, tinged with regret. Hearing this, Wang Qiuyu slowly lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red like ripe cherries, evoking deep sympathy. "Will you still be angry, sister?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing her sister might burst into anger once more. Observing her sister's cautious demeanor, Wang Ying felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She smiled gently and replied, "How could I possibly be angry with such a considerate sister?" As she spoke, she reached out to delicately wipe away the tears at the corners of Wang Qiuyu's eyes, her touch tender, as if afraid of causing her any pain. "I'm sorry, Qiuyu. It was my mistake." Wang Ying's voice grew softer, tears welling in her own eyes as she fought to keep them at bay. Finally, unable to suppress her emotions, Wang Qiuyu collapsed into Wang Ying's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Ying held her sister tightly, feeling her body tremble, overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. Before long, her own tears began to flow, cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Yet, their cries were distinct. Wang Qiuyu's weeping was filled with sorrow and grievance, while Wang Ying's tears were primarily born from remorse and the emotional weight of her sister's understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Ce observed this heartfelt scene, a rare smile gracing his face. After an indeterminate period, the sisters finally composed themselves. "Look at you, crying like this. Who would want you now?" Wang Ying teased. "You're one to talk. Aren't you crying as well?" retorted Wang Qiuyu. As they exchanged playful banter, Lin Ce interjected with a teasing comment. "Your sister has a boyfriend. She needn't worry about being single. But as for you, dear sister-in-law, that remains uncertain." Originally intended as light-hearted jest to ease the mood, it unintentionally irked Wang Qiuyu. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for your loose tongue, I wouldn't be in this position. How should one speak? He is your brother-in-law. And what of it? If he doesn't earn my approval, he can forget about marrying you. Stop talking nonsense and quickly apologize to your brother-in-law." "I absolutely will not." Chapter 65. In the name of apology, taking my sister shopping. This phone is too expensive. Perhaps we should reconsider. In a certain brand's mobile phone store, Wang Ying expressed her reluctance. "What's there to fear? Brother-in-law has plenty of money, right?" Wang Qiuyu gleefully turned to Lin Ce, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of mischief. Lin Ce nodded helplessly. "Qiuyu is correct. I do have the means. But it's still too costly, costing several tens of thousands." Wang Ying hesitated, still reluctant. "Just a small sum." Lin Ce dismissed her concerns and called over a store attendant. "Please wrap up 10 of the latest models." Wang Ying, already feeling a twinge of remorse, was taken aback at Lin Ce's extravagant order, her eyes widening in disbelief. T10? Why buy so many? Wang Qiuyu, equally astonished, had merely wanted a new phone, unaware of her brother-in-law's lavishness. Lin Ce smiled slightly and said, "Since we are here, we cannot just get a phone for Qiuyu alone." Wang Ying glanced at her old phone, which had seen better days, and stammered, "Well, that doesn't mean we need so many. I'll keep the rest to give to others." "Others? Who?" "Brother-in-law, you wouldn't really be keeping a mistress outside, would you?" Wang Qiuyu inquired curiously. Before she could finish, Wang Ying playfully tapped her on the head. "If you keep talking nonsense, don't expect a phone." Wang Qiuyu pouted in discontent. "I was just joking." "All right, dear sister-in-law, take your sister to check out other items. Their laptops and tablets are also quite good. If you like them, we can get those too." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu eagerly pulled the reluctant Wang Ying towards the display area, leaving Lin Ce behind to sigh in exasperation. Not long ago, he had angered his sister-in-law, who then threatened him with her sister's future. While he didn't take her threats seriously, he felt responsible for the situation, and, being not entirely heartless, he decided to treat the two sisters to a day of shopping as a form of apology. Of course, this apology was merely a facade. He harbored a hidden agenda. "System, please distribute the rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Task rating, S. You have received the following rewards: 7 million dragon coins and a 2-hour shopping cart. All items purchased within 2 hours can be reimbursed, with a maximum limit of 10 million dragon coins." To achieve an S rating was quite unexpected for Lin Ce. A mere 7 million secured. The 2-hour shopping cart was impressive. If he were to purchase everything in the entire dragon country within that time frame, could he be reimbursed? However, that was impossible, as he simply did not possess that much money. Moreover, there was a limit to the reimbursement. System, activate the 2-hour shopping cart. Beep. The 2-hour shopping cart has been successfully activated. The host is advised to be mindful of time and to spend wisely. Lin Ce shifted his gaze to Wang Qiuyu, who was diligently selecting a computer not far away. Speaking of which, he had yet to examine the girl's profile. He was uncertain if she met the criteria. In the next moment, a blue panel appeared. Name, Wang Qiuyu. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 84 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92. Affinity, 81. Pregnancy probability, 82. With an 88 chance of conception within 7 days. Overall score, 90. At 21 years of age, she was undoubtedly a youthful beauty. A score of 92 in attractiveness was indeed well-deserved. The only slight flaw was her underwhelming bust compared to her sister, Wang Ying. If the two could somehow combine their assets, they would undoubtedly be goddesses. When Lin Ce's gaze fell upon the affinity score, he was taken aback. He had anticipated a high affinity for Wang Qiuyu, but that was before he had revealed her secrets. He had expected her affinity to drop significantly after she had expressed her grievances towards him, yet it remained surprisingly high. Furthermore, Wang Ying also had an astonishingly high affinity score of 89. This was undoubtedly the highest affinity he had encountered thus far. The unexpected dynamics of this pair of sisters were indeed striking. Lastly, the aspect Lin Ce was most concerned about was the pregnancy probability. An overall probability of 82, with 85 within 7 days. While not breathtaking, it was still a figure that intrigued Lin Ce in his pursuits. After spending considerable time in the mobile store, the trio emerged, laden with numerous packages. Wang Ying could not help but mutter, "Is it really necessary to buy so many computers and tablets?" Her delicate face was etched with reluctance. Brother-in-law must have his reasons for purchasing so much. "Don't be so hesitant, sister," Wang Qiuyu chimed, her expression brimming with joy. She was undoubtedly the happiest among them, reveling in the fact that Lin Ce, who had previously exposed her secrets, had spent such a considerable sum. Unfortunately, she was oblivious to the fact that Lin Ce was merely a bystander, not spending a single penny on the items they had acquired. Subsequently, the three visited luxury boutiques, cosmetic stores, and clothing shops, among others. Regardless of the store, Wang Qiuyu adhered to a singular principle: not to buy what is right, but only what is expensive. Her intent was to extract as much as she could from her brother-in-law, seeking to vent her earlier frustrations. Eventually, they accumulated so many items that they could no longer carry them, necessitating the calling of a courier to assist in transporting their purchases home. It was at this juncture that an unexpected encounter occurred. What a coincidence! A familiar yet cold voice caused Lin Ce to momentarily pause. Upon turning, he was astonished to find two stunningly tall beauties standing behind him. He recognized the two, as did Wang Ying. Chapter 66. An unexpected encounter with Tanya's sister. Who were those two beautiful ladies just now? On their way home, Wang Qiuyu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Wang Ying merely cast her sister a fleeting glance and replied nonchalantly, "They are friends of your brother-in-law." Wang Xiaoyu was evidently unsatisfied with this answer and pressed further. "Surely they are not just ordinary friends." Wang Ying halted, turning to face her sister with a puzzled expression. "Why do you ask?" Wang Xiaoyu pouted, expressing her discontent. "Sister, didn't you notice?" One of them looked at brother-in-law with such longing. Longing? Wang Ying appeared confused, clearly not grasping the term. Wang Xiaoyu hastily clarified. "It's that kind of ambiguous feeling. It seems she has a special interest in brother-in-law." However, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp sound echoed as her head received a light smack. "Sister, why did you hit me? I didn't say anything wrong." That lady's gaze towards brother-in-law was indeed unusual. Wang Xiaoyu protested, rubbing her head while feeling aggrieved. Wang Ying shot her sister an annoyed look. "I hit you because your brother-in-law treats you so well, buying you all these things, and instead of being grateful, you're here slandering him." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu felt even more wronged. "How am I slandering him? I only spoke the truth." That lady's gaze was undeniably suggestive. "Isn't that right?" Wang Ying raised her hand, prepared to deliver another reprimand. However, at that moment, Wang Xiaoyu adopted a pitiful demeanor. With a sorrowful expression, she looked up and said, "Go ahead and hit me. After all, I'm your only sister. If you beat me to death, no one will bother you anymore." Originally fuming, Wang Ying felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her, calming her down instantly. After a lengthy pause, she spoke earnestly to Wang Xiaoyu. "Listen carefully, Xiaoyu. Your brother-in-law is truly a wonderful person. Therefore, you must never speak ill of him behind his back, especially not in his presence. Do you understand?" Yet, Wang Xiaoyu seemed to disregard her sister's words, maintaining her aggrieved expression. Seeing her sister's demeanor, Wang Ying felt a sense of helplessness. She knew her sister could be quite stubborn at times. Thus, she decided to employ her ace in the hole. "If you continue to pretend to be oblivious, when we return home, I will return all the items your brother-in-law bought for you." As anticipated, the moment Wang Ying's words left her lips, Wang Xiaoyu's true nature was immediately revealed. She abruptly lifted her head and clung to her sister's arm, pleading with a charming tone, "No, sister, I understand my mistake. Please don't return the items brother-in-law bought for me." Wang Ying regarded her sister's antics with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. However, she maintained her stern demeanor and continued, "So, will you refrain from slandering your brother-in-law in the future?" Wang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "I won tea. Absolutely not. Brother-in-law is the best man in the world. I'll never speak ill of him again." Upon hearing her sister's words, Wang Ying's expression softened slightly. "That's more like it." Seeing her sister's response, Wang Xiaoyu immediately beamed with a charming smile. "Hee sister. Since I've been so good, can you get me another set of electronics? Isn't one set enough for you?" "Oh, my best friend's birthday is coming up soon, and I'd like to gift her something." "Gifting is fine, but no extra sets." "Why not?" "Because it belongs to your brother-in-law." Meanwhile, Lin Ce, who had not followed the Wang sisters, found himself in a nearby cafe. He was not alone. He was accompanied by the two women they had encountered earlier, Tanya and her friend, Xiaomei. However, the atmosphere among the three was somewhat peculiar. Lin Ce and Tanya exchanged glances, both filled with complex emotions, while Xiaomei boredly fiddled with her phone. Initially, she thought nothing of it. If they wished to gaze at one another, so be it. However, as time passed, she sensed something was amiss. The two sat there as if immobilized, their faces devoid of expression. As the third party, she began to feel increasingly anxious. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of silence, she could no longer contain herself. "I've had enough. Do you two have anything to say? If not, I'm leaving." It seemed her outburst finally broke the silence. As the previously mute pair began to stir, Tanya's lips quivered slightly, as if she were struggling to suppress her inner turmoil. After a considerable pause, her slightly hoarse voice finally broke the silence. "Mayor, you should return first." This statement resonated like a thunderclap in Xiaomei's ears. She had never anticipated that Tanya would ask her to leave at such a moment. However, the surprise was fleeting, as Xiaomei quickly regained her composure. Her brows furrowed tightly, and without hesitation, she declared, "No, I cannot leave. I must stay here with you. I absolutely cannot allow that scoundrel to bully you any longer." Her voice brimmed with anger and determination, reflecting her deep disdain and rejection of Lin Ce's actions. Yet, just as she finished speaking, Tanya cast a look at her filled with profound pity. What a gaze it was, laden with sorrow, helplessness, and despair. As if the entire world had collapsed at that moment. The resolute Xiaomei, upon witnessing Tanya's pitiful expression, ultimately softened. "Then I shall wait for you outside." she said, her voice noticeably lower, imbued with an ineffable sense of resignation. However, Tanya shook her head, insisting, "You should return first. I will call you later." Though her tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable firmness. Xiao Mei seemed to sense Tanya's resolve. She gazed deeply into Tanya's eyes and let out a helpless sigh. Gradually, she rose to her feet, her expression darkening as she directed her fierce glare at Lin Ce, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as if they could incinerate him to ashes. "You had better not bully my ear. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are the young master of the Lin family, I will make you regret it." Xiao Mei's voice was icy, the implied threat unmistakable. After uttering these words, she unhesitatingly grabbed her bag and stormed out, leaving Lin Ce and Tanya to confront the awkward and complicated situation alone. The silence lingered for a long while before Lin Ce finally shattered the suffocating atmosphere. "Have you thought it through?" Chapter 67. Soothing Tanya name. Tanya age, 31 height, 170 centimeters weight, 98 pounds attractiveness, 96 affinity level, 88 pregnancy probability, 95. With a 100 chance of conception within 7 days overall rating, 93 goodness, an affinity level of 88. No wonder she drove her best friend away. It seems my words from this afternoon had some effect. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Ce coldly remarked, "If you haven't made up your mind, we can discuss this another day. I will take my leave now." Just as Lin Ce was about to rise, Tanya, who had been silent, suddenly reacted. As if she had made up her mind, she softly inquired, "Will you really come looking for me again?" Lin Ce, taken aback by her question, replied with a hint of confusion, "What do you mean?" Tanya took a deep breath and slowly articulated, I'm saying if, we hadn't met here on the pedestrian street today, would you still have sought me out?" Lin Ce's body stiffened slightly. The easy smile faded, replaced by an indescribable complexity of emotion. After a brief silence, he finally responded, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Tanya fixed her gaze on Lin Ce, biting her lip, and resolutely stated, "I don't want to hear the truth or a lie. I only want to hear what's in your heart." Lin Ce smiled faintly. Indeed, he would. Then, his voice lowered slightly, "I know I have wronged you, and I understand the pain I have caused you, but I am not an irresponsible man. Even if you hate me, even if you wish to avoid me, I will never give you up. In my heart, you, Tanya, will always be my woman." Upon hearing this, Tanya was visibly moved, yet she suppressed her emotions and coldly retorted, "Do you think I would believe the words of a man who was just strolling with another woman half an hour ago?" However, Lin Ce appeared undeterred by her indifference. Continuing to smile as he replied, "I reiterate, I am not trying to convince you of anything. I am merely stating a fact." "What fact do you think I want to hear?" "It was you who deceived me first. It was entirely your fault. Why must I bear the burden of everything in the end?" "Why?" Tanya's voice brimmed with despair and anger. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, her body trembling uncontrollably with emotion. Seeing Tanya in such distress, Lin Ce felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He could no longer bear to see her suffer. Thus, he stood and approached her. However, before he could sit down, Tanya suddenly lunged at him like a whirlwind. Crying, she pounded her fists against Lin Ce's chest, vociferously cursing him. "Bastard! Scoundrel!" Lin Ce did not resist, allowing Tanya to vent her pent-up frustration and pain. Time passed slowly. Eventually, Tanya's strikes began to weaken, and finally, they ceased altogether. She leaned against Lin Ce, utterly depleted of strength. Lin Ce gently stroked Tanya's hair, softly asking, "Have you vented enough?" Tanya looked up, pouting defiantly. "You think it's that easy? You've made me sad for so long. You will not get off so lightly." Lin Ce smiled faintly, suggesting, "Then how about we change locations, and I let you continue to hit me?" Tanya's eyes brightened. Where to? In the next moment, they found themselves in a nearby hotel. Perhaps due to shyness, Tanya kept her head down since entering the hotel. Whether checking in or walking through the hotel with Lin Ce, she never once lifted her gaze. She appeared as innocent and endearing as a girl entering a hotel for the first time. Upon reaching the suite, she acted like a frightened rabbit, seemingly ready to be pounced upon. "What do you want to do? You wanted to hit me, so of course, I'm here to let you teach me a lesson." Lin Ce replied with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, the Wang sisters, who had left early, finally returned home. However, upon seeing the mountain of bags piled up at the entrance, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Especially Wang Qiuyu, who had enjoyed herself while shopping but was now faced with the realization of how much they had purchased. It would take them at least 10 minutes to carry everything in. Just as they were lamenting over the heaps of bags, the door to 1202 creaked open. As the door swung ajar, a petite figure appeared at the threshold. Unsurprisingly, it was Bai Ruo. When Bai Ruo saw the towering piles of bags in the hallway, Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth dropped open as if she could fit an egg inside. Sistering, have you struck gold? Why did you buy so much? She exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Ying, observing Bai Ruo's astonished expression, smiled wryly and shook her head, explaining, none of these are mine. Really? Then whose are they? Bai Ruo asked, her curiosity piqued. Wang Ying pointed at Wang Qiuyu, who was busy moving items inside, and sighed. Most of these were bought for my sister Qiuyu by her boyfriend. Bai Ruo followed Wang Ying's gaze, and indeed, she spotted the young girl carrying the bags. He bought all of these. Bai Ruo's voice trembled slightly, her delicate features etched with disbelief. Wang Ying nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Bai Ruo's heart was tumultuous. Astonished beyond measure, she never anticipated that the audacious man could be so affluent. While she was still lost in disbelief, Wang Qiuyu abruptly halted her actions and called out to Wang Ying. Sister, hurry up and move. I want to try on my new clothes. Upon hearing Wang Qiuyu's urging, Wang Ying snapped back to reality and swiftly began to assist in moving the items. Bai Ruo, equally regained, joined in. I'll help you too. Am I being too much of a bother? We are neighbors. There's no trouble at all. Then I won't hold back. Chapter 68. Wang Ying's gift at long last. They finished tidying up, utterly exhausted. In the living room, Wang Qiuyu lamented while collapsing onto the sofa like a heap of mush. Observing her sister's fatigue, Wang Ying felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Just as she was about to head to the kitchen to pour Wang Qiuyu a glass of water, Bai Ruo suddenly interjected, Sister Ying, if there's nothing else to assist with, I think I'll take my leave. Wang Ying quickly turned, a hint of urgency in her expression. Ruo, don't hurry to leave. Startled by Wang Ying's reaction, Bai Ruo gazed at her in disbelief. Is there something else? Wang Ying hurried to Bai Ruo's side, gently taking her hand and guiding her to the sofa. Then, as if performing magic, she retrieved a glass of juice from the table, smiling as she handed it to Bai Ruo. Of course there is. Please rest here for a moment. I'll be right back. Remember, you mustn't leave. Wang Ying's tone was filled with earnestness and anticipation, leaving Bai Ruo somewhat taken aback. She accepted the juice and nodded. After a few more reminders, Wang Ying turned and swiftly entered her room, closing the door behind her. Left alone on the sofa, Bai Ruo gazed around in confusion. She was unsure why Wang Ying had suddenly become so mysterious and what she might be doing inside. As time ticked by, finally, after an indeterminate interval, the door opened, and Wang Ying emerged, carrying several bags. Bai Ruo immediately stood, perplexed, and asked, Sister Ying, what is all this? Wang Ying smiled slightly and explained. Since my sister is willing to help, I can't let her go back empty-handed. I happened to buy too many things before, and my home can't accommodate them all, so I'm giving some to you. Bai Ruo quickly waved her hands. No, this is too extravagant. She was acutely aware that these items were far from ordinary cosmetics and skincare products. She had seen the exquisite packaging and brand logos of international luxury brands that she could only admire in magazines. What is extravagant? They are just some regular cosmetics and skincare products that Qiuyu and I can't possibly use all of. Consider it a way for you to help us share the burden. Bai Ruo hesitated, still uncertain. However, Wang Ying did not give her a chance to decline further, forcefully placing the bags into her hands. If you refuse, it means you don't want to acknowledge me as your sister. Faced with this, Bai Ruo felt a sense of helplessness. She recognized that Wang Ying was intentionally applying pressure to make her accept the gift. Ultimately, Bai Ruo could only grit her teeth and accept the somewhat burdensome offering. Then, thank you, sister. No need for thanks. Let us go. I'll see you home. Wang Ying's smile blossomed even more brightly. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ying returned to the living room, beaming. However, at that moment, Wang Qiuyu suddenly sat up, regarding Wang Ying with a suspicious glare. Sister, something feels off. What seems off? Wang Ying replied, puzzled. Earlier, you were so concerned while shopping, yet now you casually give away those things bought by my brother-in-law. Doesn't that seem strange? That's because Ruo helped us. Besides, she's our neighbor. It's only natural to build a good relationship with her, Wang Ying said. Her voice tinged with guilt. Building a relationship? Yet I can't shake the feeling that you are trying to curry favor with Ruo, Wang Qiuyu chimed in. Channeling her inner detective, Wang Ying's heart raced, and she feigned composure. How could I possibly be trying to curry favor with someone younger than you? Really? Wang Qiuyu remained skeptical. Seeing this, Wang Ying had to bring out her trump card. You've really turned rebellious since starting university. Accusing your brother-in-law is one thing, but now you dare to suspect your sister. Fine. I'll return everything in the house right now. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu sprang to her feet, disregarding her fatigue, and rushed into her room to safeguard her belongings. No, those were bought for me. Once the door slammed shut, Wang Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Meanwhile, in apartment 1202, Bairuo sat dazed on the sofa, holding the items gifted by Wang Ying. Why did Sister Ying give her these things? The young girl was utterly bewildered. It was normal to send a small token of gratitude, but such a precious gift was unprecedented for her. Moreover, she was certain this was not merely a simple gesture. Could it be because of him? Bairuo recalled the man who had stolen her first kiss and led her into an awkward situation. If it were because of him, everything would make sense. However, this also indicated that Wang Ying might be aware of her relationship with that man. Otherwise, she wouldn't have unilaterally decided to gift her something. Others would typically have the legitimate wife reprimanding the mistress. Yet here was the legitimate wife presenting a gift to her, the mistress. Quite unprecedented. Wait, who asked the mistress? I'm not in that sort of relationship with him. I am Bairuo. How could I be a mistress? I need to find a time to return these items to Sister Ying. I can't let her misunderstand me. Although she thought this way, Bairuo's gaze involuntarily drifted to the bag in her hand. Inside were internationally renowned brands. Since leaving home, she had been living frugally, and these luxury items she once used daily had long been absent from her life. Perhaps I should use them for now. After all, they have been gifted to me. I can always return the favor when I have money later. Resolute, Bairuo approached the vanity mirror with newfound enthusiasm, ready to adorn herself beautifully. Just then, her phone suddenly vibrated beside her. Initially, she intended to ignore it, but upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted noticeably. Ultimately, she picked up the phone. Hello. It's me. Meanwhile, on the other end, oblivious to the unfolding drama, Lin Ce was engaged in a rather passionate reconciliation ritual with Tanya. Neither spared the other. Whether it was Tanya's rising affections or Lin Ce's fervent desires, the room was enveloped in their fervent atmosphere. Yet, even the most ardent flames must eventually extinguish. After an indeterminate time, they finally calmed down. At this moment, Tanya was devoid of any trace of sorrow or despair, replaced only by boundless happiness and satisfaction. As for Lin Ce, his grin was almost lopsided. He had managed to completely win over Tanya during a simple outing, and he could wake up smiling in his dreams. The two nestled closely at the head of the bed, savoring this rare warmth and comfort. After a while, Tanya finally spoke up. So, does this mean we are officially together now? However, Lin Ce's response was unexpectedly evasive. Not quite. Not quite. You're not thinking of running away again, are you? Tanya visibly panicked. Lin Ce smiled faintly. How could that be? What I mean is that you must bear me a child. Bear a child? Tanya furrowed her brows. Of course, I am on a mission. If you do not give me a child, I will never complete my task, and I will have to return to my family, won't I? You are so cruel. You should just go back. Chapter 69. Winning over Tang, can I really conceive? Tanya's worry surfaced. She had spent years with her ex-husband without a hint of pregnancy. While their frequent separations played a significant role, it was difficult for her not to reflect on herself. Sensing her distress, Lin Ce quickly reassured her, do not worry, you will definitely conceive. How do you know? Tanya curiously looked up. That is certainly because I possess a system, he replied. The probability of you becoming pregnant is an astounding 95. Within 7 days, the probability reaches a full 100. Although we encountered some friction that delayed our progress, with a little effort over the next few days, conceiving within a week should pose no issues. However, the matter of the system was too significant. Lin Ce was not the kind of man easily swayed by a woman's charms. My family possesses a mysterious method that allows me to find the most suitable person to bear my offspring. Is there truly such a miraculous method? Tanya was astonished. Lin Ce nodded solemnly. My family has a history spanning thousands of years, existing since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, and we have preserved many unimaginable techniques. Yet, no matter how powerful a family is, it cannot withstand the passage of time. My family is gradually declining, if new descendants do not emerge. It will not be long before we vanish from the annals of history. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow and pain occasionally flickered across Lin Ce's handsome face. It is said that women are emotional beings. Indeed, just a slight display from Lin Ce made Tanya's heart ache. She grasped his hands firmly and declared, it will not happen. The Lin family will endure. I am here. I will give you children. Many, many children. Really? Are you truly willing? Lin Ce looked at Tanya, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yes, I am willing. Then you do not mind that I have many women? You do not mind that I cannot be with you all the time? Lin Ce inquired once more. Tanya shook her head with a smile. I used to mind. But not anymore. I understand that you do this for your family. I, Tanya, may not be a great person, but I am willing to sacrifice for my man. You are truly wonderful. Lin Ce was deeply moved. This was a heartfelt sentiment. All he had said was a lie. Yet this woman before him believed it wholeheartedly and even uttered such noble words. How could he not be touched? If you feel guilty, then just spend more time with me. I truly do not want to return to the days when I was all alone and everything. Yes, I will accompany you often in the future to do those things you always wanted to do but never did. I believe in you. The two embraced tightly, their love for one another reaching a new zenith at that moment. After a considerable time, Tanya broke the silence. Husband, I am hungry. Shall I go out and buy something for you? No, I do not wish to be apart from you. Then shall we go out to eat together? No, I cannot walk. Then what do you wish for? Isn't ordering takeout an option? But the takeout will not arrive hot. I do not mind. As long as I can be with you, I would even be willing to eat plain rice soaked in water. How wonderful. Then I must put in extra effort today. What are you doing? We haven't ordered takeout yet. It is fine. Ordering takeout and doing this do not conflict. With a shift in scene, the two, glowing with joy, sat on the sofa, laughing and enjoying their takeout. How is it? Is it delicious? Lin Ce asked with concern. Tanya nodded repeatedly. Delicious. Husband, you must eat too. With that, she picked up a piece of braised pork. Lin Ce immediately opened his mouth in response. Watching Lin Ce consume the food she offered, Tanya felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Tanya seemed to recall something and suddenly turned her gaze to the television across the room, asking curiously, Husband, those two beautiful anchors wouldn't be among your selections, would they? Following Tanya's gaze, one could see that the television screen was broadcasting a live P show. The two beautiful anchors engaging in the century's P were none other than Tao Xiaotao, who had previously failed to succeed, and the internet sensation, Li Shimo. Lin Ce's lips curled into a faint smile. What do you think? Of course. Otherwise, why would you be fixated on them while eating? Tanya remarked with a hint of melancholy. Is my ear feeling jealous? Lin Ce teased. Tanya shot Lin Ce a reproachful glance. I would never be jealous of you. I just feel it is a waste for such adorable girls to be squandered on a fickle heart like yours. What do you mean squandered? I have captivated them with my charm. Thank you very much. Lin Ce shamelessly retorted. Humph, do you have any charm? You only have lust. Wife, your grievances seem quite heavy. Indeed, they are. What of it? Shall we play a game? What kind of game? Tanya asked, intrigued. We shall bet on which of them will win the P. The winner can command the loser to do anything tonight. What do you say? Are you daring enough to play? Anything? Are you certain? Absolutely. All right. I accept your wager. However, I have one condition. You cannot send gifts to either of them. The outcome will depend entirely on fate. Not a problem. Let us surrender our phones to ensure there is no cheating. But wife, I must remind you. You cannot backtrack afterward. Who knows who will win or lose? Perhaps it will be you begging for mercy. Let us await the outcome. Chapter 70. The brother is on fire. In the live stream, the charming voices of the anchors beckoned. Those with tickets, please help Xiao Tao with a vote. Those without can click on the little heart. Faced with such a soft and gentle plea, which man could resist the allure? Immediately, the number one fan in the live stream sprang into action. 9527. Brothers, please help out with a vote for my sister-in-law to win this P. When my brother arrives, he will personally thank everyone in the stream. With that, the user named 9527 sent all the ammunition he had saved for months. Tao Xiaotao. Wow. Thank you, 9527. For the two super rockets. Everyone, please give 9527 a follow. Apart from the anchor's gratitude, the live stream was bustling with excitement. 1314. The mighty 9527. Blue Rose, brother. Will you take in a little brother? Nameless, brother 666. Even many familiar faces joined in. Blue mood. So 9527 is the true big brother. Not eating cilantro, brother. Take a look at us. Agent 007. Wow, he really made it. For 9527, who had never been a big brother before, the sense of satisfaction surged within him. So this is what it feels like to be a big brother. In a moment of impulse, he glanced at his bank account balance and ultimately pressed the recharge button. Beep. Recharge successful. 100,000 Do coins have been credited. Dear brother, I did all this for my sister-in-law. You must not forget your brother. Before long, the live stream was filled with special effects. 9527 sent a super rocket. 9527 sent a super rocket 2. 9527 sent a super rocket 3. Witnessing all this, the new viewers were completely ecstatic. After all, there is nothing more exhilarating than witnessing the elder brother unleash his spectacular effects. However, those elders who are well acquainted with 9527 are now utterly bewildered. Blue mood. What the heck? Is 9 really serious about this? Code 007. What's happening? Is he really going all out? Little White Dragon, the true elder brother, hidden for so long? Aside from the shocked crowd in the live stream, Tanya, seated in front of the screen, wore a face of astonishment as well. Before 9527 made his move, Li Shiming's score was significantly higher than Tao Xiaodao's. Yet now, the two were nearly neck and neck. She couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance at the man in her arms. Could it be that this 9527 is a ringer you arranged? Lin Ce casually glanced at the somewhat familiar ID and chuckled. I've turned in my phone. Where would I find a ringer? Since you knew they were competing today, you could have easily arranged one in advance. Tanya continued to question. That is indeed a possibility, but I had no idea I would encounter you, my wife. Today, Lin Ce's remark instantly rendered Tanya speechless. Wife, if you're afraid, you can concede. I promise not to go too far, Lin Ce said with a mischievous grin. A gentleman may be slain, but must not be humiliated. There is still plenty of time left in this competition. Don't get too arrogant. After giving Lin Ce a stern glare, Tanya redirected her focus back to the battlefield. With 9527's aggressive onslaught, the scores had leveled out. Undoubtedly, the happiest person in the venue was Tao Xiaotao. She had initially intended to ask Lin Ce for a little assistance, but to her surprise, an unexpected wealthy patron had emerged in the live stream. Meanwhile, Li Shiming wore a similarly astonished expression. She was now aware that she and Tao Xiaodao had become good sisters. Thus, this competition was merely a stage set for both to gain followers and earn money. They both understood what the final outcome would be. Yet, she never anticipated the emergence of a dark horse. Although she was puzzled by the sudden turn of events, the atmosphere was charged, and she felt compelled to perform. Apply some eye drops and put on a pitiful expression. Brother Dongfang, they are about to surpass us. Why aren't you making a move? There's only 3 minutes left. Faced with the beauty's request, the level 60 true elder brother Dongfang found himself in a quandary. He had already lavished over 1 million on Li Shiming, yet he hadn't even touched her. To give up now would be a pity. But if he ended up like last time, trapped in a loss of tens of thousands, he would truly feel foolish. After much hesitation, he dispatched the dragon's roar. As the massive blue dragon dominated the screen, the previously balanced score quickly tilted in one direction. Wow. Thank you, brother Dongfang, for sending a dragon's roar. I always knew you were the best. Tanya was equally thrilled. She hadn't expected the situation to turn around so quickly. She looked smugly at the lazy man in her arms. Let us see how you can be so arrogant now. To her surprise, Lin Ce seemed unfazed, still wearing a self-assured expression. Don't rejoice too soon. No sooner had he spoken than the same blue dragon appeared in Tao Xiaotao's live stream, and not just one, but 3. 1314. 3 dragons on the prowl, not a blade of grass left alive. Ingshua, what the heck? Which wealthy patron is this? Code 007. He is here. He is here. That man has arrived. Brilliant. I don't understand. Who is this man? 9527. Of course, it's my dear brother. Brothers, line up to welcome my brother, Galloping Steed, the elder brother, into the live stream. No cilantro, Daddy, you've finally come. Indeed. The ID occupying the top spot was one that many elders in the live stream were quite familiar with. Galloping Steed. Seeing that ID, Tao Xiaotao was taken aback. She hadn't even summoned help. How did he suddenly appear? After a brief moment of surprise, a faint blush crept across her delicate face. She always knew her master was keeping an eye on her. In contrast to the bashful Tao Xiaotao, Li Shiming's mood was far from delightful. While others might not know who Galloping Steed was, she certainly did. However, she quickly composed herself and continued to act coy. Brother Dongfang, look. That elder brother on the opposite side has made another move. You wouldn't want to see me cry, would you? At that moment, Dongfang's mouth twitched in frustration. Just days prior, when Yume Media had showered 1 million, the one named Galloping Steed had been conspicuously absent. Now, as soon as he made a move, the opponent appeared. What did this mean? Was he challenging him? I'm not buying it. I'll show you just how wealthy I am. He pressed the recharge button. Ding, recharge successful. 10 million dough coins added. Let us go? I'm going to see who this formidable rival is. In the next instant, countless blue dragons roared into Li Shiming's live stream. 1, 2, 3. An overwhelming number of dragons filled the screen, obscuring even the comments. Simultaneously, Li Shiming's points surged at an astonishing pace. In less than a minute, Tao Xiaotao's health bar was reduced to a mere sliver. With only 30 seconds remaining in the competition, an ecstatic Tanya disregarded Lin Ce at her feet and shouted in excitement. Ah, we won. We won. Chapter 71. An unhappy elder brother who craves meat. Code 007. What the heck? They started with 100 dragons. How can we compete? No cilantro. To my dear father. I'm coming. 9527. Just a mere 100 dragons. My elder brother can easily handle it. Everyone, get ready to record. Level 60 Little White Dragon. I actually think it's unnecessary to keep going. My elder brother has already contributed enough. It's just a competition after all. No need for mutual destruction. Blue mood. White Dragon brother has a point I support. Code 007. I agree. Let us leave it at that. 9527. Not a chance. I've already contributed over 10,000. If I lose, that would be quite a loss for me. Code 007. No one is forcing you to contribute. You're the one who insisted on playing the big brother. 9527. I'm just trying to help my elder brother. Code 007. Help your elder brother? Then call him big brother and see if he acknowledges you. 9527. As the internal strife continued in the live stream, Tao Xiaodao felt compelled to step in. The dragon brother is right. The other side has already contributed so much. There's no need to push further, as the elder brother's money doesn't come easily. While saying this, she discreetly sent a message to Lin Ce, asking him to stop contributing. However, to her surprise, the reply came not from Lin Ce, but from Hong Na. It was then that she realized Hong Na had been using Lin Ce's account to send her gifts. The message she sent was to inform her that Lin Ce's account had run out of dough coins, along with a brief apology. Though a tinge of disappointment flickered in Tao Xiaotao's heart, she felt reassured. After all, Li Shiming had not received any gifts from Lin Ce, whereas she had, albeit indirectly. With this thought, she immediately donned a warm expression. Though we lost the competition, I still wish to thank all the elder brothers and sisters in the live stream for their support, especially Brother Galloping Steed, Dragon Brother, and our new elder brother, 9527. And 9. Thank you for your support of Xiaodao. 9527. No? What I need is not thanks. Code 007. Ha 9. Blue mood. Let us congratulate 9 on his promotion to elder brother. Level 60 Little White Dragon. Congratulations, 9. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere in Tao Xiaotao's live stream, the mood in the adjacent live stream was decidedly bleak, with the source of the discontent being none other than Dongfang, who had recklessly showered 100 dragons' roars. He decisively summoned 100 azure dragons, intending to intimidate the one known as Galloping Horse. Unexpectedly, he truly succeeded in his effort. The man fell silent once more. Wait, brother, you weren't like this last time. When I summoned 10 dragons, you unleashed dozens in response. Why this time are you holding back? Please, brother, summon a few more. If you don't, my 100 azure dragons will merely be striking at thin air. However, until the designated time expired, the opponent's health bar remained completely unchanged. No. Feeling deceived, Dongfang Zhubai began to wail in despair within the livestream. Yet, the confused onlookers showered praises upon the brother. Brother, you are incredible. Are you accepting younger brothers? For a fee, of course. Do you need a wife? One for warmth, perhaps. Brother, you are magnificent. Having grown numb to such flattery, Dongfang Zhubai realized he had spent money, and he needed to reap some reward. With this thought, he picked up his phone and opened Li Shimo's private WeChat. Before long, Li Shimo received an invitation from her good brother. This time, brother, with such a grand gesture of letting you win, shouldn't Ming Ming be able to join you for dinner? Li Shimo smiled as she replied, sure. Meanwhile, in a suite beyond the screen, the victorious Tanya was already savoring her spoils, reclining on the sofa with a satisfied expression. Behind her, the servant Lin Ce was dutifully massaging her, his face plastered with ingratiation. Press harder. Did you not eat today? I apologize, mistress. I only had 4 buns and a bowl of pickles. I'm still quite hungry. If you are still hungry, then make sure to massage properly, or I shall cut off your rations for the month. Yes, yes. At that moment, the live streaming Tao Xiaodao and Li Shimo both ended their broadcasts. Not only that, but Li Shimo also called Tao Xiaodao. Congratulations, Ming Ming. Today, another brother showered you with 1,000,000 gifts. Tao Xiaodao laughed. You should thank Sister Xiaotao. If it weren't for her summoning 3 dragons, that fool wouldn't have gotten carried away. Li Shimo smirked, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Tao Xiaodao understood the implication of Li Shimo's words and teased, since I contributed, how about you share half of the gift money with me? Sure, Li Shimo blurted out. Tao Xiaodao was momentarily taken aback. She had merely spoken offhandedly. At this moment, Li Shimo suddenly changed her tone. However, Sister Xiaotao, you need to do me a favor first. What favor? Tao Xiaotao asked curiously. It's about that brother who showered gifts worth 1,000,000. Brother? Upon learning the backstory, Tao Xiaotao's expression grew serious. But he's not here with me. Not with you? How did he send you gifts then? He asked my sister, before he left. He gave his account to her to support me. Tao Xiaotao explained. Then what should we do? He's scheduled to meet me at the hotel in an hour. And I still can't reach him. Li Shimo frowned. Don't worry, I'll give him a call. Saying this, Tao Xiaotao began dialing. Yet, on the other side, Lin Ce had already been bound to the bed by Tanya, his eyes and ears covered. How could he possibly take a call when he was in such a predicament? As expected, Tao Xiaotao's efforts failed. Just then, a sudden thought struck her. How about I go with you? You want to go with me? Li Shimo exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that guy will surely be trying to make a move on you. If I go with you, he won't dare to act inappropriately. But what if you go and he becomes violent? Then I'll call my friends along. I refuse to believe that one man can overpower all four of us. All right, let's do it. Chapter 72. The mysterious brother is a gigolo? In a dimly lit room, a trembling man was tightly bound to the bed. Not far from him, a beautiful woman was preparing a special weapon. I'm sorry, dear. I spoke too boldly earlier. Please forgive me this time. But the woman clearly had no intention of sparing him. As her lips curled into a malicious smile, she reassured him, don't be afraid. I will be very gentle. No. Meanwhile, Li Shimo, who had ended her stream early, reunited with her friends outside the Blue Garden Hotel. Upon meeting, the sisters naturally exchanged pleasantries. Wow, Sister Xiaotao, you are even more beautiful in person than on the live stream. Li Shimo generously complimented. Although Tao Xiaotao knew this was mere flattery, she felt delighted by the praise. You too, Mingming. You are even cuter than on the live stream. No wonder so many people adore you. Li Shimo blushed at the compliment. It's nothing much. Just then, Tao Xiaotao seemed to suddenly remember something, and she quickly pulled the slightly shy Li Shimo towards Hong Na and Lu Yang. Mingming, come, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Hong Na. She used to be a lifestyle manager in a high-end community, Tao Xiaotao warmly introduced. Then, pointing to Lu Yang, she smiled. And this is Lu Yang, Sister Yang. She used to sell luxury cars. Nah, Sister Yang. This is the big internet celebrity I mentioned, Li Shimo, who has 1 million followers. Haha, we know. We specially watched your grand live stream today, Hong Na said with a smile, unhesitatingly extending her friendly hand. Hello, Mingming. I'm Hong Na. I'm a bit older than you, so just call me Najia. Okay, Najia, it's a pleasure to meet you, Li Shimo replied with a smile. I'm the oldest here, so you can call me Yang Jia, Lu Yang also chimed in. All right, Yang Jia, I hope to be under your guidance in the future, Li Shimo answered obediently. The bond between women forms quickly. Just introductions had already brought them closer. Had they not had pressing matters to attend to, they might have already made plans for massages or shopping. So how do we proceed? Hong Na broke the silence first. For people is too many. Let us split into 2 groups, Tao Xiaotao suggested suddenly. Split into 2 groups. Tao Xiaotao nodded. Ming and I will meet that brother, while Sister Yang and Na will watch from the sidelines. If anything seems off, you must report it immediately. Wouldn't calling the police be a bit too much? You both are internet celebrities. If this becomes a big deal, your careers might be affected. Lu Yang couldn't help but voice her concern. Let it affect it. If it does, it's no big deal. Besides, there are others who can support us, right, Mingming? Tao Xiaotao had completely come to terms with the situation. She knew she wouldn't be an internet celebrity forever and would eventually retreat from the spotlight. But Lin Ce was different. He was unique, and if he were upset, she could risk losing him forever. Li Shimo nodded repeatedly. Sister Xiaotao is right. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed as planned. Then let us go. He should be waiting eagerly. Before long, the 4 sisters arrived at the outdoor restaurant of the Blue Garden Hotel. After exchanging a knowing glance with Hong Na and Lu Yang, Tao Xiaotao followed closely behind Li Shimo as they headed toward the reserved table. That table was located at the innermost part of the outdoor restaurant, adjacent to the balcony, providing an excellent view of the night scenery. However, the ease with which this advantageous position was reserved undoubtedly revealed the substantial wealth of that enigmatic figure. As the 2 women gradually approached the seat, the silhouette of the mysterious gentleman began to materialize before their eyes. To their surprise, his back was not as robust as they had imagined. Instead, it appeared somewhat slender, even leading them to question if it belonged to a woman. Furthermore, his attire was quite distinctive. He wore a pristine white suit on his upper body, complemented by white trousers, and his feet were adorned with matching white leather shoes. Even the hat perched atop his head was white. It could be said that he was enveloped in white from head to toe, as if he were merging with the night itself. Beyond his immaculate attire, his skin was remarkably fair and smooth, reminiscent of mutton fat jade, exuding a subtle luster. Even Tao Xiaotao and Li Shihong, being women themselves, could hardly believe that their skin surpassed his. This led the initially anxious duo to develop a curiosity about this all-white gentleman. After what felt like an eternity, they finally found themselves standing before him. Excuse me, are you Dongfang Zhoubai? Meanwhile, in a hotel suite, once Tanya had drifted into slumber, Lin Ce quickly took a refreshing shower and settled onto the sofa with a cold beer in hand, needing to recuperate his stamina after excessive exertion. Otherwise, at this rate, he would inevitably reach his breaking point. It was then that a thought struck him, prompting a frantic search for his phone. After a considerable while, he found it beneath the sofa. Upon unlocking his device, he was astonished to discover no less than 10 missed calls, none of which were from a single person. There were calls from Lin Ce, Tao Xiaotao, Hong Na, and even Lu Yang. Having so many calls from 4 different individuals was rather unusual. Just as he was about to call Hong Na, a WeChat notification unexpectedly appeared on his screen. The next moment, he exclaimed, "What the hell? How dare you encroach on my territory?" Chapter 73. The pretty boy is a woman. Yang Jie, something feels off, Hong Na suddenly voiced, her tone laced with concern. At that moment, they were seated in a corner of the open-air restaurant, their gazes fixated on 3 individuals at the far end. There were 2 women and a man. Engaged in lively conversation, their atmosphere seemingly harmonious. However, Hong Na's brows were furrowed, clearly perplexed by the scene before her. Lu Yang, too, wore a frown, evidently puzzled by the strange behavior of Tao Xiaotao and Li Ce. Time ticked by, and neither spoke, simply observing the trio in silence. Finally, after an indeterminate duration, Hong Na couldn't contain herself any longer. "Yang Jie, look, that guy's hand is going up." Lu Yang hastily followed Hong Na's gaze, and indeed, she saw the man in white gently placing his long fingers on Li Ce, as if testing something. Instantly, Lu Yang's expression soured, her body trembling slightly. "What should we do? Yang Jie, should we call the police?" Hong Na asked anxiously, a hint of panic in her voice. Lu Yang's eyes darted back to Tao Xiaotao and Li Ce, who were still engrossed in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Their feigned ignorance only deepened Lu Yang's confusion, stirring doubts about the authenticity of their feelings for Lin Ce. Could it be that their affections for him were mere facades, bought off by another man's wealth? At that moment, Hong Na's increasingly urgent voice echoed in her ears. "Yang Jie, make a decision quickly. That guy's hand is almost there." If one listened closely, they could detect a hint of tears in her tone. Lu Yang took a deep breath, closing her eyes as if contemplating. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and sighed. "In that case, we should call the police." Hong Na, receiving the signal, wasted no time in pulling out her phone to report the harasser. However, before she could finish dialing, a sudden hand snatched her phone away. "What the hell? Why are you taking my phone?" she exclaimed, looking up to find Lin Ce standing there. "Husband." Lu Yang immediately lifted her head, her voice tinged with caution and tension. Meanwhile, at the innermost seat, Tao Xiaotao and Li Ce remained oblivious to Lin Ce's arrival, lost in delightful conversation with the man before them. Their laughter rang out, as if they were the only ones in the world with him. Moreover, the sparkle in their bright eyes occasionally revealed a hint of admiration for the man. Not blind adoration, but a genuine attraction stemming from his unique charisma. The man appeared to relish this admiration, a smirk playing on his lips, revealing a trace of pride. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you know what the largest waterfall in the world is?" His voice was melodious, resonating like a celestial melody beneath the serene moonlight. "What is it?" The 2 women asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager for the answer. The man's smile widened in response. However, just as he was about to enlighten the 2 beauties, a deep, magnetic voice interrupted from behind. "I do not know what the largest waterfall is, but I suspect you may not have the opportunity to see it again." The unfamiliar voice startled the man, who turned to find a strikingly handsome figure standing before him. "Who are you to interrupt my charming endeavors?" Lin Ce scoffed, his tone thick with anger. "The woman in your arms, who do you think I am?" His words resonated like thunder, causing a stir in the air. After a brief moment of astonishment, the man responded with a bemused smile. "Your woman? Are you referring to Xiaotao or Shihong?" Lin Ce's brows furrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he replied, "Both." The man was evidently taken aback by Lin Ce's answer, momentarily stunned before he broke into laughter, albeit with a tinge of mockery. Such jokes are ill-advised. However, Lin Ce remained unfazed by his laughter, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. "I have no time for your jokes." With that, his gaze turned like a cold star, fixated on Li Ce and Tao Xiaotao. "I will give you 3 seconds to come over to me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Lin Ce's voice was imbued with authority that demanded attention. This was the first time Li Ce and Tao Xiaotao had witnessed such a cold side of Lin Ce, stirring a sense of trepidation within them. Without hesitation, the 2 women prepared to extricate themselves from the man's grasp and return to Lin Ce. Yet, the man seemed reluctant to let them go easily, attempting to entice them further. "My lovely ladies, you need not fear him. As long as I am here, he wouldn't dare to harm you." "No, let me go." Tao Xiaotao resisted fiercely, with Li Ce struggling beside her. Yet, despite their best efforts, They could not free themselves from the grasp of this charming figure. In her desperation, Tao Xiaotao was on the verge of tears as she pleaded, "I beg you, please let me go, will you?" Witnessing the beauty in distress, the man felt an indescribable pang of heartache. "My dear, what is so special about this despicable man? Cast him aside and join me. I shall take you to explore the breathtaking landscapes of our homeland." "What do you say? No, I do not want that. You must release me at once." As the woman in his arms struggled more fervently, the man, unwilling to relinquish his prize, turned to Lin Ce. "Hey, you over there, name your price. How much would it take for you to part with these two?" Lin Ce chuckled. This pretty boy not only dared to flirt with his woman in public, but also sought to purchase her. What a bold audacity. "I fear you may not be able to afford such a price." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Ce stepped forward, seizing the man's collar with a fierce grip. Whether it was the force of his grasp or the poor quality of the man's clothing, a button popped open, revealing something Lin Ce had not expected to see. You are a woman." Chapter 74. The Madwoman. Yu Shireen. Name: Yu Shireen. Age: 25. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 98 pounds. Appearance: 96. Favorability: 30. Pregnancy probability: 80. With an 83 probability within 7 days. Overall score: 93. My goodness. This pretty boy is indeed a woman. And with a stunning score of 96 in appearance. The probability of pregnancy is not low, and the overall score reaches an impressive 93. Astonishing. However, the favorability rating is rather awkward. Upon learning that Li Ce and Tao Xiaotao had clandestinely met the #1 ranked man, Lin Ce was engulfed in fury. Without a thought for how Tanya might react to his absence, he hastily made his way to the hotel. Upon seeing his two women being embraced by a stranger, who was audaciously making advances, Lin Ce's face turned a shade of green. He could hardly believe that he was being humiliated in public. However, as he approached, he realized that this individual was merely a pretty boy, and indeed, his looks were exceptionally striking. Even Lin Ce, confident in his own appearance, found himself momentarily taken aback. Not only was the beauty remarkable, but Lin Ce was astonished that he had come to confront this person, only to find they refused to release his women. Moreover, this individual shamelessly demanded that he hand over Li Ce and Tao Xiaotao. Infuriated, Lin Ce was prepared to teach this pretty boy a lesson. Yet, to his shock, in his moment of rage, he inadvertently revealed the truth of the person's gender. I had no idea you were a woman. Please do not take offense." Lin Ce, feeling the awkwardness, tried to ease the tension. But Yu Shireen showed no inclination to forgive him. Her expression darkened, the once lovely visage now shrouded in frost. And her icy voice emerged from her slightly parted lips. "Do you think you can act as you please simply because you did not know I am a woman? Do you realize that with just that one action, I could have someone break your hand?" Lin Ce's heart sank. He had not anticipated Yu Shireen's strong aversion to his accidental exposure of her gender. Regretting his impulsive behavior, he steeled himself to continue the confrontation. I truly did not mean it. I kindly ask you to overlook this once." Yet Yu Shireen remained unmoved, scoffing as she continued, "Forgive you? Do you truly believe that is possible? Someone like you, who disrespects women, deserves a severe lesson." Lin Ce's anger began to simmer. He was naturally quick-tempered, and Yu Shireen's aggressive demeanor pushed him to his limits. "You madwoman, don't overstep your bounds. You were the one who flirted with my women. And now you dare to speak so boldly? Do you truly think I, Lin Ce, would shy away from striking a woman?" Lin Ce's eyes widened, his voice rising several degrees. Yu Shireen stared at him in disbelief, clearly taken aback by his sudden outburst. But soon, her astonishment transformed into an unprecedented rage. Her voice trembling slightly. "What did you just call me? Madwoman?" "Indeed, madwoman," Lin Ce reiterated. "As a woman, especially one as beautiful as you, to not seek the worthy partner but instead disguise yourself to provoke respectable ladies. If that does not make you a madwoman, then what does?" As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing scream erupted from the outdoor restaurant, reverberating through the air. The shrill cry seemed to shake the very ground. Li Ce and Tao Xiaotao, caught off guard, instinctively covered their ears to shield themselves from the auditory assault. Yet Lin Ce, standing opposite Yu Shireen, remained unfazed, his gaze toward her laced with disdain. After the scream subsided, Yu Shireen's face flushed crimson with rage, her chest heaving as she glared at Lin Ce, seemingly poised to ignite flames. "Apologize to me." Her voice was filled with fury and authority, akin to a queen issuing a decree. However, Lin Ce remained remarkably composed in the face of her audacious demand, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied dismissively. "On what grounds?" "My name is Yu Shireen," she asserted fiercely, her teeth clenched, the fire in her eyes nearly igniting. "Yu Shireen." Lin Ce furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. I have not heard of you. Are you quite famous? This was not an act. Lin Ce genuinely had no recollection of the name. I ask you once more, will you apologize today? Yu Shirin repeated her demand, her tone growing increasingly forceful. I am sorry, but I do not have the habit of apologizing to unreasonable madwomen. Lin Ce's response remained blunt and decisive. With that, he turned to leave, grasping Li Shimo and Tao Xiaodao, intending to exit this contentious situation. However, as he turned, a fierce gust of wind from a punch struck him from behind. Lin Ce's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Thud! Yu Shirin's fist struck the air with a heavy thud. Had Lin Ce not evaded in time, that punch would have landed squarely on his head, and who could say if he would have been able to face anyone afterward? Seeing her sneak attack fail, Yu Shirin wore a look of astonishment. She was well aware of her own strength, yet this man, who seemed nothing more than a handsome face, managed to evade her strike. How could she not be shocked? Before she could contemplate further, Lin Ce suddenly turned. His deep and piercing gaze now as frigid as a frozen lake, locking onto Yu Shirin. His lips parted, delivering his words in a tone devoid of warmth or emotion. Had you not been a woman, you would be lying on the ground like a dog by now. These words seemed to cast a spell, leaving Yu Shirin momentarily paralyzed, unable to move. Even her thoughts became a blank slate in an instant. She stared at Lin Ce, as if losing control of her own body, completely enveloped in the shock his icy words had instigated. Time passed, though she could not tell how long it took before she regained her senses. When she finally surveyed her surroundings again, she was astonished to find that Lin Ce and his companions had vanished without a trace. This sudden turn of events filled her with both rage and humiliation, her face flushing a deep red, akin to a ripe apple. She trembled with rage, stamping her foot with fervor as she cursed incessantly. How dare they? No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. Lin Ce, just wait. I will not let this matter rest. You will pay for the words you spoke today, and I will make you grovel before me like a dog. Chapter 75. Lin Ce's interrogation. Do you realize your mistake? The sudden outburst echoed through the silent living room like thunder, tightening the heart of anyone within earshot. Following the voice, one could see Lin Ce seated on the sofa, his countenance dark and foreboding, brows furrowed and eyes wide, as if ready to unleash flames. Before him stood 4 beautiful women, lined up like children caught in wrongdoing. Li Shimo, Tao Xiaodao, Hong Na, and Lu Yang. Though each possessed a distinct style, they were united in their expression of guilt and remorse. Particularly, Li Shimo, at the forefront, had her stunning eyes slightly reddened, tears welling perilously close to spilling over. Her delicate features were marred by a look of unjust suffering, evoking deep sympathy. Tao Xiaodao, too, bore a troubled countenance, her hands clasped tightly together and trembling slightly, betraying her fear and trepidation. Witnessing their distress only intensified Lin's desire, prompting him to shout once more, "What? Have you all gone deaf after stepping out?" His voice resonated even louder this time, causing a ringing in their ears. Li Shimo, the first to bear the brunt of his fury, trembled visibly, her lips quivering as she attempted to speak. Yet, her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to stammer, "Why yes, I'm sorry." However, before she could finish, large tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, splattering onto the floor. Lin Ce's heart remained unmoved by her tears. He pressed on with his soul-stirring inquiry. Is saying sorry enough? Do you even grasp what you did today? What if the person you met wasn't T disguised as a man? What would you have done if I hadn't T been there? Li Shimo's guilt deepened upon hearing his words, and her tears flowed freely, like a dam bursting. "I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. I'm sorry." The expansive living room was enveloped by her heart-wrenching sobs. Hong Na and the others longed to speak up for Li Shimo, but Lin Ce's terrifying presence rendered them paralyzed. After an indeterminate period, Lin Ce's sigh shattered the somber atmosphere. "All right, you 3 may return to your rooms." Initially, Tao Xiaodao failed to comprehend, only realizing Lin Ce's intention when Hong Na pulled her along. Soon, the vast living room was left with only the cold Lin Ce and the weeping Li Shimo. "Come here," Lin Ce commanded. Startled, Li Shimo hesitated before cautiously approaching him. Once she stood close, Lin Ce softened his tone slightly and asked, "Will you dare to meet other men without my permission again?" Li Shimo shook her head fervently. "No, I won't dare." "Is that a genuine promise or a false one?" "I truly won't dare. I promise. Please don't be angry. Don't abandon me." As she wept, she clutched Lin Ce, her large, glistening eyes filled with desperation. Observing her distress, Lin Ce's hardened heart softened considerably. He reached out, caressing her tear-streaked cheek with utmost tenderness, saying, "Silly girl, how could I ever abandon you? Really? You want to leave me?" Li Shimo's voice was cautious, yet hope flickered within it. Lin Ce nodded with a smile. "Of course. I'm counting on you to bear me many little ones. But you just got so angry and even yelled at me." Li Shimo pouted, feeling wronged. "My anger was meant to instill this lesson in you, and the yelling was to ensure it sticks. This way, you won't repeat the same mistake." Li Shimo's eyes brightened. "So, you truly have no intention of abandoning me? I shouldn't have sunk to such a level." Before he could finish, Li Shimo could no longer contain her excitement, throwing herself into Lin Ce's embrace and weeping joyfully. "This is wonderful. All right, stop crying, or you'll become ugly. And then I might truly abandon you. If you abandon me, I will die in front of you," Li Shimo declared resolutely. Lin Ce was momentarily taken aback. "Do you really feel that way about me? You are the first man in my life, my only man. I cannot like anyone else." Upon hearing this, Lin Ce could no longer suppress his surging emotions. He cupped her face and kissed her. Though initially taken aback, Li Shimo quickly responded with joy. Meanwhile, Hong Na, who had been secretly watching from the doorway, finally exhaled in relief. Closing the door, she prepared to wash away her fatigue, but at that moment, Tao Xiaotao anxiously approached. "Na, what happened outside?" "It's over," Hong Na replied nonchalantly. However, Tao Xiaotao mistakenly believed that Lin Ce and Li Shimo had concluded their affair. Her face paled visibly, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "If they have ended, then what about me?" A bewildered Hong Na looked at her best friend. Perplexed by her sudden anxiety, Tao Xiaotao, as if possessed, shoved her aside and prepared to leave. "No, you mustn't. It can't be over. We just got together." Realizing her friend's resolve, Hong Na quickly intervened. "No, you cannot go out now." "Why not? Do you want him to abandon me?" "Oh dear, my big internet celebrity. You've misunderstood." "Misunderstood? What do you mean?" Tao Xiaotao asked in confusion. "What I meant by over was that the judgment has concluded, and they have reconciled. Then why can't I go out? They are likely engaged in activities of intimacy. Why do you think I'm stopping you?" "What? In the living room? Well, what do you think? You think I'm brainless? Who are you calling brainless?" "Just you. What's wrong with that? Hey, I'm ready to fight you today." Chapter 76. Hong Na sorrow, you two are quite the pair. I still haven't settled the previous matter with you. Lin Ce glared at the two disheveled women on the sofa, their hair a chaotic mess. Typically, it's not uncommon for women to quarrel. As the saying goes, when words fail, actions speak. Yet these two were supposed to be true friends, bonded over years of camaraderie. What frustrated Lin Ce further was that he had been on the verge of a passionate moment with Li Shimo, only to have his enthusiasm extinguished by their bickering. "It was her who insulted me first." Tao Xiaotao's voice rang out, high-pitched and sharp, as if she were venting all her grievances. Hong Na was equally unyielding, her voice equally loud and tinged with disdain. "When did I insult you? I merely stated a fact." "This is not a fact. You are insulting me." "It is a fact, not an insult." "No, it is an insult, not a fact." As the argument between the two women escalated, Lin Ce could no longer endure the cacophony. He slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding bang, and bellowed, "Enough!" Silence. His thunderous roar reverberated throughout the room. The bickering abruptly ceased, and the two women obediently closed their mouths like meek sheep. However, Lin Ce's expression was ominously dark. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Tao Xiaotao and demanded, "What did she say to you?" Tao Xiaotao trembled slightly, lowering her head as if afraid to meet Lin Ce's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured, She said I have a big chest and no brains." As she uttered these words, her voice was tinged with a sense of grievance that evoked sympathy in those who heard it. Lin Ce couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief at her words. Was this truly an insult? Although it was true that Tao Xiaotao was quite voluptuous and occasionally gave off an impression of lacking intelligence, it hardly constituted an insult. Nevertheless, seeing her pitiful demeanor softened Lin Ce's heart. He sighed deeply, as if burdened by countless frustrations and melancholy, and spoke gently, "Nana, you should apologize to Xiaotao." Yet, Hong Nana reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, vehemently retorting, "Why should I? What I said was merely the truth." Despite her usual demure and charming demeanor around Lin Ce, her true nature was akin to that of a prickly hedgehog. Her compliance stemmed solely from Lin Ce's wealth, which catered to her desires. Otherwise, with her fiery temper, she would hardly acquiesce to him. "I will not repeat myself. Apologize to Xiaotao." Lin Ce's voice grew increasingly frigid, laced with barely concealed anger. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Hong Nana's eyes, threatening to spill over. Ultimately, she shot Lin Ce a resentful glare before storming out in a huff. It was only after a resounding bang echoed through the room that Lin Ce let out a long sigh. Are you satisfied now that it has escalated to this? His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight of pressure. Tao Xiaotao dared not meet Lin Ce's gaze, her lips quivering as she plaintively said, I was just so scared. I feared you would abandon me. Even if you're afraid, you cannot vent your anger on Hong Nana. Don't you realize that without her, we might never have even met? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Meanwhile, back in her room, Hong Nana could no longer suppress her feelings of grievance and buried herself under the covers, sobbing uncontrollably. For a time, her room was enveloped by her pitiful cries. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged from her cocoon with a look of fierce determination. She glared resentfully at the indifferent door. Since you choose to protect her, then I shall leave. After all, you won't miss just one woman. With that, she began to pack her belongings. Having once been a housekeeper, her movements were swift and practiced. In mere moments, she erased all traces of her presence in the room. Yet, as she took one last glance at the perfect little haven that had once belonged solely to her, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over her. Every corner, every item, was steeped in memories and emotions. How could she easily let go? However, this sentiment of reluctance was short-lived, swiftly replaced by an unprecedented resolve. Taking a deep breath, she told herself not to hesitate any longer. She decisively finished packing her things, grasped her suitcase, and resolutely exited the room. Upon reaching the living room, she was struck by the absence of any familiar figures. Not only was he gone, but so were the others. The entire room felt eerily desolate, shrouded in a melancholic atmosphere. Hong Nana's already heavy heart ached even more at this disheartening sight. Still, she held back her tears, biting her lip as she dragged her suitcase step by step toward the door. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, a familiar voice drifted in from the kitchen. Even if you're leaving, you should at least have a farewell meal. Hong Nana's body jolted as she slowly turned her head toward the kitchen door. There stood Lin Ce, carrying a steaming plate of fried rice. Perhaps it was her genuine hunger, but she found herself inexplicably drawn to the dining table. Gazing at the so-called farewell meal Lin Ce had prepared for her, she fell into a state of indecision once more. Before long, she regained her composure and picked up a spoon, devouring the food in large bites. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the rice, yet she remained oblivious, swallowing both the food and her sorrow. Lin Ce sat there, motionless, until she finished every last grain. Only then did he place a bank card before her. This card contains 5 million, as long as you spend it wisely. It should suffice for you to find a good match. Hong Nana stared at Lin Ce in astonishment. Though she understood that wealthy individuals often lacked compassion, she had believed Lin Ce to be different. To her dismay, he proved to be just as heartless. Biting her crimson lip, with tears brimming in her eyes, she asked, You truly do not wish to keep me? Yet, Lin Ce's response was cold and unyielding. I bear the weight of my family's legacy. I do not have the luxury of time to learn how to placate women. Upon hearing this, Hong Nana's face drained of color, leaving only despair and disappointment. If that is the case, then may we meet again by chance, or better yet, never again. With that, she stood up, ready to leave this sorrowful place. However, just as she took a couple of steps, Lin Ce's voice rang out once more. Xiaotao is pregnant. Chapter 77. Ever more genuine emotions of Tang Yi the next morning. As the warm sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, Hong Nana slowly opened her bleary eyes. Perhaps because of the tears she had shed the previous night, the simple act of opening her eyes felt like an arduous task. Finally managing to blink them open, she was met by a beaming face suddenly crowding her vision. Did you intend to scare me to death? Hong Nana glared irritably at the owner of that face. It was none other than her good friend, Tao Xiaotao. Tao Xiaotao seemed unfazed by Hong Nana's reaction, grinning like a child as she leaned closer. Oh, I just wanted to surprise you. However, Hong Nana clearly had no intention of appreciating the gesture. Surprise? More like a scare. Noticing her friend's demeanor, Tao Xiaotao quickly wiped the smile off her face. Adopting a pitiful expression, I'm sorry, I realize I was wrong. Stop pretending to be so pitiful in front of me. I won't fall for that. Hong Nana retorted coldly. Tao Xiaotao's eyes flickered as she swiftly changed tactics. Then what will you respond to? Tell me, and I will switch styles immediately. I'm a streamer, after all, and this is my forte. Hong Nana was left speechless. I won't respond to any of it. Just get out. I need to take a shower. Little did she know, Tao Xiaotao not only refused to leave but audaciously suggested, let us do it together. It has been ages since we last bathed together. Who would want to bathe with you? Go away. Hong Na's voice rose an octave, clearly displaying her impatience. However, Tao Xiaotao clung to Hong Na like a stubborn gum, insisting, I won't go. If you don't agree today, I will hold on to you forever. I was truly at my wit's end. After more than half an hour, A cheerful Tao Xiaotao finally escorted the somewhat reluctant Hong Na to the living room. In the living room, Lu Yang and Li Shimeng were preparing breakfast. Upon seeing the two friends emerge amicably, they wore smiles of relief. Hurry up. Breakfast is ready, and we're waiting for you too. Soon, the four sisters gathered around the dining table, chatting and laughing over breakfast. However, Hong Na appeared noticeably distracted. Tao Xiaotao seemed to sense something amiss and inquired about her dear friend's husband. By the way, where's Lin Ce? Lu Yang glanced at the obviously paused Hong Na before smiling. He left in a hurry yesterday and left you behind at the hotel. He just returned. When will he be back? Tao Xiaotao pressed. It should be in the evening. Why so late? He said he would be taking his driving test starting today. Taking a driving test? Isn't brother Lin Ce already licensed? He used to be, but not anymore. What does that mean? You'll have to ask your beloved Tao Jia about that. Let us eat. After breakfast, we can go shopping. Meanwhile, Lin Ce, having left Li Shiyuan, quickly hailed a taxi back to the hotel where Tanya was staying. Considering Tanya might not have had breakfast, he thoughtfully bought a sumptuous breakfast on the way. However, upon returning to the hotel, he discovered the bedroom was utterly empty. He then searched the bathroom, toilet, and living room but found no trace of Tanya. Could she have gone back already? Just as he was about to pull out his phone, two soft hands, fragrant and delicate, wrapped around him from behind. He recognized that scent without needing to turn around. Sure enough, the next moment he heard the gentle complaint from the lovely lady. Where have you been? Why did you return only now? I thought you were going to abandon me again. Though she did not mention her affection, every word dripped with it. Lin Ce smiled gently, turning around to cup Tanya's unblemished face, and said softly, even if I were to abandon anyone, it could never be my beloved wife. With those words, he leaned down to kiss her sweet lips. In the next scene, they were seated at the dining table, savoring the breakfast Lin Ce had brought back. Is it delicious? Lin Ce asked tenderly, gazing at Tanya. She nodded enthusiastically. This is the best, the most delicious soup dumpling I have ever had. Then eat more. If it's not enough, I'll have someone bring more. Husband, you eat too. Such a romantic scene would lead anyone to believe they were a deeply affectionate couple. In laughter and warmth, they shared their first breakfast together. It was at that moment that Lin Ce made an unexpected move. He suddenly stood up and extended his long fingers towards Tanya. She instinctively tried to retreat. But Lin Ce's gentle voice, as soothing as water, stopped her. Don't move. She sat there, as if enchanted, allowing him to place his finger at her lips. It was only when she saw Lin Ce gently wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth that she finally snapped back to reality. My ex-husband never did this for me. Oh, is that so? How about I take on the role of your personal post-meal cleaner from now on? Lin Ce's voice was so tender, so heartwarming, that Tanya could no longer contain her surging emotions and embraced him, kissing him passionately. Unlike before, this time it was Tanya taking the initiative, infused with unprecedented emotion. They kissed like an old couple who had not seen each other for ages, pouring out their feelings for one another. By the time they exited the hotel, it was already 11 a.m. It's all your fault for being so reckless. Look at what time it is now. Tanya playfully glared at Lin Ce. It's my fault? Wasn't it you who couldn't control yourself and forced me onto the bed? Lin Ce teased. Tanya's cheeks turned a bright crimson, as if she had been painted with dye. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay attention to you. All right, I won't say anymore. Hurry along, or your good friend will be waiting anxiously. Upon hearing this, Tanya revealed a reluctant expression. Well, I'll be going then. Go ahead, see you later. Finally, under Lin Ce's watchful gaze, Tanya reluctantly drove away from the hotel. After seeing her off, Lin Ce hastily made his way to the driving school from the previous day. Hongda Driving School. He was about to begin his driving lessons. Chapter 78. The beautiful Coach Yao. Come, quickly sit down. Faced with this sudden enthusiasm, even after having been a driving instructor for several years, Yao Xiu felt slightly unaccustomed. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Manager, just say what you need to say. There's no need for such pleasantries. Manager Wang did not beat around the bush, stating directly, since Coach Yao prefers straightforwardness, I'll get to the point. I brought you here today to arrange a student for you. Why not just assign the student directly? Why call me over separately? Yao Xiu questioned, puzzled. What you might not know is that this student is somewhat special. He is not only socially anxious, but also timid, and most importantly, he only accepts one-on-one teaching. You want me to teach him one-on-one? Yao Xiu frowned. Yes, you are the only gentle-looking female instructor at our driving school, so I can only entrust him to you. But I currently have several students. If I take this one, Yao Xiu's face showed signs of difficulty. You need not worry, Coach Yao. I have arranged for someone else to take over your other students, and your commission will remain unaffected. Moreover, I can assure you that this student is quite wealthy. If you successfully help him obtain his driver's license, you could earn this amount. Saying this, Manager Wang spread his fingers wide. Yao Xiu's pupils constricted sharply. 5,000. Not quite. Not quite. Yao Xiu's complexion changed as her speech faltered. 50,000. Manager Wang nodded knowingly. Coach Yao, I understand your family circumstances. And given the client's needs, I specifically arranged this student for you. I hope you won't let me down. Taking a deep breath, Yao Xiu replied, Thank you. Manager, I will take him on. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang finally revealed a triumphant smile. Let us go. The client is already waiting. Not long after, Yao Xiu followed Manager Wang into the special lounge designated for VIPs at their driving school. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately captivated by a handsome young man seated on the sofa. Although at her age she should not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about such a young man. He seemed to possess a peculiar charm that left her utterly enchanted. Mr. Lin, this is our Hongda Driving School's most exceptional and beloved instructor, Coach Yao. Manager Wang introduced. Coach Yao, this is your new student, Lin Ce. Lin Ce smiled slightly and politely extended his hand. Hello, Coach Yao, I am Lin Ce. Yao Xiu was still lost in Lin Ce's appearance, only snapping back to reality when Manager Wang gently nudged her. Hello, I am Yao Xiu. At the moment their hands met, a faint blush appeared on Yao Xiu's delicate cheeks. Lin Ce's heart was equally unsettled. He had expected someone like Yao Xiu, a driving school instructor, to have rough hands, yet he found them surprisingly soft as if he were holding a baby's hand, prompting him to unconsciously squeeze it gently twice. Yao Xiu seemed to sense something amiss and quickly withdrew her hand, a shy expression crossing her face. Manager Wang, the seasoned driver beside them, noticed the exchange and quickly put on a broad smile. Mr. Lin, it's nearly mealtime. Why not join us for lunch at our driving school? I am not accustomed to dining on communal dishes, Lin Ce coldly declined. The seasoned driver paused for a moment, then quickly smiled apologetically. Of course. How could someone of Mr. Lin's stature dine with us on such fare? My oversight. He continued. How about this? To express my apologies, I invite Mr. Lin to enjoy lunch at a nearby 5-star hotel. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiu's curiosity intensified. She had been at the driving school for 3 years, and this was the first time she had seen someone of Manager Wang's standing so ingratiatingly flatter another. Who exactly was this handsome young man? Was he perhaps a scion of a prominent family? Yet, there was no prominent family with the surname Lin in Y City. Just as Yao Xiu pondered this, Manager Wang unexpectedly added, Today is my father's 70th birthday, so I must return home for the celebration and cannot accompany Mr. Lin. How about I ask Instructor Yao to host you instead? She is your dedicated instructor, after all, and you can take this opportunity to get to know each other better. Yao Xiu was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Why am I the one hosting a meal? What is going on? Also, didn't your father just celebrate his birthday last month? How is it suddenly his 70th? Lin Ce noticed Yao Xiu's astonishment, but chose not to expose Manager Wang's trickery. Smiling instead, I have no objections. I simply wonder if Instructor Yao would be willing to grace me with her company. Yao Xiu was about to voice her thoughts when Manager Wang preemptively made the decision for her. Of course she is willing. The customer is king. How could Instructor Yao possibly decline? He then produced his supplementary card and handed over the keys to his luxury car to Yao Xiu. Instructor Yao, I will trouble you this afternoon. Realizing she could not escape this situation, Yao Xiu accepted with a resigned smile. Moments later, Yao Xiu and Lin Ce found themselves in Manager Wang's luxury vehicle. Yao Xiu, with a look of exasperation, drove while Lin Ce lounged leisurely in the back. Crossing his legs, as he idly sat, his gaze fell upon the blue panel above Yao Xiu's head. Name, Yao Xiu. Age, 35. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 100 pounds. Attractiveness, 91. Affinity, 22. Pregnancy probability, 90. Probability of pregnancy within 7 days, 95. Overall pregnancy probability, 89. Indeed, Lin Ce had disguised himself as a novice to attend the driving school solely for Yao Xiu. A 90 overall pregnancy probability and a 90 chance within 7 days, though not extraordinarily high, it certainly ranked among the top based on the women he had encountered. For this reason alone, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, Yao Xiu's beauty was undeniable, complemented by a figure that could make any man drool. Such a stunning woman, surrounded by nothing but men at the driving school, he could hardly fathom how she managed. But it mattered not. Lin Ce had arrived. From this day forth, he would be her man. At that moment, as Yao Xiu was driving, she inexplicably remarked through the rearview mirror, Haven't we met before? Lin Ce smiled slightly. Instructor Yao remembers me? Not exactly. You just seem familiar. Allow me to jog your memory. Yesterday at 4 p.m., in front of Manager Wang's office. Before he could finish, Yao Xiu's expression shifted as if she had recalled something. You were the one I bumped into yesterday. It seemed Instructor Yao had indeed remembered. I apologize. I was in a rush due to a family emergency and didn't see you, Lin Ce said. It's all right. You already apologized yesterday. However, since things were so hurried, why don't I treat you to a meal? Isn't it me who is supposed to treat you? In a private room of a 3-star hotel, Lin Ce said, Instructor Yao, please feel free to order whatever you like. Order whatever I wish? Yao Xiu teased. Aren't you afraid I might order the entire menu? At Lin Ce's playful remark, Yao Xiu paused for a moment, then quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. If Mr. Lin wishes to sample every dish, that would certainly be acceptable. Lin Ce gazed at Yao Xiu for a while before breaking into a smile. Perhaps not. I wouldn't want to impose on such a beautiful lady. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiu let out a sigh of relief. While Manager Wang had provided her with a supplementary card, she could not truly allow her superior to pay. Moreover, she should be the one treating him. However, hearing Lin Ce refer to her as beautiful stirred an odd feeling within her. After ordering a few symbolic dishes, Lin Ce shifted the conversation to the day's main topic. Yao Jia, may I call you that? Yao Xiu looked bewildered. Addressing you as Instructor Yao feels too distant. You are likely a few years older than I am, so I thought a more affectionate term would be appropriate. I hope Yao Jia doesn't find it too presumptuous. Yao Xiu shook her head repeatedly. Not at all. Since Yao Jia finds it acceptable, I shall refer to you as such from now on, Lin Ce said with a light chuckle. That is fine, but I'm not as young as you might think. Yao Xiu replied, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. What do you mean? Surely Yao Jia isn't in her late 20s? Lin Ce feigned confusion. Yao Xiu sighed. I am already 35. What? Yao Jia, you're 35? Lin Ce exclaimed, astonished. If one were to categorize actors by their performance levels, Lin Ce was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of excellence. His portrayal was so convincing that he seemed deserving of an Academy Award. Yao Jia, your maintenance is remarkable. I thought we were of similar age. Flattered by the compliment, Yao Xiu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her exquisite face tinged with a delicate blush. From a distance, she resembled a peach blossom about to bloom, charming and enchanting. At that moment, Lin Ce suddenly shifted gears, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. I suppose Yao Jia has already started a family? Yao Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Not by the question itself, but by the hint of disappointment she sensed in Lin Ce's tone. After a brief moment of confusion, she responded, No, I haven't started a family. At her reply, Lin Ce's eyes brightened, and his voice rose a few octaves. How is that possible? Yao Jia, you are so beautiful and have such a lovely personality. How can you still be single? Perhaps it's just my fate. Yao Xiu smiled wryly. Lin Ce could not help but notice how forced her smile seemed. Yao Jia, did I ask something I shouldn't have? Yao Xiu shook her head with a smile. No, it's common knowledge among those at the driving school. It's my own issue. Your own issue? Lin Ce inquired, genuinely puzzled. But Yao Xiu was not inclined to delve deeper into the topic. Let us change the subject. Tell me about you, Mr. Lin. With your wealth, obtaining a driver's license should be easy. Why would you choose to learn at our modest driving school? Since the dishes have yet to arrive, why don't you take a guess? Yao Xiu pondered for a moment and then speculated. Does Mr. Lin have a compelling reason to visit our driving school? Lin Ce nodded, affirming her astuteness. What reason could that be? Yao Xiu inquired with curiosity. A subtle smile crept across Lin Ce's face, suggesting a deeper meaning as he slowly replied. What if I said that I came to Hongda driving school because of you? Yao Jia, would you believe me? Because of me? How could that be? Yao Xiu was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, as if she had finally grasped the implication, her exquisite features reflected a look of disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. You can't possibly have feelings for me, can you? This wasn't mere vanity on Yao Xiu's part. It stemmed from the bizarre behavior of Manager Wang earlier, particularly how he had invited Lin Ce to dinner, only for it to end up as her accompanying him. The peculiar hints Lin Ce had dropped also conveyed the notion that he harbored feelings for her. Lin Ce smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have taken a liking to you, Yao Jia. Although this confirmation was nearly certain, hearing Lin Ce admit it left Yao Xiu quite astonished. However, she quickly waved her hands in urgency. No, Mr. Lin, you cannot have feelings for me. Why not? Do you think I am unworthy of you? Lin Ce frowned. No, it's not that you are unworthy of me, but rather that I am unworthy of you. You are still so young, while I am already 35. Yao Jia, I do not mind the age difference. We are only 9 years apart. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a golden brick. I would be the one envied by others. Despite Lin Ce's reasonable arguments, Yao Xiu resolutely rejected his proposal. No, absolutely not. You truly cannot like me. Why not? Do you dislike me? He was, after all, quite handsome and wealthy, and yet he found himself continuously rebuffed. A situation he found difficult to accept. How could I dislike you when you are so affluent, handsome, and amiable? Then why won't you allow me to like you? Lin Ce asked, perplexed. Because I am an ill-fated person. Ill-fated? What do you mean? Lin Ce was confused. It means that anyone who becomes close to me will encounter misfortune. Some may even end up hospitalized. Is there really such a thing? Lin Ce appeared somewhat skeptical. Yet, Yao Xiu's expression was one of unwavering conviction. Therefore, Mr. Lin, please do not harbor any intentions towards me. I shall pretend I never heard what you just said. May I still learn to drive with you, Yao Jie? Yao Xiu glanced at the man beside her, who remained undeterred, her heart filled with complexity. Eventually, she reluctantly nodded. If you still wish to. Of course I do. Although I am unsure if what you say is true, I shall not give up easily. Why go to such lengths? I do not wish for this either, but ever since I met you, I have been unable to eat or sleep. If you do not want to see me in such torment, please support me. If I do so, you will surely regret it. I, Lin Ce, will never have regrets. Chapter 80. The calamity of the Yao family. Yao Jie, you won't avoid me in the future, will you? Looking at the earnest young man before her, Yao Xiu felt an indescribable complexity within her. What was intended as a mere dinner accompaniment for a client had unexpectedly turned into a confession of feelings. Confused and troubled, she sighed. I still rely on this job to support my family. Even if I wanted to avoid you, I cannot. Yao Jie, I have money. I can take care of you. Lin Ce's voice, though soft, struck a chord deep within her. In that moment, Yao Xiu's heart softened, albeit only briefly. Just as she prepared to decline Lin Ce's offer, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon answering the call, her delicate face turned pale, her voice growing hoarse. I understand. I will return immediately. What happened? Yao Jie, is something wrong? Lin Ce asked with concern. There has been a situation at home. I cannot return to the driving school. Please help me return Manager Wang's car. With that, Yao Xiu thrust the car keys into Lin Ce's hands. Yet, just as she turned to leave, Lin Ce grasped her arm firmly. Yao Jie, let me accompany you. But, noticing her hesitation, Lin Ce continued, Yao Jie, though I do not know what has transpired at your home, I believe you need me right now. The scene shifted as Lin Ce followed Yao Xiu to an aging residential building. The damp ground, seemingly soaked, emitted a series of splashes underfoot. The cacophony of water flowing through the sewers evoked images of filth and refuse, while the presence of decaying rats added an eerie and ominous atmosphere. The air was thick with a noxious stench, a vile concoction that threatened to induce nausea. Had Lin Ce not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that such a dismal place could exist amidst the bustling Y city. Before Lin Ce could inquire further, Yao Xiu, appearing frantic, dashed into the dimly lit corridor. The darkness enveloped them, yet Yao Xiu seemed intimately familiar with the surroundings, sprinting forth with remarkable speed. Lin Ce, not wishing to delay, followed closely behind. Upon entering the corridor, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, far more potent than the outside air. It was a grotesque blend of dampness, decay, and human waste. After only a few steps, Lin Ce felt his stomach churn, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. However, the sound of Yao Xiu's hurried footsteps echoed from above, compelling him to suppress his discomfort and press on. Before long, the sound of her running faded, indicating she had reached home. Just as Lin Ce was about to quicken his pace, a tumultuous cacophony pierced through the air, accompanied by piercing screams. The sounds were jumbled and unclear, but one thing was certain: something grave had occurred. Rushing upstairs, Lin Ce soon found a throng of elderly people clustered at the door of a sixth-floor apartment. As he drew closer, he finally discerned their discourse. What a pity! Old Yao was kind all his life. How could he have such a wretched son? Poor Xiu'er, at 35, still unmarried. That wretch expects her to be his ATM. Indeed, so many suitable young men for Xiu'er, yet that scoundrel has ruined everything. Amidst the murmurs of the elders, the sounds of pots and pans crashing to the ground mingled with the anguished cries of women and the furious shouts of men, all emanating from Yao Xiu's home. In that moment, Lin Ce finally understood why Yao Xiu deemed herself an ill-fated woman, why she claimed that all who drew near her would encounter misfortune. It was all due to the presence of a prodigal son in her family. Fueled by anger, he stepped forward through the crowd. Just as he was about to breach the throng, a kind-hearted elder seized his arm. Young man, what do you intend to do? Sir, I am Yao Jie's boyfriend. Upon discovering that Lin Ce was actually Yao Xiu's boyfriend, the elderly onlookers displayed no hint of joy. Instead, they anxiously urged him, young man, Yao Jie is a madman, a ravenous beast who devours without remorse. You must not wade into these murky waters. Indeed, The previous young men who came here were driven to madness by Yao Jia. They now dare not return. While you are still unmarked by that lunatic, it would be wise to leave at once, lest you regret it for a lifetime. Had it been before his rebirth, Lin Ce might have turned pale at the mention of Yao Jia and fled. Yet now, he harbored no fear of any man. What of a madman? Should he dare to bully my woman, I shall not hesitate to turn him into a beehive. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated house, a burly man with a face marred by excess flesh sat brooding on the sofa, his body adorned with an array of tattoos that exuded a fierce demeanor. This man was none other than Yao Jia, the eldest son of the Yao family. He bore the blame for Yao Xiu's continued singlehood. At that moment, Yao Jia glared menacingly at Yao Xiu and the elderly woman whose forehead was bleeding. I shall say this one last time. Hand over the bank card. Yet, in the face of Yao Jia's furious roar, Yao Xiu seemed unfazed. She quietly supported her injured mother, preparing to leave this place. However, Yao Jia was not one to let her escape easily. As Yao Xiu attempted to depart, he lunged forward and forcefully shoved her. Though young, the fall pained her. Yet she quickly rose. Unfortunately, her aged mother was less fortunate. Already weakened from her head injury, the fall caused her to faint. Seeing this, Yao Xiu's anger ignited. Her eyes turned red as she screamed at Yao Jia, "Are you insane? That is our mother." Yet Yao Jia remained indifferent. "Just an old hag. Hand over the bank card, or I shall mar your pretty face." Gazing upon the home that had been battered countless times, Yao Xiu descended into despair. "Go ahead. My life is already ruined by you. It would be best if you killed us both, so we need not endure your torment any longer. Wanna die? Dream on. Your life belongs to me, and without my permission, you shan't even think about it. But your face is rather fetching. Should you attract a powerful figure one day, it could spell trouble." With that, Yao Jia picked up a shard of glass from the ground, preparing to mar Yao Xiu's visage. At that moment, she felt no fear. After all, it mattered little whether she kept her face or not. Just as the critical moment approached, a man arrived. Stop. Chapter 81. Lin Ce takes action. Where did you come from, daring to meddle in my family's affairs? Yao Jia bellowed at Lin Ce, his eyes wide with fury. However, Lin Ce paid no heed to the sudden inquiry. His expression was as cold as ice as he slowly approached Yao Xiu. "Are you all right?" His voice, though soft, carried an unmistakable concern. To Lin Ce's surprise, Yao Xiu did not respond with gratitude. Instead, her face was filled with terror, as if she had witnessed the end of the world. "Who let you in? You need to leave, quickly." Yao Xiu had only wished for Lin Ce to witness the harsh reality of her home, hoping he would retreat. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Ce chose to confront the challenge. In a frantic state, Yao Xiu pushed Lin Ce, urging him to escape this perilous place. Yet, Lin Ce stood firm like an unyielding mountain, unmoved by her attempts. Moreover, he grasped her hands, preventing her from breaking free. His gaze was steady and gentle as he whispered, "Do not fear, I am here." Yet Yao Xiu ignored his comfort, her eyes reddened with unshed tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. "Please, I beg you, leave quickly, or you will be ensnared by this madman." Lin Ce's lips curled into a faint smile. "Let him ensnare me. I shall not easily let you go." At his words, a torrent of emotions surged within Yao Xiu, breaking through her defenses. Unable to contain herself, she threw herself into Lin Ce's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Why are you so foolish? I have nothing left. Why do you still cling to me?" She wept, pounding her fists against him as if to release all her grievances and suffering. The once tense atmosphere in the living room was infused with a flicker of life due to Lin Ce's presence. However, this tender moment did not last long. Just as Yao Xiu and Lin Ce immersed themselves in their emotional exchange, Yao Jia's mocking voice pierced the air like a dagger, shattering the fragile ambience. "So, this is why you didn't return home to cook for this old hag at noon. You were out seducing men." Yao Jia's tone dripped with derision, his words striking Yao Xiu like a heavy blow. She trembled violently, her tears abruptly ceasing, and her expression shifted to one of alarm. Quickly, she shielded Lin Ce behind her, her voice trembling. "What do you want?" Yao Jia smirked maliciously, a sinister grin curling his lips. "I recall telling you numerous times to steer clear of men. Yet, you bring one home. Pray tell, what should I do now, my dear sister?" Yao Xiu's face turned pale, but she steeled herself against her fear, her voice quaking as she declared the bravest words she could muster. "If you dare to harm him, I will call the police." Yao Jia erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. "Ha ha ha, I am a frequent visitor at the station. Do you truly think I would fear your threats? You amuse me." His laughter echoed with scorn and derision. However, before his laughter could fully dissipate, a fist the size of a sandbag collided with his face. With a resounding thud, Yao Jie's body flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily against the aged wall. This sudden turn of events left the elderly witnesses outside dumbfounded. Goodness, that young man actually struck Yao Jie. This is bad. Someone could get hurt. We must call the police quickly, or it will be too late. Equally astonished by the spectacle, Yao Xiu found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated Lin Ce's formidable strength, able to bring Yao Jie to such a disheveled state with a single punch. Regaining her composure, Yao Xiu hastily urged Lin Ce, "We need to leave. You must get out of here." Yet, her actions were a beat too slow. They had barely taken 2 steps when Yao Jie's furious roar echoed from behind. "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" Yao Xiu instinctively shuddered, her body trembling uncontrollably. But in the next instant, a warm hand enveloped hers, accompanied by an exceptionally reassuring voice. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." Lin Ce's words held a peculiar magic, calming Yao Xiu, who had been in a panic. Once she felt reassured, Lin Ce turned to Yao Jie and made a gesture of international friendship. "I trust you can do more than just talk big?" Feeling insulted, Yao Jie transformed into a raging lion, lunging toward Lin Ce. The elderly couple behind Lin Ce could not bear to witness the brutal beating he was enduring, and they all closed their eyes, silently mourning. Yet, the one who was most frightened, Yao Xiu, at this moment, opened her eyes wide, exuding an unexpected confidence in Lin Ce. Our Lin has never disappointed a woman, especially not a beauty. Indeed, with just a slight display of skill, he subdued the formidable Yao Jie, leaving him trembling on the ground. The cries for mercy from Yao Jie were met with disbelief from the elderly onlookers. It was only when they opened their eyes to see the battered Yao Jie kneeling and pleading that they accepted the reality. Of course, the one who relished this the most was Yao Xiu. Over the years, Yao Jie had wielded his strength to create chaos at home, causing her to be held back for far too long. At this moment, her heart swelled with vindication. However, after the initial exhilaration, she made an unexpected decision that left everyone astonished. "Let him go. Just like that? Are you certain? Though he is a scoundrel, he is still my kin. And while he may be heartless, I cannot be ungrateful." Chapter 82. Xiao Mei caught in infidelity? "How are you, Auntie?" Yao Xiu had just exited the hospital room when Lin Ce hurriedly approached her, his face etched with concern. Yao Xiu had managed to suppress her emotions until she heard Lin Ce's caring words. The dam of her pent-up feelings burst forth like a flood. She could no longer restrain herself, collapsing into Lin Ce's embrace as she wept uncontrollably. Her sobs echoed through the hospital corridor, filled with sorrow and helplessness, evoking sympathy in all who heard. Lin Ce did not push Yao Xiu away. Instead, he silently wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, reassuring her. "I'm here. Everything will be all right." Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, Yao Xiu's cries gradually subsided. She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Lin Ce. It was then that she realized her tears had soaked through his shirt. "I'm so sorry for wetting your clothes," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Ce smiled, shaking his head gently. "It's nothing, just a piece of clothing. Don't dwell on it." Yao Xiu looked at the man she had only met twice, yet who showed her such profound concern, and the ice in her heart seemed to thaw. "Thank you for today," she whispered, her voice laced with gratitude. Just then, Lin Ce's tone took an unexpected turn. "Is that all? Just verbal gratitude?" His voice hinted at dissatisfaction and anticipation. Yao Xiu's heart tightened at his words. She assumed he was asking for money and hurriedly pulled out her bank card, presenting it to him. "This is all my savings, about 30,000. I know this won't cover my mother's medical expenses, but rest assured, I will work hard." Before she could finish, Lin Ce interrupted her mercilessly. "Do I seem like someone who lacks money?" Yao Xiu was taken aback. She had not expected such a response. After a moment of silence, she stammered. "Then what do you want?" Lin Ce's lips curled into a slight smile. "What I desire is you." "Me?" Yao Xiu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. In the next moment, Lin Ce seemed to enter a deeply emotional state. His gaze locked onto Yao Xiu, filled with genuine sentiment, his voice softening and growing resolute. "Yao Xiu, I ask you again, would you be my girlfriend?" Yao Xiu bit her lip, appearing torn. "But my family situation is as you see. If you are with me," she felt an attraction to Lin Ce, yet the disparity between them weighed heavily on her, leaving her anxious that she was unworthy of him. Lin Ce seemed to sense her inner turmoil. He gently grasped Yao Xiu's hand, his voice imbued with unparalleled tenderness. "I do not care about your family, nor your past. I only care about your choice." His words, though softly spoken, struck a chord deep within her. Yao Xiu stood frozen, and when she regained her composure, her beautiful eyes reflected an indescribable emotion. "You truly do not mind my family?" You truly do not care that I am much older than you? It would be impossible not to mind at all, yet any concern pales in comparison to being with you. Had Lin Ce simply responded that he did not mind, Yao Xiu might have hesitated. However, his sincere reply left her with no choice but to embrace the moment. I am willing. I wish to be with you. This was the first time Yao Xiu had voiced her feelings. Upon uttering those words, her entire being flushed with warmth. Lin Ce glanced at Yao Xiu's affection level, astonished to find it had soared to 85. The first phase had been accomplished. Now, on to the second phase. Suddenly, Lin Ce's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Sister Yao, before we officially begin our relationship, there is something I must clarify. What is it? It concerns my identity and the fact that I have more than just you as my girlfriend. What? I know this sounds unbelievable, but please let me explain everything before you decide. Just as Lin Ce and Yao Xiu were laying their cards on the table, a stunningly alluring female doctor appeared at the far end of the corridor. A mere glance was enough for her to notice Lin Ce seated on the bench. Initially, she intended to greet him, but when her gaze fell upon Yao Xiu beside him, her exquisite features turned icy. That scoundrel, just after stealing my dear Yair, he finds another beauty, thinking Yair has no family. Indeed, this woman, seething with indignation yet possessing a graceful figure, was Xiao Mei, a close friend of Tang Ya. As the saying goes, to catch a cheating partner, one must gather evidence. Xiao Mei promptly took out her phone and began snapping pictures of the affectionate couple from a distance. After selecting a few satisfactory shots, she sent them to her dear friend, Tang Ya, embellishing the narrative with dramatic flair. Having completed her task, she turned to leave, but just a few steps away, she hesitated and returned. Fixing her gaze on the nurse at the station, she inquired suspiciously, Nurse Ma, what brought those two to the hospital? The beautiful nurse, referred to as Nurse Ma, glanced at Lin Ce and Yao Xiu before quickly lowering her head, resuming her search. Before long, a hospital admission record appeared in Xiao Mei's hands as if by magic. Opening the document out of curiosity, she was stunned by the contents. An elderly woman was beaten? By that man. Nurse Ma, noticing her reaction, quickly waved her hand in explanation. No, it wasn't that man. It was the younger brother of that lady Yao. Yao's younger brother? Xiao Mei exclaimed in surprise. Nurse Ma, seemingly cautious about being overheard, lowered her voice and whispered conspiratorially. Dr. Xiao, you may not know, but that Yao lady's brother is a complete scoundrel. Not only is he a gambler, but he also frequently commits domestic violence, even assaulting the elderly. Yao's mother has been hospitalized several times because of him. As Xiao Mei listened, her shock deepened. Then what about the man beside her? What is his connection to all this? After a moment of hesitation, Nurse Ma replied, that man seems to be Yao's boyfriend. I heard he was the one who gave Yao's brother a good beating. Are you certain he could do such a thing? Absolutely. In our nursing group, the chatter has gone wild, with many pondering how to ask him for his WeChat. Oh, Dr. Xiao, could it be that you have developed feelings for him? Impossible. How could I ever be interested in him? That is hilarious. So, Dr. Xiao, what piques your curiosity about him? It was merely a casual inquiry. Really? You dare to question me? Tonight, you'll accompany me on my rounds. I'm sorry, Dr. Xiao, I was wrong. Chapter 83, Xiao Mei's Invitation. A forceful kiss with Yao Xiu. You truly do not mind that I have many women? Lin Ce exclaimed incredulously on the hospital bench. To avoid a situation similar to that with Tang Ya, Lin Ce decided to be a good man this time. Indeed, he laid bare everything to Yao Xiu. He expected an avalanche of insults, reprimands, and words of dismissal, but to his surprise, Yao Xiu remained remarkably calm. Ultimately, she even chose to accept all of him. This truly astonished Lin Ce. In response to Lin Ce's astonishment, Yao Xiu merely smiled gently. As you mentioned before, it's impossible not to mind at all. But I understand that your actions are for the sake of your family, so I hold no resentment. Besides, my family is in disarray. I have a terribly troublesome brother, a paralyzed mother, and I myself am a 35-year-old single woman. If you can overlook all this, how could I possibly find fault with you? Despite Yao Xiu's sincere words, Lin Ce still found it hard to fully believe her. Really? You can genuinely accept all of this? Do you need me to go get a marriage certificate right now for you to believe me? Yao Xiu teased lightly. That is not entirely out of the question. Lin Ce blurted out. Are you certain? When you return home, those women of yours might devour you alive. Yao Xiu jested. It seems Sister Yao is unaware of my status at home. You hold a high position. Can you keep the women at home in check? Yao Xiu asked, skepticism evident in her voice. Lin Ce's lips curled into a confident smile. Of course, I am the unquestioned authority at home. Anyone who dares to defy me can expect a stern response. Although Yao Xiu hadn't personally experienced such dynamics, she could discern the underlying meaning in Lin Ce's words. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and playfully reproaching him, she said, "You rogue." However, Lin Ce took no offense at Yao Xiao's rebuke. Instead, he shamelessly leaned closer. "Since Sister Yao has accepted it, why don't we seize the moment and discuss life and dreams at a hotel?" Lin Ce's voice brimmed with eagerness and longing. Yao Xiao's face turned even redder, and she shyly lowered her gaze, stammering, "And no, I can't. My mother is still inside." Such a minor setback couldn't deter the fervent Lin Ce. "But your mother hasn't awakened yet, has she? I'll transfer her to a VIP room shortly. She'll be taken care of there." Yao Xiao hesitated before softly replying, "Can't you wait a bit longer? I'm not going anywhere. I know Sister Yao wants to run away, but my brother cannot wait. He adores you too much." Following Lin Ce's gaze, Yao Xiao's breathtakingly beautiful cheeks soon blushed with a vibrant allure. "Just wait a bit longer until my mother wakes up, okay? If we wait any longer, I might just burst. You wouldn't want to witness your man consumed by desire, would you? But alright, Sister Yao, just give in to me." Just as the two engaged in this playful back and forth, an untimely voice interrupted them. "Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting the two of you." Turning towards the sound, they saw the nurse, Ma, who had previously been troubled by Xiao Mei. Quick-witted, Yao Xiao promptly pushed Lin Ce away and asked in a relatively calm voice, "Is there something you need? May I ask, are you Mr. Lin Ce?" Ma's eyes flickered nervously as she addressed him, her tone filled with anxiety and shyness. "How do you know I'm Lin Ce?" he asked, taken aback. Ma lowered her head bashfully and replied softly, "Dr. Xiao informed me." "Dr. Xiao? Which Dr. Xiao?" Lin Ce furrowed his brow, as he didn't recall the name. "Her name is Xiao Mei," Ma whispered, as if fearing others might overhear. "Xiao Mei." Lin Ce's eyes lit up. He finally remembered that this was the hospital where Xiao Mei worked. Xiao Mei, Tanya's best friend. The one who had scolded him for being a scoundrel, that stunning beauty with an exquisite figure. How could he have forgotten her? It was unforgivable. Observing Lin Ce's unusual reaction, Yao Xiao felt a flicker of doubt arise within her, yet she chose to remain silent. After all, she had previously stated she wouldn't mind Lin Ce having other women, so she naturally wouldn't interfere in his affairs with another woman. Lin Ce seemed oblivious to Yao Xiao's unease as he pressed on. "Did she send you to find me?" Ma nodded yes. "Dr. Xiao said she needed to discuss something important with you in her office." "All right, I understand." "Thank you," Lin Ce replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude to Ma. Her face flushed instantly, and she cast a shy glance at him before hurriedly leaving like a startled rabbit. Once Ma had departed, Lin Ce turned to Yao Xiao with an apologetic gaze. However, before he could speak, Yao Xiao, understanding, interjected, "You don't need to say anything. I understand. Go ahead." "So, I really am going." "Yes, go." Under Yao Xiao's watchful gaze, Lin Ce departed. But as Lin Ce left, Yao Xiao looked at the empty seat beside her. Feeling a sudden sense of loss, she reached out, gently touching the spot where Lin Ce had sat, feeling the warmth he had left behind, as if he were still by her side. It was the first time she had relied on someone so deeply. The first time she had truly felt her heart stir for a man. After quite a while, she finally withdrew her reminiscing hand. Just as she was about to rise and leave, an unexpected scene unfolded. The very Lin Ce who had left early had returned. Why are you back?" Before she could finish, he pressed in closer. Yao Xiao was utterly astonished. She hadn't anticipated Lin Ce would be so audacious as to act so boldly in the bustling hospital. When she finally regained her composure and attempted to push him away, she found herself utterly unable to muster the strength. After a prolonged moment, she sat on the bench with a look of despair, while the man who had kissed her had already fled the scene. That rogue. Chapter 84. Teasing Xiao Mei in the office of the hospital. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Mei was on the phone, her tone dripping with embellishment. "Truly, you should have seen those two just now. Their display was utterly nauseating. And that was in a hospital. Just imagine if it had been in private. Don't worry. I've already sent someone to fetch him. Soon, I'll show him who he is messing with. He must understand that my good sister is not to be trifled with. Are you worried about me? This is a hospital. Would he dare to lay a hand on me? Just wait for my good news." After hanging up, a sinister expression crossed Xiao Mei's face. "Lin Ce, you dare to flirt with another woman in the hospital? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock came at the door. Xiao Mei instantly regained her composure, swiftly moving to her desk and sitting down, then cheerfully called, "Come in." As the door opened slowly, in walked a fashionable and handsome young man, none other than Lin Ce, who had just shared a kiss with Yao Xiao. Upon the arrival of the principal character, Xiao Mei swiftly embraced her role. "What brings you here, sir?" Lin Ce, who had just taken a seat, paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "I've encountered some issues with my heart. Could you kindly examine it, Dr. Xiao? What seems to be the problem with your heart?" She inquired. It's nothing serious, merely an accelerated heartbeat and a tendency to blush easily, he replied. Xiaomei furrowed her brow. How fast is your heartbeat? Fast enough to feel like it's about to leap from my chest, he confessed. When did you first notice this irregular heartbeat? Let me think. It was 2 days ago at my girlfriend's house. Lin Ce recalled with a serious demeanor. And since then, has there been any recurrence? Yes. When did this happen? Last night, while I was at the pedestrian street. Last night. Xiaomei was perplexed. The first instance was at Tang Ye's house, and the second was at the pedestrian street. Both occasions involved two common figures, Tang Ye and her. It can't possibly be Tang Ye. They've met before. So, this means my accelerated heartbeat is due to you. Lin Ce seemed to have noticed Tang Ye's unusual demeanor and spoke with a suggestive tone. Indeed. My heart races uncontrollably at the mere sight of you, Dr. Xiao, and my breathing becomes erratic. As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached toward her delicate hand resting on the table. Fortunately, Xiaomei swiftly withdrew her hands, preventing them from falling into Lin Ce's grasp. However, following his bold and direct declaration, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her speech became stammered. This is a hospital. What do you intend to do? Lin Ce smirked, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. What should I be asking but you, Dr. Xiao? You summoned me here, allowing us, a man and a woman, to be alone together. Surely, this is an invitation? I invited you. Xiaomei was taken aback. Is that not the case? Now that I have reconciled with Ye, she will undoubtedly be by my side more often. As her close friend, you will inevitably feel neglected. You cannot bear to be overshadowed by Ye, so you entice me away from her. Am I right, Dr. Xiao? At this, Xiaomei could no longer contain her fury and shouted, I would never, even if I were blind, I wouldn't pursue you. You fickle cad. Lin Ce, unfazed by her outburst, responded, So, I misunderstood you, Dr. Xiao. Of course. If it weren't for Ye, I would have called someone to apprehend you for harassment. Xiaomei retorted fiercely. Since I have misunderstood you, I must apologize for my prior indiscretions. With that, Lin Ce stood and bowed deeply to Xiaomei with sincerity. The sight left her utterly stunned. What is happening? He was just about to lose control, and now he's acting so formally? Before she could ponder further, Lin Ce added, If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Others are waiting for me. As expected, Xiaomei felt compelled to stop him. Wait. I have something important to discuss with you. What could Dr. Xiao possibly want to say? Lin Ce turned with a knowing smile. It was curious. Xiaomei typically maintained a steady temperament, yet she found herself unable to control her emotions in his presence. Just looking at his teasing expression made her want to slap him. After a moment of reflection, she suppressed her impulse. Tell me honestly, aside from Ye, how many women do you currently have? Meanwhile, since finishing breakfast that morning, Hong Na and Tao Xiao Tao, along with 2 other friends, had ventured out for shopping. Perhaps influenced by yesterday's events, Hong Na indulged in a spree, purchasing everything she laid eyes on, while Tao Xiao Tao followed behind, covering the costs in an effort to make amends. Before long, their hands were filled with shopping bags, yet Hong Na seemed unsatisfied, compelling the others to continue shopping. As the afternoon wore on, Lu Yang brought up Tianhai Tower, prompting Tao Xiao Tao and Li Ce, who had never seen an entire floor before, to suggest visiting the tower. Thus, the 4 of them changed direction toward Tianhai Tower. Goodness, this is enormous. Li Ce gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Beside her, Tao Xiao Tao stood in shock, awestruck. Does the entire floor truly belong to him? Or did you think otherwise? Hong Na replied curtly. Tao Xiao Tao, momentarily taken aback, playfully draped herself over Hong Na. Oh, I didn't know. Stop being coy, it's disgusting. No, I insist on being playful. Na, dear Na, you're unbearable. Na, don't leave. Wait for me. Watching the playful banter between them, Lu Yang could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, Li Ce leaned in closer. Sister Yang, so is your husband planning to establish Yume Media here? That's the long-term plan, Lu Yang confirmed with a nod. What does long-term plan mean? Li Ce inquired. Puzzled. You can see that this area is desolate. It's impossible to complete renovations in the short term. After deliberation, we decided to rent a space in another office building until this one is ready. Renting also requires renovations, doesn't it? Typically, yes. But the place we are renting was previously a media company, so we only need to make minor modifications to use it. Does this mean Yume Media will be opening soon? No later than this week. That's wonderful. I am finally going to become the leading lady. Chapter 85. The bed among those embracing was none other than the owner of the office, Xiaomei, and her guest, Lin Ce. The shift from their previous cold indifference to their current intimacy can be traced back to just a few moments earlier. Lin Ce had intended to leave, but Xiaomei insisted he stay and firmly questioned him about how many women he had outside. Lin Ce, undeterred, candidly listed all the women associated with him, including Yao Xiao, even mentioning by Ruo Ruo, whom he had yet to pursue. Xiaomei was taken aback. Although she suspected he might have several women, she never anticipated the number to be so high. Infuriated, she sought an explanation from Lin Ce on behalf of her dear friend. However, before she could voice her concerns, Lin Ce had closed the distance between them, leaving less than a finger's breadth between them, their breaths audible. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Xiaomei instinctively pushed him away, but instead, she found herself closer to Lin Ce's lips. Thus, they shared several minutes in an embrace. Just as she began to struggle for breath, he finally released her, expecting that Lin Ce would cease his advances. She was taken aback when he brazenly declared he would take responsibility for her. Who was she? Xiaomei. By day, she was a doctor, but by night, she was the queen of nightclubs, a conqueror of hearts. She had always been the one to toy with men's feelings. Now, for Lin Ce to claim responsibility was nothing short of absurd. Thus, the two found themselves embroiled in a tug-of-war over the matter. Lin Ce aimed to capture the alluring Xiaomei, while she intended to navigate through the multitude of suitors without attachment. Let her accompany Lin Ce for some amusement. She could accept that. However, to become Lin Ce's woman was beyond her comprehension. Although Lin Ce was handsome, even the most delectable of feasts could become tiresome. It was far better to seek excitement elsewhere. Moreover, Lin Ce was still Tang Ye's man, and no matter how desperate she, Xiaomei, felt, she could never betray her dear friend by pursuing him. Yet, she underestimated the allure Lin Ce held over her. In a moment of intoxication, Lin Ce dared to make an aggressive advance. Realizing that the situation could not be resolved amicably, Xiaomei cleverly proposed a wager, a bet concerning their futures. If Lin Ce won, Xiaomei would become his woman. If she won, Lin Ce would never again harbor intentions towards her. Furthermore, Lin Ce would have to prioritize Tang Ye, defending her in any conflict with his other women, regardless of the circumstances. It was evident that these two sisters were genuine best friends. In addition to the aforementioned conditions, Xiaomei added an extra stipulation. From henceforth, whenever Lin Ce saw her, he must refer to her as Auntie. Lin Ce had nothing to fear. He was a formidable figure and could hardly be intimidated by someone like Xiaomei. The wager consisted of 3 rounds, employing a best-of-3 format. The first round was an arm wrestling match, with the first to concede losing. They were in a hospital, and she had no time to indulge Lin Ce with leisurely games. She initially believed her superior skills would easily lead to Lin Ce's surrender. However, it wasn't long before her face flushed crimson. As Lin Ce grew increasingly audacious, Xiaomei decided to respond in kind. With a fierce determination, she opened her mouth. And the next moment, a scream echoed through the office. Are you insane? Don't you know the tongue is delicate? Lin Ce exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, in the face of Lin Ce's reprimand, Xiaomei remained remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by his words. She calmly picked up a tissue, dabbed at the corner of her mouth, and nonchalantly replied, You broke the rules first. I merely returned the favor. Lin Ce, upon hearing this, was nearly beside himself with rage. I didn't bite you, he retorted angrily. Xiaomei's lips curled into a charming smile, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. Is there a difference? Regardless, you've already lost this round. Lin Ce was left speechless by her words. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation and said, Fine. I concede this round. What shall we wager next? Surprised by Lin Ce's quick concession, Xiaomei's expression transformed into a sly grin. For the second round, we shall drink. Drink? Lin Ce responded, taken aback. After such an enticing first round, he had expected the second to be even more exhilarating, yet it turned out to be unrelated to their previous contest. Could it be that young Master Lin cannot hold his liquor? If so, you might as well surrender now. Just call me Annie, and I may grant you some mercy. Surrender? I'm afraid that word does not exist in my vocabulary, Lin Ce declared confidently. Then let us proceed. Where to? To a place to drink, of course. Chapter 86. Pushing Xiaomei? Are you not afraid of inviting a wolf into your home by bringing me here? Lin Ce quipped as he gazed upon the opulent villa before him. Xiaomei dismissed his jest with a nonchalant smile, her lips curling in disdain. Invite a wolf in? With someone like you? With that, she turned and strode into the villa without a backward glance, leaving Lin Ce standing there, his smile frozen, replaced by a scowl. So I'm just a little pup, am I? Just wait and see how this little pup will make you submit, he muttered through clenched teeth. Vowing to earn Xiaomei's respect, taking a deep breath to compose himself, he entered the villa and closed the door behind him. However, upon stepping into the living room, he was met with a scene that left him utterly shocked. The room resembled a battlefield, strewn with wine bottles, some shattered, glass shards scattered everywhere. Takeout boxes lay carelessly on the sofa, the remnants of their contents dried and emitting a foul odor. Clothes were haphazardly tossed about, some draped over the sofa's armrest, others lying on the floor, as if a wild party had just concluded. Lin Ce blinked in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the chaotic sight before him with the polished exterior of Xiaomei. Compared to Tang Ye's pristine home, this place was a stark contrast. Just as he was reeling from the shock, Xiaomei flitted into the room like a delicate butterfly, 2 bottles of red wine in hand. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch some glasses," she commanded, her tone crisp and authoritative, as if she were the mistress of the house. Snapping out of his stupor, Lin Ce quickly complied and hurried over to the wine cabinet. However, when he opened the door, he was taken aback to find that not a single glass was clean. Each one bore remnants of wine. After a moment's hesitation, he selected the 2 least dirty glasses and dashed to the kitchen. By the time he returned to Xiaomei, the glasses had been cleaned. "Who knew you had such a penchant for cleanliness?" Xiaomei teased, her smile blooming like spring flowers, captivating in its charm. Lin Ce merely smiled faintly in response. He placed the wine glasses gently on the table and looked at Xiaomei earnestly. "Perhaps we should change venues? If not, you are welcome to my home." "To your home?" Xiaomei's lips curled into a subtle smile, her expression playful. "What's this? Are you so eager to devour me?" Her demeanor was teasing, yet slightly provocative as she languidly leaned back on the sofa, her body arching sensuously, accentuating her alluring curves. Her long legs were inadvertently displayed, and her luscious lips resembled ripe cherries, inviting temptation. This scene was an undeniable temptation for Lin Ce, who had been suppressing his desires. His throat tightened, and his gaze grew increasingly fervent. At last, he could no longer contain his impulse. He surged forward like a hungry tiger, pinning Xiaomei against the sofa. However, just as his hands neared her forbidden territory, Xiaomei, who had not resisted thus far, suddenly offered a chilling remark. "If you only seek my body, I can oblige. But afterward, we shall have nothing to do with each other." Her words pierced Lin Ce's heart like a cold blade, jolting him back to reality. He lifted his gaze to meet Xiaomei's unwavering stare, ultimately halting his advance. "I apologize, I acted impulsively." Xiaomei, who had initially appeared cold, now revealed a glimmer of something different in her beautiful eyes upon hearing his words. If Lin Ce had checked her status at that moment, he would have noticed her fondness for him had significantly increased. Impulsiveness has its consequences. "Finish this bottle of wine, and I shall pretend nothing ever happened." With that, Xiaomei handed him the bottle of red wine she had previously retrieved. "Isn't an entire bottle a bit excessive?" Lin Ce frowned. "You may also choose not to drink, and thus our previous wager will come to an end. You may return whence you came." "Very well, I shall drink." At this juncture, how could Lin Ce possibly relent? Today he must indulge in meat. Xiaomei's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a teasing smile. "Do not blame me for not warning you. This is your penalty, and it has no bearing on our wager. I am aware." With that, Lin Ce seized the wine bottle and began to drink. In no time, he had consumed the entire bottle of red wine, leaving not a drop behind. He appeared noticeably dazed. "Now can we commence?" "Certainly. But I am not one to take advantage. I shall grant you 10 minutes to sober up, after which we shall officially begin." With that, Xiaomei sauntered up the stairs with a captivating gait. Soon after her departure, Lin Ce, whose eyes had still been somewhat glazed, revealed a mischievous grin. "System, do you have any remedy for inebriation?" Replying to the host can purchase an anti-intoxication pill, which ensures one remains sober after consuming 1,000 cups. Priced at 1 million dragon coins. "Very well, purchase it." Before long, Lin Ce held a pill in his hand. 1 million for this. It better be effective. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved, and approximately 0.923 seconds later, Lin Ce was fully awake. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was once again thoroughly intoxicated. Such is the effect of the anti-intoxication pill, allowing the user to maintain lucidity while appearing quite inebriated. There is a saying that rings true. A true hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. "Xiaomei, you shall not escape today." Chapter 87. Ultimately, Xiaomei is overthrown. Were you merely acting all this time? At a table strewn with empty bottles, Xiaomei glared at the man before her, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Initially, upon witnessing Lin Ce merely down a bottle of red wine, she felt a sense of compassion and generously granted him 10 minutes of respite. Little did she anticipate that during the actual competition, Lin Ce would seemingly be possessed by the spirit of Bacchus, consuming one cup after another with remarkable fluidity. In contrast, under Lin Ce's rapid pace, her own mind began to grow hazy. Lin Ce's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a teasing expression. "I never claimed to be intoxicated. Where does the notion of acting stem from?" Very well, very well. Realizing her plan had backfired, Xiaomei spat out 3 affirmations, indicative of her regret. However, she quickly shifted her tone, continuing, "Do not think you have won. I only exerted 30% of my strength, and the outcome remains uncertain. Then let us await the result." Lin Ce remained unfazed. Thus, they commenced the second round of drinking. Ultimately, after numerous rounds, she conceded defeat. This was her first time admitting loss, and she never anticipated that she, Xiaomei, would be so thoroughly bested. Just as she awaited the victor's declaration, the victor engaged in an act that left her bewildered. "Here, consume this." Xiaomei looked quizzically at the small pill before her. "What is this?" Lin Ce offered no explanation, merely stating, "Consume it, and you shall find out." Whether it was due to her inebriation or the shame of losing, Xiaomei began to throw a tantrum. "Who are you to dictate what I should consume? I refuse to eat it. I shall infuriate you." With that, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Lin Ce. Lin Ce was amused by Xiaomei's antics, not expecting to see such an endearing side of her. Regaining his composure, he inquired once more, "Will you consume this or not?" "I will not eat it. Who knows what you have given me? What if it is a drug or something similar?" However, Xiaomei's refusals were cut short as a familiar moist sensation returned to her lips. Just as she prepared to push Lin Ce away, a round object slipped past her defenses and into her mouth. Her first instinct was to expel it immediately. Yet, the moment it entered, it melted. Immediately after, an unprecedented sensation of refreshment washed over her. At that moment, Lin Ce released her. Yet, Xiaomei sat there, seemingly entranced. Motionless. Time passed, and she finally snapped back to reality, biting her lip and glaring fiercely at Lin Ce. "I told you, with my drinking capacity. How could I possibly lose to you, a mere novice? It is clear you were cheating." Having consumed the anti-intoxication pill, Xiaomei was now fully alert. The murkiness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a fiery rage, akin to a flame igniting. Yet, Lin Ce remained entirely unfazed. "You never stated that high-tech methods were prohibited. Did you imply that I could use them?" Xiaomei raised an eyebrow. "If I possess such means and do not utilize them, would that not be foolish?" Realizing Lin Ce was subtly mocking her, Xiaomei resorted to her feminine charm and cunning. "Regardless, you have violated the rules. This contest is yours to lose, and I am the victor." "On what grounds?" "You failed to articulate the rules clearly. Or are you, Dr. Xiao, unable to accept defeat?" Lin Ce replied with a smirk. "Do not try to provoke me. I will not fall for it." "Very well, since Dr. Xiao refuses to accept this outcome, I shall concede to you, as I am a man." Though it was a rather ordinary statement, it struck Xiaomei as exceedingly harsh and humiliating. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaomei ultimately surrendered. "Ugh, you are unbearable. I concede. Are you certain, Dr. Xiao?" "Of course. A word once spoken cannot be retracted." "Then I thank you, Dr. Xiao. Do not rejoice too soon. We are merely at a stalemate. The ultimate victor remains to be seen." Then, I invite Dr. Xiao to make her move. Taking a deep breath, Xiaomei slowly articulated. "Listen closely, for our final round will be a test of seduction." "Seduction?" Lin Ce asked, astonished. Xiaomei nodded, affirming, "Indeed. As long as you can withstand my temptations for half an hour, you shall emerge victorious." In that moment, Lin Ce seemed to comprehend why Xiaomei had donned such revealing attire. It was all a ploy to entice him. What, then, constitutes withstanding temptation? Naturally, there shall be no transgressions, such as kisses or unbridled hands, among other things. Upon hearing this, Lin Ce's expression grew serious. "In that case, my chances of success are quite slim. Should you choose not to accept, you may concede directly. Rest assured, I shall not make it excessively difficult for you, dear nephew." As she spoke, Xiaomei playfully patted Lin Ce. Yet, that single pat caused unforeseen complications. Lin Ce, who had been conflicted, suddenly donned an unusual expression, and even his tone became less serious. "In that case, let us commence." With that, Lin Ce pressed his lips against Xiaomei's crimson ones. The sudden assault caught Xiaomei off guard. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself sprawled on the sofa. She struggled mightily to push Lin Ce away. "Are you mad? I said you must withstand my temptations to win." "I am aware," Lin Ce replied earnestly. "Then why are you behaving this way? It is impossible. You are too beautiful, and enduring for 30 minutes is exceedingly challenging. So I have decided to follow my heart and surrender to you." "Just like that, you surrender?" Xiaomei was taken aback. She had not yet unleashed her ultimate move. "Indeed, you win, dear aunt. I simply cannot bear it. Please grant me mercy." "What about your dignity?" "What use is dignity? If I had any, my wife would not have run away." Chapter 88. Buying medicine for Xiaomei? What did you just do?" In front of the headboard, Xiaomei stared at Lin Ce in shock. Perhaps overwhelmed by astonishment, Her voice trembled slightly. However, in contrast to her, Lin Ce remained remarkably composed. In an effort to conceal his intentions, he feigned ignorance, stammering, I also do not know. The next moment, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the bedroom. To be honest, the soundproofing in this room is remarkable. Lin Ce felt as if his eardrums were protesting against the noise. Fortunately, Xiao Mei merely hinted at her displeasure. Otherwise, his ears would surely have succumbed to an explosion. He observed Xiao Mei glaring at him with gritted teeth, her stunning eyes ablaze with fury. You did this on purpose. Lin Ce was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to defend himself. Do not wrongfully accuse a good person. Isn't this quite fortunate? However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Mei erupted like a lit powder keg. Her eyes widened in indignation as she bellowed, You wish. I, Xiao Mei, would absolutely never bear a child for someone like you. Lin Ce clearly did not anticipate such a vehement reaction from her, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why? Because you are unworthy. Xiao Mei's voice dripped with contempt and disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Ce's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Unworthy? I possess a noble lineage, wealth, and good looks. How am I unworthy of you? Xiao Mei let out a cold laugh, retorting without hesitation. Unworthy is unworthy. Do not think your money makes you special. I, Xiao Mei, am not the kind of woman who is swayed by riches. All right. It was evident from his tone that Lin Ce was thoroughly incensed. Yet Xiao Mei seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to shout defiantly, What is so good about it? Hurry and buy me contraceptive pills. Or if it's too late and someone dies, I will definitely hold you accountable. Lin Ce gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner fury. I will go buy the contraceptive pills, but not right now. What do you mean? Xiao Mei's brows furrowed tightly. Before she could react, Lin Ce suddenly lunged forward, pinning her down. What do you want to do? Xiao Mei's complexion changed, her voice trembling slightly. Since we are already in this situation, Lin Ce smirked mischievously. I might as well enjoy it a bit more. No. Xiao Mei struggled desperately, but her strength was evidently insignificant against Lin Ce. After what felt like an eternity, a satisfied Lin Ce finally made his way to the bathroom. When he emerged, he appeared revitalized. He glanced at Xiao Mei, who lay on the bed like a lifeless form, before turning to leave. Just as he was about to exit, the previously unresponsive Xiao Mei finally stirred. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide and fixed on Lin Ce, radiating an undeniable command. Go buy me contraceptive pills. Her voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Lin Ce frowned. You are a doctor. Surely you have some spare at home? At his words, Xiao Mei's expression darkened considerably. What do you take me for? She exclaimed, her voice rising an octave, clearly filled with rage. Realizing her temper was on the verge of boiling over, Lin Ce quickly amended his response. Fine. I will go buy them right away. After a brief pause, he continued. However, taking medication is not beneficial for your health. I sincerely hope you will reconsider. With that, Lin Ce dared not linger any longer and hastily departed, leaving Xiao Mei alone on the bed, her face still etched with surprise. After a considerable time, Xiao Mei gradually regained her composure. If you hadn't tormented me like this, I might have considered it, but now you can forget it. Gazing at the numerous bruises adorning her body, a surge of indescribable anger and grievance welled within her. This scoundrel, he truly is ruthless. I wonder how Xiaoyu endured it. After a string of curses, Xiao Mei finally dragged her weary body toward the bathroom. However, due to the pain coursing through her, she moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, resembling an elderly person. This hurts like hell. You better watch out, you scoundrel. Once I recover, I will not let you off easily. Cursing under her breath, she finally entered the bathroom. An hour later, when she emerged, her complexion, although still somewhat pale, had noticeably improved. She donned a nightgown and stepped out of the room at a slow, labored pace. Eventually, she made her way downstairs. However, upon casting her gaze into the living room, she was taken aback, her expression mirroring that of someone who had seen a ghost. Following her line of sight, she noticed that the once chaotic room, littered with empty bottles and various discarded items, had been transformed into a pristine space. What is going on? Despite her alluring charm that could captivate countless men, she had one fatal flaw: her laziness. She was so indolent that she couldn't even muster the energy to clean or tidy up. Usually, it was Tanya who came to assist her with the chores. However, Tanya could not possibly visit every day. The regular frequency was once a week, typically on Wednesdays. Yet today was Sunday, the busiest day for the restaurant. And she would certainly not be coming. Could it be that fellow? With a mixture of curiosity, she approached the sofa. Indeed, on the now tidy coffee table, she discovered the contraceptive pills Lin Ce had purchased for her. Just because you cleaned once does not mean you can negate the anger I feel inside. Meanwhile, after completing his tasks with Xiao Mei, Lin Ce headed toward the inner chamber. He had intended to find Yao Xiao, but she had declined his visit, citing the need to care for her mother. With no other options, he proceeded to the inner chamber instead. After all, his sister-in-law was at home, and as her brother-in-law, he could not neglect her. Soon, he arrived at the door of room 1201. However, just as he was about to knock, the door of room 1202 swung open unexpectedly. In a flash, Bai Ruo, resembling a thief, pulled Lin Ce into her room. So desperate? Chapter 89. Bai Ruo seeks a favor? Although I am aware of my considerable charm, you need not be so straightforward. In response to Lin Ce's teasing, Bai Ruo shot him an exasperated glare. Straightforward, my foot. I have serious business with you. I know it's serious, but do not rush me. I came in a hurry and am all sweaty. I need to take a shower first. With that, Lin Ce, feigning seriousness, made his way toward the bathroom. That is not the kind of business I meant. Flustered and annoyed, Bai Ruo quickly grabbed hold of Lin Ce. What kind of business are you referring to then? Lin Ce pretended to be confused. Of course, he knew Bai Ruo was not seeking him for that kind of matter, but she was just too adorable, and he couldn't resist teasing her. Bai Ruo took a deep breath and slowly replied, I want to ask you if you have time tonight. I might have time, or I might not, Lin Ce smiled. What do you mean by might have, or might not? If someone invites me to dinner, I will definitely have time, but if no one does, then I will not. All right then, I will treat you to dinner. Save your evening for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Ce immediately clasped his hands over his body, feigning innocence. What do you want to do? You're not planning something inappropriate, are you? Is that all you can think about? Surprising that you're so handsome. I really don't understand what sistering sees in you. The young girl grumbled in indignation. Rather than being offended, Lin Ce brazenly leaned closer. Speaking in a lewd tone, naturally, it's because of my extraordinary abilities that I'm with her. Bai Ruo seemed to recall something, and a faint blush crept onto her delicate face. I don't know what you were talking about. Lin, it's nothing, you'll find out soon enough. Bai, what are you doing? Put me down quickly. Lin, are you sure? Didn't you have something to ask of me? Bai, how did you know? Lin, I am your man, of course I know. Bai, so, does that mean you agree to pretend to be my boyfriend? Lin, I have no objections. But I do require some compensation. Bai, I can offer you compensation, but I have my limits. Half an hour later. Lin, I've already done what you asked. You better not stand me up tonight, or I'll tell sistering everything. Bai, rest assured, I, Lin Ce, am always a man of my word. Bai, it's strange that you are trustworthy. The young girl murmured. Lin, what did you say? Bai, nothing at all. The young girl quickly denied it. Lin Ce didn't press further, but soon his gaze fell upon a dressing mirror not far away. The mirror itself was unremarkable, but the bags piled nearby struck Lin Ce as oddly familiar. Bai Ruo also noticed Lin Ce's gaze, and, fearing he might misinterpret something, she hurriedly explained. Bai, those things were given to me by Sister Ying. Lin, Wang Ying, why did she give you these? Bai, Sister Ying said she bought too much and they can't use it all, so she asked me to help use some. Lin, so that's how it is. Lin Ce suddenly understood. He certainly knew Wang Ying's true intentions. Lin, no wonder Bai Ruo has been exceptionally compliant today. Previously, when I asked her for help, she was quite resistant, but today she is surprisingly generous. Truly, she is my capable assistant. Lin, wait for me. I shall return shortly to shower you with affection. At that moment, Bai Ruo seemed to recall something and hesitantly asked, Bai, are you really very wealthy? Lin, why? Are you short on money? Lin Ce's lips curled into a mischievous smile. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce through everything, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. Bai, I am not lacking in money. However, her voice was noticeably less confident than before, as if Lin Ce had truly struck a nerve. Lin Ce, witnessing this, smiled even wider. He casually picked up his phone from the side and said leisurely, Lin, just give me a card number. Bai, what do you want a card number for? Lin Ce, do not have a habit of taking advantage of others. You've given so much, I should at least offer some compensation. Bai, upon hearing this, Bai Ruo quickly waved her hands, shaking her head vehemently. Bai, I don't want compensation. Lin, are you certain? Bai Ruo shot Lin Ce a glare and retorted. Bai, if I accepted, wouldn't that make me a seller? Lin Ce was momentarily taken aback by Bai Ruo's words, then burst out laughing, saying playfully, Lin, you're quite young yet you understand this. Bai, it's your thoughts that are too conservative, old man. Lin, old man. Upon hearing this term, Lin Ce felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He stroked his chin, self-indulgently saying, Lin, am I really so handsome, yet still called an old man? Bai, Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can't be called an old man. Lin, it's possible, but I dislike that term. Before he could finish, Lin Ce suddenly lunged at Bairuo like a hungry tiger. What do you want to do? Bairuo's voice trembled with anxiety. Lin, a sly smile crept across Lin Ce's face. Lin, I feel the previous compensation was insufficient, so I intend to ask for a bit more. Time passed, and it was only after Lin Ce was fully dressed that he sat on the edge of the bed. Bairuo lay on the bed, tightly clutching the blanket around herself, her delicate face etched with grievance. Lin, he smiled gently and ruffled the young girl's hair, softly saying, Lin, rest well. We shall meet again tonight. Before long, Lin Ce departed, leaving Bairuo alone on the bed, lost in thought. After a while, she snapped back to reality. Touching her head, his hands are quite warm. As she mumbled to herself, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. But soon, as if recalling something, she hurriedly grabbed her phone. Oh my, is this guy really that wealthy? Meanwhile, as Lin Ce left, he encountered a situation. He had just exited room 1202. The door still ajar, when he bumped into Wang Qiyu, who was about to take out the trash. Wang, brother-in-law, how did you come out from the opposite side?